The apocalypse descended. Zombies besieged the city. Jiang Ming narrowly activated the Doomsday Survival System, receiving a modification card as an initial reward and unlocking a 10 cubic meter portable space. While others were still risking their lives for a moldy piece of bread, he had already transformed his broken van into a bulletproof armored vehicle. When the apocalypse arrived, Jiang Ming merely thought it was a plot from a Resident Evil movie, not taking it seriously at all. It wasn't until he heard heart-wrenching cries and screams from next door, until a bloody handprint slammed heavily against his security door, until his usually friendly neighbor Uncle Zhang stared at him through the peephole with dull grayish-white eyes and let out a low growl that didn't sound human, that Jiang Ming suddenly realized this was real, not movie special effects. Ding! Extreme survival environment detected. The Doomsday Survival Modification System is now binding to the host. Binding successful. Host Jiang Ming. Initial rewards distributed: 1 basic modification card, 1 survival supply pack. Please check host. The suddenly ringing cold mechanical voice in his mind left Jiang Ming standing frozen for several seconds. He looked at the mineral water and compressed biscuits that had abruptly appeared in his palm, then lowered his head to gaze at the system panel floating before him. His heart was filled with shock, and beneath that shock there surged a powerful, intense will to survive. The system, this was his only path to survival in the apocalypse. Over the next 3 days, with the system's help, Jiang Ming turned a kitchen knife into a handy weapon, sharpened a mop handle to a deadly point, and with caution and a bit of luck carved a path through the zombie-infested hallway, gathering his first batch of supplies, some edible food and usable tools. He knew clearly that in this world fighting alone would not allow him to survive for long. On the 4th day following the system mission's prompt, Jiang Ming arrived at the Dashi Street supermarket on the edge of the city, where the emergency supplies and modification materials he urgently needed were located. The supermarket's door was wide open, pitch black inside. He could faintly hear the clatter of fallen shelves and the unsettling sound of chewing, truly hair-raising. He stepped lightly. Just as he reached the food section, he heard a commotion from the corner ahead. "Brat, hand over the bag. Stop talking nonsense. This is the end of the world. Do you still think you're the school beauty everyone fawned over? Hand over the food and we brothers might let you come with us." You didn't say that before." A girl's voice trembled, but tried hard to stay calm and not show weakness. Through the gap in the shelf, Jiang Ming saw 3 or 4 young men with gaudily dyed hair armed with sticks surrounding a girl. The girl had her back to him, he couldn't see her face clearly. She had a slender figure, her school uniform covered in dust, and her bulging backpack, clearly filled with bread and chocolate from the shelves. "Pa. That was then, this is now. I'll give you 3 seconds to decide. If you don't hand it over, we'll take it ourselves, and maybe take something else too." The girl stepped back until her back hit the shelf with nowhere to retreat. But she neither screamed nor cried, she just bit her lip, fiercely clutching her backpack even tighter. Though fear was in her eyes, there was more defiance and stubbornness. She neither screamed nor cried, only bit her lip fiercely and gripped her backpack tighter. Though fear was in her eyes, there was more defiance and innate stubbornness. Jiang Ming frowned. He vaguely recognized these youngsters. They were thugs from a nearby vocational school. Before the apocalypse they bullied the weak, and now without rules they were capable of anything. To help or not to help. If he helped, had exposed himself. Those thugs all had weapons, and though he had a modified kitchen knife, 1 against many was risky. But if he didn't, the girl's fate would be too horrible to imagine. Just as he hesitated, the system's voice sounded in his mind again. Side quest triggered, first helping hand. Mission: save the trapped girl from the thugs. Quest reward: 1 basic strength enhancement potion, 50 points. Jiang Ming's gaze sharpened. He glanced at the tough dagger, white modified with points and materials in his system inventory, and recalled the basic fighting technique passive he had just unlocked, making up his mind. He took a deep breath and slowly stepped out from behind the shelf. "Yo! Where did this do-gooder come from?" The yellow-haired thug was startled by the sudden appearance of Jiang Ming, then laughed. "Bro, don't you know the rules of the street? First come first served, ever heard of it? This girl and her stuff belong to us. Get lost now before you get hurt." Jiang Ming ignored him completely, his gaze passing over the thugs to the girl. At that moment the girl turned her head. It was a face that appeared delicate and beautiful even in the dim light, refined features but now full of panic and wariness. Her eyes were bright. The moment she saw Jiang Ming, her pupils contracted slightly, as if she couldn't believe someone would actually step up to help her. Her eyes were very bright. When she saw Jiang Ming, her pupils contracted slightly, as if she couldn't believe someone would actually step up to help her. Hand me your backpack and follow me, Jiang Ming said to the girl. She froze for a second, then nodded vigorously and handed over the backpack without a word. Damn. You're asking for death. The yellow-haired thug felt completely ignored, rage flaring as he swung his steel pipe at Jiang Ming's head. The next moment Jiang Ming felt a remarkable clarity in his mind. The yellow-haired swinging motion seemed to slow down several times and he could clearly see the trajectory of the steel pipe. He instinctively sidestepped, easily dodging the pipe while his right hand flipped and the modified dagger shot out like lightning. The yellow-haired thug let out a scream, stumbling back as his pipe clattered to the ground. He clutched his wrist, blood streaming through his fingers. Jiang Ming hadn't gone for the kill, just slit his wrist as a warning. The remaining thugs were stunned by the clean move. They looked at Jiang Ming's chillingly calm eyes and then at their leader writhing in pain, none daring to step forward. Get lost, Jiang Ming said, his voice icy. One thug swallowed nervously, helped prop up the yellow-haired leader, and they scrambled out the back door without looking back. The supermarket fell silent again, only the cold wind blowing between the shelves. Jiang Ming turned to the girl who was hugging her backpack, staring at him without blinking, gratitude shining in her eyes. Thank you, the girl's voice still trembled but she managed a faint smile. My name is Lu Yuqing, a student at Shangbin University. Jiang Ming nodded and briefly gave his name, Jiang Ming. He took a look at Lu Yuqing. Although her uniform was dirty, the fabric seemed good and her appearance and temperament indeed matched the title of school beauty. But now wasn't the time for such thoughts. Surviving was paramount. Are you alone? Where are your classmates? Jiang Ming asked. Lu Yuqing bit her lip, her eyes dimming for a moment before she spoke softly. When the virus broke out, we were all hiding in the dorm. Then someone said they'd go out for help and everyone scattered. I escaped here alone, trying to find something to eat to hold on. Jiang Ming instantly understood. Under the apocalypse, the collapse of humanity spread faster than the zombie virus. Those classmates who used to attend classes together had probably abandoned her at the brink of life and death, or even turned into people like those thugs stopping at nothing for supplies. Looking at Lu Yuqing clutching her backpack tightly, something stirred in his heart. In that desperate situation she neither cried for mercy nor gave up her food but persisted with her own will. That resilience in the apocalypse was enough to help her survive longer. Having a partner was always better than being alone. What are you going to do next? Jiang Ming asked again. Lu Yuqing froze. Yes, what next? She had never thought about the future. Surviving today alone was already a stroke of luck. Seeing the confusion and helplessness in the girl's eyes, Jiang Ming made a decision. He sighed softly, come with me. If you want to live, do as I say. Lu Yuqing's eyes immediately burst with surprise. She nodded eagerly, blurting out, yes, yes. Listen. I can do anything I want, slow you down. I can do anything, I definitely won't be a burden. Jiang Ming didn't say more. He turned and began searching the supermarket for truly useful supplies, not flashy snacks but batteries, lighters, sharp knives, sturdy ropes and the modification materials the system had mentioned. Lu Yuqing followed closely behind him. After a few steps she timidly asked, what should we do next? Should we leave the city? I heard on the radio earlier that there's an official shelter in Shihue City. The radio is lying, Jiang Ming said without turning back. A shelter. That's only for people with status and power. Ordinary people go there, get stripped of everything, then thrown out to feed the zombies. That's only for people with status and power. Ordinary people go there, get stripped of everything, then thrown out to feed the zombies. Lu Yuqing fell silent. Her days of fleeing had given her a faint sense of the world's cruelty, but Jiang Ming's words laid that cruelty bare. First we survive. Then we make ourselves stronger. Jiang Ming pulled open a cabinet revealing boxes of tools and parts, a glint flashing in his eyes. Strong enough to protect themselves, strong enough to firmly grasp their own fate in this apocalypse. He opened the system panel, looking at the newly acquired basic strength enhancement potion and 50 points, then glanced at the dusty old van parked outside the back door of the supermarket. A new plan was taking shape in his mind. Modify a vehicle that could drive in the apocalypse, then leave this city and look for hope farther away. He didn't know what dangers lay ahead, but he knew that from now on he was no longer alone. And Lu Yuqing following behind him, watching his back, a back that remained upright amidst chaos and despair, vowed silently that she would survive and prove in her own way that she was nothing but a burden. Ding. Side quest completed, first helping hand. Ding. Side quest completed, first helping hand. New main objective unlocked. Escape the city, head to a safe zone. Stepping out the back door, Jiang Ming's eyes immediately fell on the dusty old van, a Wuling Hongguang known for its durability, commonly used at construction sites before the apocalypse. This one it is, Jiang Ming said, stepping forward. The moment his hand touched the door, the system notification rang in his mind. Ding. Modifiable vehicle detected, Wuling Hongguang damaged. Ding. Modifiable vehicle detected, Wuling Hongguang damaged. 3 modification plans have been generated for the host. Basic Survival Edition costs 100 points, Mobile Fortress Edition costs 500 points, Battle Maniac Edition costs 1200 points. Friendly reminder: first-time vehicle modification qualifies for a newbie discount. Please select a plan. Jiang Ming quickly scanned the 3 plans without hesitation, choosing the Mobile Fortress Edition. In this world, life matters more than points. The idea of saving points was simply unrealistic. Modification begins. Estimated completion time 5 minutes. A faint, almost invisible halo shimmered over the van's body, and then the exterior began to undergo subtle changes. The rusty paint flaked off piece by piece, replaced by a matte gray-black special coating. The windows became thicker and sturdier, the tires swelled with deeper and more pronounced treads, visibly improving grip. Lu Yuqing stood by, watching with wide eyes, speechless for a long time. What is happening?" she finally asked. Jiang Ming didn't explain. He simply opened the door and gestured for her to get in. The interior was larger than it appeared from outside. The seats were modified to fold, and there were several hidden compartments in the back. What caught Jiang Ming's attention most was an inconspicuous black button next to the steering wheel labeled "One-Click Stealth." Function description: after activating this function, the vehicle can shield zombies' perception lasting 30 minutes with a cooldown of 2 hours. Each use consumes 50 points. This is a good thing, a lifesaver in critical moments. 5 minutes later, the modification was complete. The van started smoothly, carrying Jiang Ming and Lu Yuqing, and drove away from the Dashi Street supermarket. Jiang Ming did not drive directly out of the city. Instead, he turned into a nearby commercial street. The shop signs on both sides of the street were crooked, and falling broken glass scattered all over the pavement. Occasionally, a few mutilated corpses could be seen lying by the roadside, emitting a foul stench of decay. Where are we going?" Lu Yuqing asked softly, her voice tinged with fear. "Gathering supplies." Jiang Ming replied succinctly. At that moment, the system prompt sounded again. Side quest triggered: material reserve. Objective: loot at least 3 unowned supermarkets, accumulate 500 material points. Reward: 1 basic space module, 200 points. Space module. Jiang Ming's heart stirred vaguely, realizing that this thing might become the key to changing his survival situation. The first place to loot was a medium-sized convenience store. The rolling shutter door was half open, exuding an eerie vibe. Jiang Ming parked the car, turned off the engine, pulled out his dagger, and got out. Lu Yuqing hesitated for a moment, then followed, clutching a steel pipe from the supermarket as a defensive weapon. "Stay close, don't make a sound," Jiang Ming instructed, and walked in first. The convenience store was a mess, shelves toppled, food packaging scattered everywhere. Behind the cash register lay several corpses in work uniforms, already decaying, emitting a pungent stench. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from deep within the shelves, as if something was moving. Jiang Ming's eyes sharpened. He gripped his dagger tightly, softened his steps, and slowly approached. Turning the corner, he saw 3 zombies in security uniforms frenziedly devouring a corpse. Hearing the noise, they raised their heads in unison, their pale eyes fixed on Jiang Ming, emitting low growls from their throats, terrifying to behold. Roar. With a roar, the 3 zombies lunged at Jiang Ming. Instead of retreating, he advanced. In the instant the first zombie's claws were about to touch him, he sidestepped and thrust his dagger into its temple. Ding. Killed 1 common zombie, 1 point. The second zombie lunged from the right. Jiang Ming crouched and swept its legs, causing it to lose balance and fall. He then stabbed it into the ground with a backhand blow, and it stopped moving. Ding. Killed 1 common zombie, 1 point. The third zombie looked different from the other 2. It was noticeably faster, with gray-brown skin, and its claws were longer and sharper than ordinary zombies. Ding. Evolved zombie detected, Flevel. Successful kill grants 5 points. Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed, but again he advanced instead of retreating. Although this evolved zombie was fast, it was no match for the basic combat skills boosted by the system. In just a few breaths, Jiang Ming caught a flaw and sliced off its neck with a single stroke. Black blood spurted out. Ding. Killed 1 evolved zombie level 5 points. Ding. Congratulations, host has killed a total of 10 zombies. Achievement unlocked, first glimpse of edge. Reward 50 points. Lu Yuqing stood not far away watching Jiang Ming cleanly take down the 3 zombies, her eyes filled with shock. This man was even more powerful than she had imagined. In the next 2 hours Jiang Ming drove the modified van with Lu Yuqing, looting 4 supermarkets in succession. They encountered several waves of zombies along the way, but without exception Jiang Ming dealt with them with his dagger and his point sword. Current points 487. In the underground warehouse of the 4th supermarket Jiang Ming finally emptied all lootable supplies. Exhausted, he sat on the floor panting. Lu Yuqing handed him a bottle of water and asked curiously, "Why are we moving so much stuff? The car is almost full." Just as Jiang Ming was about to answer, the system prompt rang first. Ding. Side quest completed, material reserve. Reward issued, basic space module X1, 200 points. Use basic space module immediately. Jiang Ming confirmed without hesitation. In the next moment he felt a strange vision in his mind, a gray space of about 10 cubic meters quietly suspended there, empty. Yet Jiang Ming could clearly perceive every inch of its boundary. Portable space activated. Host can freely store and retrieve items via consciousness. Jiang Ming stood up, walked to the pile of supplies, reached out to touch a case of water, and with a thought the case instantly vanished into thin air. The water bottle in Lu Yuqing's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "Wah! Where's the water? How did it disappear?" Jiang Ming didn't reply. With another thought the vanished case reappeared out of thin air, landing steadily in its original place. "This. What is this?" Lu Yuqing's worldview was severely shaken as she stammered. Jiang Ming looked at her, was silent for 2 seconds, then said just 4 words, "Don't ask, keep secret." Lu Yuqing was taken aback, then nodded vigorously. She understood, everyone has their secrets, especially in this apocalypse. The subsequent moving work became incredibly easy. Whenever Jiang Ming touched supplies with a thought, they would be absorbed into his portable space. The stock from 4 supermarkets plus the convenience store warehouse was all emptied in less than half an hour. Portable space current usage 87. Jiang Ming was very satisfied. With this portable space, future supply gathering would be much more convenient. As they left the commercial street, dusk was falling and night began to descend. The van continued along the national highway. Lu Yuqing leaned against the window and fell asleep, exhausted. The panic and busyness of the day had drained all her energy. Jiang Ming drove and suddenly noticed a familiar building on the roadside, blue and white exterior walls, a national emblem above the entrance, and several police cars parked nearby. It was a police station. Jiang Ming's mind became active. Now he had a portable space and plenty of points. What did he lack? Real firepower. No matter how sharp a dagger is, it can't match the power of bullets. If he encountered an unstoppable powerful zombie, a gun would be the most reliable life-saving asset. Besides, the police station surely had an armory. Side quest triggered, ammo supply. Objective: obtain at least 10 standard firearms and 500 rounds of ammunition. Reward: 1 weapon modification blueprint, 300 points. Let's do it. Jiang Ming made up his mind, immediately stopped the car and woke the sleeping Lu Yuqing. "Wait in the car, lock the doors. No matter what you hear outside, don't get out." Lu Yuqing was about to say something when she saw Jiang Ming had already pulled out his dagger and gotten out of the car, quickly disappearing into the night. The police station's door was slightly ajar, pitch black inside. As Jiang Ming pushed it open, a strong smell of blood hit him, making him frown. In the hall more than a dozen bodies lay scattered, some in police uniform, some ordinary civilians. Most were mutilated, obviously torn by zombies. Before Jiang Ming could fully scan the hall, a burst of gunfire erupted from the 2nd floor, bang 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 bang, piercingly loud in the silent night. Someone was firing. It seemed there were still survivors in the police station. Jiang Ming followed the sound to the 2nd floor. At the end of the corridor an office door was ajar, light seeping through the crack. The gunfire came from inside. As Jiang Ming reached the office door, it burst open. A woman in police uniform rushed out, firing while backing up, her movements crisp and efficient, clearly a trained fighter. Behind her a dense tide of zombies surged out, at least 30 of them, a hair-raising sight. The woman's aim was deadly accurate, each shot precisely exploded a zombie's head. But the zombies were too many and too close. She had no time to reload. A click of an empty chamber sounded. The woman's face instantly turned pale. Just as a few zombies were about to pounce on her face, a dark figure swiftly cut in from the side. A flash of blade and 3 zombie heads flew off, simultaneously rolling on the ground. Jiang Ming stood in front of the woman holding his knife in a reverse grip, eyes coldly fixed on the surging zombies. "How many zombies are left in the building?" he asked. The woman paused, then quickly regained composure, speaking rapidly. "There are at least 100 more in the building, more on the 3rd floor. We have a colleague trapped on the rooftop, barely holding on." Without another word, Jiang Ming slashed a charging zombie with his knife, then backhanded another, killing it. The points notification in his mind went berserk. Ding. Killed 1 common zombie, 1 point. Ding. Killed 1 common zombie, 1 point. Ding. Evolved zombie detected, kill successful, 5 points. Ding. Evolved zombie detected, kill successful, 5 points. The woman's expression changed. Watching Jiang Ming wade through the zombie horde like cutting vegetables, each swing claiming a zombie's life, his movements clean and without hesitation, she was utterly stunned. This was absolutely a top-tier fighter, and a powerful one at that. 3 minutes later, all the zombies in the corridor lay on the ground motionless. Jiang Ming's body was splattered with zombie black blood, yet his breathing remained steady, his eyes still cold, as if the slaughter just now was nothing to him. "Where is the armory?" Jiang Ming looked at the woman and asked directly. The woman stared at him for a few seconds, silent for a moment, then asked, "Who are you?" "Someone who wants to survive." Jiang Ming looked at her straightforwardly. "You have precise shooting skills, I have close-quarters combat ability. Let's cooperate once. I help you rescue your colleague, you take me to the armory to get weapons. What do you think?" The woman thought for a moment, then extended her hand. "Li Shuru, former SWAT." Jiang Ming shook her hand briefly, stating his name, Jiang Ming. The armory was in the basement level of the police station. A heavy iron door required a passcode to open. Li Shuru quickly entered the code and the door slowly swung open, revealing rows of dozens of gun crates, a sea of firearms. Assault rifles, pistols, shotguns, sniper rifles, everything was there. Against the wall were over a dozen full ammunition boxes. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. He didn't stand on ceremony with Li Shuru. He opened a crate, took out a Type 95 assault rifle and expertly inspected and loaded it, smooth and fluid movements. Ding. Standard firearm detected, Type 95 assault rifle. Modification blueprint for this firearm has been unlocked for host. Consume points to modify this firearm. Jiang Ming selected confirm. He had enough points now. In the apocalypse, survival came first, no need to save points. The gun grew slightly warm in his hands. Seconds later the paint turned matte black, a silencer appeared on the barrel and the magazine capacity indicator changed from 30 to 45 rounds, greatly improved practicality. Modification complete, Type 95 assault rifle silenced, extended. Li Shuru looked at the gun in Jiang Ming's hands, her expression changing again. She had clearly seen it was an ordinary Type 95 just a moment ago. How could it be transformed like this in the blink of an eye? But now was not the time to ask questions. Saving people was the top priority. "Follow me." Li Shuru picked up a shotgun and led the way to the 3rd floor. "My colleague is trapped on the rooftop and has been holding on for 3 hours. If we delay any longer it will be too late." The two of them headed to the 3rd floor, encountering more and more zombies along the way. However, with the support of firearms, the speed of clearing the zombies greatly increased. Jiang Ming fired his modified silenced rifle with precision, scoring headshots, while Li Shuru used the shotgun for close-range blasts, clearing a path through the zombies with their perfect coordination. The points in Jiang Ming's mind were skyrocketing: 100, 200, 300, 500, 800, the numbers soared. The iron door to the rooftop was tightly bound by a thick chain. Behind the door the roars of zombies could be clearly heard, along with sporadic gunfire indicating that the trapped individuals were still holding out. Li Shuru took out a dagger and cut through the chain, forcefully pushing open the iron door. The sight on the rooftop caused Jiang Ming's pupils to constrict. A dozen zombies were frantically attacking a man in a police uniform who was leaning against the railing, his handgun already out of bullets. He could only weakly fend them off with the gun's stock. Clear bite marks were visible on his shoulders and legs, and his face was as pale as paper, clearly unable to last much longer. Without hesitation Li Shuru rushed in and started shooting at the zombies. The power of the shotgun was immense, instantly taking down several zombies. Jiang Ming followed closely behind using both knife and gun to quickly clear the zombies on the rooftop, his movements so swift that they were hard to follow. As the last zombie fell to the ground, the trapped man could no longer hold on, sliding down to the floor gasping for air with not even enough strength to raise his hands. Old Li Shuru rushed over to check his injuries, her face filled with anxiety. The man known as Old Li smiled bitterly and shook his head, looking at Li Shuru as he said, "Shaoli, don't bother. I've been bitten 3 times by zombies. I won't last much longer. This is a sign of viral infection and I know it in my heart." Jiang Ming looked at the bite marks on Old Li, remaining silent for 2 seconds. The marks had turned black and purple and the skin around the wounds had started to necrotize, clearly indicating signs of zombie virus infection. Given the current situation, he could only last a few more hours at most. Old Li's gaze turned to Jiang Ming, filled with gratitude and a plea. He looked at Jiang Ming and said, "Young brother, you are a capable person. I have one request, please take care of Shaoli. She is too stubborn and alone in this apocalypse, I'm worried about her." Li Shuru's eyes reddened, her voice choked with emotion. "Old Li, don't say that. I'll carry you down, we will definitely find a cure." Old Li shook his head, pulling out a crumpled notebook from his pocket and handing it to Jiang Ming. He said, "These are the coordinates for several secret supply points near the police station. I originally planned to report them to my superiors once the situation stabilized, but it seems there's no chance now. This notebook is for you, don't waste these supplies." Jiang Ming took the notebook, nodding earnestly. He didn't say much. In this apocalypse, all thanks were unnecessary. Old Li looked at Jiang Ming as he accepted the notebook, a relieved smile spreading across his face. As he smiled, his gaze gradually faded, his head tilted, and he breathed his last. Li Shuru stood up in silence, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and turned to Jiang Ming, her tone regaining calmness. "You just said you wanted weapons, take whatever you want from the armory, as much as you need. Next, where do you plan to go?" "Shihui City." Jiang Ming looked at her and extended an invitation. "You're a special police officer with great skills, it's too wasteful to go alone. Would you come with me?" Li Shuru stared at Jiang Ming for several seconds. Having fought side by side moments ago, she had already witnessed Jiang Ming's strength, swift movements, calm in crises, decisive in making decisions, and clearly possessing hidden trump cards. In this apocalypse, following someone like him would greatly increase her chances of survival compared to going solo. "All right." Li Shuru agreed without hesitation. At 3 in the morning, the modified van restarted and drove away from the police station. Lu Yuqing looked at the unfamiliar woman suddenly appearing in the passenger seat, her eyes full of curiosity, yet she didn't dare to ask too much. Li Shuru was also sizing up Lu Yuqing in the back seat, her gaze containing a hint of inquiry. Jiang Ming briefly introduced the two. "This is Lu Yuqing, whom I saved earlier. She is Li Shuru, a special police officer. We will be traveling together from now on." The two women nodded to each other, acknowledging their introduction, and the car fell silent again. The van sped through the night, moving further away from the city behind them as well as the endless chaos and despair. Ding! Side quest completed. Military supply. Task reward issued to host 1 weapon modification blueprint, 300 points. Current host points 1785 points. Jiang Ming's lips curled into a smile, if the gains from this night far exceeded his expectations. After driving for 2 hours, the horizon gradually brightened with the first light of dawn. Jiang Ming stopped the car beside an abandoned gas station and turned off the engine. "Let's rest for a bit and continue once it's light out so we can regain our strength." He pushed open the car door and got out, stretching his limbs. After a night of fighting, his body felt somewhat fatigued. Li Shuru leaned against the car door, closing her eyes to rest, but her fingers remained on the trigger guard of her shotgun, maintaining a high level of vigilance. The instincts of a special police officer were ingrained in her bones. Lu Yuqing sat in the back seat watching Jiang Ming's retreating figure, wanting to say something but hesitating, unsure whether she should speak. Jiang Ming noticed her thoughts, opened the back door and said to her, "Get out." Lu Yuqing was taken aback for a moment, then obediently pushed the car door open and got out. Jiang Ming took out a modified dagger from his personal space and handed it to Lu Yuqing, looking at her as he said, "To survive in this apocalypse, you can't always rely on others for protection. You need to have the ability to protect yourself." Lu Yuqing accepted the dagger, the cold sensation transmitting from her palm. She looked into Jiang Ming's eyes, took a deep breath and nodded firmly. She understood that Jiang Ming had her best interests at heart. Not far away, several wandering zombies caught the scent of living people, letting out low growls as they charged toward the three. Jiang Ming stepped aside and said to Lu Yuqing, "Go kill them." Lu Yuqing's hand gripping the dagger trembled uncontrollably, her palms sweaty, but her gaze did not show any signs of retreat, only a hint of tension and determination. The first zombie charged at her and Lu Yuqing instinctively closed her eyes, swinging the dagger wildly. The blade grazed the zombie's neck, splattering her with black blood. But the zombie did not fall, still howling as it lunged at her, clearly indicating that this strike had not hit a vital spot. Jiang Ming's voice rang out to provide timely guidance, calm yet instructive. Open your eyes, aim for the zombie's temple and stab with force. That's their weak point. Lu Yuqing abruptly opened her eyes, watching the zombie's grotesque face getting closer, fear reaching its peak. Yet the stubbornness within her refused to yield. She tightened her grip on the dagger aimed at the zombie's temple, and with all her strength she stabbed down hard. With a thud, the dagger pierced the zombie's temple accurately, black blood streaming down the blade. The zombie's body stiffened instantly, then fell straight to the ground motionless. Lu Yuqing gasped heavily, looking at the first zombie she had killed with her own hands. Her stomach churned violently, nausea gripping her, but she managed to hold it in and did not vomit. Jiang Ming looked at her and nodded, his tone carrying a hint of affirmation. Not bad, you have good instincts. In the next hour, under Jiang Ming's guidance, Lu Yuqing consecutively killed 7 or 8 ordinary zombies. Although her movements were still clumsy and somewhat awkward, at least she no longer closed her eyes and swung wildly. She slowly learned to stabilize her stance, to use force effectively, and to observe the zombies' attack trajectories, making evasive actions in advance. Li Shuru leaned against the car door, watching it all unfold, secretly nodding to herself. This girl seemed delicate, yet her inner will was incredibly strong. She was someone worth training. Daylight broke completely, golden sunlight spilling across the land, dispelling some of the night's shadows. The three got back into the car, continuing their journey toward Shihui City. Jiang Ming glanced at the points on the system panel, the smile on his lips widening. 1,785 points, 10 modified standard firearms, a 10 cubic meter personal space, and 2 teammates with unique skills, one a formidable special police officer and the other a tenacious college student. This wave was stable. The armored vehicle drove steadily along the highway and the three inside remained silent, the atmosphere quiet yet not oppressive. Lu Yuqing leaned against the car window and fell asleep again. The bumps and scares of the previous night combined with the early morning combat training had exhausted her completely and she slept soundly. Li Shuru sat in the passenger seat, her eyes half closed, seemingly resting, yet she remained alert, her fingers never leaving her weapon. Jiang Ming held the steering wheel with one hand, lightly swiping across the virtual system panel, with the other reviewing the various information displayed while planning their next steps. Current host points 1785 points. Last night's extermination of zombies at the police station combined with guiding Lu Yuqing to kill those few had yielded a considerable amount of points. However, Jiang Ming knew in his heart that these points were insufficient in the face of real danger. To establish a foothold in the apocalypse he needed more points and stronger equipment. What he urgently needed now was to enhance the defensive capabilities of their vehicle. This modified Wuling Hongguang, while possessing a one-button invisibility feature to shield it from the perception of ordinary zombies, still had too weak a defense. The vehicle's shell was too thin. If they encountered advanced evolved zombies that could see through the invisibility disguise, this thin shell would not withstand even a few attacks. The vehicle was essential for their movement in the apocalypse and it must be well protected. Ding. Host's needs detected. A vehicle defense upgrade plan has been generated for the host. Upgrade target: Wuling Hongguang Mobile Fortress Edition Light Armored Vehicle. Materials required for upgrade: 4 high-hardness steel plates, 2 bulletproof glass panels, 4 off-road tires, 1 suspension reinforcement kit. Material acquisition methods: 1. Directly exchange 800 points. 2. Collect on your own. The system can mark nearby material points for the host. Jiang Ming glanced at Lu Yuqing, who was asleep in the back seat, and Li Shuru in the passenger seat. Without hesitation he turned the steering wheel and veered into a side road, finally stopping in front of an abandoned factory. Why did we suddenly stop? Li Shuru opened her eyes instantly, looking around warily, raising her gun. Looking for some materials to modify the vehicle. Jiang Ming pushed open the car door and got out, saying to the two, stay in the car and lock the doors. I'll be back soon. This factory appeared to be an abandoned machine processing plant filled with rusty machinery and various metal scraps, clearly having been neglected for quite some time. Jiang Ming circled around the factory, his eyes suddenly brightening. In a corner of the factory several stacks of steel plates were neatly piled up, looking quite decent. Ding. Materials meeting requirements detected: high-hardness steel plates, 12 mm thick, 6, which can satisfy upgrade needs. Next to the steel plates was a pile of dusty tires bundled with rope looking quite new. Ding. Materials meeting requirements detected off-road all-terrain tires for which can satisfy upgrade needs. They were quite fortunate, saving a lot of collection time. Jiang Ming approached the steel plates, reached out to touch them, and with a thought the next second 6 heavy high-hardness steel plates vanished into thin air stored in his personal space. Upgrade material collection progress 47. In the next half hour Jiang Ming turned the entire abandoned factory upside down, finding a few pieces of bulletproof glass scraps that met the requirements and a set of suspension reinforcement kits that still appeared usable, both of which were materials needed for upgrading the vehicle. Prompt spend 800 points to upgrade the Wuling Hongguang Mobile Fortress Edition into a light armored vehicle. Jiang Ming hesitated for a second, then tapped confirm. 800 points for a vehicle whose defensive capability would leap dramatically, well worth it. Ding. 800 host points have been deducted, remaining points 985. Vehicle upgrade initiated. Estimated completion time 10 minutes. A faint golden halo shimmered across the van's surface, plainly visible to the eye, and the body began to undergo earth-shaking transformation. Doors, windows and roof warped slowly as high-hardness steel plates materialized and clamped over the original shell to form a rigid armor. If the windowpanes were replaced by thick bulletproof glass reduced to narrow firing ports, if the tires swapped for broad heavy-duty all-terrain wheels, if the chassis lowered slightly and the entire suspension was replaced, lending a newfound solidity. Lu Yuqing woke with the tremor of the vehicle, gaping at the scene outside with her mouth a perfect O disbelief etched across her face. Li Shuru tightened her grip on the gun. She said nothing, but turmoil roiled within her. She suspected Jiang Ming possessed some uncommon ability, and in the end time such a secret was the most decisive trump card. 10 minutes later the halo faded and a brand new matte black vehicle sat on the factory yard. Every hint of the old Wuling Hongguang had vanished. Coated in matte black, sheathed in finger-thick plates of high-hardness bulletproof steel, fitted with firing port-sized bulletproof windows and oversized deep-treaded off-road tires capable of shredding obstacles, overall it resembled a coiled black beast, all latent power and menace. Ding. Vehicle upgrade complete. Wuling Hongguang Mobile Fortress Edition Hei Manba Light Armored Vehicle. Vehicle attributes: defense strength C grade, can resist ordinary zombie bites and light weapon fire. Travel speed B grade, endurance B grade. New features: all-terrain adaptability, anti-explosion chassis and triple expanded onboard storage. Jiang Ming opened the door and found the interior markedly more spacious, if the rear seats folded flat to form a temporary resting area large enough for one person to lie down. Hidden weapon slots had been integrated into the inner panels, perfectly sized to secure the firearms they carried for quick access. Lu Yuqing gingerly reached out and ran her hand over the steel plating on the door, astonishment plain on her face. Is this really the same van from before? The change is unbelievable. Li Shuru climbed down and rapped on the steel, then checked the thickness of the bulletproof glass with a practiced eye. A complex expression crossed her face as she told Jiang Ming even the military contractors before the apocalypse might not have achieved such a conversion so well. Jiang Ming did not reply. He slid back into the driver's seat and started the engine. The roar was deeper and more muscular than before, the vehicle brimming with newfound vigor. Let's go, keep moving. The Hei Manba eased onto the national highway. Its speed nearly doubled and its ride sublimely steady, even rutted patches of road barely registered as bumps. The landscape blurred past. Lu Yuqing leaned against the firing port, and for the first time since the end began, a rare fragile sense of safety softened her face. That relief did not last. Not 20 minutes later it was shattered. Stop, Li Shuru said suddenly, her tone grave and without a hint of jest. Jiang Ming did not hesitate. He stomped the brake and the light armored vehicle came to a steady halt in the middle of the road without the slightest wobble. Li Shuru stared into the distance beyond the window, brow furrowed, eyes alive with vigilance. Something is following us, and it's fast, closing in. Jiang Ming glanced at the rearview. The highway lay deserted except for abandoned cars and roadside weeds. There was no visible sign of anything. He did not doubt Li Shuru's instinct. A former special police officer accustomed to peril, her danger sense was honed far beyond that of ordinary people. If she could detect it, the threat was real. Ding. Warning: detection of an advanced evolved zombie rapidly approaching. Zombie threat level C, evolved form tracker. Information: this evolved zombie has developed rudimentary intelligence, can pierce low-level stealth and possesses formidable tracking ability. It typically travels alone, moves at extreme speed, strength rating B, defense rating C. Host advised to act with caution, do not underestimate it. Jiang Ming's pupils tightened. A C evolved zombie, the strongest creature he had encountered since the end. He flung the door open, sprang out and drew the dagger at his waist, bracing himself for combat. Li Shuru followed immediately, quick as a viper, racking a load into her shotgun and fixing its muzzle on the highway's distant end, her eyes icily alert. Lu Yuqing hesitated for a heartbeat, then clenched her dagger and stepped out, standing behind Jiang Ming. Terrified though she was, she did not flinch. Silence fell like death, only the wind through abandoned cars and the trio's ragged breaths remained, the atmosphere oppressively taut. 3 seconds later a blurred black shape formed at the far end of the highway. Its silhouette was vaguely human, yet its motions were utterly alien. It ran on all fours like a feral beast, claws raking the asphalt with such force that deep gouges appeared and stones scattered. 300 meters, 200, 150, the shadow closed in without any sign of slowing. Jiang Ming could finally make out the evolved zombie, roughly 2 meters tall, far taller than a normal man, its body sheathed in a gray-black chitinous plating as hard as natural armor. Its arms were monstrously thick, almost thicker than its thighs, and its fingertips terminated in razor claws some 20 centimeters long that gleamed with a metallic cold in the sunlight. Its face was a grotesque distortion, eyeless, dominated by a mouth split to the ear roots lined with 3 rows of hooked teeth. Dark green viscous saliva dripped from its jaws, sizzling and corroding the road where it fell. Most bizarrely, a fist-sized cavity marred its chest, within it a dark red tumor writhed and pulsed, grotesque and alive. Evolved form, tracker core abilities: lightning assault, claw rending, limb regeneration. Weakness: the writhing tumor in its chest is its energy core, shattering that tumor will instantly kill it. The tracker halted at about 40 meters, its eyeless face fixed on them as if it could precisely sense their positions. The saliva at its mouth dripped faster, bristling with hostility. In the next instant it vanished from where it stood, not a blur from rapid movement but a true disappearance, invisible to the naked eye. Every hair on Jiang Ming's body rose. Bolstered by the system-enhanced combat reflexes and sheer instinct, he rolled aside in a heartbeat and narrowly evaded the strike. A razor claw scraped along his ribs, carving 3 vicious 20-centimeter gouges into the cement behind him. Gravel flew as the sheer force of the blow became obvious. So fast. The realization hit Jiang Ming like a punch. He had never felt such oppressive speed and power. Li Shuru's reflexes matched the threat. The moment the tracker's strike missed, she squeezed the trigger of the shotgun without hesitation. Boom! The shotgun thundered as pellets swept toward the spot where the tracker had stood. Yet the tracker had already flicked 10 meters away. Only a few pellets nicked its shoulder, leaving bleeding cuts that to their astonishment began to stitch closed before their eyes. Aim for its chest. Jiang Ming yelled, lunging and sweeping his blade toward the tracker as it pounced again. A harsh metallic ring split the air as his blade struck the chitin. Only a shallow white streak remained. The recoil slammed through his hand, numbing his grip and sending a sting up his wrist. The tracker's other claw came in a winded arc. Jiang Ming leaned back and rolled, buying a few vital yards of space. The creature did not pursue, instead it paused, its eyeless face slowly turning to appraise Li Shuru and Lu Yuqing, clearly judging which would provide an easier meal. Its weakness is the tumor in its chest. Jiang Ming shouted urgently. Shuru, suppress it with fire. Yuqing, wait for your chance and strike. Without hesitation, Li Shuru leveled the shotgun and opened up. The hammering roar of pellets burst across the highway like a deluge aimed at the tracker. The tracker's speed was staggering, but the shotgun's sweeping coverage forced it into a dance of evasions. Seizing the opening, Jiang Ming ground his teeth and pushed himself up from the ground, dagger clutched, his gaze locked on every twitch and step of the tracker. Lu Yuqing's hand trembled around the dagger. She stared at the monstrous shape, at the blur of its approach, at the deep furrows its claws gouged into the ground, and the tide of fear in her chest threatened to drown her entirely. She drew several cold breaths and forced her fingers to close around the dagger. Jiang Ming had taught her that when facing a superior foe, the first duty was to observe. Focusing intently, she discerned a pattern. Despite its blistering speed, each of the tracker's turns followed a fixed rhythm. After counting the beats a few times, she caught the cadence. After each abrupt change of direction, it would take 3 steps, and on the instant the 4th foot struck, it would unleash its most violent lunge. She counted silently, 1, 2, 3. At the exact moment of the 4th footfall, the tracker's claw sliced through the air toward Li Shuru's face. At that same instant, Jiang Ming sprang. Like a fired projectile, he dove into the tracker's flank and drove his dagger hard toward the writhing tumor in its chest. A sharp rasp rang out as the dagger struck chitin, again stopped by the armored shell, and no crack appeared. The tracker abandoned its assault on Li Shuru and lashed a claw at Jiang Ming's vitals. But as it pivoted, Lu Yuqing moved as well. She did not charge recklessly. Using the method Jiang Ming had taught her, she crept to the tracker's rear and plunged her dagger into the gap along its spine with everything she had. The blade sank 5 centimeters. Though not deep, the strike was enough. The tracker staggered its sweeping blow, losing half its force and its speed slackening. Jiang Ming seized the fleeting window. He twisted his body to narrowly evade the claw and with his other hand snatched the freshly modified Type 95 assault rifle from spatial storage. But on the cusp of pulling the trigger, a problem flashed through his mind: the rifle was too long. At such close quarters there was no time to swing the barrel into position, and the tracker's other claw was already coiling to strike. He faced two choices: abandon the attack and dodge, or go all in. System notice: emergency combat requirement detected. Recommend immediate weapon modification. Modification: target recommended convert the Type 95 assault rifle into a Type 92 pistol, a close-quarters specialized variant. Jiang Ming did not hesitate for a moment and immediately confirmed the modification. With the deduction of 200 points, he had 785 points remaining. In the next instant, the Type 95 assault rifle in his hand vanished into thin air, replaced by a matte black Type 92 pistol which had a shortened barrel and a textured grip clearly designed for close combat. Type 92 pistol, close combat, specialized version. Rate of fire: rating B, accuracy rating A, penetration rating C. Exclusive features: 40 increase in stability during close range shooting, 30 reduction in recoil after continuous fire. At this moment the claws of the pursuer were within 20 centimeters of Jiang Ming's neck and the shadow of death loomed over him. Unfazed in the face of danger, Jiang Ming raised his hand and pressed the muzzle directly against the pursuer's grotesque mass, his finger firmly pulling the trigger. 6 bullets were fired in succession, all plunging into the gaping hole of the grotesque mass. The grotesque mass exploded instantly, black viscous liquid splattering everywhere. The pursuer's body froze in place, its claws halting a mere 5 centimeters from Jiang Ming, unable to advance any further. After disposing of the pursuer, the modified Type 92 pistol continued to spit fire, and with the enhanced power of the firearm combined with Jiang Ming's steady hands, the approaching zombies were hit one after another, their heads bursting apart as they collapsed to the ground. By the time the 15-round magazine was completely emptied, the immediate zombie threat had been eliminated and the slowly staggering shadows of zombies in the distance posed no immediate danger. Jiang Ming deftly stowed the pistol away and turned to help Lu Yuqing pass the supply bag to Li Shuru outside the window, rapidly stuffing the packages into the armored vehicle. All set, Yuqing, you get in the vehicle first. After handing out the last backpack, Jiang Ming raised his gun again, and with a crisp click a new magazine was precisely in place, causing another batch of nearby zombies to fall stiffly to the ground under his fire. Lu Yuqing did not hesitate at all, her movements, though not as swift and agile as Li Shuru's, were steady and orderly. After climbing out the window, she gently landed on the roof of the vehicle and promptly dove into the interior. Let me cover you, hurry up and get in. After Lu Yuqing safely entered the vehicle, Li Shuru drew her sidearm and fired at the approaching shadows of zombies. At the moment the gunfire erupted, Jiang Ming had already leaped onto the roof of the vehicle. The rate of fire from his weapon was extremely fast, and the bullets intertwined with the fire from Li Shuru, forming a dense net of fire as the last few zombies that slipped through were knocked down without a sound. Let's go, everyone, get in the vehicle. Inside the armored vehicle, Lu Yuqing was busy organizing the piled supplies while Jiang Ming quickly assigned tasks. Yuqing, you keep an eye on the road ahead. Shuru, keep your weapon ready and be prepared for any sudden situations. Understood. The two responded in unison, immediately taking their positions. Jiang Ming returned to the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel, and addressed the system. System, report the current status of the Cross River Bridge immediately and plan a route to the bridge. Sir, the military stationed at the Cross River Bridge has issued an announcement completely sealing off the bridge passage. Last night intense conflicts broke out locally, resulting in 1325 casualties among the survivors and 128 casualties among the military. 4 armed helicopters crashed and a main battle tank was destroyed. Both sides are still in a standoff near the bridge with no signs of stopping the conflict. Seems there was quite a commotion. After listening to the system's report, Jiang Ming already had a new plan in mind and issued another command to the system. System, mark all suitable sniper positions within 600 to 700 meters of the bridge. Received the order. After a brief pause the system's voice echoed again. According to calculations there are 3 suitable sniper positions in that range, all marked on the tactical screen. Shuru, you choose the most suitable position. Jiang Ming glanced at the preliminary route planned on the central control screen, pressed the accelerator, and the armored vehicle slowly departed from the Hilton Hotel. All right. Li Shuru responded and walked to the display screen behind the passenger seat, her gaze fixed on the 3 marked points on the screen: a high-rise building, a raised slope, and an overpass. She quickly analyzed the pros and cons. The high-rise building would require navigating through numerous staircases which would be time-consuming and entail clearing out a large number of zombies inside, clearly impractical. The high slope was located at an intersection adjacent to a commercial street with a downhill path leading directly to the bridge, indeed suitable for sniper positioning, but caution was needed for potential zombie hordes coming from both sides of the street. The overpass had a sparse number of zombies with high terrain and a broad view, but a large number of abandoned vehicles piled up on the bridge made passage quite difficult. After only 2 seconds of contemplation, Li Shuru made her choice. Let's go with the high slope. Compared to the high-rise and the overpass, this high slope at the intersection saves time, has a clear path, and allows for easy retreat at any moment. As for the potential encroaching zombies, as long as their movement was swift and coupled with firepower cover, they could be adequately dealt with. Jiang Ming nodded and issued another command to the system. System immediately planned the optimal route to this high slope. Route planning completed and synchronized to the navigation screen. The destination was only 1700 meters away, not too far. Jiang Ming glanced at the map and began assigning specific tasks. Yuqing, once we reach the intersection, you monitor the surroundings. I'll provide fire support, and sure, you'll execute the sniper mission. Understood. Lu Yuqing replied softly. Li Shuru then asked, what exactly should we do? Tell me your plan. Let the two sides at the bridge fight it out until they're both heavily damaged while we take advantage of the chaos. What you need to do is ignite the fuse of this conflict. Jiang Ming's lips curled slightly as he outlined the general framework of the plan to the two. You mean to make those 3 military leaders believe they are being attacked by the remaining survivors, thus inciting their retaliation. While they are locked in a fierce battle, we can break through the bridge's defenses amidst the chaos and cross it unscathed. Lu Yuqing instantly grasped Jiang Ming's intention, a look of approval appearing in her eyes. Exactly, but merely inciting the military's retaliation is not enough. We must add fuel to the fire, otherwise the survivors won't be able to withstand the military's firepower nor create sufficient chaos. Jiang Ming nodded and added, add fuel to the fire. How do we do that? Li Shuru asked with a hint of confusion. After dealing with the military's higher-ups, immediately detonate the vehicles blocking the bridge, further weakening the military's forces and creating even greater chaos so that we have enough time to rush through. Jiang Ming explained slowly. Got it. Li Shuru's eyes brightened and she felt admiration for the meticulousness of this plan. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The engine of the armored vehicle gradually quieted down as Jiang Ming steadily parked the vehicle at the elevated intersection. Behind and on both sides of the road were flat and open with only a steep downward slope ahead. Standing here, one could clearly see the layers of checkpoints set up by the military on the cross-river bridge. Numerous crashed vehicles lay scattered on both sides of the road, all neatly pushed to the side, indicating that this passage had been cleared by the military. As for the zombies, it was now 8 in the morning, the summer sun blazing hot with temperatures nearing 30 degrees Celsius. Most zombies, fearing the strong light, had hidden in the shadows of nearby buildings, with only a few still aimlessly wandering the streets. Upon noticing Jiang Ming's group, they slowly began to approach. Jiang Ming scanned the surrounding streets and ordered, first clear out these nearby zombies before proceeding with the next part of the plan. Understood. Li Shuru, who was adjusting her firearm, looked up in response. Don't forget to equip the silencer on your weapon, we don't want to alert anyone on the bridge. Li Shuru nodded in agreement. At this moment, Lu Yuqing, who was on lookout duty, suddenly spoke up, Jiang Ming, there are 10 zombies rapidly approaching from the left, 7 from the right and 23 from behind. The previous batch of about 100 zombies that chased us is estimated to arrive here in 7.5 minutes according to the system's calculations. Alright, let's move. Jiang Ming quickly assessed the current situation in his mind and decisively issued the order to act. Received. Li Shuru shouldered her firearm, swiftly opened the armored vehicle's sunroof and poked her head out, closely followed by Jiang Ming. Whoosh! As soon as the two steadied themselves on the roof, the pistol in Li Shuru's hand, equipped with a silencer, let out a subdued sound, the bullet accurately striking the approaching zombie, and Jiang Ming's gunfire followed closely behind, intertwining with Li Shuru's shots. Ha! Ha! Awo! The zombies' howls echoed in succession. Amidst the continuous gunfire, Jiang Ming noticed something unusual. Despite their ongoing fire, not more zombies were emerging from the shadows of the surrounding buildings. There were far fewer than expected. The number of zombies is much lower than we anticipated, Jiang Ming said softly. It seems that the zombies around here have mostly been drawn away by the commotion at the bridge. Looks like it, Li Shuru replied quietly as she pulled the trigger. 5 minutes passed quickly. With a muffled bang, the last bullet left the chamber splattering a pool of dark blood, and the final zombie collapsed to the ground motionless. At this moment over 100 zombie corpses lay on the ground. Jiang Ming scanned the surroundings and, confirming no new threats were approaching, stowed his weapon and looked at Li Shuru beside him. That should be enough. Let's begin the sniper mission. All right. Li Shuru replied, stowing her gun and crouching down on the roof, retrieving her sniper rifle and preparing to take the shot. Target distance is 589 meters. Current wind is blowing from the southeast at 10 meters per second. Just as she was getting ready, the system's voice came through her Bluetooth earpiece, clearly announcing the shooting parameters. At this moment the cross-river bridge had already transformed into a scorching hell. Li Shuru pressed her pupils tightly against the high-powered scope. Every detail on the bridge's surface was revealed in crystal clarity. Through the scope she could clearly see 327 moving light spots along with 5 special markers, a colonel adorned with silver stars, 2 majors and 2 captains. These 5 were the core higher-ups of the military. Her breathing stilled at the moment her fingertips touched the trigger, her body remaining completely still with no pre-aiming trajectory or muscular tremors. She seemed to merge into one with the sniper rifle. The first muffled sound shattered the air as the crosshairs of the scope locked onto the colonel precisely. The bullet was fired and the colonel's head exploded like a ripe watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Before the shell even hit the ground, Li Shuru swiftly adjusted her sniper rifle, the crosshairs sliding to the left to target the major. The second bullet was fired, striking the major's carotid artery, sending a fan-shaped spray of blood erupting out. The third bullet followed closely behind, piercing through the tactical vest of the other major, taking with it half of his lung as it exited from his spine. Time seemed compressed into the intervals between breaths, each second filled with lethal intent. Sniper position. Quickly find the sniper position. As the furious roar erupted from the military's walkie-talkie, Li Shuru's gun was already trained on the military vehicles on the bridge. With a slight exertion of her 12th vertebra, her shoulder pressed tightly against the stock of the rifle, absorbing the recoil from the shot. The bullet, trailing a spiraling airflow, accurately drilled into the metal shell of a fuel tank on a truck. A bright orange mushroom cloud suddenly rose from the bridge, accompanied by a series of violent explosions. The entire iron-like military formation began to emit a chain of mournful wails as the 2nd, 3rd, and 6th fuel trucks were consecutively struck. The burning fuel rapidly spread along the drainage channels of the bridge, turning the surrounding containers into crimson furnaces. Several soldiers were ignited by the flames, transforming into running torches. As they leaped into the river they left behind parabolas of charred blackness, ultimately plunging into the water, vanishing without a trace. Jiang Ming stood on a high slope 300 meters away, the morning breeze tousling his hair. The screams and explosions from the bridge merged into a chaotic symphony, yet he paid no heed, his gaze fixed on the bridge's surface, counting the figures of survivors rushing out from behind cover. 1743-91. When the 123rd survivor peeked out from behind a bridge pier, he raised his hand to press the miniature communicator in his ear, solemnly uttering 4 words, sowing time. In the next moment nearly 1,000 phones that had been placed at the bridgehead lit up simultaneously. The cold glow of the screens reflected the dazed faces of the survivors until a mechanical synthesized voice slowly emerged from the phone speaker: "The iron cage has cracked open, a gap, rush out for a chance at survival." The crowd instantly began to stir, the desire to survive ignited in an instant. The first to rush out was a man in a tattered suit, wielding his briefcase like a weapon, striking fiercely at the barbed wire that blocked their path, attempting to tear open a gap. Next came a woman holding a child, an elderly man with a limp, and a youth with rainbow-colored hair. One by one the survivors surged forward like a raging flood, crashing into the defensive line formed by the remaining soldiers. The sounds of metal clashing, screams and cries intermingled, shattering the thin mist over the river, and a chaotic melee erupted. Li Shuru quickly disassembled her sniper rifle, packing it into a case shaped like a piano box. The copper shell still held the lingering warmth of gunpowder. As Jiang Ming opened the car door, the rearview mirror reflected the throng of people surging on the bridge. Those tiny black dots were frantically tearing through the burning defenses like ants gnawing at the carcass of a giant beast, charging forward without a care. The engine of the SUV let out a deep growl, the sound of tires crushing gravel resonating like a heartbeat. Li Shuru sat in the passenger seat, swiftly loading bullets. The click of copper-colored bullets falling into the magazine harmonized eerily with the faint cries coming from afar. As the headlights pierced through the morning fog, advancing toward the entrance of the bridge, the last barbed wire was being torn apart by the surging crowd. The remains of burning trucks crackled in the river wind as if beating a hasty and dissonant rhythm for this escape. The military's rain of bullets formed a deadly net, pouring down upon the surging crowd. However, the flood of survivors had already broken through the dam. Once they glimpsed the crack of survival, their eyes were filled with a crimson desire focused solely on charging forward. Bullets tore through flesh, splattering blood, yet could not shatter the surge of bodies rushing forward. In just moments a survivor broke through the fire line, bloodied hands fiercely pulling down the lever of a gate. The rusty gears began to turn slowly, the grinding friction echoing amidst the chaos. The twisted iron gate gradually retracted, revealing a wide opening to the crowd. "It's open. The gate is open." A hoarse cheer erupted among the crowd, which was on the brink of collapse. Like beasts scenting blood, they surged forward with even more frenzy, entirely disregarding the hail of bullets around them and the imminent danger approaching from behind. They could not hear that in the deep shadows of the bridge pier the low growls of zombies had already coalesced into a tide. The violent roar of a truck had awakened the vengeful dead lurking on both banks of the river. Thousands of decaying zombie bodies were writhing out of every dark corner, forming a terrifying tide of the undead. Within the tide of corpses, more than 10 unusually swift black shadows flickered in and out of sight. These were evolutionary zombies, even more terrifying than ordinary ones, exuding an aura that sent chills down one's spine. Boom! At that moment an iron wedge suddenly cleaved into the surging crowd of humans and zombies. The armored vehicle driven by Jiang Ming crushed through the still-forming zombie formation, plowing a path through the shattered limbs and foul blood racing toward the bridge. Within 10 seconds the vehicle had surged onto the bridge. What is that? Is it an armored vehicle? How could an armored vehicle appear here? Exclamations erupted in succession. Before they could finish, more people saw the black tide chasing behind the vehicle. It was an endless horde of zombies madly pursuing the armored car. The tide of corpses. There are zombies behind. Run! Fear spread instantly, but the armored vehicle, like a steel beast, showed no signs of slowing down. Amidst countless shocked gazes it violently crashed through a pile of abandoned vehicles blocking the checkpoint. The shrieks of twisted metal pierced the ears as the wreckage scattered like paper. It actually broke through. Someone instinctively reached out, wanting to grab onto the armored vehicle for leverage, but at the moment of contact with the vehicle they were torn apart by the immense inertia, blood splattering onto the armored vehicle's exterior, igniting a fleeting spark. Concentrate fire. Stop it. We can't let it get away. The soldiers of the military turned their guns, unleashing a dense rain of bullets at the approaching steel monster. However, the bullets merely rang out with clinks against the armored vehicle, proving utterly futile. In the driver's seat, Jiang Ming glanced at the sparks exploding outside the window, chuckling softly. With an exterior that even anti-tank missiles can't penetrate, what use are these ordinary bullets? Damage rate 0. 73. No substantial damage, came the cold electronic voice as he lightly swiped his finger across the virtual panel. Just as I thought. He suddenly pressed down hard on the accelerator and the armored vehicle roared thunderously, tearing through the last distance toward the gaping gate, charging relentlessly into the wilds shrouded in dust and blood mist. The beast-like roar ripped through the air as the Class II armored vehicle's engine was pushed to its limits. The tires screeched against the ground, emitting blinding white smoke like a metal behemoth breaking free from its cage, ferociously crashing through the fragile defense line formed by soldiers, completely breaking through the checkpoint of the bridge. In the rearview mirror the figures standing still shrank rapidly, becoming blurry, and ultimately vanished from sight. Jiang Ming shifted his gaze, calmly ordering the system take control of vehicle operation. Successfully took over driving authority, sir. Rain Qing, continuously monitor the situation on the road ahead. Pay attention to any remaining enemies or zombies. Shui Ro, check the status of all weapons to ensure we can engage in battle at any moment. Understood. Lu Yuqing in the passenger seat and Li Shui Ro gripping her assault rifle responded in unison, not daring to show any slack. Before we leave, let's send a farewell gift to those on the bridge. A faint curve appeared at the corner of Jiang Ming's mouth as he drew out a specially modified RPG-7 rocket launcher from the weapon bag inside the car, the barrel gleaming with a cold metallic luster. Li Shui Rao's pupils slightly constricted. She distinctly remembered that among all the equipment accounted for when leaving the police station this heavy weapon was not included, clearly having been prepared secretly by Jiang Ming later. At the bridge checkpoint, seeing the armored vehicle moving away, the soldiers were about to redirect their guns to suppress those survivors attempting to break through the checkpoint when 3 trails of dark rocket missiles suddenly cut through their view, carrying the scent of death rapidly flying towards them, becoming the last image in their minds. Boom! 3 rockets landed in a triangular formation, abruptly erupting into a massive fireball at the checkpoint. The flames soared into the sky, the scale far surpassing the previous truck explosion, instantly consuming everything. The accompanying shockwave swept around like an invisible tsunami. The first 100 soldiers directly impacted were instantaneously vaporized in the intense heat and violent shock, leaving not even a trace of ash. Following that, the flames engulfed the vehicles on the bridge that were still burning or had yet to explode, shredding them into a cloud of flying metal debris. Sharp metal shards like the scythe of death swept through the chaotic crowd, raising a mist of blood. However, an even larger fire and shockwave quickly descended, erasing all pain and life, transforming the bridge into a sea of flames. Meanwhile, the entire cross-river bridge began to tremble violently, concrete blocks crumbling continuously, the sharp sound of snapped steel cables piercing the eardrums. The area directly struck by the rockets was blasted into a massive hole resembling a mortal wound on the bridge. Although it did not cause the bridge to entirely collapse, it successfully constructed a solid barrier of flames and ruins, completely isolating any potential pursuers from behind, whether they were military soldiers or the surging tide of the undead. The plan was perfectly accomplished. Jiang Ming stood atop the armored vehicle, calmly stowing the rocket launcher away. The fire wall rising in the distance cast a dark red hue across the morning sky, the wails of anguish faintly carried by the wind, yet failing to stir even the slightest ripple within his heart. In this apocalypse, mercy was always a luxury. The law of survival was simple and cold: as long as it wasn't oneself who fell, anyone else could become the price of sacrifice. Just as those survivors, while breaking through the checkpoint, had not hesitated to point their guns at him, wanting to seize his armored vehicle for themselves. Lu Yuqing and Li Shuai sat silently within the vehicle, having long understood this law of survival in the apocalypse. Thus they remained wordless and without dissent. In this chaotic world, to survive one could not harbor too much compassion. Bang! 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 The armored vehicle pressed on, crushing various debris in its path, clearing away all obstacles. In less than a minute the exit of the bridge came into view. Jiang Ming gradually reduced the speed of the vehicle, once again ordering the system immediately scan the current status of the bridge exit. After a brief pause, the system's voice echoed inside the vehicle. Sir, the military units originally stationed at the bridge exit have all evacuated. No life signs have been detected at the bridgehead. Immediately assess the threat level in the surrounding area and the specific distribution of zombies, Jiang Ming inquired further. This time the system's response was delayed by 3 seconds, and the electronic voice that followed carried a clear warning: the violent explosion at the bridge has attracted approximately 5,000 zombies rapidly moving towards the bridge exit area. The horde includes multiple evolutionary zombie individuals as well as infected mutated animals with a threat level assessed as extremely high. What did you say? There are not only evolutionary zombies in the horde, but even animals have mutated into beasts. Jiang Ming's brow furrowed slightly as he asked solemnly. Yes, sir, signals of multiple virus-infected mutated animals have been detected. Zombies and mutated animals. This is the first time encountering such a situation. Jiang Ming murmured to himself, lightly tapping his fingers on the control panel, once again giving orders. Can you pull up real-time footage of the scene? Successfully captured footage from 4 angles and synchronized to the tactical screen. Yuqing Shuai, come over here. Jiang Ming switched the vehicle's driving mode to automatic and turned towards the tactical display screen in the middle of the vehicle, wanting to see the specific situation at the scene. The 2 women had already heard the system's earlier report, their hearts tightening as well. Upon hearing his words, they immediately set down their tasks and swiftly approached. The tactical screen was divided into 4 segments, capturing the same expressway leading to the cross-river bridge from the southeast, southwest, northeast and northwest. Piles of abandoned vehicles littered the road, all facing in the direction of Shihui City, clearly indicating that during last night's disaster the traffic trying to escape from Shangbin City had become immobilized here, ultimately becoming prey for the zombies with no survivors. At this moment a dense tide of zombies was violently overturning and trampling over these steel remnants, small cars being crushed into twisted scrap metal in an instant, creating an utterly chaotic scene. But Jiang Ming and the other 2 paid no attention to the chaos unfolding below. Instead their eyes were riveted on over a dozen figures glaringly distinct on the screen. Some zombies exhibited grotesquely swollen limbs, several times bulkier than ordinary ones, while others bore bizarre fleshy wings jutting from their spines, their appearances utterly horrifying. Still others moved with blinding speed, darting effortlessly through the seething horde. Most chilling of all was a colossal zombie towering nearly 3 stories high, its massive frame causing the ground to tremble faintly with each step, and another mutated zombie sprouting leathery membranous wings from its back, though it appeared yet unmastered in flight, skimming low above the swarm instead. What truly froze the air inside the armored vehicle, however, were the mutated animals intermingled within the tide of corpses. Alongside numerous zombified dogs appeared tigers, gorillas and lions, all transformed by the virus into monstrous aberrations. Their bodies had swelled nearly twice their original size, yet their forms were unspeakably horrific. Vast patches of rotting fur sloughed away, exposing ghastly white bone beneath. The zombified dogs' abdomens gaped, hollow ribs splayed like broken bars, their internal organs long since decayed into oblivion. The great predators, though skeletal and immense, bore festering, suppurating wounds across their entire frames. Each step sent shards of rotten flesh and viscous fluid scattering, delivering a visceral impact far more harrowing than that of human zombies. System: immediately calculate the distance between the horde and our position, and estimate the probability of direct encounter. Jiang Ming commanded, his voice lowered, edged with gravity. Data flickered rapidly across the screen before stabilizing. Straight-line distance to the horde 600 meters. Simulated trajectory and velocity analysis confirms a 100% probability of encounter. 100%. Lu Yuqing and Li Shuru exchanged a glance. Both saw stark resolve flash in the other's eyes. A fierce battle was now inevitable. Without hesitation, Jiang Ming issued a crisp order to the system: immediately recalculate our route, prioritize avoiding clusters of evolved zombies and mutated animals. Identify a safe evacuation path. New evacuation route generated. Synchronized to navigation display. Yuqing, return to the front passenger seat immediately. Monitor the road ahead with absolute vigilance. Report any anomaly without delay. Shuru, retrieve every weapon aboard and lay them out for immediate deployment. This fight will be brutal. Jiang Ming's voice rang with cold authority. The armored vehicle's engine roared to life, a deep primordial growl, as it surged forward with savage acceleration, hurling aside mangled wrecks of abandoned cars like brittle twigs. Lu Yuqing snapped her seatbelt shut, her gaze locked unblinking on the emerging silhouette of the bridgehead beyond the windshield. Li Shuru dropped to her knees, yanked open the floor storage compartment and methodically laid out rifles, ammunition and close combat weapons within easy reach, ready for instant engagement. Inside the cabin only the low hum of machinery and the three suppressed breaths remained, the atmosphere thickened to suffocating intensity. The moment the engine's thunder rent the air, the armored vehicle lurched violently. Its entrance onto the river-crossing bridge had struck the remnants of the soldiers' final barricade. Though long abandoned, the shattered barriers still blocked the way. The vehicle's steel prow smashed through them with brute force, sending splintered debris flying in all directions. System: how far is the horde from us now? As the vehicle raced across the bridge and merged onto the elevated expressway, black silhouettes surged into view ahead like a churning tide, and at their center loomed a gargantuan zombie nearly 5 stories tall, each footfall raising plumes of dust and radiating palpable dread. Sir, current distance to the horde 500 meters, and closing rapidly. How far to the next ramp exit? 320 meters. It seems a heat-in collision is unavoidable. Jiang Ming's voice tightened like drawn wire as he barked order: system, prepare to exit the main lane via the ramp. Shuru Yuqing, assume full combat readiness. Open fire the instant we engage the horde. This confrontation differed fundamentally from all prior engagements. Before, they had always relied on preset traps to erode enemy threats incrementally, but now there was no buffer, no breathing room. They would face this surging wave of darkness headlong, and worse, this horde surpassed every prior record in both scale and mutation severity. Jiang Ming clenched his fist silently yet not without confidence. Last night's decisive action had borne fruit. 2 heavy-duty weapons hastily modified overnight now rested in the rear compartment. These were their sole lifeline, and their only hope of survival. Jiang Ming. The mutated beasts have spotted us, they're charging at extreme speed. Lu Yuqing's warning crackled over the comm, laced with unmistakable urgency. Jiang Ming had just left the driver's seat and stepped beside Li Shuru when he seized the matte black QBU-10 anti-material sniper rifle. At her words his expression hardened instantly. So soon. More cunning than anticipated. Thoughts flashed like lightning, but his hands moved with flawless precision. He mounted the rifle, slung an assault rifle across his back, then joined Li Shuru at the open roof hatch, both rising halfway out, weapons poised and ready. The vehicle bucked violently at full speed, and the encroaching mutated beasts posed grave peril. Exposing themselves atop the roof was inherently perilous. Thus they extended only their upper bodies, using the armored plating as cover sufficient for firing yet protective enough to shield vital areas. Fortunately, the hatch opening was wide enough to permit unimpeded firing from both positions. That must be the zombified tiger seen in the footage. Jiang Ming murmured, peering through his scope. The massive beast tore down the roadway at terrifying speed, abandoned vehicles shattered under its charge like toys, each stride radiating raw, annihilating force. Merely watching it stirred deep-seated dread. Roughly estimated, it exceeded 60 km per hour, faster even than most passenger cars. Close behind it surged two more overwhelming presences equally swift and menacing. Zombified lion and zombified gorilla, both are massive mutants, Li Shuru whispered, already adjusting her stance, crosshairs locking tightly onto the zombified gorilla. I'll neutralize the tiger and lion. You suppress the gorilla, keep it from reaching the vehicle. Understood. Li Shuru replied tersely, her finger already resting lightly on the trigger, poised to fire. Almost without pause, two deafening booms ripped through the air simultaneously. Two specialized 12.7mm rounds leapt from their barrels, shrieking through the void toward their designated targets. This time they had loaded not standard ammunition but scarce tungsten core armor-piercing rounds, designed explicitly to penetrate heavily reinforced targets, deployed solely to counter these hulking, hideously resilient mutants. Thus. Boom. Boom. The twin detonations echoed sharply. Upon impact the projectiles did not falter, they pierced thick leathery hides and shattered dense muscle and bone, exploding through torsos with crater-like violence, exiting the opposite side in torrents of blood, pulverized bone and viscous fluid, a spectacle of brutal, unrelenting carnage. Driven by momentum, the two behemoths lunged forward several meters more, toppling abandoned cars along the roadside before crashing heavily onto the fractured asphalt with thunderous finality. Yet Jiang Ming and Li Shuru knew full well those shots had struck torso, not skull. In the split second before ignition, both creatures had twisted with uncanny agility, evading fatal hits, proof of alarming intelligence. Before the gunpowder haze had even begun to dissipate, the zombified tiger and gorilla, though fallen, twitched violently in the dust, emitting guttural bestial snarls. They were grievously wounded, but not yet dead. Without pause both shooters depressed their triggers again, two more tungsten core rounds launched with lethal intent toward the writhing forms. Boom. Boom. This time there was no evasion. As the beasts struggled to rise, the bullets struck true, piercing skulls like sledgehammers striking overripe fruit, reducing brains to pulpy ruin and obliterating all neural function in an instant. The snarls and convulsions ceased abruptly, silence fell absolute and total. The remaining zombified lion, witnessing its companion's slaughter, unleashed a deafening roar, fueled by fury and primal rage. Its razor-sharp claws gouged deep into the asphalt, shattering it into jagged fragments as its colossal body launched skyward in a ferocious arc, aiming straight for the armored vehicle, intent on rending the steel leviathan apart. Its answer came in two calm, perfectly synchronized reports. Bang! Bang! The muzzles, having just dispatched the prior targets, never wavered, steadily tracking the airborne shadow. Triggers pulled in unison, two tungsten core rounds streaked forth. Boom! Boom! After the concussive blasts, the lion met the same fate. Its skull detonated midair, its massive frame collapsing lifelessly onto the pavement, utterly extinguished. Thankfully the range was short, no time for reaction or evasion. Their speed and intellect are terrifying, far more dangerous than ordinary evolved zombies. Li Shuru exhaled softly, fingertips still tingling with residual tension, her nerves had been stretched to the breaking point. Don't relax. The battle isn't over, the Horde's main force is still advancing. Jiang Ming's voice anchored her back to reality. Already he had raised his rifle once more, steady, unwavering, his sights fixed on the distant figure looming 400 meters away, a mountainous, shambling giant, the Horde's greatest threat. Understood. Li Shuru's eyes sharpened. She steadied her breathing, forced calm into her pulse, and shifted her crosshairs, locking them firmly onto another target, the winged mutant circling low above the Horde, a creature equally lethal and unknown. Neither Jiang Ming nor Li Shuru had ever encountered either of these mutations before. The unknown invariably magnified risk, and Jiang Ming's principle remained immutable: eliminate threats before they drew near, granting adversaries no opportunity to strike. Bang, bang. Two nearly simultaneous shots cracked the air as both fired in perfect synchronization, projectiles arcing toward their chosen targets. Far away the winged mutant's upper torso detonated into a foul crimson mist, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, its momentum carrying the bullet onward to bisect a dozen ordinary zombies behind it, demonstrating staggering terminal power. Elsewhere the 10-meter-tall colossus staggered as its skull exploded, its titanic frame crashing down like a felled redwood, crushing scores of dazed zombies beneath it, motionless at last. The Horde's most formidable threats had been temporarily eliminated, but the battle raged on. Jiang Ming swiftly queried the system, how far to the ramp exit? How far is the Horde's vanguard from the exit? The system responded instantly in a cool mechanical tone: current distance to ramp exit 125 meters. The Horde's vanguard is approximately 200 meters from the exit, and closing rapidly. At this pace we'll collide head-on with the Horde at the exit, we need to slow them down by ourselves critical seconds to escape. Jiang Ming's brow furrowed as he made a rapid decision: continue suppressing the horde with sustained fire, focus on eliminating approaching mutants and zombies. I'll retrieve the heavy ordnance, time to deliver a devastating blow. Affirmative. Li Shuru replied crisply, already reacquiring a prominent evolved zombie in her scope, finger settling confidently on the trigger. Jiang Ming retreated swiftly into the cabin's rear compartment, where several heavy rocket launchers prepared the previous night lay neatly arranged. He seized one launcher, returned to the roof hatch, hoisted it onto his shoulder and braced himself, ready to unleash devastation. Taste this, and learn what true heavy firepower means. He hoisted the rocket launcher, took swift aim and locked the barrel onto the densest cluster of zombies before decisively pulling the trigger. HSSSH, a searing white comet of flame trailed from its tail as the rocket screamed forth, cleaving through the thick stagnant air with blinding speed toward the heart of the horde. Boom. Crumble. Krakum, the warhead struck dead center, erupting instantly into a blazing floral inferno over 10 meters in diameter. A savage shockwave laced with white-hot shrapnel obliterated everything within range. Those nearest vaporized entirely, leaving not even ash. Those at the periphery shredded into grotesque fragments. The spectacle was staggering. Secondary explosions ignited one after another among the wrecked vehicles, their concussive roars shaking the earth itself while smoke and dust billowed skyward in choking plumes. HRRR, ugh. Gurk, woo. Neither blast nor fire stirred fear among the mindless undead. They possessed no consciousness, no dread, only primal hunger and the instinct to consume. Undeterred, they dragged their ruined bodies forward across the ashes of their own kind, relentlessly surging ahead to tear Jiang Ming and his companions limb from limb and feast upon their flesh. At that very instant, whyish, the second rocket tore through the sky, descending once more upon the writhing mass. Another cataclysmic detonation lit the heavens. Hundreds more zombies vanished in an instant, reduced to drifting motes of charred dust. Yet the horde remained impossibly vast. Despite such devastation, its front stretched endlessly onward. Wave upon wave of snarling corpses trampled over their fallen kin, pressing ever closer, a suffocating tide of darkness without horizon chilling the blood at its mere sight. Fortunately, most of the evolved zombies and mutated beasts at the vanguard had already been eliminated by Jiang Ming and Li Shuru. What remained were largely ordinary undead, far less threatening than their mutated predecessors, granting the trio a precious fleeting respite. The distance between the two forces widened once more. The lingering pressure wave from the earlier explosion still slowed the frenzied advance of the horde, diminishing the immediate threat to Jiang Ming's group considerably. At least they would avoid a direct collision with this horde on their way to the expressway exit. Not enough, nowhere near enough. A torrent of system notifications flooded his mind, each heralding newly earned points, while Jiang Ming's eyes gleamed with exhilarated intensity. He realized suddenly that this perilous situation was in fact a rare opportunity. He raised his hand, preparing to launch his final rocket. Jiang Ming. The zombies from the Cross River Bridge are closing in. Lu Yuqing's urgent voice crackled over the comms, halting his motion mid-gesture. Jiang Ming whirled toward the bridge, and his heart froze. Another horde. This time it numbered no fewer than 3,000, with over a dozen evolved zombies clearly visible amid the swarm. Perfect timing. Jiang Ming brought the shoulder-mounted launcher to his shoulder, a cold razor-edged smile curling at his lips. Since you've come knocking, this last round is your welcome gift. The moment the words left his mouth, he steadied his aim and pulled the trigger. The rocket howled through the air, striking the center of the horde nearly a kilometer away, triggering a chain reaction of violent cascading detonations. Pity, the rockets are utterly spent. Watching the bridge-bound horde vanish beneath fire and smoke, Jiang Ming exhaled softly. This exhilarating point farming was intoxicating. Had reserves remained, he'd have fired several more without hesitation. Screech, the armored vehicle skidded violently to the expressway exit, then executed a sharp near-drifting turn onto a narrow side road. Instantly the system's cool electronic voice chimed in their ears, "Sir, primary expressway route successfully exited. We made it." Li Shuru, also wearing a Bluetooth earpiece, broke into an instant radiant smile. Jiang Ming, however, showed no particular reaction. Every variable, distance, velocity, zombie movement patterns, had already been calculated and recalculated in his mind. Their successful escape was simply the inevitable outcome. "System, what is the current distance to the pursuing horde?" he asked, voice low and steady. 100 meters, sir." Hadn't the gap widened at all? Jiang Ming glanced back, and saw the horde had somehow already scrambled across the massive crater, blasted by the rockets still doggedly pursuing faster than ever. These were walking points, delivered straight to his hands. Shuru, hand me the custom grenades. Understood. Li Shuru immediately lowered her rifle and ducked back into the armored compartment. Within 10 seconds she reappeared atop the vehicle gripping a tactical weapons pouch brimming with modified grenades. Each has undergone specialized reinforcement, its explosive yield is double that of a standard model. Handle with extreme caution. Jiang Ming selected a grenade, issued his warning, then swiftly hooked his finger under the pin and yanked it free. His arm muscles coiled like steel springs, harnessing strength far beyond human limits, as he hurled the device with devastating precision into the heart of the 100-meter distant horde. Doubled yield. Li Shuru blinked startled, not doubting Jiang Ming but knowing well that physical constraints, size, propellant volume, imposed a hard ceiling on conventional grenade power. How could such a feat be possible? What followed shattered every assumption she held about grenades. Launched with fourfold human strength, the grenade carved a fierce taut arc through the air, landing with surgical accuracy deep within the teeming mass of undead. In the next breath, boom boom boom, the ground erupted in rapid succession. Before the fireball even faded, scores more zombies dissolved into dust amid the expanding shockwave and scorching flames. Still at the far edge of vision, the undulating gray tide stretched infinitely, layer upon layer of guttural shrieks rolling toward them like a crushing mountain of death. Though the front ranks had been cleared and the gap temporarily restored, the craters and chaos sown by the grenades further impeded the horde's advance, lowering the immediate threat. At least until they reached the off-ramp leading away from the elevated highway, they wouldn't need to face the horde heathen again. Still far too little, utterly insufficient. Points poured in, a relentless staccato rain of chimes flooding his consciousness, sharpening into a piercing continuous hum. A fierce incandescent light burned in Jiang Ming's gaze. He understood now this desperate flight, seemingly without recourse, might conceal an extraordinary opportunity. His fingers tightened around the rocket launcher's grip, ready to expend his final reserve. Jiang Ming. Look, toward the bridge. Lu Yuqing's frantic cry sliced through the roar of the armored vehicle's engine. Jiang Ming snapped his head around, and beheld another immense black tide surging over the bridge's railing, bearing down upon them. It was yet another wave of annihilation, larger still than the first, with several unnervingly swift, grotesquely distorted figures darting among the ranks. Evolved zombies, no fewer than 10 in number. Just in time. A glacial smile flickered across Jiang Ming's lips as he pivoted the launcher, locking its sights unerringly onto the churning darkness a kilometer distant. Consider this final round your formal introduction. The trigger depressed with a decisive click. The rocket, trailing furious orange flame, rent the murky air and slammed precisely into the horde's core. A far more violent chain explosion erupted instantly, an orange fireball swallowing vast swathes of terrain, its concussive force strong enough to make the distant armored vehicle sway. Pity, the stock is completely exhausted. Gazing upon the bridge's smoldering ruin, engulfed in fire and acrid smoke, Jiang Ming released a quiet sigh. This method of harvesting points was astonishingly efficient. With adequate supplies he'd gladly repeat it several times over. Scree, once more the armored vehicle executed a near-drifting turn at the intersection, surging onto an even narrower side street. Almost simultaneously the system's calm synthetic voice resonated in their ears. Sir, primary expressway route successfully exited. We did it. Li Shuru, broadcasting over the shared channel, couldn't suppress the tremor of elation in her voice. Jiang Ming remained impassive. Every variable, distance, velocity, trajectory, had already been simulated countless times in his mind. This result was merely the logical, inevitable conclusion. System, current distance to the rear horde. Exactly 100 meters, sir. The gap hadn't increased at all. Jiang Ming glanced back, and saw the original horde had already crawled across the scorched, cratered wasteland left by the rocket, still tracking them with the single-minded ferocity of hyenas scenting blood. This was pure unclaimed bounty, delivered directly into his hands. Shuru, bring the custom grenades. Understood. Li Shuru smoothly lowered her weapon and slipped back into the cabin, reappearing atop the vehicle within 10 seconds clutching a heavy tactical pouch. Each unit has been specially reinforced, its destructive power equals 2 standard grenades. Exercise utmost care during deployment. Jiang Ming drew a dense egg-shaped metal grenade from the pouch, slid his finger through the pull ring, and with a sharp practiced tug ripped it free. His biceps bulged, every fiber channeling superhuman strength into the throw. The grenade traced a flat lethal arc, plummeting with uncanny accuracy into the heart of the 100-meter distant horde. Double yield. A flash of disbelief crossed Li Shuru's eyes, not questioning Jiang Ming but confronting the immutable physics given size and charge limitations. Grenade lethality possessed a theoretical upper bound. How could that barrier be breached? Yet what followed utterly dismantled her understanding. The grenade plunged into the ashen tide, and the next instant the detonation wasn't singular but a concentric inward-outward cascade of thunderous overlapping blasts. The scale of fire and blast exceeded any standard grenade by orders of magnitude, clearing a horrifying vacuum at ground zero, scattering blackened limbs and scorched earth in all directions. A monstrous shockwave detonated outward like an invisible tsunami, engulfing nearly 100 shrieking zombies in an instant. Li Shuru stood frozen, pupils wide with stunned disbelief, unable to reconcile reality with what her eyes had just witnessed. Jiang Ming didn't react, he expected no less. These modified weapons defied ordinary comprehension. Their extraordinary power was after all entirely by design. Don't stand there, delay any longer and the main horde from the bridge will catch up. Then we'll be trapped between two fronts, far more dangerous. Ah, right. Li Shuru snapped back to awareness and hastily grabbed a grenade, hurling it alongside Jiang Ming toward the advancing darkness. Her arm lacked Jiang Ming's prodigious strength, so hers landed only at the horde's periphery, unable to penetrate its center. Yet even that sufficed to slow their advance, just enough. Boom, boom boom, explosions echoed repeatedly along the road until only a dozen custom grenades remained in the tactical pouch, by which time the horde had fallen 300 to 400 meters behind. The armored vehicle surged forward at full throttle, the gap widening steadily, until 10 minutes later the shambling silhouettes of the undead dissolved entirely into the swirling dust cloud behind them. Inside the cabin, Lu Yuqing and Li Shuru both exhaled deeply, relief washing over them. For them that harrowing chase remained vividly terrifying even in retrospect. System, recalculate the optimal route to our destination and estimate arrival time. Jiang Ming commanded, voice firm. Command received. The system paused briefly before responding, new route computed. Estimated travel time 6 hours. 6 hours. Jiang Ming frowned. No shorter alternatives. 2 alternate routes exist reducing estimated travel time to 3 hours, but both require passage through 6 high-density zombie zones. No. Maintain the original route. Jiang Ming decided instantly, safety outweighed speed always. Once the route was confirmed, the armored vehicle steadily drove forward. Lu Yuqing continued to observe the road conditions ahead with focused attention while Li Shuru took advantage of the brief pause to open her laptop connecting to the remaining network through the system to gather the latest intelligence from across the country, especially regarding Shihui City. Previously they had been too busy dealing with the sudden outbreak of the disaster last night, hastily focusing only on the immediate turmoil without having time to track the subsequent developments. Now with a moment of respite they could use the system to organize various pieces of information. After all, the more they knew the calmer they would be in the face of unknown risks. This country has always classified all cities into 5 levels from level 1 to level 5 based on population size, regional area, industrial development level and per capita output value, with development levels decreasing in order. There are about 30 level 1 cities, more than 70 level 2 cities and a vast number of level 3 cities and below, making it impossible to accurately count them. Shangbin City, from which they had just departed, is one among many level 3 cities. Having experienced the nationwide disaster last night, the level 3 cities and below, which are relatively underdeveloped, have nearly all fallen, becoming wastelands overrun by wandering zombies. Through the system, Li Shuru observed that in the fallen cities there were at least thousands of evolved zombies visible during the day. This was just the daytime. Many zombies would hide in the shadows, and at night the scale of the evolved zombies was unimaginable. As for level 2 cities, the number of evolved zombies is more than 10 times that of level 3 cities. However, because level 2 cities cover a larger area, the zombie hordes have not yet coalesced into a unified threat and remain scattered in various corners of the city. In addition, the number of survivor bases established in these level 2 cities is far greater than in level 3 cities and below, with even a few level 2 cities having miraculously weathered the impact of last night's disaster without a full-scale zombie outbreak. In these fortunate cities, survivors have united under the organization of local civil and military departments to form a cohesive base city, and they have even begun to build defensive walls on the outskirts to fend off zombie incursions. Although this project requires a long time and effort, their actions are already far ahead of the vast majority of regions still struggling for survival. Li Shuru quickly recorded the information of these cities and even drafted a preliminary data summary, ultimately concluding that there are currently 10 cities across the country that have survived the disaster, of which 9 are level 2 cities and only 1 level 1 city has escaped the disaster's grasp. Perhaps due to the enormous population and vast area of the level 1 cities among the 30 or so cities of the same level, only this one managed to evade the turmoil. Li Shui's gaze finally settled on the situation in Shihui's city, where an astonishing number of evolved zombies and zombie animals lurked, enough to send chills down one's spine. On the human side, the city center is jointly defended by civil and military departments, barely managing to fend off the relentless zombie assaults and establishing a survival base, while nearly all other areas of the city have succumbed, with only scattered survivors struggling to survive in relative safety occupying those relatively defensible positions. In her observations, Li Shui also noted that the majority of survivor groups in Shihui City chose to stay away from the city core, establishing their bases in the outskirts, and she noticed that at least 10 or more survivor teams were traversing the ruins of the city during the peak daylight hours, when most zombies were hiding in the shade searching for any usable supplies. On the surface, this situation does not seem to bode well for Jiang Ming and the others. Resources available for scavenging are limited, and it is likely that others have taken them first, and they could also attract the attention of other survivor teams and fall victim to ambushes. However, the reality is quite the opposite. If this situation instead creates new opportunities for them. If the resources in the ruins have already been thoroughly scavenged, they can directly seek out those survivor teams. As for ambushes, Jiang Ming had no concerns about this. The defensive capabilities of the armored vehicle were not something ordinary firepower could shake, and he was more worried that those people would not dare to proactively seek trouble. During the long and monotonous drive, Li Shui continued to assess the domestic situation, while Jiang Ming, after briefly controlling the vehicle, completely handed over the driving authority to the system. Let's check the rewards this time. After freeing himself from the steering wheel, Jiang Ming adjusted his position in the seat to a comfortable one, directing his attention to the system interface in his mind and opening the rewards log. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the feat of first kill of zombie animals. Reward granted: Beginner Strength Enhancer 3. Ding! Successfully killed a zombie tiger with an anti-material weapon. Points 150. Ding! Successfully killed a zombie lion with an anti-material weapon. Points 150. Ding! A teammate successfully killed a zombie gorilla for you. Points 150. Ding! Successfully killed an evolved zombie with an anti-material weapon. Points 100. Ding! A teammate successfully killed an evolved zombie for you. Points 100. Ding! A teammate successfully killed a zombie for you. Points 100. 3 Beginner Strength Enhancers. Quite a bounty. Jiang Ming's gaze fell on the first system notification, and a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. He never expected that during this operation he would accidentally complete a first kill achievement, and what surprised him even more was that teammates eliminating zombies could also earn him point rewards. Roughly calculating, the total points earned from this operation had already exceeded 2,000. The harvest is indeed substantial. Jiang Ming said softly. Without hesitation, he took out a beginner strength enhancer from the system space and downed it in one gulp. Compared to the intense pain he experienced the first time he used the enhancer, the discomfort this time was significantly reduced and lasted for a much shorter time. As the pain receded like a tide, a surge of abundant strength flowed through his limbs, making him feel as light as a swallow. Jiang Ming called up the system panel again, and the displayed values were clear. Name: Jiang Ming. Strength 40, 10, base value 10, with stamina 42, base value 10, with endurance 22, base value 10, with neural reaction 37, base value 10. With Jiang Ming stared at the numbers that appeared in his palm, his brow suddenly furrowing. If the light blue enhancer he just drank had only stirred up an imperceptible ripple on a data level, the strength index had merely increased by 10 notches. Resistance has been generated. The cold mechanical voice echoed in his consciousness, explaining without any fluctuation: repeated use of the beginner enhancer will trigger a decrease in effectiveness. He inhaled silently, his knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. Had he known this would happen, that precious enhancer should have been saved for a more critical moment. The system does not respond to any emotional inquiries, it is merely the embodiment of the rules. The remaining 2 sealed enhancer tubes glowed faintly in the dim cabin. Jiang Ming turned to glance at his companions, who had already fallen into a light sleep amidst the vehicle's bumps, their hair gently swaying with the motion. No need to test it personally. If the next time he uses the enhancer, the increase could be 5 notches, or it could simply revert to 0. These precious enhancers should be reserved for Lu Yuqing and Li Shui. Since fate has bound the 3 of them to the same war chariot, the growth of the team's strength is like the tide lifting a small boat, ultimately pushing everyone further. As the armored vehicle tore through the dusk shroud, the electronic clock on the dashboard ticked to 1817. When this steel behemoth reached the outskirts of Wuan district, the broken neon signs on either side of the street began to flicker with a sickly pale glow. The target building is 300 meters ahead. The system's coordinate prompt pierced the silence of the cabin like an icy needle. Jiang Ming pressed his palm against the vehicle's control panel, commanding in a low voice, "Yuqing, keep an eye on the fork in the road ahead. Shuiro, be alert for shadows surrounding us. Watch for ambushes." "Understood." The two female voices overlapped, carrying a hint of tension. As the silhouette of the Ninastery Hotel slowly emerged between the towering buildings, the sky had already begun to sink like cotton soaked in ink. This was a coordinate that should have been reached by 4 in the afternoon but was delayed by greedy survivors and obstructing hordes of zombies. Those survivor teams eyeing the armored vehicle ultimately became stepping stones under the zombies' claws, and the fetid tide of corpses they amassed further consumed more time. 10 o'clock direction at the hotel's main entrance detected mutated entities active. Li Shuiro's fingertip hovered over the scope's adjustment ring, her voice lowered to a whisper, "Shall we eliminate immediately?" Through the bulletproof glass, Jiang Ming saw the hunched figure tearing at a torn poster on the utility pole and coldly uttered 2 words, "Kill it." The silencer swallowed most of the gunfire's roar, but the dull sound of a bullet piercing a skull still reverberated in ripples along the empty street. In an instant, countless zombies surged forth from the depths of shops beneath car wrecks and through the cracks of ventilation ducts, their throats emitting hoarse roars. The glass windows shattered one after another, and over 300 swaying zombie figures poured out from every corner, converging into a murky gray tide rushing towards the armored vehicle parked in the center of the street. Jiang Ming released the steering wheel, his pupils reflecting the eerie blue trajectory that lit up the control panel, and he commanded in a deep voice, "Take over the driving program." In position, the system responded steadily. He turned and walked towards the weapon rack inside the vehicle, the cold touch of a black assault rifle sinking into his palm. Lu Yuqing had already lifted the hatch cover on top of the vehicle, and the night wind carried the stench of decay into the cabin, igniting a spark of fiery combat spirit in her eyes. The moment the 3 figures pierced through the vehicle's roof, the sound of the safety mechanisms disengaging echoed like a metronome, marking the prelude to the night. Lu Yuqing grabbed the automatic rifle beside her, quickly stepping onto the platform beneath the sunroof, leaning her upper body out of the vehicle. This was the 3rd opportunity for live-fire practice during their journey, which she cherished greatly. Previously, resources had been tight, leaving no room for her, a rookie, to waste ammunition. Now, with nearly 9,000 rounds in reserve, there was certainly much more leeway, all thanks to the survivor teams that had delivered themselves right to their door. These teams not only left behind over 6,000 rounds of 7.62mm ammunition, but also generously provided more than 10 AK rifles, 2 light snipers, and a batch of grenades, instantly enriching Jiang Ming's weapon modification inventory. The replenishment of various supplies has also considerably filled their packs. The 3 of them leaned out of the sunroof, pulling the triggers towards the encroaching horde of zombies. Jiang Ming and Li Shuiro opted for a sweeping fire approach, almost hitting every shot, each bullet precisely finding its mark in a zombie's head. Lu Yuqing practiced with aimed shots, managing to take down a zombie with about 4 or 5 shots. Bullets poured out like rain, and the zombies fell with their heads exploding, unable to rise again. By the time they circled the hotel, there were no living zombies left behind the armored vehicle. Though distant zombie roars could still be heard, they did not pose any immediate threat. That was exhilarating. After taking down the last zombie, Lu Yuqing couldn't help but exclaim, but then frowned due to the soreness radiating from her shoulder. Jiang Ming put away his gun, glanced at her, and said casually, "You're improving quickly. After a couple more practices you can try the continuous fire mode." Before his words had faded, the armored vehicle had already come to a steady stop in front of the hotel's main entrance, which stood open, saving them the trouble of climbing over a broken door. The zombies on the first floor had long been lured outdoors and cleaned up. The 3 quickly organized their gear, jumping off the vehicle one by one. "Why did you bring these 2 boxes down as well?" Lu Yuqing noticed that Jiang Ming was carrying 2 heavy black boxes, remembering they were filled with various potions. Jiang Ming merely smiled slightly, keeping it a secret for now. "It's confidential, you'll find out later." The 3 of them immediately formed a triangular tactical formation and advanced into the hotel. After 2 previous joint operations for practice, Lu Yuqing had become much more proficient with her firearm, and their teamwork had grown increasingly harmonious. Within less than 20 minutes they had cleared all paths leading to the 9th floor. On the way they encountered a strength-type mutant, but Jiang Ming didn't even draw his weapon. Thanks to the primary strength enhancer he took in the car, although its effect had halved, it still boosted his arm strength to 5 times that of an ordinary person. Facing the mutated zombie charging toward him, he drew the Nepali army knife from his waist and with a fierce slash directly split the mutant zombie in half. Why not use a gun? It was simply because the skin of these types of mutants was as tough as the steel plating of an armored vehicle, making it nearly impossible for ordinary bullets to penetrate unless modified large-caliber weapons were used. Moreover, the hotel corridor was narrow, less than 10 meters long. In such an environment, using firearms was clearly not a wise choice. For Jiang Ming, who had mastered advanced combat techniques, close combat was where his true advantage lay. Let's choose this room. The layout is similar to the Hilton we stayed in before, with 2 bedrooms, a kitchen and a bathroom, which is enough for us to settle temporarily. After reaching the 9th floor, the 3 of them cleared the scattered corpses roaming the hallway and selected a spacious and tidy suite as their temporary base. In the living room, the 3 of them slumped onto the sofa, unwilling to move. Lu Yuqing was especially exhausted, nearly reaching the point of collapse, with her right shoulder aching so badly that she could hardly lift it. After resting quietly for a moment, Jiang Ming was the first to stand up and said, "Once you've recovered, go take a shower. I have something for you in a little while." After saying that, he picked up the 2 large black suitcases and walked into the bedroom by himself, casually closing the door behind him. A gift? What could it be? The 2 girls exchanged glances, seeing the same confusion in each other's eyes, but neither asked further. Since Jiang Ming said so, they would just wait. "I'll go shower first." Li Shuai-ro, who recovered her stamina quickly, was the first to stand up, took out a change of clothes from her backpack and walked toward the bathroom. "Wait for me." Lu Yuqing, unwilling to fall behind, gritted her teeth, propped herself up, grabbed her clothes and followed her in. In the bedroom, Jiang Ming opened the suitcase and took out all the various explosive materials inside, neatly categorizing them on the ground. After careful counting, there were 14 plastic bombs, 27 grenades, 42 smoke bombs and 122 shrapnel grenades. The ammunition we consumed earlier should be compensated with these. After confirming the quantities were correct, Jiang Ming nodded in satisfaction, then summoned the system panel, entered the synthesis and modification interface and placed the various explosives into it one by one. As the number of items deposited increased, the icons for synthesizable and modifiable weapons and explosives on the interface lit up one after another. Minutes later, all the explosive materials on the ground had vanished, replaced by 3 boxes each containing 3 rocket shells, 3 super explosive plastic bombs, 5 enhanced grenades, 21 enhanced smoke bombs and 52 enhanced grenades. The power of the 52 enhanced grenades was comparable to the specially made grenades used before, while the enhanced smoke bombs could release denser smoke that would take 10 minutes to dissipate. The enhanced grenades had 2 effects, one was shock and daze while the other was strong acid corrosion. The explosion's intensity was on par with enhanced grenades, and the splattered acid could easily corrode thick steel plates. As for the super explosive plastic bombs, the system's description was vague and only practical testing would reveal their true power. The rocket shells, needless to say, could be used with their current rocket launcher. Once the last explosive was modified, Jiang Ming packed all the modified weapons back into the boxes and glanced at the score on the system panel. Total score 1568 points. This includes over 1,000 points earned from clearing zombies along the way. Jiang Ming glanced at the remaining points after synthesis and modification and looked out the window. The roars of the corpses still echoed from time to time, and faint gunshots could be heard in the distance. It seems it's time to find an opportunity to earn some points. Now that resources and equipment are not lacking, and I'm not one to hoard, keeping good things without using them is a waste. The question now is how to convert these modified equipments into tangible points. Half an hour later, after organizing all the explosives, Jiang Ming exited the bedroom. A rich aroma of food wafted towards him, making him swallow involuntarily. At this moment he noticed that during the time he had been busy modifying the weapons, the 2 girls had not only finished showering but also prepared dinner. With damp hair entwined in their fingertips, the 2 girls sat side by side on the edge of the sofa, wiping the water droplets off. The summer night's heat had not completely receded and the air was still filled with lingering warmth. They wore fitted tank tops and shorts, the thin fabric outlining their graceful curves shimmering gently in the dim light. As soon as Jiang Ming stepped out, his gaze involuntarily fell upon them. Li Shuai-ro met his gaze, giving him a disgruntled look, while Lu Yuqing smiled and playfully nudged his shoulder, saying, "Hurry up and take a shower. The food is ready, just waiting for you. It's not illegal to look a bit longer." Jiang Ming replied with a smile, picked up the clean clothes draped over the chair and turned to walk into the bathroom. In the humid narrow space, the mirror was covered with a thin layer of mist. Jiang Ming raised his hand to wipe a clear area and examined his reflection. His figure had not become bloated, but the outline of his muscles had become more defined and firm, resembling a meticulously polished rock, exuding a sense of strength. He clenched his fist, feeling a surge of almost unfamiliar strength coursing through his veins. This enhancement came at the right time, adding robust power without feeling heavy. "This is really good stuff," he murmured to himself. The bathroom didn't have a bathtub, and a quick rinse soon ended. Jiang Ming simply put on a loose pair of shorts and walked out with water droplets slowly sliding down the grooves of his back. The two girls' gazes lingered on him for a moment before they suddenly reacted. Li Shui Rao's ears turned red instantly and she turned her face away with a huff saying how indecent. Eat. Lu Yuqing's cheeks flushed as well, especially thinking about the surprise Jiang Ming had prepared for that night. Even her neck turned a light shade of pink. She hurriedly turned and dashed into the kitchen pretending to busy herself with the dishes to hide her embarrassment. There's something even more indecent. Want to experience it? Jiang Ming strolled over to Li Shui Rao and teased her in a low voice. Why don't you give it a try? Just wait and see. Li Shui Rao raised her chin defiantly and glared back at him, but she still got up and followed him into the kitchen. Jiang Ming glanced back and gave her a meaningful look, lingering a moment longer over her chest without any pretense. The dining table in the living room was small, with a plate of stir-fried meat, a dish of vegetables and a bowl of clear soup with egg flowers floating in it. In these days of extreme scarcity due to the disaster, this meal was already considered a rare feast. After dinner, as the two girls were about to clear the dishes, Jiang Ming suddenly called out to them. Under their puzzled stares, he gently placed two slender glass tubes on the table filled with a light amber liquid that shimmered with tiny sparkles under the light. This wouldn't be some sort of illicit drug, would it? Li Shui Rao squinted her eyes and scrutinized the liquid in the glass tube with a suspicious look. Jiang Ming leisurely scanned her from head to toe, chuckling softly. Do I need that kind of thing to deal with you? Li Shui Rao was momentarily speechless, her cheeks turning even redder, and she pursed her lips, choosing not to respond. Lu Yuqing ignored their banter and curiously leaned closer to the table, asking Jiang Ming, what exactly is this? It looks quite special. This is the gift I promised to give you before. Jiang Ming tapped the table with his finger and smiled. If I say that drinking this will turn you into a super strong man, would you believe me? I believe it. Lu Yuqing's eyes lit up suddenly. She had longed to become stronger for a long time, and now the opportunity was right in front of her. How could she hesitate for even a moment? As for whether the potion was truly as miraculous as Jiang Ming claimed, she had no doubt. Although they had not known each other for long, Jiang Ming's reliability had already been ingrained in her mind. Without hesitation, she twisted open the cap of the glass tube and tilted her head back, downing the potion in one go. Li Shui Rao watched her companion's decisive action and shook her head helplessly, chuckling, with your personality you really don't hesitate at all. After that she also stopped delaying, picked up another glass tube and similarly drank it down. Despite their banter, her trust in Jiang Ming had never wavered. Instantly a wave of intense pain erupted violently throughout their limbs. Caught off guard, both of them felt their bodies weaken, nearly slipping from their chairs. Jiang Ming had anticipated this, extending his arms to steady them and carrying them towards the old sofa in the living room. The pain surged like a tidal wave, then quickly receded. Jiang Ming stood by, calmly soothing them with his voice, just bear with it, it will be over soon. The two girls gritted their teeth, managing to squeeze out a muffled response through clenched jaws. Okay. Fortunately, the activation speed of this potion was extremely fast. In less than 10 seconds the tearing pain vanished like an illusion. The previously tense and trembling muscles had completely relaxed, replaced by an unprecedented lightness and sense of strength flowing endlessly through their limbs. This is simply unbelievable. They exchanged glances, both feeling the same amazement rising within them. Jiang Ming observed all their changes closely. Although their external appearances seemed unchanged, something subtle was already different. The curves of their bodies became smoother and tighter, especially the already prominent lines, which now radiated a breathtaking beauty, gently rising and falling with their breaths. I suggest, he suddenly spoke, breaking the silence in the living room, that you might need to clean yourselves up first. Both girls were taken aback, just about to say they had just showered when a sour, pungent odor suddenly wafted into their nostrils. You smell weird. Almost simultaneously they pointed at each other and blurted out. Then they quickly realized something, hurriedly looking down to sniff themselves, immediately recoiling at the strong foul stench that seemed to emanate from within their bodies. Their cheeks flushed instantly, and they didn't have time to say another word before jumping up like startled deer, rushing one after the other into the bathroom. Soon the sound of splashing water mixed with faint laughter and whispers could be heard coming from behind the frosted glass door. Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow in indifference and turned to the living room sofa, picking up the remote control from the table and turning on the television. The screen was filled with dense static noise devoid of any program signal. System, connect to the currently available signal source. He commanded firmly into the air. Command confirmed, sir. The television screen flickered and the static noise instantly disappeared. The content that appeared, however, was rather uninspiring. Most channels were repeating old boring programs, and there were even a few channels that in this drastically changed world continued to tirelessly broadcast colorful product advertisements. The rest were some official pre-recorded looping reassuring images. One segment featured a civil representative from Shihue City speaking to the camera in a monotonous and steady tone, urging citizens to stock up on supplies and stay safely at home while waiting for rescue. These recorded images seemed pale and ridiculous at this moment. After experiencing last night's global disaster, the trust in former authorities had long since crumbled. How many survivors would still cast even a fraction of trust towards the cold television screen? Jiang Ming glanced at the screen for a moment, finding it utterly dull, then tossed the remote control carelessly onto the sofa beside him. A soft click echoed. The bathroom door opened gently and two girls emerged, enveloped in moist warmth, now dressed in clean clothes. After changing into lighter attire, Jiang Ming noticed lingering astonishment in the eyes of the two women beside him. They kept glancing down at their own bodies. Clearly they had glimpsed the extraordinary transformation upon his form reflected in the bathroom mirror. Li Shura met Jiang Ming's unreserved gaze, and instantly recalled the fragmented, mortifying sounds that had drifted from the adjacent room last night. Her ears flushed crimson as she quickly averted her eyes and murmured, "I feel rather fatigued, I'll retire to rest for now." A faint knowing curve lifted the corner of Jiang Ming's lips as he raised a hand in casual farewell. "Wish you peaceful slumber." "Sleep well tonight," Li Shura whispered softly before hurrying toward the bedroom she shared with Lu Yuqing and closing the door quietly behind her. Watching the door close, Lu Yuqing's cheeks still faintly flushed, but she lifted her eyes to Jiang Ming, her voice barely audible like the hum of a mosquito. "There's something I'd like to give you. But please wait just a moment, then come into this room." Without waiting for his reply, she turned and slipped swiftly into Jiang Ming's bedroom, shutting the door behind her. Could she be preparing a gift? Jiang Ming murmured thoughtfully under his breath. What on earth might she have prepared? He waited only 5 minutes before his curiosity waned. Rising without hesitation, he strode directly toward the slightly ajar door and pushed it open. The room was bathed in soft light, but the sight before him made his footsteps falter ever so slightly. The instant the door swung wide, Jiang Ming's gaze recoiled as though seared by flame. "Does this gesture of mine meet your approval?" When Jiang Ming remained silent, Lu Yuqing's heart leapt with sudden alarm, and she hurried to explain. "These were things we took from the Hilton Hotel before. Others said men often favor such styles, so I tried preparing them. If they don't suit your taste, I'll change right away." "I love them." Jiang Ming's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice grew hoarse, thick with emotion. "So much that I scarcely know what to do." He stepped forward, one towering shadow descending, swallowing her whole. "Other styles, we'll try them later. For now, we have far more urgent matters to attend to." At the very same moment, Jiang Ming and Lu Yuqing lost themselves in tender intimacy. Deep in the western outskirts of Shihue City, on the border with Shangbin City, a military camp's operations briefing room blazed with harsh fluorescent light. On the massive central screen, footage replayed incessantly, an armored vehicle barreling violently across the river-spanning bridge earlier that day. As one clip ended, another cut in, roadblocks shattered by stampeding refugees, police stations, looted streets where survivors fired wildly into crowds of unarmed civilians. Dozens of recordings, each frame tightening the knot in every observer's chest. 8 officers sat around the long conference table. At its head sat Major General Liu Gang, the overall commander assigned to monitor the infection outbreak in Shangbin City. 6 colonels occupied seats along each side of the table, while a 7th stood beside the large screen, methodically narrating each segment of footage. When the final video faded to black, the room plunged into a suffocating silence. Bang! A dark-skinned colonel slammed his fist onto the table, so hard that teacups trembled and leapt. In peacetime, these scoundrels would have been executed 10 times over. Colonel Li Xianmin, broad-shouldered and stern, lifted his eyelids coldly and replied, "You're free to arrest them even now, if your troops can cross those hordes of corpses unscathed." Li Xianmin. "Stop speaking empty words. Had last night's riot not cost us nearly half our forces, I'd have deployed helicopters already, to reduce those vermin to minced meat." "Enough." Colonel Zhou, a man with a square resolute face, rubbed his temples, cutting off their quarrel. "Arguing now solves nothing. It changes nothing." Even beneath the heat of anger, the exhaustion in his voice rang unmistakably clear. Had this been an isolated atrocity, swift decisive action might still have contained it. But chaos now erupted everywhere, spreading like wildfire across the land, while their forces had been decimated overnight by a sudden overwhelming tide of zombies. They simply lacked the strength to quell disorder anywhere. Last night's losses were catastrophic. Major General Liu Gang shook his head, deep wrinkles etching profound weariness into his face. He gestured for the briefing officer to leave the room. At this moment, stabilizing the situation is not yet feasible. The infection in Shangbin City continued worsening unchecked, while Shihui City itself had suffered a massive outbreak of zombification last night. Every available soldier had been dispatched, fewer than half returned. More urgently, every returning personnel required immediate infection screening. If even one infected individual slipped through, the entire camp faced annihilation. Once the conference room door clicked shut again, General Liu Gang's gaze swept across the 6 colonels like a blade. "Gentlemen, our foremost priority now is conducting thorough infection screenings on every soldier who has returned to base. This decision concerns the very survival of our camp. Everything else must wait. Is that understood?" "Understood." All 6 colonels sprang to their feet in unison, suppressing their smoldering fury deep within. 532 A.M. Dawn. A faint glow bled across the horizon, the morning sky stained blood-red. Buzz. Above the hotel where Jiang Ming and the others had taken shelter, the sharp tearing roar of helicopter rotors suddenly split the air. One armed helicopter after another streaked across the ashen sky, black silhouettes slicing through the pallid dawn. The deafening thunder shattered the fragile hush of early morning, obliterating the last vestiges of eerie stillness. Groans of the undead and the grating scrape of flesh and bone surged from all directions, wave upon wave, drawing inexorably closer. "Look, helicopters! Save me! I'm right here!" Amidst the clamor, desperate human cries pierced through the din. On the 9th-floor terrace of the hotel, Jiang Ming stood shoulder to shoulder with Liu Yuqing and Li Shuru. All 3 had been roused by the commotion outside, now standing motionless, eyes fixed on the swelling tide of shadows below and the relentless procession of helicopters vanishing into the distance. Jiang Ming's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. "System, what exactly is happening out there?" After a brief pause, the system's calm electronic voice resonated in his mind. "Sir, an infection incident occurred last night within the military camp located on the western outskirts of Shihui City, adjacent to Shangbin City. The entire base has now fallen." "The camp has fallen." Jiang Ming tilted his head upward, watching the retreating helicopters trace fading arcs across the sky, then murmured, "They're flying toward the city center." The system appeared to receive new data and immediately added, "Sir, some individuals boarding those helicopters concealed their own infections." "Concealing infection?" A flash of icy disdain crossed Jiang Ming's eyes. "That was nothing short of suicide. Then the city center is no longer safe either." There existed a brief window between infection and full transformation into a zombie. Once those hidden carriers reached the urban core, total societal collapse became inevitable. "The zombies are multiplying rapidly," Liu Yuqing whispered, pointing downward at the writhing black mass below, like an ant colony flooding the entire street. "That commercial tower over there, people hiding inside have been discovered." Within that 20-story building, where survivors had previously scattered and concealed themselves, panic triggered by the helicopter's roar had betrayed their positions. In an instant, grotesque zombie figures poured from every crevice, and the survivors' screams were swiftly swallowed by the labyrinthine depths of the high-rise. "We can't stay here any longer." Jiang Ming withdrew his gaze and turned back into the living room. "Yuqing, Shuru, gather only essentials. We must evacuate immediately. Once the horde fully encircles this place, escape will become impossible." Their expressions hardened instantly. They needed no further urging, turning at once to pack their belongings. Jiang Ming dressed swiftly, simultaneously awakening the system to dispatch a vehicle. He powered up his portable computer and ordered the system to access surveillance networks across the surrounding region. Live feeds streamed in one by one, revealing a reality far grimmer than what the naked eye could perceive. It wasn't only Wuan District. The mutated creatures from nearby counties were also converging, drawn steadily by the helicopter's thunderous passage. Even the zombie swarm they'd narrowly escaped yesterday had now tracked them down, lured by the same sound. A rough estimate placed the current concentration of zombies here at over 100,000. And among them, scattered glimpses captured by surveillance, were at least 100 evolved zombies. These evolved specimens varied widely in form, most retained familiar traits, enhanced strength, heightened agility, or grotesque limb mutations. Animal mutants appeared frequently too, mostly dogs. Large predators like lions and tigers were rare, likely due to the absence of zoos nearby, yet fewer than 10 had been confirmed in total. Human fugitives abounded as well. Realizing concealment was futile, many chose to flee by car, desperate to carve out a path to survival. Yet reality proved merciless. Ordinary vehicles and weapons crumbled helplessly before evolved zombies, even firearms inflicted minimal damage. On-screen, a rugged SUV was flipped sideways by a brute force zombie. Before its occupants could crawl free, they were torn apart. Elsewhere, a blur of agile movement shot past, cold steel flashed, and carnage erupted in its wake. These survivors' desperate struggles were not entirely meaningless, at least they briefly diverted part of the horde's attention. Jiang Ming closed the laptop screen. Their time was running out. He knew, without doubt, that departure could no longer wait. The number of nearby survivors dwindled rapidly. Once they all fell prey to the undead, Jiang Ming's group would become the sole remaining target. By then, even armored protection would prove insufficient against the endless battering tide. "We're ready." Lu Yuqing's and Li Shiru's voices broke Jiang Ming's reverie. They reappeared moments later, each shouldering a compact, lightweight pack. Jiang Ming nodded, stowing his notebook. "Let's go." Instantly, the three formed a tight triangular formation and descended the dim, echoing stairwell. Their footsteps reverberated hollowly in the vacant corridor, deliberate yet light and swift. Suddenly, from the shadows of the stairwell, a twisted figure lunged forth, guttural choking rasps erupting from its throat, as it hurled itself toward them. Li Shiru's eyes sharpened, her hand flashed to her waist, drawing her blade in one fluid motion. A silver arc sliced the air, and the zombie's skull split cleanly in two like a ripe melon cleaved by a master stroke. She started slightly and looked down at the hand that gripped the blade. A strange force surged through her sinews, so abundant and potent it far exceeded ordinary human strength. What Jiang Ming had said earlier proved true. Beside them, Lu Yuqing watched the scene with a flash of eager anticipation in her eyes. Another zombie staggered nearer. She did not hesitate and swung her knife. The blade slid through the rotting flesh with an astonishing smoothness, almost devoid of resistance. A thrill ran through her. She realized that if she assimilated the fighting techniques Jiang Ming taught, she and Li Shiru could carve out a foothold in this dying world. "Well done," Jiang Ming said, glancing at the two of them. "Even if you encounter zombies that have just completed their initial mutation, you now have the strength to fight." The three continued their descent. When they reached the 7th floor, the sound of chaotic fighting drifted toward them. They saw a dozen or so humans trapped in a corner of the corridor, beset by a swarm of zombies desperately holding on, wounded and utterly disheveled. When those people noticed Jiang Ming and his companions, it was as if they had found a lifeline. Grappling with the undead, they retreated while urgently trying to edge toward the trio. Jiang Ming scanned the unfamiliar faces. They were likely guests stranded in the hotel when the disaster struck. He felt no ripple of sympathy and had no intention of intervening. He exchanged a look with his two companions, then turned and led the way without a backward glance, descending toward the lower stairs with no sign of regret. Behind them, the desperate howls and the zombies' snarls quickly intertwined, receded into the distance, and were ultimately swallowed by the building's oppressive silence. The lower they went, the more rapidly the zombies multiplied. The air grew heavier with the stench of rot. On the 3rd floor, the corridor was nearly choked with writhing heads. Jiang Ming acted without hesitation and murmured a command under his breath. "Drive the vehicle in and pick us up in the hotel lobby." "Understood." The armored vehicle parked outside gave a low roar and suddenly lunged forward, crushing through the courtyard's flower beds and low steps and charging straight for the main entrance. With glass shattering and metal groaning, the massive vehicle barreled through the hotel's foyer, crushing a few zombies that could not flee, and came to rest at the edge of the ravaged lobby. The three had crept to a corner on the 2nd floor. They lowered their bodies and watched the situation in the lobby below with care. The lobby was a terrifying sight. Hundreds of zombies wandered and shoved one another without purpose, while their armored vehicles sat like an island of steel about 10 meters from the staircase, surrounded by a black tide of the undead. Lu Yuqing quickly counted and murmured to Jiang Ming, 2 mutated zombies, the rest ordinary, over 200 in total. Jiang Ming issued orders swiftly, "Leave the 2 mutated ones to Li Shiru and me. Yuqing, you cover our rear and clear ordinary zombies approaching us to open a path." "All right." Lu Yuqing efficiently checked. Her rifle snapped in a full magazine, aimed at the chaotic mass below, and fired first to carve out a brief safe corridor for their dash. Jiang Ming and Li Shiru exchanged a glance. Their blades turned slightly, ready for battle. Gunfire cracked. Li Shiru tightened her grip on the knife as its edge traced a cold arc in the dim light. After her physical enhancements, her strength far surpassed that of ordinary people. Facing the surging yet clumsy horde, she stood like a reef that split oncoming waves, each cut precise and lethal. Occasionally a straggler leaped from a blind corner and was pierced through the skull by bullets from behind before it could approach. Jiang Ming's movements were even more merciless. He threaded between twisted undead silhouettes, his blade danced as if conducting a silent harvest rather than wrestling with monsters. Rotting bodies were as brittle as decayed timber before him. The zombies' hoarse roars rose sharply. From the heart of the horde, two grotesque figures slammed through their kin and lunged toward Jiang Ming and Li Shiro. One figure moved like a specter on all fours, bounding forward, if the other crawled like a giant lizard, its long tongue flicking and lolling incessantly. Jiang Ming's gaze darkened. He advanced rather than retreated, his speed eclipsing that of the lightning-fast corpse. Steel met flesh. In an instant the swift shadow was cleaved in two, gore spraying the ground. Simultaneously Li Shiro met the crawling mutant. A fetid wind hit her, a slime-coated tongue thrust toward her face like a spear. She twisted and slipped aside by a hair, and her long blade followed through, severing the nauseating tongue. Gunfire rang almost at once. Several rounds struck the creature's clouded eye sockets. It emitted a dying shriek and rolled on the ground. Li Shiro stepped up and drove her blade deep into its skull, finishing it utterly. After the brief fierce clash, the street's chorus of roars swelled even more densely. The three had no desire to linger. They retrieved heavier weapons and tore a bloody path toward the iron behemoth not far ahead. The armored vehicle's doors opened one by one. They scrambled inside, and the heavy slam of the metal door briefly sealed the madness beyond. In the cramped interior only their labored breaths remained. "Move!" Jiang Ming snapped. The armored engine primed and ready answered his command. The vehicle swiveled like a rampaging beast, plowing through the pressing bodies, crushing the wreckage before the hotel, and surged onto the city's main thoroughfare. The vista opened wide, and grew infinitely more dreadful. On the streets a dense tide of zombies drawn by the vehicle's noise flowed from alleys and corners, wobbling together into a despairing black sea. Inside, Li Shiro and Lu Yuqing stared at the endless horde beyond the glass, speechless for a moment. "Don't stand there." Jiang Ming's voice cut the stillness. "The system is controlling the vehicle. Get to the roof and clear the obstacles ahead." The roof hatch slid open. The three leaned out, half exposed to the stench-laden air. Li Shiro mounted the heavy weapon, her crosshair steadied on a giant zombie tearing at a car's iron with bare hands. The weapon shuddered as a round tore through the monster's skull, converting its head into a spray of gore. Its ponderous body was flung clear by the armored vehicle's momentum. Farther ahead a densely packed wall of corpses barred the vehicle's progress. Lu Yuqing judged the distance, mustered her strength, and hurled a grenade that arced and landed squarely within the densest cluster. Boom! Flames leapt high, severed limbs and torsos were blasted into the air, creating an instant void. The armored vehicle roared on, pushing forward through the trio's suppressive fire with grim determination. The thunder of the steel fortress and the crack of gunfire pierced the din of death, reaching the ears of other survivors still clawing at life nearby. From ruined cover and shattered windows they saw the steel silhouette cleaving through the sea of corpses. A faint burning hope stirred quietly in their chests. Wheels ground over cold asphalt. The engine's howl drowned every cry. Twisted undead surged from street corners, pounding the vehicle. Claws scraped the bulletproof glass with shrill screeches. Some deranged humans even threw themselves across the road, arms wide to block the iron behemoth. Jiang Ming did not slow. After the dull clang of impact the windshield bloomed dark red. In the rearview the tumbling body rolled across the asphalt and was quickly swallowed by the ravenous horde. "They're using people as shields," Lu Yuqing said from the passenger seat, retracting her barrel as a wisp of gun smoke drifted from the window seam. The black armored vehicle plowed on like a beetle through an anthill, smashing crooked lamp posts and toppled shelves, crushing corpses that had long since gone cold. But after bursting through two streets all three felt their hearts sink. The intersection ahead was packed with zombie shadows far denser than the commercial avenue. The malformed silhouette swayed between buildings. A viscous hissing sound rose, even overpowering the engine's roar. "They are deliberately gathering." Li Shiro lowered her voice from the hatch, her blade catching a cold blue gleam in the dim light. "At least 10 mutated zombies are mixed into the horde, and ordinary ones stretch like a black sea to the horizon." The armored vehicle slowed, its tires rolled over soft yielding things, and the ride shuddered. From behind a billboard a grayish fleshy tendril suddenly sprang out. The tendril's tip lunged for Lu Yuqing's face but was sliced off inches away by a horizontal slash. The severed appendage writhed in midair as a fusillade of shots erupted. Jiang Ming's barrel chased the source of the shadow, spitting bullets as a foul spray burst from behind the billboard. The second wave struck without mercy. A long tongue lashed at the window like a whip. Lu Yuqing countered with a backhanded cut. Her augmented arm lent the blow a wind-tearing roar. The severed tongue fell convulsing as large-caliber rounds thundered almost at once. Across the street the walls splattered with mottled stains as a crawling reptilian mutant on the fire escape lost half its skull instantly. The impact came without warning. A fist like a giant hammer slammed into the vehicle's side, sliding the 15-ton frame half a meter sideways. Amid the groan of denting metal, Jiang Ming had already pushed open the roof hatch and leapt out. The colossal mutant rose 2 stories high, its skin a bluish-gray, muscles knotted into gnarled root-like bulges. Seeing an attacker, it opened a maw split to the ear and roared. Its remaining fist whipped up a gust as it came crashing down toward Jiang Ming. Blade light wove a silvery net in the gloom. The first stroke tore away its left arm, the second severed a right limb, the third cleaved its chest, and the final arc rose to sweep over its head. Only as Jiang Ming landed did the giant split slowly in two and topple backward, gore cascading onto the asphalt like a waterfall. The whole sequence unfolded with staccato abruptness like jump-cut frames too fast to parse. Jiang Ming flicked blood from his blade. It traced a semicircular scar across the road. He looked toward the far end of the intersection. More grotesque silhouettes were rising within the shadows of the buildings. The armored vehicle growled again like a trapped beast roused to fury. The corpses around Jiang Ming showed no hesitation at the slaughter. They shuffled forward with guttural hisses converging on him from every direction. The blade light flickered like a silver arc, and any zombie that stepped within 3 feet of him was instantly cleaved in two. Blood splattered across the ground, yet he didn't even furrow his brow. After clearing a brief gap, Jiang Ming suddenly charged forward, swiftly navigating through the surging tide of zombies, directly pursuing the armored vehicle that had already driven several dozen meters away. In just a few seconds he leaped back onto the roof of the vehicle, joining Li Shuai-Ro and Lu Yuqing to continue clearing the zombies clinging to the vehicle's body. Was that scene just now real? The gigantic monster that even bullets couldn't penetrate was actually dealt with by him in just a few moves. The fleeing crowd in the distance and the survivors who had lucked out by hiding in the buildings all watched the scene with clarity. After the astonishment, many people almost simultaneously made the same decision: start their vehicles and closely follow the armored truck. Since this person could easily slay such terrifying mutated zombies, following him might just lead to a path of survival in this dire situation. They failed to notice that every move they made had long been observed by Jiang Ming. Looking at the gradually gathering stream of cars in the rearview mirror, a faint smile crossed Jiang Ming's lips. Want to hitch a ride? That's not impossible. But everything in this world comes at a price. 10 minutes later, the number of vehicles following the armored truck had increased to over 20. Yuqing Shuai-Ro stopped shooting and get back in the vehicle. Although they were puzzled, the two immediately sheathed their weapons and retreated back into the cabin through the sunroof. Jiang Ming quickly followed suit, shutting the roof cover of the vehicle. System, take control of all nearby sound devices and set them to maximum volume for noise playback in a loop. Command executed, sir. Li Shuai-Ro and Lu Yuqing exchanged glances, instantly understanding Jiang Ming's intentions. In the next moment, the smart speakers in the shops along the street, the televisions in residential windows, and even the mobile phones left in abandoned vehicles, all electronic devices capable of producing sound, erupted simultaneously. The sharp honking loud rock music and repeated alarm sounds intertwined, sweeping across several blocks like a tidal wave. The commotion among the zombies erupted almost instantly. Huh! Huh! Roar! The dark, misshapen figures of the zombies simultaneously turned direction, staggering towards the source of the sound. My phone. Why can't I turn it off? The speaker just started blaring. Smash it quick. Don't come near. Help. The terrified screams of the survivors were quickly drowned out by the roaring tide of zombies. In just a few minutes, the convoy following the armored vehicle fell into a chaotic sea of devouring. Those survivors trailing Jiang Ming, hoping to survive under his protection, were ultimately completely swallowed by the tide of zombies. This way, the noises generated by the armored vehicle seemed negligible. The evolved zombies and ordinary zombies that had originally pounced on the vehicle and blocked the path ahead were all drawn away by the overwhelming noise from the electronic devices. The engine of the armored vehicle emitted a low rumble. With the obstacles cleared, the armored vehicle suddenly accelerated, racing forward. 10 minutes later, the vehicle finally broke free from the most densely populated area of zombies and drove onto a main road leading out of the Wuhan District, National Route 303. This road not only connects to the highway but also leads to a fast lane towards another city. The morning light had already bathed the land. Summer days are always long if the sky at 6:23 in the morning was already bright. Jiang Ming and the two others sat in the armored vehicle controlled by the system smoothly driving along National Route 303. Everywhere they looked there were abandoned vehicles and wandering zombies. Once again the sound of helicopter rotors echoed from above, something the three had become accustomed to. Some of those helicopters were civilian models while others were armed types. According to the information detected by the system, most of these helicopters were merely fleeing, with only a small number coming from nearby areas to assist the Wuhan district, where the scale of zombies was truly horrifying. If not controlled, it would eventually affect the surrounding areas. This was ultimately a situation where one's lips depend on their teeth. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Ming withdrew his gaze from the receding helicopter. System, how far are we from the most densely populated area of zombies in Wuhan district? Sir, the current distance is 13 kilometers. Jiang Ming nodded. 13 kilometers was already quite far. Yet when he looked back at the road and the sides, his brow slightly furrowed again. We've already pulled away 13 kilometers, so why is the density of zombies still so high nearby? Aside from the more than 3,000 zombies chasing behind the vehicle, there were at least 400 to 500 more visible along the sides of the national road. The evolved zombies on the sides of the road were not many, but there were a dozen mixed in with the trailing tide. However, as long as the armored vehicle kept moving without stopping, these zombies wouldn't catch up and wouldn't pose a threat for the time being. Just then Lu Yuqing, who was observing the road conditions, suddenly exclaimed softly, "Jiang Ming. Shui Rou. Look over there, what's going on?" Jiang Ming and Li Shui Rou simultaneously turned to look in the direction she was pointing. "Is that a helicopter?" Jiang Ming's eyesight far exceeded that of ordinary people, and he quickly discerned what the object was plummeting from the sky, trailing black smoke. In the next second he suddenly reacted, shouting, "System! Get away from it quickly!" "Understood, sir." The system instantly calculated the precise landing point of the helicopter and then controlled the armored vehicle to sharply turn the steering wheel. While the emergency braking system activated simultaneously, the vehicle slid sideways to a stable stop with the screeching sound of tires. Almost simultaneously a heavy crashing sound echoed from the road ahead, followed by a series of violent explosions that erupted, flames soaring several meters high, casting a red glow on the faces of the three. They instinctively held their breath. That was close. The armored vehicle was indeed sturdy, but the explosion triggered by a crashing armed helicopter was not to be trifled with. Let alone the munitions carried by the helicopter, which were deadly enough. Even if the vehicle could withstand the impact of the explosion, no one could guarantee they could endure the shockwave and the intense heat from the blast. As the smoke gradually cleared, a gaping crack revealed itself on the ground. The enormous pit almost severed the entire road, and combined with the surrounding wrecks of abandoned vehicles, it completely blocked the path of the armored vehicle. "Are there any other paths we can take?" Jiang Ming asked. "Yes, sir. However, we need to backtrack for a distance and take a detour." "Backtrack?" Jiang Ming glanced back. The outline of the zombie tide was still writhing several miles away. "Can we turn onto the detour before they catch up?" "Yes, sir." The system responded. "Then let's take the detour." "Understood." The engine let out another low growl as the heavy vehicle turned in place, heading towards a branch road 700 meters ahead. This detour wound its way into a commercial district, but it could also indirectly connect back to National Route 303. It just meant taking a longer route. However, less than 2 minutes after entering this alternative road, another anomaly occurred. Boom! An ominous howl echoed from the sky as a helicopter, like a bird with a broken wing, unexpectedly crashed down right in front of them. And this seemed just to be the beginning. Following closely behind, several helicopters swooped past, uncontrollably trailing smoke and flames resembling a rain of steel meteors, all plummeting to the ground. What on earth is happening? Li Shui Rou and Lu Yuqing's faces instantly turned pale. No matter the reason, we can't stay out in the open anymore. We must find cover immediately. The scene before Jiang Ming prompted an immediate decision. Not to mention being directly hit by any crashed helicopter would mean certain death. Even if they narrowly escaped, the successive impacts could trigger chain explosions, block the road, and attract countless zombies to gather. If they were trapped in a dead end with no way out, that would truly be the apocalypse. System, immediately scan for nearby locations where we can take cover. Sir, the damage to the nearby surveillance equipment is severe and accurate modeling analysis cannot be conducted. However, based on the remaining signals, 5 potential hiding spots have been marked and the relevant information has been displayed on the vehicle's tactical screen. Shui Ro analyze and select the most suitable place. As Jiang Ming issued the command, he had already returned to the driver's seat, personally taking control of the vehicle. With dangers lurking ahead and a crash likely at any moment, he had to drive the vehicle himself while the system assisted. Understood. Li Shui Ro quickly approached the tactical screen, her fingers lightly tapping the screen as the detailed information for the 5 locations unfolded before her. One was a 15-story shopping center located just 2 kilometers straight ahead. Another was a 20-story office building also 2 kilometers away but positioned slightly to the right, closer to the densely populated core of the zombie-infested Wuhan district. Another was the 25-story Rossini Hotel 4 kilometers away, located to the left near the edge of the Wuhan district. Additionally, there were 2 residential communities each with nearly 1,000 households also 4 kilometers away and adjacent to the Rossini Hotel, separated by only a few hundred meters. Li Shui Ro quickly scanned all the information and without hesitation chose the farthest target, the Rossini Hotel. Though it was a bit far, it was located on the edge of the area, convenient for subsequent evacuation operations. Head to the Rossini Hotel 4 kilometers away, turn left, positioned along the border of the Wuhan district. She reported clearly to Jiang Ming. This is the chosen location. Jiang Ming nodded, glancing at the route planned on the control screen, sharply turning the steering wheel and flooring the accelerator. The armored vehicle decisively turned left at the next 3-way intersection, entering a relatively secluded road. Perhaps because it wasn't a main city road, aside from the distant sound of crashing helicopters and echoes of explosions, there were significantly fewer wrecks of abandoned vehicles along the way. The zombies were sparse as well, if the armored vehicle only drew a few hundred of them as it passed. After letting the vehicle's autonomous control system take over the driving task, Jiang Ming ordered the armored truck to slowly circle around the Rossini Hotel. The engine emitted a low rumble as the armored vehicle slowly circled. He then signaled Lu Yuqing and Li Shui Ro to follow, and the 3 of them leaned out through the sunroof, opening fire on the approaching horde of zombies. In less than 10 minutes, over 200 zombies had fallen to the ground. When the armored vehicle stopped in front of the main entrance of the Rossini Hotel, Jiang Ming noticed that the entrance was tightly shut, just like the supermarket he had visited earlier. An enormous rolling shutter was firmly closed. All the windows on the 2nd floor of the hotel had also been boarded up from the inside. Even without these obstacles, he wouldn't choose to break through from the 2nd floor. The system had detected a large number of zombies gathered behind the windows. Though Jiang Ming's current strength could handle these zombies easily, it posed great risks for Lu Yuqing and Li Shui Ro. With even the slightest misstep, they could lose their lives. As for attempting to reach the higher floors of the hotel, that would be even more challenging. System, are you sure this place is suitable for us to settle down? I'm sorry, sir. The damage to the surrounding surveillance equipment is too severe to conduct an accurate positioning of the hotel's internal situation. Jiang Ming furrowed his brow. This could not be blamed on the system. The current situation simply afforded no room for precise detection. Just as he resolved to abandon this location and seek another hiding place, a rope suddenly descended from the upper floors of the hotel, halting precisely before the 3 of them. All 3 looked up simultaneously. The rope had been lowered from a room on the 8th floor. At that moment, its sender leaned out of the window, urgently waving to signal them to climb up without delay. It's Sister Yi. Lu Yuqing instantly recognized her face lighting up with delighted surprise. Who would have expected to encounter an acquaintance in such a place? A flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Ming's mind, yet what puzzled him even more was this: where at such a height had she possibly sourced a rope of this length? Without hesitation he whispered firmly, Yuqing Shuru, you go up first. I'll cover you from below. Hold on tight, don't let go. Hardly had the words left his lips when both young women seized the rope dangling beside the window and began scaling it, hand over hand, feet bracing against the wall. The strength-enhancing serum they'd taken earlier was now taking full effect. Though the ascent remained arduous, it proceeded steadily, no mishaps, no missteps. Before long each had reached the 8th floor window, in turn vaulted over the sill and tumbled into the room. Seeing them safely inside, Jiang Ming immediately instructed the system to conceal the armored vehicle in a hidden spot, then stowed his gear and climbed the rope barehanded. 8 stories posed no challenge for him. His hands moved in swift, precise alternation, mechanically fluid, unwaveringly steady, as if time itself blinked before he cleared the windowsill and landed silently within. This was a luxury suite in the hotel, spacious beyond any temporary shelter they'd occupied thus far. It comprised 3 bedrooms, a fully equipped kitchen, a living room and a bathroom. Yet the interior lay in utter disarray. The television cabinet, dining table, refrigerator and coffee table had all been piled haphazardly against the door leading to the corridor, blocking it completely. Muffled viscous snarls and dull thuds of rotting claws scraping wood echoed faintly from beyond the door, yet the creatures outside remained unaware that survivors had entered. Beyond the chaos, however, one object stood out, an anomaly that instantly arrested Jiang Ming's attention. It was a recurve bow entirely black, its cold metallic luster shimmering faintly along the curve of the limbs. Leaning quietly in the corner, it exuded an aura of chilling austerity. Lu Yuqing and Li Shuru, who had ascended first, were now slumped breathlessly on the sofa, gasping for air in ragged rapid bursts. Though their strength had been augmented, their stamina had not kept pace. After a brutal battle and an 8-story climb, exhaustion had nearly drained them utterly. Yi Zhiling, seeing Jiang Ming enter, turned silently, poured a glass of water and handed it to him. Then, with a fingertip gently brushing her lips and a subtle glance toward the door, she conveyed her unspoken warning: "Stay silent, lest you alert the horrors outside." She had already issued the same caution to Lu Yuqing and Li Shuru upon their arrival. Jiang Ming accepted the glass and mouthed a silent thank you in reply. His gaze lingered on Yi Zhiling, studying her carefully. She appeared to be in her late 20s, possessing the refined bone structure characteristic of women from the Jiangnan region: delicate willow leaf brows, round almond-shaped eyes, lips painted a vivid crimson like cherry lacquer, and a small fair oval face whose luminous skin rivaled freshly fallen snow. Her jet-black hair fell loosely down her back, secured only by a simple elastic band. Several strands escaped to rest softly upon her shoulders, untouched by dye or heat, radiating natural grace. Yet her frame was strikingly tall, well over 175 centimeters. Even clad in loose athletic trousers, her long sculpted legs remained sharply defined. Her oversized jacket could not conceal the confident swell of her chest, surely a size E. Such a paradox: soft gentle Jiangnan elegance fused seamlessly with the statuesque poise of a runway model, was exceedingly rare. Jiang Ming held the glass but did not drink. This woman's origins were unknown, though she was an old acquaintance of Lu Yuqing's. Neither fact could dispel the deep-rooted vigilance etched into his very being. "No need to thank me." Yi Zhiling sensed no wariness, assuming only that he wasn't thirsty. She waved dismissively, settled onto a nearby armchair, and turned to Lu Yuqing. "So this is the benefactor who saved you, the one you mentioned earlier." "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce everyone." Lu Yuqing suddenly recalled, springing to her feet to make the formal introductions. "Jiang Ming Shuru, this is my former mentor, Professor Yi Zhiling." Then turning to Yi Zhiling, "Sister Yi, this is Jiang Ming, the one who rescued me, and beside him is our companion Li Shuru, formerly an elite special forces officer renowned for both her martial prowess and marksmanship." She added with evident admiration, "Don't be deceived by Sister Ye's appearance, she's one of Shihui City's most distinguished scholars, holding professorships in both chemistry and physics." "So young, and already a professor." Li Shuru blinked, momentarily stunned. In her experience, the title professor belonged almost exclusively to venerable elders with silver-streaked hair, not someone so strikingly youthful. Moreover, mastery across two such demanding disciplines was extraordinary. Deep expertise in chemistry meant synthesizing volatile compounds would pose little difficulty. Fluency in physics implied designing specialized devices would be equally feasible. "Yuqing exaggerates endlessly," Yi Zhiling chided with a playful scowl, waving her hand. "I'm merely somewhat familiar with chemistry, physics is just a superficial acquaintance. Nothing remarkable. But last time I saw it myself, Professor Zhou, that eminent physicist, came specially to consult you on a problem." "You incorrigible girl." Yi Zhiling sighed helplessly, shaking her head before letting the subject drop. "Sister Yi, how did you end up here?" Lu Yuqing's brow furrowed slightly. "Logically, someone of your caliber should have long since been escorted and placed under high-priority protection by either the Ministry of Culture or the Ministry of Military Affairs." Jiang Ming and Li Shuru, until then resting quietly on the sofa with eyes closed, now opened them in unison, their gazes converging on Yi Zhiling, clearly intrigued by her answer. "They're struggling to survive themselves, there's no time left to protect people like us," Yi Zhiling replied with a wry smile, then recounted her experiences over the past few days. 2 nights ago those eerie videos erupted online. Overnight the world descended into chaos. At first I assumed it was some elaborate hoax, a prank built on digital effects. Not until the next day, peering out my apartment window at streets teeming with shambling corpses, did I grasp the horrifying truth. Hearing this, Lu Yuqing and Li Shuru instinctively glanced sideways at Jiang Ming, unaware that the architect of this apocalyptic cataclysm sat calmly before them. Later I learned from acquaintances that Shihui City had prepared emergency protocols, constructing 2 fortified bases, one above ground and one underground, both situated at the city center, to withstand the initial wave of zombies. So I decided to head toward the city center, seeking refuge. Underground base. A faint twitch lifted Jiang Ming's brow. This professor's network ran surprisingly deep, capable of uncovering classified intelligence like this. Had he lacked his system, even exhaustive effort would likely have failed to unearth such secrets. His expression remained unchanged as he listened, silent and attentive. But conditions outside proved far worse than I anticipated, especially the mutated zombies. Their speed and physicality dwarfed ordinary undead. Though skilled in archery, my arrows struck them harmlessly. In the end I fled in my car, desperate, unrelenting. To escape evolved zombies, alone. Jiang Ming and Li Shuru exchanged a fleeting glance, both struck by quiet disbelief. A spark of genuine curiosity ignited within him toward this woman. Along the way I encountered several more zombie clusters, but spotted them early enough to evade them successfully. Yet shortly afterward the true horde arrived. That time I was nearly cornered, until I stumbled upon a squad of soldiers in uniform. They were escorting a high-ranking civilian official, too preoccupied to attend to desperate survivors. They didn't even glance at me, or anyone else, before speeding away. Ironically, the commotion they caused drew the horde's attention away from scattered survivors like us, diverting the swarm toward them instead. That distraction spared me from being overwhelmed. Afterward I tried to flee again, but the streets remained saturated with zombies. Though the main horde had moved on, stragglers still roamed everywhere. With no choice I sought shelter, waiting out the worst of it. I searched multiple locations, each swarming with the undead, until finally spotting this hotel, which offered my first real chance. The hotel entrance stood wide open, its zombies likely drawn away earlier by military operations. I slipped inside unnoticed and took refuge in this room, remaining here ever since. Having finished recounting her ordeal, Yi Zhiling's throat felt parched. She poured herself a glass of water and drank slowly before continuing, "Then like you, I was awakened this morning by the thunderous roar of helicopters." Her original plan had been to wait until the helicopters ceased flying and the zombies, repelled by daylight, began dispersing, then slip away discreetly. Instead, while observing the streets through her telescope, she spotted the armored vehicle, and astonishingly recognized Lu Yuqing seated inside. What followed was her lowering the rope from the window and pulling Jiang Ming and the others to safety. "I must say, you've had remarkably good fortune." Jiang Ming shook his head. "The location you chose lies at the very edge of Wuhan district. Had you been at its center, the horde, and especially the evolved zombies, would have breached this door long before you could react." "Do the zombies in the city center truly number even more?" Yi Zhiling paused, startled. "Not merely more, they form a veritable nest. Hundreds of evolved specimens alone dwell there." Lu Yuqing nodded faintly, her face still shadowed by lingering trauma. Yi Zhiling's eyes widened in disbelief. "You escaped from the heart of Wuhan district?" "Yes." Lu Yuqing gave a soft affirmative nod. "That's incredible." Confronted with confirmation, Yi Zhiling fell momentarily speechless. Over these past 2 days she'd heard countless accounts of zombie ferocity, from friends, colleagues, survivors. The deeper her understanding grew, the more terrifying and formidable these creatures seemed. Combining Lu Yuqing's testimony with her own knowledge, she knew ordinary people could never emerge alive from such hell. Yet Jiang Ming and his 2 companions had done exactly that. 3 individuals. 1 unarmed armored vehicle. And yet they had fled the very epicenter of the undead nest. How did they accomplish it? The question rose unbidden in her mind. Sensing Yi Zhiling's reverie, Lu Yuqing gently redirected the conversation. "Sister Yi, where do you plan to go next?" Yi Zhiling collected herself, pausing thoughtfully. "Barring unforeseen complications, I intend to proceed toward Central City, the heart of the metropolis." Jiang Ming tapped his cigarette out in the ashtray on the coffee table and spoke calmly. "I advise against going to Central City." "Why?" Yi Zhiling's expression registered pure astonishment. "It will fall, soon." No further explanation needed. "How can that be?" Her pupils contracted sharply. She fumbled for her phone, eager to warn trusted contacts, only to find the signal bars empty, utterly devoid of reception. Jiang Ming saw her insist on trying and did not stop her, merely whispering, "Establish a communication link." The cold mechanical voice responded immediately. Almost simultaneously the signal bars on Yi Zhiling's phone flickered back to life. She had no time to ponder the reasons behind this, and her fingertips flew across the screen, sending a series of urgent messages to her old friend in the core urban area. 1 message, 2 messages, 3 messages. One after another they were sent out like stones thrown into an abyss. She dispatched over a dozen messages without receiving a single reply. Jiang Ming glanced at her furrowed brow, already knowing the answer in his heart. So many flying machines pouring into the city center meant that a large number of survivors were crowding in that direction. It was likely already in a state of chaotic disorder and extreme busyness. It would be surprising if anyone could find time to respond. Lu Yuqing quietly tugged at Jiang Ming's sleeve, pulling him into the corner of the room. "What's wrong?" Jiang Ming asked, lowering his head. Lu Yuqing lowered her eyelashes, her voice as soft as a whisper. Can we let Yi Jia stay and come with us?" Catching the unease on her face, a hint of amusement flickered in Jiang Ming's eyes as he casually replied, "What special benefit is there for me in having her join us? She understands chemistry and physics and can help us prepare useful items. She can even modify weapons. Her physical abilities are also impressive, especially her archery skills where she rarely misses, so she definitely won't be a burden to us." Lu Yuqing eagerly enumerated Yi Zhiling's various strengths, her tone filled with pleading. However, Jiang Ming remained quiet, listening without expressing his stance. Lu Yuqing bit her lip, a faint blush suddenly spreading across her cheeks as if she had made a certain resolution. She leaned closer to Jiang Ming, standing on her tiptoes, her warm breath brushing against his ear as she whispered something only the two of them could hear. "All right. It's settled. I agree." Jiang Ming's eyes brightened instantly, answering decisively and briskly. The proposal Lu Yuqing mentioned was indeed something he had not experienced yet, and moreover he had no reason to refuse. Yi Zhiling was extraordinarily beautiful, with a graceful figure, and was a professional with significant achievements in academia. His previous wariness was merely due to their unfamiliarity, and this brief interaction had already dispelled most of his doubts. Such a rare talent naturally deserved to be recruited under his banner. He would not openly share these calculations with Lu Yuqing. "I never expected that not only would we welcome an outstanding companion, but I would also experience new pleasures. This deal is truly worthwhile," he mused internally. "That's great!" Lu Yuqing exclaimed joyfully, almost jumping up in excitement. Unable to contain herself, she leaned forward and gently kissed Jiang Ming on the cheek. Watching her happily run back to the sofa whispering the good news to Yi Zhiling, Jiang Ming raised his hand to touch the spot where she had kissed him, shaking his head with a wry smile. He pulled out a cigarette case from his pocket and walked alone to the window. Outside the hotel, the dense horde of mutated zombies still surged like an unending tide, thrashing and pushing, stretching far beyond sight. Jiang Ming gazed at this scene filled with despair, his expression gradually deepening, and no one could discern what thoughts were swirling within his heart at that moment. "Thank you for accepting me," a clear female voice rang out from behind Jiang Ming. He turned to see Yi Zhiling looking at him, her bright eyes filled with sincere gratitude. In this broken apocalypse, being accepted by a team was almost tantamount to receiving a blessing of protection. Yi Zhiling kept this sentiment close to her heart. "Having you join us is our fortune, and no need for thanks." Jiang Ming extinguished the cigarette between his fingers and returned to sit beside her on the sofa. "What are your plans next?" Yi Zhiling asked. Since they had decided to move together, it was natural to know the subsequent arrangements. "Since the city center is not a suitable place, we can only look for another place to settle down." As Jiang Ming spoke under Yi Zhiling's slightly puzzled gaze, he lightly touched the small device in his ear, instructing, "Search the surrounding areas of Shihui City for any confirmed safe zones. Connecting to the network. Search complete." The mechanical voice of the system paused briefly before continuing. "West of Shihui City within Dongshan City, 3 fixed safe zone signals have been detected. Please provide the specific locations and nature of these zones," Jiang Ming asked in a deep voice. "One is located in the center of Dongshan City, established by the Civilization Reconstruction Department. One is located in the suburbs of Dongshan City, converted from a former military base. The third is a survivor camp spontaneously organized by civilians." As the system reported, it had already transmitted detailed files of these 3 safe areas to the mobile terminals of Jiang Ming, Lu Yuqing, and Li Shuai-Ro. The military and civil system have actually split, each establishing their own sect. There are even civilian shelters formed by wealthy merchants with dozens of guards. And they have sheltered over 1,000 survivors. The number of mobile survivor groups is actually beyond estimation. Lu Yuqing, Li Shuai-Ro, and Yi Zhiling exclaimed in hushed tones as they browsed the constantly updating information on the screen, astonishment evident on their faces. "The situation in Dongshan City is murkier than we anticipated," Jiang Ming remarked softly. However, this current situation was exactly what he had hoped to see. It was the chessboard he desired. He turned to Yi Zhiling and asked, "How well do you understand the terrain of Dongshan City?" The terrain of Dongshan City is, as its name suggests, full of hills and mountains. Over 70% of the urban area is built among the peaks. The 5 main districts are almost separated by low hills, and some areas are built right against the mountain walls, so the local road network is extremely complex, making it easy to get lost in many places. Hearing the last few sentences, a glint of sharpness crossed Jiang Ming's eyes as he pressed on. So if we guard certain mountain passes, we can cut off the zombie spread. In theory, that is indeed the case, Yi Zhiling nodded, providing a confirming answer. Good, then our next target will be set in Dongshan City. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ming made a decisive decision. Just as they finalized the next step of their plan, a faint sound of stomach growling suddenly came from Jiang Ming's side, and the source of the sound was Yi Zhiling. I'm sorry. I accidentally lost the backpack containing food while evacuating yesterday, and I haven't eaten anything since yesterday. Yi Zhiling's ears flushed slightly as she explained in a low voice, her tone carrying a hint of embarrassment. Her words seemed to awaken the hunger in everyone. Lu Yuqing and Li Shuai-ro immediately felt a gnawing emptiness in their stomachs. We haven't eaten anything since we fled in the early morning, Li Shuai-ro added softly. She still had some physical reserves, having rested well the previous night, but Jiang Ming had stayed up all night working with Lu Yuqing and had been jolted awake by the sound of helicopter engines in the morning, and he had only drunk a little water since, with no food at all. Yuqing, Shuai-ro, you two go reheat the leftover rice from last night and make a couple of simple dishes, Jiang Ming instructed. All right, the two of them naturally had no objections and turned to head toward the kitchen. I'll help too, Yi Zhiling said as she got up, not wanting to sit idly. The rice that was specially cooked last night for the long journey was now transformed by Lu Yuqing into golden and fluffy fried rice, each grain distinct, making it look appetizing. Li Shuai-ro and Yi Zhiling each prepared a simple vegetable dish, their movements quick and efficient. In the era before the apocalypse, such meals might have been nothing to speak of, but in today's environment, having a warm meal was a luxury that countless survivors dared not dream of. In just 10 minutes the simple dishes were served on the table, and the few of them devoured the food ravenously, finishing it in no time, finally feeling a bit of warmth in their stomachs. However, the fullness in their stomachs did not dispel the impending crisis around them. They remained trapped in this hotel suite in a perilous situation. Do we really have to continue watching from here? Yi Zhiling asked softly, looking out at the horde of corpses. For now we have no better choice. It seems we can only wait for the right opportunity, Li Shuai-ro sighed softly. Jiang Ming dragged the sofa to the window. Right now they had nothing else to do but observe the movements outside, capturing the best chance to evacuate, even though they all understood that such an opportunity was likely hard to come by in the short term. Before they knew it, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. The horde of corpses outside showed no signs of diminishing. The frequency of helicopters flying overhead had slightly decreased from the morning, but there were still helicopters occasionally sweeping across the sky, producing loud roaring sounds. This kept the zombies on the ground in a state of agitation. Not only was there no sign of calming down, but the situation was becoming increasingly intense, with their howls echoing incessantly. Creak, creak. Just then a series of intense sounds of tires grinding against the ground approached from afar, immediately capturing Jiang Ming's attention and putting him on high alert. The 3 women, who had been somewhat drowsy, immediately perked up, all their gazes fixed toward the window. What's happening? Is there any movement outside? It's a convoy, many off-road vehicles. It looks like they are escaping, Li Shuai-ro said, staring out the window, her voice serious. The glaring headlights sliced through the dust in the air, while several figures hiding behind the ruins held their breath, intently watching the convoy. These must be the survivors, right? Someone whispered from behind the ruins, their tone tinged with hope. In the distance 7 or 8 modified off-road vehicles were desperately fleeing down the debris-filled street, kicking up clouds of dust behind them. Jiang Ming squinted to see more clearly. Most of the people inside the vehicles were wielding makeshift firearms, with only a few holding standard assault rifles, the short barrels glinting coldly in the light as the vehicles shook. The bodies of these off-road vehicles were reinforced with thick iron armor, and sharp blades were mounted on the steel plates, resembling a steel hedgehog with curled spikes, clearly designed to withstand zombie attacks. However, the convoy's luck was exceptionally poor. Behind the rear of the convoy, over 20 twisted figures clung on. These were no longer the stumbling ordinary corpses, but rather evolved zombies with bulging muscles and mutated limbs, moving at incredible speeds, clinging tightly to the convoy. Worse still, a crashed helicopter lay across the road ahead, blocking their way like a suddenly fallen gate, completely sealing off their escape route. The people inside the vehicles had yet to realize that their path was entirely cut off and were still desperately rushing forward. They leaned out of the car windows, aiming their guns at the zombies behind them, spraying gunfire as shell casings clattered against the vehicle, producing crisp sounds, yet they could not stop the pursuit of the evolved zombies. Until the front of the vehicle slammed hard against the twisted wing of the helicopter, the screeching sound of brakes shattered the air, abruptly halting their advance. In the next moment the pursuing evolved zombies pounced instantly, surrounding the convoy. Among them was the most terrifying, a particularly tall mutated zombie. Over 2 meters tall, its arms morphed into scythe-like appendages of varying lengths, creating a dull howling wind with each swing, its power astonishing. With a single stroke it cleaved through the armored car door with ease, as though tearing apart a cardboard box, and then pulled the frozen survivor inside out, crushing their body with a few bites before turning to pounce on the next vehicle, employing extremely brutal methods. In the convoy there were also resolute individuals who fought until the last moment, their furious roars intertwined with the sound of gunfire appearing exceptionally faint amidst the howls of the zombies soon to be completely submerged. In just 2 minutes the street fell silent if the convoy of 7 or 8 vehicles was completely annihilated. That scythe monster is far stronger than any evolved zombie we've encountered before. Lu Yuqing clenched the hem of her clothes, her knuckles turning white, her voice trembling. Li Shueyer's breath also slightly trembled, clearly intimidated by the ferocity of the scythe zombie. Yet Yi Zhiling stared intently at the monster in the distance, muttering to herself, could this be the wolf-level zombie? But its characteristics don't quite match what I've heard. Jiang Ming turned his face to look at Yi Zhiling, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Lu Yuqing and Li Shueyer also looked at her in unison, evidently unaware of what this term meant. Yi Zhiling paused, took out her phone from her pocket and swiftly scrolled on the screen, saying, "These are materials sent to me by a friend," she said. The military started researching these mutated zombies long ago and established a clear classification of levels. Jiang Ming took Yi Zhiling's phone and Lu Yuqing and Li Shueyer leaned in closer, the three of them looking down at the information on the screen. Lines of text on the screen flashed by and the brows of the three gradually furrowed, their expressions growing increasingly grave. The information recorded that above ordinary zombies are the evolved zombies. These zombies undergo physical mutations greatly enhancing their strength, yet still lack independent intelligence, relying solely on instinct to act. Above the evolved zombies there are the so-called wolf-level zombies, which are products of a second evolution. These zombies not only have terrifying destructive power but also possess extremely resilient bodies. Ordinary bullets merely graze their skin, and even armor-piercing rounds leave only shallow marks. Even more terrifying, wolf-level zombies can command lower-tier zombies, much like an alpha wolf leading its pack, directing the horde to attack. And above the wolf-level zombies there are even more terrifying tiger-level zombies, but the records regarding tiger-level zombies are scant and vague. Just as the group was examining the information, the horde on the street suddenly became restless again, with hoarse whimpers and deep growls intertwining to form an uneasy tide permeating the air. Then a chilling turn of events occurred. Standing at the center of the tide of corpses was a mutated being towering at 2 meters tall, its arms grotesquely transformed into asymmetrical bone scythes. It had just devoured the flesh and blood of dozens of living beings, and now its body trembled violently, dark red blood seeping from cracks in its skin, its eyes glowing ever more intensely, resembling 2 lamps soaked in blood, radiating a frenzied thirst for carnage. Even more astonishingly, the 20 or so evolved zombies around it, along with hundreds or even thousands of ordinary zombies, seemed to have caught the scent of prey, madly pouncing towards this double-scythe mutant as if they wanted to tear it apart. The double-scythe zombie threw its head back and let out a deafening roar, swinging the long scythe in its hand to fiercely slice at the approaching kin, the sounds of bone scraping against zombie flesh ringing out continuously. At the same time it gaped, its massive jaws swallowing the zombies it had cut down, regardless of whether they were evolved or ordinary, devouring their flesh in large mouthfuls. As it continued to consume its kin, the color of the blood seeping out from its body gradually changed from the initial dark red to a murky blackish red, and finally it transformed into a bright red resembling that of a living person, exuding a strange aura. Jiang Ming and Yi Zhiling, hiding on the 8th floor of the hotel, exchanged a glance, a chilling realization rising in their hearts. This double-scythe zombie was absorbing the nutrients of its kin, undergoing yet another evolution. Once the last evolved zombie was torn apart and devoured, the remaining ordinary zombies around seemed to suddenly awaken, trembling as they retreated, leaving behind a bloody vacuum on the street, with no one daring to approach the double-scythe zombie. At this moment the double-scythe zombie's flesh began to twitch, unnaturally dark red liquid seeping from beneath its skin, gradually enveloping its entire body, forming a pulsating blood cocoon suspended above the ground, emanating a chilling aura. A deathly silence enveloped the entire street. Nutrient absorption complete. Is it about to begin the second metamorphosis? Jiang Ming furrowed his brow, quietly speculating. The other three held their breaths, their gazes locked onto the increasingly solidifying blood sphere, their unease growing stronger. The answer did not keep them waiting long. In just 3 minutes the surface of the blood cocoon suddenly cracked with fine lines, followed by a loud crack as the blood cocoon shattered completely, transforming into a mist of blood. A massive figure gleaming with a cold metallic sheen slowly rose from the blood mist blocking out the sky. The original double-scythe zombie had completely vanished. Standing at the original spot was a giant monster standing 5 meters tall with eyes that appeared bloodshot crimson as blood radiating a bone-chilling coldness. Its arms had completely transformed into 2 nearly 3-meter-long curved scythes glinting with a sharp cold light. Its legs, neck and even the surface of its head were covered with a layer of blade-like bone armor reflecting a dangerous light beneath the overcast sky, resembling a weapon born for slaughter. The evolution has succeeded. Yi Ziling's voice was as soft as a sigh, yet her gaze remained glued to the monster, unable to shift even a fraction. Second evolution complete. Threat level, wolf level. Jiang Ming's voice dropped to a low tone as he quickly pressed his fingers against the miniature device at his ear, commanding in a deep voice, "System activate all available surveillance equipment, record all action data of this target, analyze its attack patterns and defense strength and generate corresponding response strategies." Command confirmed. Executing. The cold voice of the system responded. Almost simultaneously, several hidden cameras around the hotel adjusted their shooting angles, firmly focusing their lenses on the newly birthed wolf-level scythe zombie, documenting its every move. The wolf-level scythe zombie threw its head back and let out a deafening roar, shaking the nearby windows with its sound. Then it suddenly swung its arms, 2 silver flashes slicing through the air, too fast to be captured. More than 20 ordinary zombies wandering nearby along with the abandoned cars by the roadside were instantly severed and disintegrated under the sweep of the scythe, turning into a mass of bloody and mangled fragments. Immediately after, it stored energy in its legs and leaped, crashing directly into the lower floor of a nearby residential building. The sturdy wall shattered instantly upon impact, bricks and stones flying everywhere. The surrounding horde of corpses followed suit, rushing into the residential building along with the wolf-level scythe zombie. After a brief silence, the building erupted with a cacophony of screams. "Ah! What the hell is that thing? Get away! Don't come near! Help! Help! Is anyone there to save me? I'll fight you to the end! Ah!" The screams, the sounds of crashing and the shattering of glass mixed together, continuously emanating from the residential building, each sound causing Lu Yuqing and Li Shui'er to grow paler. Having followed Jiang Ming thus far, they had witnessed many horrifying scenes, yet they had never encountered such a spine-chilling monster. Just listening to those screams made their scalps tingle. Yi Zhiling, however, merely stared blankly at the residential building, her fingers unconsciously tightening, her nails almost digging into her palm, her eyes filled with terror. Its sense of smell must have been enhanced, or its hearing has undergone evolution. Jiang Ming's mind raced, analyzing in a low voice. The survivors in the building have remained silent, yet it still pinpointed their location accurately, clearly indicating that its sensory capabilities have become extremely acute. More deductions quickly formed in his mind. If this wolf-level zombie has detected their current position, it likely chose to attack the residential building first because there are more people there, making it a higher priority nutrient source for it. Moreover, this wolf-level zombie may possess a certain degree of independent judgment, capable of choosing more valuable targets. If that's the case, then the situation is extremely dangerous. Jiang Ming took a deep breath, his voice resolute with not a hint of hesitation. "Evacuate immediately, we need to leave now, we can't stay here any longer." Without fully understanding the details of this wolf-level monster, any form of contact would be tantamount to seeking death. They must leave quickly, disappearing beyond its perception range as fast as possible. "Understood," the three replied in unison without the slightest hesitation, turning to follow Jiang Ming as he swiftly moved away from the window. Jiang Ming's gaze swept over Lu Yuqing and Li Shui'er just as he was about to explain the abnormal smelling and hearing capabilities of the wolf-level zombie. He noticed the two of them had suddenly tensed up, clearly understanding the urgency of the situation. He immediately swallowed all his questions and the group quickly began packing their gear, preparing to evacuate. "Are we leaving now?" Yi Zhiling felt a twinge of hesitation. They had only been here for a short 3 hours and everyone had hardly recovered any strength. Yet her hands did not stop tightly following Lu Yuqing and Li Shui'er's actions, efficiently packing her belongings. In this apocalyptic world there was no room for hesitation. Survival was the most important thing. At this moment the sky barely showed any trace of helicopters, and the horde of corpses roaming below the hotel had also thinned significantly, partly due to those who fell to the claws of the wolf-level mutant while others had followed it into the adjacent residential area. However, the remaining number of zombies was still considerable, roughly estimating there were still around 7,000 to 8,000. Jiang Ming judged in his heart that these lingering zombies were probably deterred by the wolf-level zombie and dared not leave recklessly if they could only linger in place. 7,000 to 8,000 zombies is certainly not a small number. A slight misstep could lead to being surrounded. Yet they had to leave. There was no retreat. If his speculation was correct, this wolf-level mutant would selectively prey upon them. Therefore, once the screams in the residential area completely subsided, the next danger would descend upon them. No one knew if this monster's next target would be the hotel they were in. Although Jiang Ming believed he had the strength to fight, he knew too little about this wolf-level mutant. He could not guarantee that their confrontation would not endanger Lu Yuqing and the others. What was even more worrisome was that if this monster could not only command ordinary zombies but also order other evolved zombies, then their presence here would be equivalent to walking into a trap. Thus temporarily avoiding it was the safest strategy. This was not the time to confront the wolf-level zombie heathen. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye and the group had already packed their gear. "Is everyone ready?" Jiang Ming asked in a solemn voice. "Ready," Lu Yuqing and Li Shuai replied in unison. The two did not have much luggage, just rechecking the guns and weapons they were wearing to ensure everything was flawless. On the other hand, Yi Ziling's outfit made Jiang Ming's gaze pause slightly. She wore elbow and knee pads along with a waistguard, carrying a quiver on her back tightly gripping a black recurve bow, her attire exuding a killing intent. Her tall figure, accentuated by such gear, added an air of formidable heroism, a beauty with a sharp edge starkly contrasting with her previous gentle Jiangnan girl appearance. The four now ready moved to the window again. They still planned to use ropes to lower themselves down rather than take the stairs. At the 8th floor, descending via stairs, clearing zombies from each corridor level by level, would consume far too much time, and time was precisely what they lacked most acutely. Moreover, such clearance would inevitably rouse nearby hordes. Should the wolf-tier mutated entity be drawn in, all their efforts would be rendered utterly futile. Rope descent remained therefore the optimal evacuation method. Yet as they reached the window, a new complication emerged. Lu Yuqing and Li Shuai had both ingested strength enhancement serums, making rope descent effortless for them, but Yi Zhiling had taken no such agent, and relying solely on her natural stamina, she could scarcely manage an unassisted descent from the 8th floor. After brief consultation, the group decided Jiang Ming would carry Yi Zhiling on his back during the descent. A faint blush brushed Yi Zhiling's cheeks, yet she voiced no objection. In this apocalypse, survival reigned supreme. Taboos surrounding physical contact between men and women had long since vanished beyond the heavens. "Yuqing Shuru, you descend first. I'll cover you from above. Once you've reached the ground, take over the perimeter defense while I bring Professor Yi down." Jiang Ming assigned tasks with swift authority and unwavering calm, a tone that instinctively instilled reassurance. "Understood." The two responded instantly, fastened their safety harnesses without hesitation, and swung out the window, gripping the suspended rope firmly before beginning their controlled descent. "Ha!" Outside the window, Lu Yuqing drew a deep breath, suppressing her innate vertigo, then clenched her teeth and descended rapidly, hands and feet working in concert, using the rapid grappling technique Li Shuai had taught her, allowing no delay. From the hotel's 8th floor window, Jiang Ming watched the two vanish over the sill and slide downward along the rope, then retrieved his long-unused medium-caliber nail gun to eliminate scattered zombies gathering below, clearing the path for their escape. Though less powerful than standard firearms, the nail gun emitted only a muted report, making it ideal for this moment as it would not attract massive hordes. Fwip, fwip fwip, a series of subtle sonic cracks pierced the air as iron nails launched from the barrel, striking zombie skulls with lethal precision. Beside him, Yi Zhiling did not idle, drawing her bowstring taut. She loosed arrow after arrow, each shaft humming fiercely at her fingertips before vanishing into the distance toward the zombies below. Shoo, shoo, her arrows possessed penetrating force rivaling firearms, piercing straight through zombie craniums with single devastating strikes. More astonishing still was her perilous archery. Occasionally a single arrow would pierce two zombie heads in perfect alignment, ending two lives in one motion, every shot finding its mark without fail. Yet arrow consumption posed a glaring disadvantage. Of the hundreds prepared at departure, fewer than 50 remained after their earlier flight, each draw and release depleting their dwindling stock irreversibly. Before long, Lu Yuqing and Li Shuai landed safely atop the waiting armored vehicle below and signaled upward with a clear all-clear gesture. Seeing this, Jiang Ming immediately holstered the nail gun and turned to Yi Zhiling. "Professor Yi, it's our turn." "Understood." Yi Zhiling took a slow, steadying breath, quelling her nervousness, though her cheeks flushed deeper still. She slung her recurve bow across her back and stepped behind Jiang Ming, ready to be carried. "Climb on," Jiang Ming said, bending his knees and lowering his center of gravity to ease her ascent onto his back. Yi Zhiling murmured a soft affirmation and settled gently against his spine, arms encircling his neck, legs locking tightly around his waist, her entire form clinging to him like supple ivy anchored securely to his frame. Having lived in solitude for years, this was her first time so intimately close to another person of the opposite sex. She could distinctly feel the warmth and resilient strength radiating from Jiang Ming's back, stirring within her an unfamiliar quiet tremor. Jiang Ming's own breath faltered just slightly, the tender pressure against his nape vivid and unmistakable. Still he allowed himself no distraction. Scanning the room, he realized the original rope was insufficient. Swiftly he tore bed sheets into long strips and wound them tightly around both their torsos, securing them together to prevent Yijiling from slipping or losing strength mid-descent. Yijiling offered no protest, submitting quietly to the binding, yet her ears burned hotter still, her neck suffused with a delicate rosy hue. "Let's go," Jiang Ming murmured once preparations were complete. "Yes," Yijiling replied, voice focused and steady, arms tightening once more around his neck. Jiang Ming strode to the window, secured his safety harness, gripped the rappel rope and vaulted outward, carrying Yijiling smoothly into their descent. Just then a sudden gust swept past. Yijiling shivered involuntarily and instinctively tightened her grip around Jiang Ming's neck, her hold growing firmer. "Ahem. Ease up, your grip's cutting off my air," Jiang Ming coughed lightly, his voice low but clear. "I'm sorry." Flustered, Yijiling loosened her arms slightly, her face burning brighter, still brimming with sincere remorse. Once his breathing steadied, Jiang Ming wasted no time bracing the rope between his legs and guiding his descent with one hand. He slid downward with practiced control, fluid, deliberate and swift. But as they passed the fourth floor, calamity struck without warning. Grrrr. A guttural rasping zombie snarl erupted from a suite on that very floor. Crash! A wandering zombie happenstance passing the fourth floor window spotted Jiang Ming and Yijiling outside, immediately shattered the glass and thrust forth bony clawed hands, lunging wildly at them. The shattering glass startled two more zombies inside the suite, and the sound, amplified through the open doorway, reverberated down the corridor, summoning even more. In mere seconds, 7 or 8 shambling corpses converged upon that single window from multiple directions, clawing, snarling, desperate to drag Jiang Ming and Yijiling inside and tear them limb from limb. Fortunately, Jiang Ming had anticipated such peril. Unfazed, he freed one hand, drew his nail gun, already reloaded, and fired without pause at the nearest assailants. Thud thud thud, muffled impacts echoed as nails punched through skulls. Each zombie collapsed lifelessly, limbs slackening, eyes extinguished. The first attacker lay already decapitated, its skull obliterated by Jiang Ming's airborne kick, brains splattered across the windowsill. His combat prowess is simply extraordinary. Pressed closely against Jiang Ming's back, Yijiling witnessed everything, her awe too profound for words. From her vantage, his movements blurred like lightning, his reflexes preternaturally sharp. Even his aim was uncanny, no visible targeting, no hesitation, only a fluid lift of arm and weapon followed by flawless shots striking each zombie's vital point. "Are you all right?" Having dispatched the final lurching corpse, Jiang Ming stowed his weapon and asked without turning. "And no, I'm fine." Yijiling blinked back to awareness and shook her head gently. Unable to see her expression pressed against his back, Jiang Ming confirmed she was unharmed, then tightened the sheet bindings around her once more before resuming their descent along the building's facade. The remainder of the descent proceeded flawlessly, no further incidents, until they alighted steadily atop the armored vehicle. Grrrr. Grrrr. Ugga. Thud thud thud. Lu Yuqing and Li Shuru stood atop the vehicle, rifles fitted with suppressors, methodically eliminating zombies closing in from all sides. Spotting Jiang Ming and Yijiling land, they rushed forward to untie the binding, securing the two together. "Sister Yijiling, get inside quickly." "Yes." Yijiling swept her gaze across the surroundings, desiccated faces, bloodshot eyes, relentless bodies surging even beneath the scorching sun, and uttered not another word. She slipped swiftly through the roof hatch into the armored cabin. Jiang Ming, now free of the sheet restraints and holding his nail gun aloft, picked off approaching zombies with precise, economical shots, his voice low and commanding. "Forget the rest, get inside now." Lu Yuqing and Li Shuru complied instantly, following Yijiling into the cabin. Jiang Ming fired his last nail, then slipped inside as well. Outside, over a dozen zombies pressed against the bulletproof windows, rotting faces and blood-veined eyes nearly touching the glass, yet against this 15-ton steel behemoth they left not even a scratch. Jiang Ming didn't glance outside. He reached for the ignition key and twisted it firmly. VVRRR, VVRRR, VVRRR. From afar the whine of helicopter rotors pierced the cabin, growing steadily louder, closer. Could this ordeal truly be over? Why are helicopters arriving now? All three women stared skyward, 5 dark specks swelling rapidly against the horizon, furrowing their brows in unison, hearts seized by a sudden chilling unease. That foreboding soon crystallized into grim reality. 5 helicopters appeared overhead, instantly reigniting the zombies' agitated frenzy. Their guttural shrieks rose anew and swarms surged en masse toward the source of the rotor noise. "Stay still, wait until the helicopters depart before moving," Jiang Ming whispered, voice taut. Though the vehicle's sound insulation was excellent, he dared not risk awakening the wolf-tier evolved zombie with such commotion. "Understood." The 3 women breathed softly, holding themselves perfectly still, uttering not a single sound. The rotor drone now hovered directly above the vehicle. They expected the aircraft to pass overhead, but instead all 5 armed helicopters abruptly halted midair, suspending motionless. "What's happening?" Lu Yuqing and the others stared, stunned. "Have we been spotted?" Jiang Ming's chest tightened, dread coiling cold in his gut. Then came the next, even more unforeseen development. The 5 helicopters split into 2 formations, 3 clustered together, 2 forming a separate pair. The trio executed what Jiang Ming deemed a reckless maneuver. They began descending slowly, their mounted machine guns erupting in sustained fire, mowing down the dense zombie horde below. But that was only the beginning. Boom! Boom! Rocket after rocket streaked downward, trailing incandescent plumes before detonating amid the thickest clusters of undead. Gah! Zombies disintegrated under crossfire, machine gun rounds shredded limbs across wide arcs, rocket blasts unleashed searing shockwaves, and thermal blasts obliterating over 200 corpses within a radius of dozens of meters. The concussive aftershocks rippled through the air, thunderous and deafening, spreading like invisible waves across several city blocks. Zombies lurking in shadows and ruins were jolted fully awake by the cataclysmic noise. Inhuman shrieks erupted from every direction, converging into a horrifying resonant chorus, drawing massive hordes inexorably toward the helicopter's position. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 helicopters, painted in stark austere camouflage, swung sharply, engines growling deeply as they accelerated eastward toward a densely packed residential district adjacent to the hotel. That neighborhood lay less than 500 meters from the lair of the wolf-tier mutated zombie. "Are they crazy?" Lu Yuqing peered through the gap in the car window, her eyes fixed on the helicopter in the sky, her voice trembling slightly with shock and anger. "Making such a huge commotion, do they think their lives are too long, or do they believe that flying in the sky guarantees absolute safety?" Beside her, Yi Ziling's face was also ashen, her lips pressed tightly together, flames of confusion and anger burning in her eyes. Unlike their agitated reactions, Li Shui-ro appeared unusually calm. She held a high-powered telescope in her hand, her gaze sharp as an eagle's, observing every movement of the helicopter formations in the distance, calmly reporting what she saw, confirming the helicopter model. "It's the latest batch of WZ-10. The armament configuration is top-notch. One can see a rotating cannon turret on the body along with 4 multiple rocket launchers. Preliminary judgment based on the shape of the warheads indicates they are equipped with both air-to-ground precision-guided and air-to-air interception special warheads. Every helicopter has 8 crew members, and based on the style of their combat uniforms and equipment features, it can be determined that they are the Black Tiger Special Forces team directly under the Western Defense Zone. With the WZ-10 air-to-ground precision munitions and air-to-air interception munitions, such a luxurious equipment configuration is truly extravagant." A trace of astonishment swept through Jiang Ming's heart as his gaze involuntarily turned to the direction of the wolf-level zombie lurking in the residential area before shifting back to the 3 helicopters hovering above like steel predators, relentlessly clearing the ground zombies with fierce firepower. The light in his eyes flickered slightly as a vague idea began to take shape in his mind. Upon hearing Li Shui-ro's words, Lu Yuqing and Yi Ziling turned their heads simultaneously, unable to contain their curiosity. Lu Yuqing asked, "Black Tiger Special Forces? What is the background of this unit?" "Quite significant, actually." Li Shui-ro's gaze remained fixed on the telescope, her tone steady yet laden with weight. "In simple terms, those who are selected for this unit are all elite soldiers refined from top-tier special forces. Deploying 40 Black Tiger team members for a single mission is extremely rare." "Is it really that impressive?" Lu Yuqing and Yi Ziling exchanged glances, both harboring a hint of skepticism. Li Shui-ro briefly lowered the telescope, glancing at them, her tone very certain. "A few years ago the military assigned a rescue mission in the Middle East to them with the goal of rescuing 10 important Chinese experts held hostage by local extremist organizations. They only dispatched a 5-man tactical team, and not only did they annihilate over 100 armed bandits, but they also rescued all 10 hostages unharmed." Lu Yuqing gasped. 5 people could achieve such a feat. Then deploying 40 people this time, how difficult must the task they are undertaking be? "It's not hard to find out the answer." Jiang Ming suddenly spoke, his voice still calm. "System analyze the operational intentions of these units appearing in this area. Command received, sir. A neutral electronic voice immediately responded in Jiang Ming's mind. After a brief silence which lasted about 2 seconds, the system's analytical results along with the filtered surveillance footage were simultaneously projected onto the tactical screen inside the vehicle. The surveillance footage restored the events that occurred an hour ago. An armed helicopter that had fallen since the previous night took off from a certain combat zone airport and attempted to fly toward the center of Shihui City but crashed due to unknown reasons in this area precisely where everyone currently was. Fortunately, 3 crew members including a senior officer on board miraculously survived. More crucially, they discovered an abandoned armored vehicle in the ruins. The footage of the armored vehicle captured by roadside surveillance was also clearly projected onto the screen. This vehicle was completely different from Jiang Ming's armored vehicle. It was a standard military-style armored personnel carrier covered in jungle camouflage with an entirely enclosed structure leaving only a circular hatch on top as an entrance. Most notably, its weaponry: 3 remote-controlled machine guns distributed around the vehicle and a short-barreled cannon standing tall in a turret on the roof. At this moment, several high-ranking military officials were relying on this steel fortress for protection while maintaining contact with the command center of the Shihui City combat zone. Just as the situation became clear, the roar of rotor blades tearing through the air once again echoed in the sky as 5 dark green armed helicopters swooped down like predatory birds, the 40 sharp gazes in the cabin razor-sharp like blades. This was the Black Tiger Special Forces, a power forged through countless life and death trials. A mysterious smile tugged at the corners of Jiang Ming's mouth. This is quite a spectacle. 5 latest model helicopters, 40 top-notch experts. Such a display is not something ordinary people can enjoy. Li Shuai-ro and the others silently gazed out the car window, their faces appearing dim under the flickering lights inside the vehicle. This is the world after the collapse, an unspoken iron law lingering in everyone's hearts. The weight of life has never been equal. The cries for help from ordinary people may dissipate in the wind while certain names can summon an entire rescue team. They thought of Yi Zhiling trapped in the Shihui City laboratory. The youngest professor ultimately did not await the rescue helicopter to break through the clouds. Identity determines fate, and this cruelty bears no hint of disguise. Waiting for others to extend a helping hand in the apocalypse is less effective than gripping the knife in one's own hand. Should we retreat now? Lu Yuqing lowered her voice, her gaze directed at the distant sky. The 3 helicopters were weaving a dense web of fire above the horde of zombies, the flashes of artillery illuminating the outlines of the buildings repeatedly. The commotion is getting louder. Everyone understood what this meant. What was initially a tactical harassment that wouldn't alarm the high-level mutated zombies was now evolving into a blatant provocation. The continuous bombardment and gunfire would inevitably attract the wolf-level mutated zombie lurking in the shadows. By that time, this neighborhood would turn into a living hell, and they were too close to the center of danger. We can't move. Jiang Ming's voice remained steady. Leaving now would be tantamount to turning ourselves into live targets. He gestured for everyone to look at the surging horde of zombies outside the window. All the contorted zombie bodies were moving toward the loudest gunfire with not a single pair of hollow eyes looking toward this quiet building. As long as they maintained absolute silence, they were safe. However, if they burst out the door at this moment, the sound of the armored vehicle's tracks grinding through the broken glass, the roar of the engine, and the footsteps of people would simultaneously attract attention from 2 directions. Not only would the horde of zombies turn to pounce, but those well-trained special forces in the sky would also immediately notice this more suitable bait. At that point, the task of drawing the zombies' fire would naturally fall upon them, and they would face disaster on the open streets without any cover. The most dangerous places often hide the paths to survival. Li Shuai-ro suddenly spoke, a glint of cold light passing through her eyes. They are fighting openly while we observe in the shadows. Jiang Ming slowly nodded, refocusing his gaze on the several steel helicopters continuously maneuvering in the sky, with such superior equipment and supporting vehicles. If we could take one down, the road ahead would be much smoother. Of course, the armed helicopter is not a perfect sanctuary. Its massive body can easily become a target for attacks, and the roar of its rotor blades can be heard several blocks away, but it possesses the most precious thing in the apocalypse: the ability to break free from the ground's constraints and survey all the fallen streets from above. As long as they do not deliberately create chaos like those special forces, the sky remains a relatively free place. As for the identity represented by their uniforms, many boundaries become blurred in the face of survival. He gazed out at the sky gradually shrouded in smoke, quietly waiting for the moment when the variables would appear. The cruelty of the apocalypse made every decision a matter of life and death. After hearing Jiang Ming's plan, none of Lu Yuqing and the others refuted it. At such times, any superfluous opinions felt out of place. Jiang Ming also harbored another thought: the wolf-level mutated zombie. He had never faced a monster of this level. If he could personally eliminate it according to the system's usual style, it would surely activate a rare achievement and the corresponding rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. The scene of the armed helicopter roaring and pouring down firepower allowed him to quickly devise a plan. The play of the clam and the heron was perfectly suited for him as the fisherman to profit from. But this plan was not to wait idly. He needed Yi Ziling's cooperation. Although Yi Ziling did not understand his specific intentions, she chose to trust him and quietly awaited his next instructions. Activate the armored vehicle and move slowly toward the street with minimal noise. Jiang Ming silently thought. Command received. The system's response was concise and steady. The armored vehicle's engine emitted a barely audible low hum and the heavy body began to inch toward the firefight area like a shadow. Most of the wandering zombies along the way were attracted by the roar of the helicopters and the sounds of gunfire staggering toward that cacophonous place, while the slight sound of the armored vehicle's movement was completely masked. Occasionally a few zombies that strayed off course sensed something amiss and lunged with bared teeth, but the silenced weapon suddenly protruding from the hatch fired repeatedly, causing these zombies to collapse silently to the ground. Jiang Ming sat inside the cabin, opening a metallic box inside which were neatly arranged various special items. System, he asked in his mind, what materials are needed to modify these items into controllable devices? A series of material lists instantly appeared in his consciousness: pig iron, copper wire, plastic, tin sheets. All common items not hard to find. Cover me. He simply said to Lu Yuqing and Li Shuai-ro, then pushed open the hatch and leaped into the air filled with a putrid odor. The 2 or 3 dozen zombies originally surging toward the helicopter were immediately drawn in by the scent of fresh blood, twisting their stiff necks and emitting greedy hissing sounds converging from all directions. A flash of silver suddenly streaked by. Jiang Ming darted like lightning, cutting through murky waters, his left hand gripping a Nepalese curved knife, his right hand wielding a reinforced special short blade. The essence of advanced combat techniques was vividly displayed at this moment. Any zombie that intruded into his attack range collapsed in an instant as the cold light flashed by. Puff! Puff! From the hatch the sound of suppressed gunfire rang out repeatedly, clearing the threats on his side. Inside the vehicle, Yi Ziling closely monitored the battle situation toward the helicopter while keeping an eye on the surrounding movements. In less than 20 seconds Jiang Ming broke through the sparse zombie encirclement and rushed to a rusty abandoned car. He slashed fiercely, the blade deeply embedding into the iron skin, and with a strong pull he cut off a large heavy piece of metal. Jiang Ming yanked the car door open, sidestepped into the driver's seat, and the blade flashed again, striking directly at the center console. Metal and plastic fragments flew everywhere, with entangled wires, copper cores and plastic casings being forcefully torn apart, scattering across the ground. Ha! Ha! Heavy breathing mixed with a muffled sound. Jiang Ming kicked the car door open, sending the zombie hanging on the door flying out. His figure moved as swiftly as a leopard, and in the blink of an eye he dashed to another abandoned vehicle. Sure. Sure. The blade flashed repeatedly and the zombies lunging at him fell one after another. Using the momentum of the falling zombies he leaped and landed back on top of the armored vehicle, flipping through the hatch to get back inside. All of this happened in just 2 minutes. Shuai-ro, Yuqing, continue clearing the zombies. Professor Ziling, keep an eye on the movements of the Black Tiger team and wait for my instructions. Jiang Ming left this sentence holding a large piece of pig iron and a bundle of twisted wires, walking toward the back of the cabin. 3 pairs of eyes followed his figure, yet no one spoke up to ask if they each returned to their respective positions. 3 minutes later Jiang Ming brought the modified device to Yi Ziling's side. Can you use arrows to deliver these items to the designated location? I will take a look at these things first. Yi Ziling did not immediately agree. Jiang Ming opened the suitcase containing the devices, and the contents made Yi Ziling's pupils shrink sharply. A professor well versed in chemistry and physics immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of these explosive devices. She squatted down, her fingertips gently brushing over 3 different types of modified devices, a look of surprise gradually emerging in her eyes. Incredible! The explosive yield has increased by more than 1 level, and it has been modified for remote detonation, enhancing safety by several folds. She raised her head, her voice filled with amazement. How did you do this? Jiang Ming's expression remained calm as he asked, do you have any assurance? Yi Ziling pondered for a moment. It should be fine within a distance of 200 meters, except for these 3 packs of C4. These things are too heavy and can only be shot up to 100 meters. That's enough. Jiang Ming nodded and climbed onto the roof of the armored vehicle with her. Lu Yuqing and Li Shuru were still half out of the sunroof, clearing out the steadily approaching ordinary zombies. He reminded the two to pay attention to the traces of evolved zombies, but ever since the roar of the helicopter sounded, no mutated zombies had been seen around. Could it be that this block has become the territory of that wolf-level evolved zombie and the lower-tier mutated zombies dare not approach at all? Jiang Ming suppressed this thought, his gaze returning to Yi Xilan's hands where she was securing each device to the arrow's tail with rope and tape. Let's begin. Okay. Yi Xilan knocked the arrow and drew the bow, her form steady like a pine tree standing still. Jiang Ming silently spoke, and his heart system marked the impact points of all devices. Ready. A cold electronic voice responded in his mind. With the system's confirmation, the surrounding monitoring devices were instantly activated like countless invisible eyes, precisely capturing and marking the exact coordinates of each device. After the preparation was quietly completed under Jiang Ming's signal, Yi Xilan took out the equipment left after retreating from the zombie siege in Wuhan District. 28 enhanced shrapnel devices, 5 specially made explosive bodies, and 3 incredibly powerful super-energetic explosives. Using the bow and arrow as a medium, she shot these deadly items one by one to the positions pre-marked by the system. These impact points were carefully selected. Some were hidden under the chassis of transport vehicles, some fell into the center of the surging zombie crowd, and others were placed in concealed corners of the street or in shops with broken doors and windows. In the blink of an eye, the entire street between the hotel and the residential area was laid with deadly traps. To accommodate Yi Xilan's shooting range and ensure there were no blind spots in the trap coverage, the armored vehicle did not remain stationary. Jiang Ming directed the vehicle to move slowly within a kilometer radius, broadening the distribution of the explosive traps. The 3 most powerful super-energetic explosives were deliberately placed in several key strategic positions. That's enough, let's wrap it up. Watching the last arrow carrying the explosives land in the designated spot, Jiang Ming lightly clapped his hands, a hint of satisfaction crossing his face. Yi Xilan silently retrieved the long bow, nimbly slipping back into the vehicle. System, have all the device coordinates been recorded? Jiang Ming followed into the cabin, immediately confirming with the artificial intelligence. All explosive coordinates have been fully recorded and are synced to your mobile terminal and vehicle navigation map, sir. You can check at any time. The system's response was timely and clear. Jiang Ming lit up his phone screen, and the map interface indeed displayed a series of marked points, each point labeled sequentially as shrapnel device 01, shrapnel device 02, and so on, explosive body 01. He mentally cross-checked the recorded locations, confirming that there were no mistakes. At this moment, Lu Yuqing and Li Shuru also returned to the rear compartment, both immediately noticing the scattered light points on the central control screen, raising questions in their minds. Lu Yuqing asked, Jiang Ming, is there a special tactical plan behind distributing these explosives in various locations? Roar. Just as her words fell, a non-human violent roar suddenly came from the direction of the residential area, instantly interrupting the conversation in the cabin and drawing everyone's attention. Cough. At the same time, the ordinary zombies that had been attracted by the helicopter noise seemed to receive some kind of silent command, their movement synchronizing for a moment. It's that wolf-level evolved zombie. Lu Yuqing and the other 2 women almost exclaimed in unison, their expressions changing instantly. Jiang Ming's gaze suddenly became as sharp as a blade, and he ordered in a deep voice system. Control the vehicle to immediately distance itself from this community. Stay hidden and keep movements as quiet as possible. Command confirmed, executing. As the system responded, the engine of the armored vehicle emitted a low hum and began to slowly reverse, attempting to stealthily retreat into the surrounding shadows. However, the vehicle had barely reversed less than 40 meters. Boom. A thunderous explosion tore through the air without warning. A violent shockwave like an invisible heavy hammer slammed into the armored vehicle, causing the 15-ton steel fortress to shake violently, and the occupants inside stumbled. What's going on? Did something explode? Li Shuru steadied herself against the wall of the cabin, her face filled with confusion. System, report the situation immediately. Jiang Ming's voice remained calm. Sir, an emergency situation has been detected. That wolf-level evolved zombie suddenly appeared in another nearby residential area, attacking a military helicopter on a rescue mission. The helicopter failed to take off, crashed into a residential building after losing control, and all personnel on board were confirmed dead, including 8 Black Tiger Special Forces members and 3 high-ranking military officials. Everyone's gaze seemed to penetrate the thick steel walls of the vehicle, falling upon the troubled community. There, in an open square over 50 meters long, a helicopter struggled desperately to ascend, while beneath it zombies stacked upon one another in a strange and efficient manner, forming a constantly rising mountain of decaying bodies. A request for support suddenly exploded in the Special Forces team's communication channel, accompanied by a metallic-sounding urgent echo. Black Tiger Team 2 requests support. Coordinates for Wuhan District Shihui City confirmed. Encountered an unrecorded wolf-level mutated entity. The Special Forces member in the co-pilot seat clenched his fingers until they turned white, mechanically repeating the coordinate parameters, while the static on the other end of the communication channel seemed to gnaw at every syllable. The 7 figures in the cabin stood frozen like battle statues. Amid the roar of the rotor slicing through the air, some stared intently at the altitude gauge while others swept their sights across the shattered streets below, but all of their retinas retained the image from 10 seconds ago, the scythe that had torn through the concrete wall glinting with an unnatural metallic cold light. All cases of wolf-level mutated entities in the archives have shown no tactical awareness. Captain Yan Feng's voice rasped like sandpaper against steel, his gaze fixed intently on the face of the young team member on the right. The intelligence department guaranteed with their heads that this area only contains basic mutated zombies. The system has screened the thermal maps 3 times, Captain. Unless this mutated entity can block infrared radiation. The team member's words were cut off by a sudden jolt of the helicopter, the entire aircraft emitting a creaking sound under the strain. The pilot's Adam's apple bobbed as he reported their stacking up, already grabbed the landing gear. Yan Feng suddenly lunged toward the window. The sight below made his blood run cold. Thousands of twisted zombie bodies were stacking and climbing in a way that defied the laws of physics, their decaying arms scratching upward like a forest, and the topmost zombies had already dug their fingers into the gaps of the helicopter's metal frame. This tower of flesh trembled slightly under the daylight, producing a wet sound of bones grinding. Fire! Yan Feng's command sliced through the frozen air in the cabin like a blade. The moment the cabin door slid open, the stench of decay rushed in with the night wind. 7 tongues of fire poured downward simultaneously, and shell casings danced at their feet, forming a stream of brass. The rotating cannon turret let out a heavy roar, shredding the zombies near the core area of the helicopter into pieces, but the dense rain of bullets only temporarily slowed the stacking speed of the zombies. The explosion of shrapnel grenades on the surface of the mountain of corpses was quickly drowned out by the new oncoming zombie bodies like pebbles thrown into a viscous swamp. Yan Feng ripped off the empty magazine, his shout drowning out all the noise. Connect to communication channel 1. Tell them to abandon the original mission and come to support at full speed. That scythe has appeared again. The observer's scream pierced through the dense gunfire. A shadow shot up from the top of the ruins, the 3-meter-long bone scythe reflecting a glossy sheen like an insect's shell under the spotlight. Yan Feng's pupils constricted suddenly. Rocket. Launch immediately. Copy that. The weapon operator replied without hesitation, quickly locking onto the wolf-level mutated entity that was moving swiftly between the buildings, pressing down hard on the launch button. 3 rockets screamed out from their launch nest, trailing fiery tails as they flew over 200 meters, directly targeting the scythe monster charging towards the helicopter. Roar! Sensing the lethal threat, the wolf-level scythe zombie abruptly halted its charge, crouching down just as the rocket heads approached, letting out a deafening roar and unexpectedly leaping into the air against the trajectory. Boom! 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 The 3 rockets barely grazed its body, detonating into 3 fiery circles on the street below, the high-temperature fire wave and violent shockwave instantly engulfing hundreds of zombies around, charred bones and flesh raining down like a storm. Yet the wolf-level mutated entity, propelled into the air by the explosion's shockwave, only swayed slightly in the searing airflow, its 3-meter-long bone scythe spreading like wings, and it used the explosive force to pounce directly onto the belly of the helicopter. Captain! It's climbing up along the mountain of corpses. Where is the first support team now? Yan Feng's roar reverberated in the cabin. Communication is still down. The scythe zombie is climbing up along the pile of corpses. Everyone concentrate fire. Shoot to kill. A torrential rain of gunfire and explosions erupted instantly, the 6 team members in the cabin firing together with assault rifles, shotguns and grenade launchers, while the rotating cannon turret unleashed a torrent of steel, directing all firepower towards that pale figure below. Clang! 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 The sharp sound of metal clashing rang out continuously as the wolf-level mutated entity surprisingly crossed its 2 bone scythes in front of itself, deflecting the dense hail of bullet sparks flying as the shots hit the scythe's surface like hot iron blocks on an anvil. Only the heavy impact from the cannon could slightly hinder its advance, chiseling fine cracks into the scythes and forcing it to lean back a half step. Suppress it. Don't let it. Yan Feng's shout was abruptly cut off as an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As all firepower concentrated on that wolf-level mutated entity, the ordinary zombies on the surface of the corpse mountain no longer suppressed crawled up the helicopter's landing gear like maggots, their rotting claws scraping against the bottom of the cabin door, producing an ear-piercing screech. Huh. Huh. Cough. Cough. At the intersection 3 streets away from Rossini Hotel, 3 armed helicopters in a wedge formation were weaving between buildings, the tongues of machine gun fire continuously licking at the increasing number of zombies below, the roar of guns echoing off the walls of the structures. Was that explosion sound coming from Yen Feng's team? Communication with Yen Feng's team is still down. No response whatsoever. Calling Yen Feng. Calling Yen Feng. Please respond if you hear this. The static of electrical noise crackled in the communication channel. Commander Lin, Team Yen Feng still has not responded. Something has happened. Commander Lin tightened his grip on the intercom, his knuckles turning white. Team Qianli immediately break away from the formation and head at full speed to support Team Yen Feng. Team Li Feng and my team will continue to lure the zombies. We must hold back the horde on the main road. The communications soldier immediately relayed the latest battle situation to the command center. Team Li Feng received. Team Qianli understands. The roar of the helicopter's engine suddenly intensified as Team Qianli's helicopter sharply changed direction, breaking away from the formation like a steel eagle. It swooped towards the gray apartment buildings of the residential area. The communications soldier in the co-pilot seat rapidly typed on the keyboard, the encrypted signal piercing through the clouds above the city. Have we restored communications with the command center? We are connected. Reporting the situation on the ground to General Li now. Inside the armored vehicle, Jiang Ming and 3 companions stared intently at the tactical screen. That wolf-level mutated zombie even knows how to set traps. Look. Those zombies are building a ladder of flesh. It can dodge even rockets. And it's charging forward using the blast waves. Lu Yuqing and the other 2 watched the battlefield footage synchronously transmitted on the screen, unable to suppress their gasps, while Jiang Ming remained silent, his gaze fixed on the flickering images. Sir, the signal jamming in the area has been lifted. They have successfully contacted the West Hui headquarters. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Very good. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Ming's lips. Just moments ago, Team Yen Feng was unable to call for air support because he had ordered the communication signals in this area to be cut off. If all 3 armed helicopters rushed for support and the battlefield position changed, all the traps he had set up would lose their meaning. Now that Team Yen Feng had been completely annihilated, there was no need to keep the communication signals blocked. The real show has just begun. In the center of West Hui City, over 100 kilometers away, a circular core city with a diameter of 3 kilometers stood tall. The outer walls of the core city were 10 meters high stone walls, while the inner walls were made of 5-meter high electrified steel mesh. Such a grand project scale was astonishing. At first the public merely regarded this as a scenic construction of ancient city walls, but when the inner electric fence began to be erected, doubts arose, yet by then it was too late to investigate further. At that moment the zombie tide from the neighboring city suddenly erupted. Soldiers armed to the teeth stood atop the core city's walls, fiercely clearing out the horde of zombies gathering below, with a small team stationed every 50 meters. The city was divided into 4 areas: southeast, southwest, northeast and northwest. Along with a central zone, the southeastern, southwestern, northeastern and northwestern areas housed residential, commercial, medical and military political joint zones, while the smallest central area was the command center. The entire core city was heavily guarded, with a sentry every 5 steps and a guard every 10 steps, patrols weaving in and out of the city, and 10 armed helicopters constantly circling the sky, creating a solid security barrier for the residents and elites within the city. In the military building of the command center, in the fan-shaped operation room, over 20 military and political leaders sat on either side of a long table, their eyes fixed on the massive tactical screen in front of them. Around 100 civilian personnel busily operated at their stations, and a reporter pointed at the screen, clearly reporting, "Generally, the 3,000 soldiers who withdrew from the fallen military camp last night, along with 2,000 civilians who fled from other areas, have all been settled in the medical area and are undergoing infection testing. Ensure tight monitoring. If any mutations are detected, they are to be shot on the spot." General Li, over 60, had a firm expression and his gaze sharp as a blade fell on the medical area displayed on the screen, his tone brooking no argument. "Understood." The reporter replied solemnly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. A heavy atmosphere filled the conference room. A middle-aged bureaucrat wearing gold-rimmed glasses adjusted his suit's lapel and cautiously spoke, "Isn't the decision to execute all detected mutants on the spot too harsh? With so many people involved, shouldn't we consider it more thoroughly?" General Lee's expression suddenly darkened, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Just as he was about to erupt, a sudden urgent alarm rang out in the operation room. A series of urgent reports suddenly interrupted the ongoing discussion. Emergency situation report. The Black Tiger Task Force encountered an unprecedented wolf-level mutant in the mission area, resulting in complete failure, requesting the headquarters to immediately dispatch support forces. A new type of wolf-level mutant. General Lee's expression instantly turned grave and he ordered, immediately retrieve the real-time footage from the scene. The support troops must set out at once. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed the communicator beside him and solemnly ordered into the microphone, notify all research team members to gather at the Strategic Command Center within 5 minutes. The military's operational efficiency has always been swift. In just over 70 seconds, the main screen of the command center projected the real-time footage captured by high-altitude satellites. Almost simultaneously, the research team clad in white lab coats hurried into the command hall. The screen displayed an aerial view of a residential area above the square where nearly 10,000 infected individuals gathered. Two thick black smoke columns twisted and surged upward, one originating from a mid-level position of a building, the other appearing on the western side of the square. Upon zooming in, it was clear to see many fragmented bodies scattered around the smoke columns, including both infected individuals torn apart by shockwaves and unidentified remains charred by high temperatures. Could that be the aftermath of a helicopter crash? Has the second task force been completely wiped out? Dozens of civilian officials collectively gasped at the sight. Where is the first group now? Immediately switched to their real-time perspective. General Lee's voice was laced with suppressed anger. Yes. The screen instantly switched and General Lee, along with over 20 military and political leaders, saw the 3 armed helicopters led by Commander Lin. 2 of them were circling in the outer airspace attempting to attract the attention of the horde, while the helicopter carrying Captain Qian Li's group had already entered the community, skimming low near the 20-story residential buildings. But in the next moment, a shadow suddenly leaped from the rooftop of a building without warning, accurately pouncing on the maneuvering helicopter like a hunting owl at night. Above the residential area, the piercing sound of metal tearing suddenly erupted. The helicopter weaving between the buildings shook violently and the control stick in the cockpit became incredibly heavy. The wolf-level mutant previously injured by Team Yen Feng and now charred with one of its scythe-like forelimbs missing was clinging tightly to the helicopter's outer shell with its remaining forelimb. That's the monster. Captain, our firepower can't inflict any substantial damage on it. Let's fight it, Hedon. At worst, we'll perish together. Commander Lin, please make sure to take care of our families. The helicopter's rotor blades suddenly roared violently. Under Captain Qian Li's hoarse shout, the pilot slammed the control stick forward, unhesitatingly crashing into the nearest building with the mutant clinging to the fuselage. Boom! The deafening explosion swallowed all surrounding sounds. As the helicopter collided with the building, it transformed into a rapidly expanding fireball, the remaining ammunition on board detonating in succession, illuminating the entire area as if it were daylight. In the Strategic Command Hall in the city center, a dead silence fell. General Lee and all the high-ranking officials silently stared at the final frame of the explosion on the screen. After a long while, General Lee slowly exhaled, turning to the nearby clerical personnel and solemnly said, "Award personal second-class merit to the 8 fallen heroes with compensation according to the highest standard." He then immediately turned to the research team. Have the analysis results from the scene come out? Have any effective weaknesses of the mutant been identified? The chief researcher adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, "Judging from its behavioral patterns, this belongs to the armed type in the specialization of attack. From the level of intelligence exhibited, it should have just completed its evolution not long ago and recently devoured a large number of humans. As for its weaknesses, we initially speculate that its defensive capabilities might be relatively weak." Wait. That thing is still alive. The observer suddenly shouted in alarm. What? Everyone turned their heads sharply to look at the screen, where the monitoring footage displayed that the wolf-level mutant, which should have been blown to pieces in the explosion, actually reappeared in the shadows of another building, only now its already damaged forelimb had completely vanished. Its bloodied body swayed in midair, the left side almost torn apart, exposing stark white bones and charred muscles. It hovered at the edge of the rooftop, a savage glint flashing in its single eye. You tell me. This is called weak defense. General Lee slammed his fist hard on the control panel, the metal surface echoing with a dull sound, the cold light from the screen reflecting on his ashen face. If this is considered a weakness, then there is no such thing as a strength on the battlefield. If you submit such useless reports again, all of you get out of the central city. Yet the researchers seemed oblivious to his fury, all huddled around the data screens, their fingers swiftly skimming over dense energy curves, whispering among themselves. From the nutrient distribution model, weapon-specialized mutants should have sacrificed their physical strength. Unless it devoured crustacean-type mutants during its evolution. The murmurs of the crowd were interrupted by General Lee's heavy breathing as he stared at the main screen where the heavily injured monster was bouncing between the buildings in a manner that defied biological norms. Each landing shattered the concrete edges of the rooftop, and its path of advance made everyone's hearts clench. Its target is approaching, Team 1. Someone suddenly screamed. But the warning came too late. The wolf-level zombie had already leaped onto the rooftop of the last residential building, looking down at the two helicopters circling the street below, its remaining scythe slowly adjusting its angle under the moonlight. The wolf-level mutant is still alive. Commander Lin heard this news through his earpiece, his pupils contracting sharply. Just 3 seconds ago he had watched the signal from Team Qianli completely vanish from the radar. He squeezed the intercom tightly, shouting into the microphone, "All personnel pay attention. We have no way back now. Even if we die, we must create a path for the incoming troops." A shadow suddenly split the night sky, the shrill sound of metal being torn drowned out his final command. The helicopter suddenly tilted to one side, the alarm lights inside flashing red madly. The pilot gritted his teeth, yanked the control stick, and the fuselage traced a perilous arc in the air, barely stabilizing. This time that monster had learned. It did not let its scythe get stuck in the body, but rather, like cutting open a cardboard box, it tore a savage gash in the side of the helicopter, the biting cold wind carrying the stench of the corpse tide rushing into the cabin. Li Feng's team. Open fire. Commander Lin slammed the distorted cabin door open, pressing the gun against his shoulder, blood already trickling from the corner of his eye. The machine guns on both sides of the helicopter spat fire simultaneously. Rockets trailing white smoke surged towards the shadow. The dense rain of bullets struck the wolf-level zombie's torso, sending a series of sparks flying. Most of the bullets ricocheted off its charred shell, but a few still penetrated the bloodied wounds, black blood gushing out like boiling asphalt. The monster let out a hoarse roar, suddenly leaping into the tide of corpses below. The rocket exploded in the stinking mass, but it disappeared completely, taking refuge among its kind. "Have we taken care of it?" The co-pilot's voice trembled noticeably. In response, a loud crash of concrete breaking echoed from the edge of the rooftop. A wolf-level zombie leaped again from the rooftop behind them, its sickle-shaped claw drawing a deadly arc in the night sky, aimed directly at the tail of the helicopter. The helicopter suddenly shook violently as the wolf-level zombie crashed down heavily onto one of the fuselages, its massive sickle-like limb swinging down and cleanly severing the tail of the helicopter. In the next moment it used the force of the impact to leap again, lunging toward another helicopter hovering in the air. The pilot hurriedly pulled on the controls to try to swerve, only to discover that beneath the aircraft a small mountain of zombies had piled up, with countless rotting arms gripping the landing gear tightly, rendering the aircraft immovable. "Let's go all out." The pilots of the two helicopters seemed to come to a silent agreement, their eyes turning red as they simultaneously aimed their aircraft toward the wolf-level zombie and charged at full speed. On the screen of the operations command hall, the explosion engulfed the entire pile of zombies, and as the smoke gradually cleared, a figure still standing appeared on the screen. Its sickle was broken in half, its left leg completely gone, and its body was covered in charred wounds with dark blood continually dripping from its injuries, yet it was still alive. A heavy silence enveloped the entire command hall. Everyone understood that as long as this monster was not completely dead, it could quickly heal its wounds by devouring other mutants or humans. What was originally a seemingly simple rescue operation had turned into such a brutal situation, and the tenacity displayed by this unprecedented wolf-level zombie filled everyone with dread. "What position is the reinforcement unit at?" General Lee rubbed his swollen temples, his voice hoarse. "Just set off not long ago," the civilian staff responded quietly. From the time the rescue signal was received until now it had only been a short 10 minutes. Everything had happened too quickly. "Let the reinforcement unit pull back. It's over 100 kilometers away, and by the time they arrive the target will have vanished without a trace." General Lee waved his hand tiredly, shifting his gaze away, while the more than 20 senior officials around him wore heavy expressions, no longer looking at the screen. "Wait, that monster seems to sense something." A sudden exclamation came from the research team, and the crowd about to turn and leave paused, their gaze refocusing on the screen. In the footage, the wolf-level zombie suddenly stumbled as if struck by some invisible force. Were there survivors on site? Were others attacking it? The previously silent hall instantly became tense again. General Lee immediately ordered an expansion of the satellite's monitoring range. As the footage slowly zoomed out, an armored vehicle resembling a jeep but much larger burst into everyone's view. This vehicle broke through the obstruction of zombies from 400 to 500 meters away, crushing the remnants on the ground and sped toward the heavily injured wolf-level zombie. In the distance, Jiang Ming focused intently through the scope, his gaze fixed on the swaying figure. The Black Tiger Special Forces had nearly exhausted all their strength to weaken this monster to such an extent he would not let this perfect opportunity slip by. Shui Ro, you and I will use the sniper rifle to contain it, don't let it escape. Yuqing and Professor Yi, clear out the nearby ordinary zombies and cover our movements. As he issued orders, he pushed open the hatch of the armored vehicle, steadying the anti-material sniper rifle while Li Shui Ro gracefully leaned out, raising her own sniper rifle. Understood. Lu Yuqing and Yi Zhiling took positions at both sides of the armored vehicle, shooting continuously at the incoming horde of zombies. Although Yi Zhiling's marksmanship was not very skilled at such close range, the bullets still accurately hit the swaying heads of the zombies. Bang, bang. The two muffled gunshots exploded almost simultaneously as two 12.7 mm tungsten core armor-piercing rounds tore through the air, instantly penetrating the torso and head of the wolf-level zombie, splattering black blood. Pfft. Dark red blood splattered everywhere as two new wounds appeared on the body of the wolf-level mutant, but it was still far from a fatal injury. Upon closer inspection, they were merely two shallow bullet holes, not even penetrating to the joints, especially the shot that hit its head, which only grazed the surface, failing to breach the skull. Almost simultaneously, a barrage of gunfire erupted from the side of the armored vehicle, the wheezing and howling of hit zombies rising and falling like a chorus. But faced with tens of thousands of zombies, this level of loss was negligible. In the blink of an eye, the gaps left by the fallen zombies were quickly filled by new corpses. And that wolf-level zombie slowly turned its body, gazing at the few humans it had previously ignored, its crimson eyes swirling with furious rage. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly erupted, causing all surrounding zombies to halt. Then a strange scene unfolded. The ordinary zombies surrounding the wolf-level zombie surged toward it one after another. Each time one got close, the wolf-level zombie opened its twisted maw and swallowed it whole. At the same time, the zombies slightly farther away seemed to receive some invisible command, frantically charging toward the armored vehicle where Jiang Ming was, stacking upon each other, forming a surging tide of corpses that crashed down. It's consuming its own kind to absorb nutrients and heal its wounds. Jiang Ming's expression hardened as he immediately saw through the monster's intentions and promptly ordered system detonate the pre-placed shrapnel bombs to block the oncoming tide of corpses while controlling the armored vehicle to speed toward the target. Command confirmed, executing. The system's mechanical response rang out. Boom, boom, boom. In the next second, more than a dozen shrapnel bombs preset on the path of the zombies exploded in succession, shrapnel and shockwaves instantly engulfing nearly 1,000 zombies, scattering limbs and remains everywhere. Several abandoned cars were also turned into fireballs by the exploding bombs, further disrupting the formation of the horde, and the once encroaching tide of zombies was blasted open. Virum. The armored vehicle's engine roared violently, seizing the fleeting opportunity to accelerate, suddenly crashing through the scattered zombies and charging straight toward the wolf-level mutant still busy consuming its kind. Jiang Ming did not hesitate at all. While Li Shui Ro continued to use her sniper rifle to contain the target and Lu Yuqing and Yi Zhiling cleared out the straggling zombies, he turned back into the vehicle and retrieved the reloaded triple-barreled rocket launcher. Without a moment's pause, he aimed the launcher at the wolf-level zombie that was frantically feeding and had begun to regenerate its severed limb. Whoosh! A rocket with a blazing tail shot out, striking the target with tremendous force in the blink of an eye. Boom! The power of this rocket even surpassed that of the ground rockets used by armed helicopters, and in an instant over 300 ordinary zombies surrounding the wolf-level zombie were torn to shreds while its recently regenerating leg was blown to a bloody pulp. Roar! The wolf-level zombie let out an enraged roar, but the anger was futile. With only one leg left, its speed was slower than that of ordinary zombies, and in Jiang Ming's eyes it had become a living target. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jiang Ming continuously pulled the trigger, launching the remaining two rockets in succession. This time the wolf-level zombie was on guard. It did not choose to flee, but instead commanded the ordinary zombies to rise up in front of it, building a thick wall of corpses. However, it still underestimated the power of the rockets, not to mention the simultaneous launch of two rockets. Boom! Boom! The exploding flames consumed everything in front, tearing through the air. The two rockets exploded one after the other, and the expanding shockwaves and scorching heat first engulfed the wall constructed from over 300 zombies and then completely submerged the wolf-level mutant. The barrier of corpses indeed weakened part of the impact, but Jiang Ming's goal had already been achieved. The armored vehicle, while advancing at full speed, had closed in to within 50 meters of the wolf-level monster. Cover me. Jiang Ming threw down a sentence, tossed aside the rocket launcher in his hand and drew out the Nepalese curved knife at his waist, leaping down from the vehicle. His figure moved like lightning, weaving through the layers of zombies, and in an instant he stood right in front of the colossal creature. If this wolf-level monster had been in its prime, Jiang Ming might have needed to go through some troubles to deal with it, perhaps even engage in a fierce fight. But at this moment it was already heavily injured, and in Jiang Ming's eyes it was no different from ordinary mutants. Roar! The wolf-level monster never expected that this human dared to fight it up close. Its blood-red eyes intensified, and it stomped the ground with its remaining leg, swinging its half-broken bone sickle as it roared and charged forward. The blade flashed like a lightning bolt. Jiang Ming wielded the Nepalese curved knife with exceptional combat skills and physical abilities 4 times that of an average person, launching a fierce assault like a torrent. In the instant they faced each other, Jiang Ming's blade descended like a torrential downpour, and in an instant the resilient flesh that could barely be pierced by armor-piercing rounds was brutally slashed open, and the monster's remaining arm was severed. The knife fell again with tremendous force, directly severing its remaining leg, rendering the monster completely incapable of action. With its limbs gone, it was now no more threatening than the most ordinary zombie. With the final blow, the wolf-level monster's skull shattered into 2 halves. Thus this wolf-level mutant, which had destroyed 5 helicopters yet still lived, was completely terminated by Jiang Ming, the entire process taking no more than 20 seconds. In the command hall of the city center, silence once again fell like death. All eyes were fixed on the screen, and that brief yet astonishing confrontation left everyone speechless. No one could have imagined that these seemingly ordinary survivors had actually slain a wolf-level monster, even though this creature was already heavily injured. As military personnel, they clearly remembered the last time a wolf-level mutant appeared. The military had paid a painfully high price. Over 300 soldiers had bravely sacrificed their lives, more than a dozen vehicles were destroyed, and 7 helicopters crashed before they finally eradicated it. And at this moment they finally realized that these few individuals had long been lurking on the side of the scene, quietly waiting for the wolf-level mutant to be severely wounded just to reap the benefits. To maintain such calm amidst this massive tide of corpses like lurking hunters, this level of courage and composure was extremely rare even within the military. Why aren't they retreating quickly? Charging directly into the residential area, this is simply seeking death. General Li and the senior officials' expressions changed drastically as they saw on the screen Jiang Ming slay the wolf-level mutant and like a phantom swiftly navigate through the horde of corpses, easily returning to the armored vehicle. Then the armored vehicle crashed through the tide of zombies, directly driving into the residential area adjacent to the Rossini Hotel. Just 3 minutes later, 2 steel figures suddenly burst through the wall. The original armored vehicle had transformed into 2, the additional one being the armed vehicle previously driven by Liu Gang, equipped with 3 machine guns and a cannon. Truly audacious. Charging into the depths of the zombie tide just to seize this armed vehicle. Only those with exceptional skills would dare to take such a fearless action. General Li slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, about to order a thorough investigation into this person's background, when the situation suddenly changed. As the 2 armored vehicles tore through the encirclement of zombies, the ground around the Rossini Hotel suddenly exploded violently. Boom! More than 10 reinforced fragmentation devices concealed along the roadway, 5 concussion charges and 3 specialized demolition bombs planted at vital points, all detonated in a single instant. Scorching waves of fire bearing terrifying heat and a powerful shockwave instantly swallowed the dense tide of corpses on the road. The 3 carefully arranged blast points proved especially devastating. One charge hidden amid a heap of abandoned vehicles detonated and set off dozens of cars within a 100-meter radius, a chain of flames leaping toward the sky. Another placed inside a hardware shop turned every iron implement into lethal shrapnel hurled in all directions. The final bomb lodged in a building's load-bearing structure, sheared through the main pillar and caused the 20-plus-story tower to thunderously collapse, crushing the zombie horde below as it toppled. That round of chained explosions not only netted the party a considerable tally of combat points, but also utterly severed the pursuing horde's trail. Inside the command hall, military and civilian leaders could only watch as the small squad drove onto National Highway 303, broke through ring after ring of encirclement and vanished into the distance, while the satellite's lens remained fixed on them without the slightest diversion. Who are these people? What is their origin? General Li tore his gaze from the screen, spun around and thundered, "Where are the intelligence officers? Report here at once." His roar shattered the hall's silence, jolting awake over 100 stunned civilian staff, 20-odd research personnel and the senior officers arrayed at the sides. General. Have you traced any information about them? We've found part of it. The three female members are as follows. Lu Yuqing is a student at Shangbin University, an orphan with outstanding academic performance. Li Shuru was once a member of the Leiting Special Forces, is now a police officer in Shangbin City and had claimed the shooting championship for 3 consecutive sessions. Yi Zhiling is Shihui University's youngest dual-appointed professor of chemistry and physics and once participated in research on new rocket propellants. What about that leading male? His records? General Li pressed, staring at the 3 dossiers displayed on the main screen. Temporarily there are no records. Keep searching. Even if we have to dig to the Earth's core, find everything you can about him. General Li's eyes flared as he barked the order. Yes. Colonel Li, a survivor from the camp that fell last night, hesitated before speaking. This man may have appeared during the Cross River Bridge incident between Shangbin and Shihui, though I cannot be 100% certain. Tell us the details. General Li's gaze sharpened, suddenly cutting through the room like a blade. At that time the Cross River Bridge was sealed off and ordinary citizens were forbidden to pass. The blockade sparked massive attempts to breach the checkpoints, and this group seemed to be mixed in with those who were forcing the crossings. All the other senior officials immediately focused their eyes on Colonel Li. General Li knitted his brow tight, linking Colonel Li's words with the harrowing footage of the breakout they had just watched. A strong sense of dissonance rose inside him. Is there video evidence from that time? There is. Colonel Li answered and hurried to an operator, tapped into the military's internal network and pulled the surveillance clips recorded when the camp survivors had fled. Soon the footage of Jiang Ming and his party forcibly breaching the checkpoint was found and projected onto a split screen beside the main display. Minutes passed and the clip finished as silence once more settled over the hall. In that quiet every person understood clearly that this suddenly appeared survivor squad was by no means ordinary. On the gas station's large screen the imagery had just switched. General Li stared at the armored vehicle rolling into the station area, his brow drawn even tighter. The shocking collapse of the Cross River Bridge from only minutes earlier still seared the viewers' retinas, and everything seemed inextricably entwined with this small team. Communications team, he said in a low voice, attempt to establish contact with them. The clatter of keyboards rose. Moments later a soldier looked up and reported, General, we can try to tap into the gas station's external communications line. Execute immediately. In Shihui City's Wuan district beside National Highway 303, the outline of the gas station loomed large in the dimming dusk. A dozen fuel islands stood like silent giants beneath broad canopies, shadows pooling beneath them. A few wandering infected drifted about, their hoarse breaths intermittently carried on the wind. The armored vehicle's engine emitted a low throaty rumble as it circled the forecourt. Twice gunshots cracked from time to time and the stumbling infected outside the windows tumbled to the ground. Only when the last corpse stopped twitching did the vehicle slowly pull deeper into the station and park beside the innermost pump. The door was pushed open and Lu Yuqing was the first to leap down, walking straight to the service cabin. She returned shortly with an employee card, slipped it into the reader with practiced ease and began refueling the 2 armored vehicles. Li Shuru hauled about 10 empty jerrycans from the trunk, lined them out, attached the hoses, and the metal barrels gradually reflected the dark flickering gleam of the oil within. Elsewhere Yi Zhiling unloaded assorted provisions from the car. A slab of frozen meat, several bundles of greens and sealed packets of noodles, placing them on a patch of ground well away from the pumps. She set up a portable gas stove. When the blue flame leapt, the kettle's water began to bloom with fine bubbles. Jiang Ming leaned against the tailgate and checked their remaining equipment. Their 3 sniper rifles remained in pristine condition, yet several automatic weapons showed fatigue, barrels slightly warped from overheating, risky to continue using without repair. How many points to repair each damaged firearm? He silently queried the system. 10 points, came the system's concise reply. The system's response was immediate and unambiguous. He did not hesitate. The instant 60 points were debited. A barely perceptible sheen swept over the worn weapons and the scratches smoothed away, restoring them to full working order. He then counted ammunition. Only about 3,000 rounds of 7.62mm remained. The special rounds he had modified were nearly half spent. Stocks of armor-piercing demolition and instant detonation rounds had dipped below warning levels. The composite tungsten core rounds had been exhausted against wolf-level mutants and only 3 rockets remained. Finished with the inventory, Jiang Ming looked eastward. The road to Dongshan City was still a long way off and their supplies were clearly insufficient for the journey. The food's ready. Yi Ziling's voice came from the stove. The water had boiled, the noodles unfurled in the bubbling pot, meat slices and greens sizzled in another pan, and the savory aroma gradually spread, briefly overpowering the reek of fuel and rust in the station. Li Shuru was the first to approach the folding table where 3 dishes and a soup were laid out, 2 vegetable dishes and 1 meat, steam rising in gentle spirals. She lifted an eyebrow and smiled faintly. What efficiency, Professor Yi had the meal ready so quickly. Living alone long enough forces you to learn to tend to yourself. You slowly get the knack, Yi Jiling replied, shaking her head with a warm tone. Don't call me Professor, she added softly, it feels too formal. Call me Sister Yi or simply Jiling. Then I'll follow Yuqing and call you Sister Yi, Li Shuru agreed readily. Oh my, finally getting to taste Sister Yes cooking again. Lu Yuqing, who had just finished topping up the armored vehicle, trotted over and practically salivated at the spread. Lu Yuqing, having just filled the vehicle, ran over and brightened at the sight of the dishes, barely concealing a ravenous swallow. It was 4:30 in the afternoon and the light was already beginning to fade. After the earlier fierce battle, their strength and focus had been largely spent confronting the simple yet irresistible meal. Everyone felt their stomachs protest. Jiang Ming was the last to sit. Settling at the table, he said, eat quickly, before nightfall we must push on. This tomato and egg is divine. These blistered green peppers are so flavorful. To be eating meat in the end times. It's like a dream. At the table, Lu Yuqing and Li Shuru traded compliments eagerly. Though Yi Jiling was a little older, she was modest and flushed pink as they lavished praise on her cooking, waving them off in embarrassment. Seeing her awkwardness, the two girls couldn't help laughing. Sincere as their praise was, they tactfully shifted the conversation so as not to embarrass Yi further. Lu Yuqing sipped a large mouthful of hot soup, exhaled in satisfaction, and asked, do you think the fuss we caused earlier will draw official attention? We finished off a wolf-level infected that even the Black Tiger team could not handle, and we even blew up an entire street. Li Shuru pondered for a moment and replied, hard to say. If the military deployed satellites for real-time surveillance, then our movements might already be recorded in their logs. Yi Jiling set down her chopsticks and said quietly, the Black Tiger team was likely on a mission to rescue a high-ranking officer. Their operation failed because of that wolf-level infected. The military cannot but notice such an event. What they know in detail, however, remains unclear. Lu Yuqing rested her chin on her hand and wondered aloud, Shihui City is vast, there must be more incidents like that, right? Can they possibly cover everything? Not necessarily. Li Shuru shook her head. From what I know of the military, this operation is of high priority. They even requested reinforcements from headquarters. So as Sister Yi said, it's inevitable we've drawn their attention. So now. Doesn't that mean we've already been placed on their watch list? Lu Yuqing paused, concern evident in her voice. Most likely, Li Shuru nodded, her tone growing a shade heavier, but what we should worry about now is whether they'll take the initiative to come after us. Come after us? Yi Jiling looked puzzled. We didn't provoke them. Lu Yuqing put down her bowl, straightened her expression, and said to Yi, you have to understand, this is no longer the old world with its rules. In the apocalypse, strength itself can become a crime. Besides, we profited from the Black Tiger team's misfortune. We watched them be nearly wiped out by the wolf-level infected and then finished the monster off ourselves, driving off in their armored vehicle. Yi Jiling stared at her, momentarily taken aback. When did you come to understand so much? Those words were calm and clear, even edged with a certain sharpness. Lu Yuqing, as Yi remembered her, was not normally like this. The apocalypse had only arrived a few days ago, yet the girl seemed ripened overnight. Her gaze had acquired a steadiness that made Yi Jiling reassess the young woman before her. A soft chuckle came from Li Shuru at the side. Yi looked askance. What's so funny? Nothing, I just choked a little earlier, Li Shuru said, pursing her lips and shaking her head. Having traveled with Jiang Ming for days, Li Shuru had already noticed that Lu Yuqing's words had mimicked Jiang Ming's tone. She chose not to expose it. Realizing she had been seen through, Lu Yuqing's ears flushed faintly. She turned to Jiang Ming for confirmation. What I said, am I right, Jiang Ming? Jiang Ming set the empty tin down gently and said, in this world an individual's power, if it cannot be harnessed by the military, will be treated as a potential threat. They would sooner destroy it than allow it to exist unchecked. He continued, yet a team like ours, capable of self-preservation and of standing up to wolf-level mutants, is precisely the kind of force they will be eager to recruit. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiling showed an expression of dawning comprehension. Moreover, they have yet to ascertain our true strength and are temporarily hesitant to act recklessly. Even if they really send someone, Jiang Ming paused, his tone filled with confidence, we are also capable of ensuring they come without return. This is something we both understand well. The three women nodded in unison, having witnessed how Jiang Ming dealt with the scythe-wielding zombie that even the Black Tiger Special Forces struggled against. They held complete trust in Jiang Ming's abilities. Almost time to move out. Seeing that everyone had finished their meal, Jiang Ming stood up first and the three immediately followed suit. Yi Jiling efficiently tidied up the tableware and portable stove, while Lu Yuqing and Li Shuai returned to the fuel truck to continue refueling the armored vehicle and spare fuel barrels. To speed up the process, Jiang Ming also stepped forward to help after checking the firearms. During the refueling, groups of zombies occasionally staggered toward the gas station seeking to escape the encroaching twilight. However, before they could enter the danger zone, Jiang Ming picked them off one by one with his modified nail gun. In such a flammable and explosive location as a gas station, conventional firearms are not advisable. This modified nail gun, however, is a reliable choice. Lu Yuqing stood beside the armored personnel carrier, her eyes filled with admiration. This was her first time observing such a heavily armed vehicle up close. Jiang Ming's original armored vehicle, while sturdy, lacked any weapon mounts and had previously been underarmed. The modified retired transport vehicle before her resembled a beast equipped with sharp fangs, quietly emanating a daunting pressure. Li Shuai-ro, who was refueling the barrels, turned her head to look at the armored vehicle and said, "This should be modified from the Type 89. Originally it had only one machine gun, but now it has added a cannon and grenade launcher, most likely to deal with zombies, which were later modifications." "You seem to know a lot about this kind of military equipment." Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow and asked. "I had exposure to similar equipment during missions with the Special Forces." Li Shuai-ro's response was very brief. "What about its defensive capabilities?" Lu Yuqing was more concerned about practical usage and quickly inquired. "Ordinary rockets can't harm it at all, but armor-piercing rounds, anti-tank rockets or specialized landmines could be problematic." Li Shuai-ro glanced at the equipment pack Jiang Ming carried and added, "Of course your specially made tungsten core rounds could pose a threat to it. So it can handle ordinary zombies and general mutants with ease." Lu Yuqing pressed further. "That's right, but if we encounter a wolf-level mutant like that scythe zombie earlier, its armor likely won't withstand a full-force attack from the opponent." Li Shuai-ro answered truthfully. "Currently wolf-level mutants are still rare, sufficient capability is all that is needed," Jiang Ming said. "Indeed," Li Shuai-ro nodded in agreement, then turned her gaze to Jiang Ming and asked, "Who will operate this armored vehicle afterward?" "It can be directly taken over by the system." Jiang Ming lightly tapped the sturdy vehicle body, already planning to modify this steel beast to elevate its combat capabilities. This modified war vehicle resembled a mobile fortress of firepower capable of delivering suppressive fire support during combat. If necessary, it could create a loud distraction to lead away zombie hordes, opening a gap for the team's movement. Currently the onboard intelligence system is sufficiently advanced, eliminating the need for manual control. The real challenge lies with the 3 machine guns on the roof. These weapons are directly exposed, making them particularly vulnerable to damage, and their shooting range is very narrow. They must be modified into retractable turrets for safer use. Leaving these tasks to the system is indeed the most worry-free approach. Li Shuai-ro turned to share a glance with Lu Yuqing, both of them understanding the plan. With the system's precise computational abilities, it would surely maximize the vehicle's combat effectiveness. "Shall we hop in to take a look? We might need to make do in this vicinity for the night," someone suggested. "Sleeping in the vehicle?" Lu Yuqing expressed slight surprise upon hearing this. Jiang Ming shrugged, speaking helplessly, "It's getting late, and if we don't find a suitable place to settle before 6:30, we might have to find a secluded corner to spend the night in the vehicle. After all, at night zombie activity increases and visibility decreases. Driving at night poses significant risks. Furthermore, the soundproofing of this vehicle is excellent, making it a relatively safe choice. You 3 should take advantage of the remaining daylight and the relatively peaceful surroundings to quickly boil some hot water for a proper wash. If we wait too long, we might miss this opportunity," Jiang Ming said to the 3 girls. "All right, well, go prepare now," Li Shuai-ro and Lu Yuqing responded in unison, both showing relaxed expressions. Since being startled awake by the helicopter noise at dawn, they had been in a continuous battle, their clothes soaked through with sweat and blood. Having the chance to clean up was naturally something they greatly welcomed. They were not the pampered type, but since the opportunity was available, there was no need to refuse it. After the armored vehicle and reserve fuel barrels were filled about 5 minutes later, Li Shuai-ro and Lu Yuqing briefly informed Jiang Ming before pulling Yi Xiling to unload a large barrel of clean water from the vehicle and started a fire to boil water. Watching them leave, Jiang Ming reminded, "Stay alert and be cautious. Pay attention to safety." After saying this, he boarded the armored vehicle alone to check the system's operation logs. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Ming sat in the driver's seat, lit a cigarette, and then called up the system's interface. The log entries on the screen were dense, nearly filling the entire display. He glanced over the logs, most of which were records of points gained from killing ordinary zombies and low-level mutants, totaling around 7,000 points. He quickly scrolled down until a few notably striking notifications caught his eye, prompting him to stop. Notification: using the fine-grade Nepalese army knife successfully killed a wolf-level mutant zombie. Points reward 5,000. Notification: congratulations to the host for surpassing 10,000 cumulative points for the first time, achieving the wealth accumulation achievement. Reward: beginner neural response agent 5. Immediately following, a cold system notification echoed in his mind: achievement unlocked, massacre over 10,000. Reward: dispensed 5 basic physical enhancement agents. Before he could fully digest this news, a second urgent system notification chimed, detected that the host has successfully killed the first wolf-tier mutant, unlocking hidden achievement Pioneer Hunter. Special rewards are being generated. Generation complete. Obtained level 1 armored personnel carrier modification blueprint. Obtained a limited time physical technique essence scroll titled Threefold Gate. Jiang Ming's gaze fell upon the reward information in the virtual interface, causing his breath to catch momentarily. The points earned from killing the creature known as the wolf-tier mutant were equivalent to the total of 5,000 ordinary zombies. This was an astonishing fortune. But what truly made his pupils contract was the name of the last reward. He double-checked 3 times to confirm he hadn't misread a single word. This time, I've really hit the jackpot, Jiang Ming thought to himself. The basic reward for killing this high-tier mutant was already substantial, not to mention this unexpected surprise. Without any hesitation, he immediately retrieved the softly glowing scroll from his storage space. The surface of the scroll gradually revealed a few lines of brief explanatory text: Threefold Gate. Upon learning, one can successively unlock the initial 3 limitations on physical capabilities. In activated status, the user's strength, endurance, and neural conduction speed will experience explosive growth. Cost: rapid increase in physical consumption rate. It really is that legendary secret technique. Jiang Ming murmured softly, his fingertips trembling slightly with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately initiated the scroll's inheritance program. The scroll transformed into countless tiny particles of light, slowly merging into his chest. In an instant, a massive flow of information surged into his mind like a flood breaking through a dam. At the same time, every bone in his body emitted a subtle humming sound. The muscle fibers in his body seemed to possess a memory of their own, beginning to adjust their contraction patterns according to some ancient rhythm. Although the entire inheritance process wasn't particularly long, it caused fine beads of cold sweat to form on Jiang Ming's forehead. By the end of the inheritance, he felt as if he had just been pulled from water, his clothes soaked with sweat. Compared to the intense pain I felt last time when mastering advanced combat techniques, this experience was rather mild. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his face, exhaling a long breath of stale air. With his eyes closed, he focused on feeling those newly acquired physical techniques and principles clearly emerging in his consciousness. Jiang Ming flexed his finger joints, an eager smile unconsciously appearing on his face. Then let's try this technique that can supposedly break the limits of the human body. The first limitation released. Buzz. As he followed the inheritance method and shattered the first physiological barrier, it felt as if a tightly shut valve in his chest was suddenly thrust open. A surge of scorching air rushed forth from his throat, and at the same time he could distinctly feel the energy stored within him draining at an unprecedented speed. Based on the current rate of consumption with his existing physical reserves, this state could last at most 3 minutes. Let's test the effects of this power. Jiang Ming pushed open the vehicle door and leaped to the ground, casually picking up a piece of concrete debris from the nearby ruins. With a gentle squeeze of his hands, the 10-centimeter thick hard material cracked effortlessly. He then held the shattered stone in his palm and gradually tightened his grip, reducing it to fine powder that trickled down through his fingers. The amplification of strength has at least doubled compared to the original state, Jiang Ming assessed in his mind. Next, he began to test his speed. He picked up a handful of gravel, about 20 or so pieces, then raised his hand and let go. Whoosh. The sound of the air breaking rang out continuously. Before those pebbles had the chance to fall to the ground, his right hand transformed into a blur, retrieving all the fragments back into his palm, the movement smooth as if practiced 1,000 times. Clearly his dynamic vision and neural reflex speed had also made a qualitative leap. This is unbelievable. Jiang Ming stared at his palm, feeling the new strength surging through his veins. This enhancement was not merely a simple numerical addition but a fleeting leap in some level of existence. The drastic change in physical abilities occurred instantaneously. The sensation of power surging felt like a river bursting its banks. His original 5-fold strength suddenly surged to 10-fold, representing a colossal leap from mountain peaks to the heavens. At this moment, Jiang Ming could clearly sense that even if a peak wolf-level mutant stood before him, he would be entirely confident in easily crushing it. Without pausing, he immediately broke through the second boundary. The rest gate open. The consumption of stamina accelerated sharply like an inverted hourglass, draining rapidly. As sweat began to seep from his skin, it was evaporated into white mist by his scorching body temperature. Based on his current state, this level of enhancement could last at most 2 minutes, while all his attributes had surged to 3 times their base state. In this condition, Jiang Ming was convinced he could instantaneously kill a wolf-level evolved being. Finally, he broke through the third barrier. The life gate activate. The surrounding air emitted a tearful howl as if fearing the immense pressure surging from his body. His skin gradually turned a dazzling red, wisps of white vapor swirling up from his entire body, rising into the sky. His stamina was draining at a terrifying speed, and this extreme state could only last 1 minute. Crack. A faint brittle crunch echoed beneath his feet. Jiang Ming looked down. The supposedly unyielding concrete floor of the gas station was now webbed with hairline fractures. A 5-fold amplification, its power is beyond precise measurement. Though he could not quantify this surge with accuracy, the immense surging strength flooding his limbs and viscera was undeniably real. An overwhelming intuition surged within him. Even a peak-condition wolf-tier mutant would fall before a single stroke of his blade. Even the far more terrifying tiger-tier evolved beings, he now dared to confront them head-on. Huff. Huff. The moment the test concluded, Jiang Ming deactivated the triple gate technique. A fleeting wave of light-headed weakness washed over him. Fortunately, the duration of activation had been brief. This fatigue remained well within his tolerance. From the opening of the first gate to the full retraction of power, barely 1 minute had elapsed. Physical expenditure was moderate at most. He unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and drained it in one go, then swallowed several mouthfuls of dried rations. His vitality swiftly returned. Glancing at the fissures spidering across the ground, cracks born solely from the third gate's ambient pressure, a flicker of quiet satisfaction crossed Jiang Ming's eyes. Merely the outward seepage of aura has already warped the surrounding environment. The might of the third gate lives up to its legendary reputation. Back inside the vehicle, his gaze settled upon the other spoils of this expedition. Basic Strength Enhancer 5, Basic Neural Response Enhancer 5. Surveying the 2 orderly rows of vials within his storage space, Jiang Ming swiftly devised a distribution plan. I've already consumed the Strength Enhancer twice. The body's resistance is nearing saturation. At most 1 more dose remains viable. Lu Yuqing and Shui Rou have each taken 1 dose and can absorb 2 more. Ji Ling has yet to use any. Thus I shall take 1 Yuqing, 1 Shui Rou 1, and Ji Ling 2. This allocation will harmonize their foundational strength, preventing tactical imbalances during coordinated operations. Having resolved the matter, he immediately retrieved 1 vial of Basic Strength Enhancer and drank it in a single decisive motion. The remaining 4 were stowed away, for delivery to Lu Yuqing and the others shortly. The effect has further diminished, this time only 5 points of strength gained. This time no discomfort stirred within him upon ingestion, nor did that overwhelming sensation of surging power flood his veins. His physiology had fully acclimated to the compound. So the Basic Strength Enhancer is now inert for me, he murmured softly, clenching and unclenching his fist before turning his gaze toward the 5 vials of Basic Neural Response Enhancer. None of them have used this variant yet, each shall receive 1 vial. The remaining 2 I'll consume myself, or resistance inevitably will follow. At that thought, Jiang Ming withdrew 2 neural enhancers and swallowed them in succession. Huff. A brief sharp pressure bloomed within his cranium as he exhaled slowly. Then, like a receding tide, an abrupt searing heat withdrew, replaced instantly by an unprecedented lucidity of mind. Jiang Ming drew a deep breath, and the world itself seemed heightened, the sounds richer, the colors sharper, every sensory impression rendered with crystalline precision. His thoughts raced with newfound velocity. The vague contours of his next course of action now emerged with razor-sharp clarity laid bare in his consciousness. 2 vials conferred 15 points of base attribute gain. This appears to be my ceiling. Further doses will yield no additional benefit. With a subtle mental command, he summoned his personal attribute interface, visible only to him, where clean lines of data materialized silently. Jiang Ming. Strength 55 baseline 10. Stamina 42 baseline 10. Endurance 22 baseline 10. Neural reflex 52 baseline 10. Strength and neural reflex now exceed those of ordinary humans by several multiples. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched Jiang Ming's lips. That profound sense of physical fullness, and the acute perception that allowed him to discern the subtlest shifts in ambient air currents, lent him renewed confidence in the path ahead. After dismissing the interface, his attention shifted to the final item acquired, a card shimmering with a faint metallic sheen bearing concise script: Class I Infantry Fighting Vehicle Conversion Permit. Its description stated that the card could fully reconstruct any armored vehicle into a standard Class I infantry fighting vehicle within 5 minutes. Restricted exclusively to armored vehicles. Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. He had expected a ready-made armored vehicle, or reality proved more nuanced. Yet this minor discrepancy dissolved in an instant. Infantry fighting vehicle. Judging by the name alone, its combat capability must vastly surpass that of an ordinary armored personnel carrier. He mused inwardly, then addressed the system directly in his mind. System, may this conversion permit be applied to a vehicle already upgraded to Tier I specifications. Notification: Class I Infantry Fighting Vehicle Conversion Permit is compatible with all armored vehicles. Caution: when applied to a vehicle previously enhanced, the new conversion will entirely overwrite prior enhancements. It will erase all previous upgrades. Jiang Ming shook his head faintly. He had invested 2 precious enhancement opportunities into his main battle vehicle. Wasting them was unthinkable. Only one option remained. His gaze drifted toward another armored personnel carrier parked nearby. This vehicle served as the team's linchpin for fire support and battlefield assault. Enhancing its combat efficacy was vital to the collective strength of the entire unit. Now was the ideal moment for modification. Lu Yuqing and 2 other companions had just boiled water and were now heading together toward the makeshift shower facility inside the gas station's small convenience store, their distant laughter and splashing water echoing faintly, indicating they would require some time to freshen up. Without hesitation, Jiang Ming opened the door, stepped out and strode purposefully toward the deep green armored personnel carrier. Gently pressing the cool metallic card against the armor plating on its flank, he silently intoned, "Activate." Confirmed. Executing Class I Infantry Fighting Vehicle Conversion Permit. Target vehicle in service, type 89 wheeled armored personnel carrier. Estimated reconstruction time 5 minutes. Reconstruction sequence initiated. The card dissolved into shimmering motes of light, sinking seamlessly into the hull. Before his eyes, the steel leviathan began its visible metamorphosis. Its original military green paint flowed like liquid mercury, gradually yielding to a deeper, near light-absorbing matte gray-black. A low resonant hum emanated from the hull plates as their thickness visibly increased, eventually stabilizing into a composite armor layer capable of withstanding direct rocket-propelled grenade impacts and anti-tank mine blasts. The vehicle's silhouette stretched and broadened, its length, width and height all expanding steadily. Its wheeled chassis grew thicker and more robust, its tires transformed into bulletproof all-terrain variants with specialized tread patterns. Weapon mounting points along the roof and flanks simultaneously evolved, replaced by integrated lethally efficient launch modules and advanced targeting systems. 5 minutes vanished in the blink of an eye. When the transformation ceased, a newly forged steel beast stood before Jiang Ming. The reforged infantry fighting vehicle featured 6-wheel all-drive, measuring over 6 meters in length, nearly 3 meters in width and approaching 3 meters in height, its interior spacious enough to comfortably accommodate a fully equipped 10-man squad. Its combat weight soared to 25 tons, yet beneath its streamlined form thrummed raw, untamed power. On paved roads its top speed reached 120 km per hour, on water it could swim at 10 km per hour, and across complex terrain its cross-country velocity effortlessly exceeded 60 km per hour. An 800-liter fuel tank granted it an astonishing maximum operational range of 1,000 km. Inside, a highly intelligent driving and fire control central system enabled autonomous navigation and assisted combat under defined conditions. Yet all these astonishing performance metrics paled beside the one feature that commanded Jiang Ming's full unwavering attention, the armament system. Jiang Ming stood beside the newly transformed vehicle, his gaze sweeping across the reconfigured weapon modules. The cumbersome machine guns and cannons had been entirely removed, replaced by 3 rotating turrets embedded within the hull, one on each flank and one at the rear, while 2 retractable automatic cannons rose from the roof. 7-barrel rocket launchers extended smoothly from armored recesses, capable of full 360-degree rotation, ensuring total circumferential firepower coverage. And nestled within the low-profile turret atop the roof rested a rapid-fire cannon of extraordinary range, capable of dominating the entire forward arc. All weapons interfaced with the intelligent control system, operable either manually or autonomously via the onboard AI. Such an armament configuration. Jiang Ming murmured, even against a wolf-tier mutant we now possess genuine combat viability. Circling the hull he discovered several meticulously concealed firing ports, sealed in standby mode, opening only in combat. Optical sensors covered both interior and exterior surfaces. Even within the fully enclosed crew compartment, real-time environmental feeds appeared seamlessly on internal displays. He pulled open the rear airtight hatch and stepped inside. The troop bay held 8 neatly arranged weapon storage crates. Ahead lay the combat command station, equipped with a roof-mounted observation window and an emergency hull egress point. Most striking were 2 descending display panels suspended from the ceiling, consolidating all command communication and fire control interfaces onto dual high-resolution screens. Further forward lay the driver's cabin, featuring primary and secondary seats plus 4 fold-down auxiliary seats. Every aspect of the vehicle's design approached perfection. Yet Jiang Ming quickly recognized another challenge. Such formidable firepower demanded staggering ammunition consumption. He would need to secure fresh supplies without delay. Stepping back outside, his gaze fell upon the older armored vehicle parked beside it, the one that had accompanied him for so long. Once reliable, it had carried him through urban ruins and shielded him from common zombies, offering steadfast sanctuary throughout his long flight. But having witnessed the new vehicle's capabilities, a sudden unease stirred within him. Could those scythe-like forelimbs of the wolf-tier mutant truly pierce the old vehicle's armor? He lit a cigarette, approached the scarred veteran and summoned the system in his mind. If I wish to upgrade this vehicle, what options exist? Notification: 2 upgrade pathways are available. First, reinforcement and enhancement based on the current chassis, the required point scale with the degree of improvement. Second, complete structural replacement with an alternate vehicle model, the point cost depends on the target model. I understand the first option, but what precisely does structural replacement entail? A flicker of curiosity crossed Jiang Ming's thoughts. He sensed a strange familiarity with this terminology. Notification: selecting the second pathway consumes designated points to convert the current transport armored vehicle into a dedicated combat armored vehicle. Caution: this conversion fully resets all pre-existing vehicle parameters. Ah, I see. Jiang Ming suddenly grasped it. This is essentially identical in function to the earlier conversion permit. Hearing the system's explanation, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. To discard the existing enhancements on this vehicle was utterly out of the question. Yet the second option held latent value. If ever confronted by massive zombie hordes, a single combat armored vehicle might prove insufficient. In such dire circumstances, this contingency could become the difference between survival and annihilation. Setting aside the dilemma, Jiang Ming asked instead, what are the point costs for each pathway? Notification: as the current vehicle is Tier II armored, the reinforcement pathway requires 5,000 points. The second pathway's cost varies according to the selected model. Which models are available? Jiang Ming pressed. A prompt echoed. Available vehicle types include multi-role armored vehicles, infantry fighting vehicles, armored personnel carriers, logistics armored vehicles, and reconnaissance armored vehicles. How many points would it cost to convert this into an infantry fighting vehicle? Jiang Ming interrupted the system's enumeration. Conversion to a Tier 1 infantry fighting vehicle requires 8,000 points. 8,000. Jiang Ming was inwardly startled. So that Tier 1 infantry fighting vehicle conversion card is actually worth 8,000 points. Defeating a wolf-tier zombie yields such a rich reward. What bounty might await us should we encounter a tiger-tier mutant? Jiang Ming felt an intense anticipation for the reward promised upon his first victory over a tiger-tier evolved zombie. Thus the first upgrade option was clearly the most suitable. Yet upon seeing the required 5,000 points, Jiang Ming couldn't help but complain, system, isn't this price exorbitant? Just one upgrade, and it costs 5,000 points. The system remained silent, offering no reply. Seeing no response, Jiang Ming reluctantly accepted the terms. Fine. Proceed with the first option. Confirmation: select upgrade and transformation plan. Confirmed. Notification: 5,000 points successfully deducted. Transformation sequence initiated. Target Tier 2 armored vehicle. Duration 15 minutes. Initiating transformation. At the instant the points were deducted, a cascade of system notifications chimed in rapid succession. Much like the earlier conversion of the armored personnel carrier, this Tier 2 armored vehicle began transforming from within outward, but Jiang Ming, still reeling from the loss of 5,000 points, had no attention left to spare for the process. That sum represents the effort of slaying a single wolf-tier zombie, or eliminating 5,000 ordinary zombies. The thought tightened his chest with reluctant sorrow. Yet 15 minutes later, as the newly transformed armored vehicle stood before him, all regret vanished, replaced entirely by unadulterated delight. Before them stood an armored vehicle powered by 8-wheel drive 11.18 meters long, 2.495 meters wide and 3.93 meters tall, an imposing leviathan capable of accommodating at least 6 occupants with a total mass of 28 tons. Its hull bore a gray-blue stealth coating forged from a specialized alloy whose armor plating measured 780 millimeters thick. This extraordinary metallurgical composition could withstand anti-tank rocket launchers, anti-tank mines and 64mm armor-piercing rounds, even repelling guided anti-tank missiles outright. As for the assault of that wolf-tier scythe zombie, Jiang Ming was certain its bony blade would leave nothing more than faint superficial scratches upon the hull's impregnable surface. Jiang Ming had anticipated the 3 young women's reaction upon seeing the vehicle. After all, he himself had once stared in identical awe at this very steel titan. Jiang Ming, where did our original armored vehicle go? And what exactly is this? Lu Yuqing asked, bewildered, gazing up at the colossal machine. Found it by chance on the road, seemed convenient, so I swapped it out. His tone was nonchalant, as if commenting on the weather, effortlessly glossing over the entire transformation. Found it by chance on the road. The 3 exchanged glances, clearly unconvinced. A vehicle of such size and conspicuous design could not possibly have appeared unnoticed along their route. Yet they understood decorum. Some people and matters carried secrets best left unexamined. Probing too deeply would only strain the atmosphere between them. Jiang Ming was satisfied with their silence. Such matters could not withstand scrutiny, and ambiguity in this case was the wisest course. That infantry fighting vehicle beside us. Also found on the road, he added, tilting his chin toward the nearby modified combat vehicle. An infantry fighting vehicle. Li Shuru recognized it instantly. And a heavily upgraded variant at that. There are far too many weapons mounted on it. Lu Yuqing set down her belongings and dashed toward the infantry fighting vehicle, with Yi Zhiling and Li Shuru following closely behind. Let's inspect the larger one first, Jiang Ming smiled. The IFV holds nothing particularly remarkable. Agreed. Their eyes lit up. Without hesitation they turned and climbed inside the massive armored vehicle. Moments later astonished exclamations began echoing from within. The interior space is enormous. This bed is incredibly soft, and there's even a dedicated conference room, spacious and well appointed. A refrigerator. Now we can properly store the meat we gather. And so many storage cabinets, finally a proper place for our clothes. Good heavens, there's even a bathroom and shower. And a second floor too. Listening to their effervescent chatter, watching them explore the vehicle like children discovering a new toy, touching every surface, peering into every corner, Jiang Ming's lips curved into a quiet smile. You'll have plenty of time to explore later, he reminded them gently. Didn't you mention finding a warehouse just now? Where is it? Ah, right. We almost forgot. Lu Yuqing snapped back to awareness, leapt from the vehicle and hurried toward the convenience store. It's right this way, follow me. Yi Zhiling and Li Shuru quickly fell into step behind her. They arrived at the warehouse, a compact space of roughly 35 square meters densely packed with supplies. Most items were snacks, ready-to-eat meals and bottled water. A smaller portion consisted of daily essentials, tissue paper, towels, toothbrushes. Working together the 4 emptied nearly the entire warehouse in under 20 minutes. Jiang Ming hoisted the final crate of water onto the armored vehicle's upper deck and glanced at his wristwatch, 5:48 p.m. We must depart. We've lingered here too long, it risks drawing zombies. Already? Must we leave so soon? A flicker of reluctance crossed the girls' faces. Ding, ling, ling. Suddenly a sharp, piercing telephone ring echoed from inside the convenience store. All 3 froze mid-step, astonishment spreading across their features. In this desolate apocalypse, how could a phone possibly ring in this remote gas station minimart? Jiang Ming merely smiled faintly, as though he had foreseen this moment all along. What must come will come, he murmured, stepping calmly toward the store. Though it arrived somewhat sooner than I expected. Could it be? The 3 exchanged glances, the same name rising unspoken in each of their minds, their expressions shifting instantly to quiet comprehension. Jiang Ming approached the telephone, lifted the receiver and asked quietly, who is speaking? The fluorescent lights of the convenience store bathed his profile in cool clarity as he held the receiver, his voice calm and utterly devoid of inflection. Inside the military command center of Central City, tension hung thick and suffocating. Over an hour had elapsed since those survivors entered the gas station, vanishing from satellite surveillance the moment they passed beneath its canopy. The station's roof obscured both visual tracking and all potential signals. The wait for communication re-establishment stretched interminably, silent anxiety swelling like an unseen tide washing over every officer present. General Lee paced slowly across the polished floor, arms clasped behind his back, brow deeply furrowed. Just as his patience teetered on the brink of exhaustion, the speakers mounted around the chamber emitted a clear, steady male voice. Every officer in the command hall stiffened, eyes lighting with sudden fervor. General Lee strode forward and seized the dedicated line, his voice low and authoritative. "I am General Lee Zhenghua, Commander-in-Chief of the Shihui Military District. Get to the point." Jiang Ming's voice on the other end remained unruffled, serene, even languid, as if this call from the highest echelon of military command had been anticipated all along. General Lee's brow twitched slightly as he suppressed his curiosity and cut straight to the matter. "We observed your entire operation in Wuhan District via satellite surveillance. Good that you saw it." Jiang Ming betrayed no trace of alarm, not even a tremor of unease. Instead he let out a soft knowing laugh, the sound traveling crisply through the line laced with quiet irony. "General Lee, did you make this call specifically to charge us, dispatch troops to arrest us, or perhaps persuade us to surrender ourselves to your command?" Silence crashed over the command hall like a physical weight. Over 20 senior officers' faces darkened instantly, eyes flashing with indignation. More than 100 civilian staff exchanged uneasy glances. None had ever imagined anyone daring to address the formidable General Lee with such sardonic irreverence. The research team, having completed analysis of the slain wolf-tier zombie, had already returned to their laboratories, absent from the command hall at this moment. Yet General Lee himself remained remarkably composed, as if the barbed remark had never reached his ears. "You misunderstand. The military acts strictly by protocol, never accusing without cause." He paused briefly, then continued without waiting for a reply, his tone imbued with unmistakable sincerity. "I admire your capabilities. This call is in truth an invitation to join our ranks." "Apologies," Jiang Ming interjected firmly. "I cherish my freedom. I accept no constraints, and belong to no organization. Accept and you shall receive the highest clearance, unrestricted access to Central City and all controlled zones. We will provide you with premium housing and state-of-the-art equipment." General Lee persisted, his voice resonating with earnest conviction. "With your strength standing alongside ours, countless lives trapped in peril could yet be saved." "Save lives?" Jiang Ming laughed aloud, cold, biting, edged with disdain. "I harbor no such lofty ambitions. And when we were besieged by the zombie horde, cornered facing annihilation, where was your military aid? Not a single hand was extended." Silence descended again, deeper, heavier. Officers flushed with embarrassment, lowering their heads in mute shame. In this world, reliance on others is futile. Self-reliance alone endures. Jiang Ming's voice remained unhurried, each word precise and resonant, carrying clearly across the line, penetrating every corner of the command hall. "Besides, your military struggles merely to preserve itself. How then can it presume to rescue others?" "Struggles merely to preserve itself." Confused glances swept across the chamber. No one grasped the implication behind those words. General Lee pressed urgently, "Young man, what precisely do you mean by that?" But his question met only a brief hollow dial tone. Beep, beep, beep. The line had gone dead. When redialed, the receiver delivered only a recorded message: "The number you have dialed is unavailable." Inside the gas station minimart, Jiang Ming replaced the receiver, his expression unchanged, serene and unmoved. Lu Yuqing and the other two women exchanged a glance. No surprise registered in their eyes. They had heard every word of that exchange crystal clear. There had been a time, just days ago, when a fragile hope still clung to the military, a belief that they embodied salvation. But the stark duality they'd witnessed over these past 2 days, the glaring double standards, had eroded the last vestiges of that trust, leaving nothing behind but hollow certainty. Yi Zhiling shook her head gently. She knew with quiet finality that even if Central City remained under military control, they would never return, and would never again place faith in its authority. "Jiang Ming, when you said the military is barely holding on, do you mean those potentially infected individuals aboard the helicopter?" Yi Zhiling asked softly. "They remain in isolation at the military treatment center. The virus's latency does not guarantee safety, only postpones the inevitable outbreak. Once those infected undergo mutation, chaos will erupt within the treatment center, and with it the military's capacity to uphold order in Central City will collapse entirely. Time to move." Jiang Ming pushed open the convenience store door and stepped outside. The three women followed without hesitation, boarding the deeply modified armored Leviathan in turn. The space inside the car had been restructured, making it much more spacious than before. They no longer had to sit tightly next to each other. Jiang Ming took the driver's seat while Lu Yuqing, holding a pair of binoculars, assumed the role of observer in the passenger seat. Li Shuai-ro and Yi Zhiling sat in the back row, placing their weapons within easy reach by their feet, ready to respond to any sudden situations. Yi Zhiling fastened her seatbelt and watched Jiang Ming start the engine, asking, "Are we heading directly to Dongshan City?" The straight-line distance from Shihui City to Dongshan City is over 400 kilometers, and that is under ideal conditions where the roads are clear and no detours are needed. Given the current state of ruins and zombies everywhere, the actual distance would only be longer. Moreover, it was already getting late and the risks of traveling long distances at night were too high. Tonight we should first find a safe place to rest and set off early tomorrow morning. He paused for a moment and added, "But before we find a place to rest, we need to go to a specific location." The three of them looked at each other in confusion, not understanding where Jiang Ming was referring to. Without much explanation, Jiang Ming directly commanded the system scan for weapons storage points within Shihui City that have not been raided by other survivors. "Executing command, sir." The system responded almost instantly, "Scan complete. There are currently 3 locations that meet the criteria. Only 3 left." Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. The survivors in Shihui City are quite quick. In just a day and night they have almost emptied all the weapon points that can be found. Weapon storage. Upon hearing the conversation between Jiang Ming and the system, the three immediately understood. After breaking out from the hotel and later dealing with that wolf-level mutated zombie, the team had consumed a significant amount of ammunition reserves. The existing ammunition was far from sufficient to support their journey to Dongshan City. Furthermore, the team now had 2 armored vehicles and there were several weapon racks on them that needed to be outfitted with sufficient firepower to deal with dangers on the road. System, project the coordinates of these 3 weapon storage points onto the central control screen. Yuqing, please help verify the specific locations. Projected, sir. The central control screen in the car lit up instantly, displaying 3 blinking markers indicating the locations of the weapon storage points. Understood, Lu Yuqing replied, activating the auxiliary display screen linked to the central control system on the passenger side and began verifying the coordinates. Sure, go check the weapons and ammunition currently available in the vehicle. Make sure all magazines are fully loaded and ready for immediate use. Okay. Li Shuai-ro replied, getting up and pushing open the door connecting to the upper combat cabin, climbing the stairs to begin organizing the arms. Zhiling, you are responsible for monitoring the surveillance images around the vehicle. Immediately report to me if you notice anything unusual. Received. Yi Zhiling pressed the switch for the hidden display screen in front of her and the screen lit up instantly, showing multiple real-time images of the surroundings. Everyone in position, let's set off. With clear divisions of labor, a sharp glint flashed in Jiang Ming's eyes as he gently pressed the accelerator and the massive armored vehicle slowly started moving toward one of the weapon storage points. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he firmly gripped the steering wheel of the reinforced armored vehicle. The quality of the steering wheel was exceptional. As he pressed down hard on the accelerator, the vehicle's engine immediately erupted with a deep, powerful roar, causing the entire vehicle to surge forward. The sound of the engine grew increasingly intense, like a ferocious beast awakening and roaring. The massive armored vehicle under his precise control charged out of the gas station area. Just as the vehicle was about to emerge from the shadow of the canopy and be fully exposed to the satellite surveillance, he spoke in a deep voice, "System, block all satellite signals and cut off all surrounding surveillance devices. Don't let them catch our trail. It would be best to create the illusion that we are still at the gas station." He deeply loathed any form of surveillance and did not want to be watched at all. Command confirmed. The system's voice was calm and steady in response. The atmosphere in the command center felt nearly frozen, with serious expressions on everyone's faces. "General, the phone over there has not been answered." After Jiang Ming hung up the communication, General Li immediately raised his hand to order the communication soldier to redial. However, on the other end of the line there was only a hollow, busy tone with not even a chance to connect once. "Truly ungrateful," the general cursed angrily. "This is simply a blatant provocation of military authority." Another senior officer slammed the table and shouted. "Quickly dispatch an action team over. I want to see if he can remain so arrogant when the gun is pointed at his head." The communication soldier dialed the number repeatedly over a dozen times, but the results were all the same. The faces of several high-ranking generals turned red with anger, their chests heaving violently. Jiang Ming's mocking refusal was like a resounding slap to their faces. These individuals had held high positions for years, always having their way, and no one had ever dared to openly defy them. Moreover, the conditions they offered were already quite generous, anyone else would have readily accepted. General Li was also boiling with anger, but he was much more clear-headed than those around him. Truly capable and confident people never easily bow their heads. He coldly glanced at the government official beside him who was yelling to deploy armed forces and said coolly, "Send people over. That kid dares to fight a wolf-level mutated being alone, what use would ordinary soldiers be?" The government official didn't catch the coldness and dissatisfaction in his words, still gritting his teeth with a grim expression, said, "Then use armor-piercing shells." "I don't believe his body can withstand the power of armor-piercing shells." Bang. Li General suddenly slammed the table, his eyes filled with a chilling light as he shouted, "Shut up. What do you think you are? Such words are fit for you to say. Are you going to apply for tactical weapons directly? When has it ever been your place to make decisions for the military?" As soon as his words fell, the entire command room fell into silence, and the high-ranking officials who had just been clamoring to take action all closed their mouths, not even daring to breathe. The government official's face turned pale, his sparse hair soaked with cold sweat sticking to his forehead. This appearance was particularly ridiculous compared to the arrogance he had just shown. "General. Something big has happened at the detection center." Just as General Li was pondering the deeper meaning behind Jiang Ming's words, "You all can barely protect yourselves," a panting clerk suddenly burst into the command room sounding frantic. "Explain clearly. What exactly happened?" Among the refugees received this morning, many were infected. They all deliberately concealed their infection status, and now they have mutated collectively in the detection center. What? The faces of over 20 high-ranking officials in the command room changed simultaneously, filled with disbelief. This was the last safe bastion in Shihui City. If they could not even defend this place and completely lost it, the entire Shihui City would plunge into an abyss of no return. Immediately retrieve the real-time monitoring from the detection center. General Li shouted hoarsely. The moment the monitoring screen lit up, a scene like hell rushed into everyone's eyes. "Ah! Help, why are there zombies here? Someone come save me. Don't bite me. I'm a doctor here to save you." The piercing screams mixed with the growls of zombies formed a desperate symphony. The damp cold night mist enveloped the city that had long become a ruin, and in the distance there were intermittent sounds of suppressed sobs resembling a young beast being choked, tightening people's hearts. Wasn't it said that this was the safest place? How could it have turned out like this? Someone murmured, their voice filled with despair. Suddenly a loud explosion tore through the heavy air, first with sharp gunfire followed by the dull rumble of heavy weaponry. The radio delivered the frantic shout of the communication soldier tinged with tears, "The treatment area has completely fallen. The estimated number of infected has exceeded 300, it's still rapidly increasing. Requesting urgent assistance. Repeat, requesting urgent assistance." The screams, the sounds of zombies gnawing flesh, the cracking of bones combined with the dense gunfire formed a symphony of death. The flickering light of the monitoring screen illuminated every pale face in the command room. Only at this moment did they finally understand. Jiang Ming's words, "You all can barely protect yourselves," were not just idle threats but an actual warning. General Li clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. He solemnly stated, "Immediately activate the highest response protocol. Except for the personnel in the wall defense units, all combat personnel must gather towards the infected area." Just 3 minutes after the order was given, another communication soldier stumbled into the command room, his back drenched in cold sweat, his voice trembling, "General. A large number of infected have gathered outside the city wall. They were all attracted by the gunfire in the city. This is just adding insult to injury." General Li closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, his gaze was filled with determination. "Deploy the Black Tiger team and let the helicopter squadron exit the city for a cleanup." At 7:31 p.m. the night was as thick as unyielding ink, completely enveloping the entire city. The heavy armored vehicles and infantry fighting vehicles sped down the expressway leading to the city center at 80 km per hour, carelessly crashing through abandoned vehicles along the way. The zombies that lunged at them were splattered into a thick goo beneath the treads, falling silent in an instant. 7 minutes later the convoy entered the wetland park area. From the cockpit of the armored vehicle vast expanses of water divided the desolate wilderness, the scenery filled with ruin and desolation. Scattered corpses that had just staggered out of the shadows were crushed into mush by the treads of the leading vehicle, and the following vehicle sent the remains flying into the air, causing no obstruction whatsoever. Lu Yuqing, holding the binoculars, suddenly lowered her voice, pointing ahead and saying, "There's a faint light in that residential building up ahead. It seems there are still survivors inside." Jiang Ming's lips curled into a cold arc, his tone full of sarcasm. "The so-called central city can't even see the lives just a wall away, ignoring them completely. Listen." Li Shui rose, suddenly pressed her gun, tilting her ear to listen to the distant sounds. The distant rumbling gradually became clearer, entering everyone's ears, accompanied by the sharp sounds of automatic weapons firing, the dull tremor of heavy weaponry, and layered vocalizations that could not possibly be human. The infected in the entire block began to stir because of these sounds. They poked their decaying heads out from the windows of the staircases, dragged their mangled bodies out from the ruins of shops, merging into a tide of grayish-black, slowly crawling toward the source of the sound. Inside the infantry fighting vehicle, the three women leaned back to back, firmly holding their weapons ready for combat. Outside the car window, the tide of corpses flowed over the withered reeds, and the entire city resembled a dying beast, emitting intermittent mournful cries in the twilight. They had long grown accustomed to such scenes in Wuhan district. Chaos spread like a plague, with sudden piercing human cries erupting deep within the buildings, only to be swiftly swallowed by an even greater, stickier silence. And all of this was actually within their expectations. The low roar of the armored vehicle's engine sounded particularly harsh at this moment. Jiang Ming slowly reduced the speed of the vehicle further, and the sound of the steel tracks grinding over the broken pavement was kept to a minimum, making the entire vehicle resemble a beast stealthily moving through the dense forest. His gaze was firmly locked onto the area ahead, engulfed by shadows and chaos, as he calmly commanded the system scan the area ahead and ascertain the specific conditions of the eastern city wall. Processing relevant data. The system's synthesized voice remained unperturbed. After a brief silence, the system's report echoed again. "Sir, the core issue arose this evening. Among the refugees housed in the central city, the lurking infected collectively mutated, triggering large-scale gunfire and explosions from the military's cleanup operations. General Li's troops paid an extremely heavy price to temporarily suppress the internal infected, but the sounds of gunfire and tremors attracted a massive horde of corpses outside the city wall, drawing them all closer. Currently, a highly dense cluster of zombies has formed outside the eastern wall, numbering approximately 50,000 and continuing to increase. After nightfall, the activity of these zombies has shown significant enhancement." The voice from the back seat let out a suppressed gasp. Even after experiencing the almost hopeless zombie tide in the Wuhan district, this number still sent chills down the spines of the three women. "Is there no organized counterattack?" someone couldn't help but ask. "General Li's troops have retreated to the underground bunker." The system's narration remained cold and precise, and they have been authorized to use heavy firepower to launch a saturation strike on the zombie horde outside the city wall. But the artillery fire and explosions created a stronger sound and light effect, instead attracting even more distant wandering zombies. Real-time monitoring data indicated that the total number of zombies outside the eastern wall was approaching the threshold of 100,000. The central control screen gradually lit up, displaying aerial footage captured from above. A dense mass of gray-black zombie figures filled the street squares, and every inch of the site like pus oozing from a festering wound, slowly yet unstoppable in its writhing and accumulation. These were not scattered monsters, but a true living sea of decay, sending shivers down one's spine. "Oh my God!" Lu Yuqing's fingers instinctively tightened around the hem of her clothes, her eyes filled with shock. Even when she had fought her way through the Wuhan district, she had never witnessed such a panoramic, suffocating view. The sight before her almost drained the last vestiges of warmth from the cabin. Yi Xilan's gaze swept over the striking anomalies among the sea of corpses, giant zombies as bulky as moving mountains, winged zombies silently gliding at low altitudes, diggers with claws mutated enough to tear through concrete, and those terrifying forms they had encountered before or only heard about in rumors, sickle-like bony limbs, whip-like flexible tentacles, and contorted figures that could crawl along vertical walls. These powerful mutations were scattered among the ordinary zombies like rocks in a poisonous sea harboring deadly dangers. The proportion of evolved beings. Jiang Ming squinted, quickly estimating in his mind, has already exceeded 400, potentially reaching 500. This number caused the air in the cabin to solidify. More than 400 powerful mutated evolved beings mixed within 100,000 zombie tide. This was no longer something any existing defense line could withstand. Once the tide launched an attack, the outcome would almost certainly be a catastrophic defeat. A crisp, alert tone broke the silence in the cabin. Yi Jilin looked down at her phone screen, slightly taken aback, and said, "It's a message from my friend in the central city. She's still alive." "What did she say in the message?" Jiang Ming asked. "She said The higher-ups in the central city are organizing the last batch of personnel to enter the underground base which connects to the subway network of the old era. They plan to evacuate eastward through the subway tunnel in half an hour. Yi Jilin quickly scanned the information on her phone, and when she looked up her face bore an incredulous absurdity. The evacuation destination is Dongshan City. She also informed me that the military assessed the terrain there to be relatively enclosed, surrounded by mountains, and perhaps a new safe defense line could be established there. If I'm still alive, I can go to Dongshan City to find her. Jiang Ming's lips curled into a faint, almost sarcastic arc as he said the subway tunnel. That's quite an imaginative escape route. But I wonder if the dark tunnel's end awaits them with a true path to survival or another more elaborate cage. Going to Dongshan City to find someone while alive. Jiang Ming glanced at the handwriting on the note in Yi Xilin's hand, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Your friend's connection is rather interesting. Yi Jilin cast her gaze out of the car window at the gloomy sky, her voice soft. We only had a few interactions at an academic conference. It's not a deep friendship. In the apocalypse, being able to pass on a message like this is already a great kindness. Jiang Ming stretched his shoulders, his tone flat. In these times everyone is struggling to survive. Who has time to care about others? The co-pilot Lu Yuqing turned her head, a hint of a smile in her eyes. Maybe when we get to Dongshan City we really will run into her. That's not necessary. Yi Jilin gently shook her head. The world had changed long ago, no longer resembling its former self. That shallow connection was hardly worth maintaining. In the back seat, Li Shuru put down her weapon and looked up at the screen inside the vehicle, asking, which direction are we heading next? Since someone has drawn away most of the zombie horde for us, we certainly cannot waste such a good opportunity. Jiang Ming tapped the steering wheel with his fingers and again ordered the system mark the coordinates of the nearest weapons cache. Location pinpointed. The moment the electronic voice finished speaking, a crimson dot lit up on the navigation map indicating the location of the weapons cache. 7 kilometers away on Kechuan 3rd Road. Yi Jilin quickly reported the specific location. Everyone hold on tight. With a sudden press of the accelerator, the heavy armored vehicle let out a beast-like low roar, its tires grinding over the remnants of zombie bodies, splattering dark muck. The speed that had been deliberately suppressed for stealth was now fully unleashed. This steel beast broke through the mist of the wetland and plunged straight into the depths of the city's ruins. The night was thick as ink, with only a few dim rays of moonlight struggling to filter through the heavy clouds, casting a pallid glow over the ruined city. 2 armored vehicles drove with glaring high beams like 2 sharp blades that violently split the silence of the city. They rammed through abandoned vehicles, blocking the road, crushing the staggering zombies in their path, the tracks screeching against the ground. Such a great commotion in this desperate wasteland was like a bright lighthouse drawing particular attention. Please take me with you, I have supplies. Everything is yours. Let me on the vehicle. Don't leave me behind. Don't leave me behind. Cries, pleas and curses erupted from the shadows on both sides of the street, rising and falling. Some waved tattered clothes, madly rushing into the road to try to stop the armored vehicle. Others leaned halfway out of high-rise windows, frantically waving their arms, pleading to be taken away, and suddenly a few gunshots rang out from the rooftops, bullets clattering against the armored vehicle's exterior but leaving not even a shallow scratch. Moreover, several modified SUVs charged out from the side roads, attempting to forcibly intercept the convoy and grab a share. What a lack of self-awareness. Jiang Ming didn't even shift his gaze, merely pushing the joystick slightly forward. The massive front of the armored vehicle collided effortlessly with the obstructing SUV, the metal twisting and exploding into the night sky, those few SUVs tumbling like children's toys before crashing into the storefronts by the street, instantly falling silent. As for those survivors or zombies who surrounded and attempted to cling to the vehicle with greedy eyes, Jiang Ming only issued a simple command to the system. The machine gun turret atop the infantry fighting vehicle slowly turned, locking onto its target, and then unleashed a roaring barrage. Flashes of fire erupted on the street and the screams abruptly ceased. The previously noisy street fell silent in an instant. After the chaos, the street suddenly sank into a chilling silence. The remaining survivors curled up into the deeper darkness, no longer daring to peek out, let alone rush out to block the way. Only scattered engine sounds continued to hum in the distance. Several vehicles that had managed to survive cautiously followed behind the armored vehicle, attempting to navigate the path cleared by this steel torrent in their fight for survival. The cabin returned to calm, and Jiang Ming glanced at the distant headlights in the rearview mirror, his expression neutral, offering no comments. Outside the window, the low growls of zombies drifted in with the wind, layered upon one another as if they would never cease. Huh! Gurgle. That chilling sound grew closer, as if surging from the depths of the earth, the low roar of the zombie tide undulating in the night. The armored vehicle showed no signs of slowing down, instead the engine's roar intensified as it charged directly into the twisted mass of zombies. The sound of bones shattering was mostly muffled by the heavy armor, leaving only a dull vibration within the cabin. Jiang Ming stared at the path illuminated by the vehicle's headlights, his eyes reflecting a nearly burning glow. As for those following vehicles, they were far less fortunate. Without the illumination of the armored vehicle, they plunged into the zombie horde like blind men and in an instant were dragged into the darkness by the surging tide of corpses. Brief screams and collision sounds quickly swallowed by deathly silence. Explosions and flames continued in the direction of the city center, illuminating half of the sky, with the distant whirring of helicopter rotors fading in and out. In contrast, the commotion on this street was merely a trifling ripple beside a colossal wave, hardly drawing anyone's attention. The armored vehicle crushed the last few zombie bodies that lunged at it, successfully breaking free from the encirclement of the tide. The central control screen glowed faintly, indicating that the distance to the target weapons cache was now less than 300 meters. "Get your gear ready." Jiang Ming's voice echoed in the cabin, calm but carrying an undeniable force. Li Shuiru nodded, silently distributing the various weapons she had prepared earlier to everyone. Lu Yuqing took her familiar firearm, her fingertips lightly brushing over the cold metal casing, her movements quick and practiced. The equipment Yi Jilin received had all been specially modified, matching the performance of the standard gear in the team. She tested the trigger's pressure, her gaze briefly skimming over the longbow resting nearby. Its arrows had yet to be modified, rendering it useless at this moment. Jiang Ming closed his eyes, quiet for a moment. When he opened them again, he had a clear grasp of all the changes surrounding the police station in his mind. The traces of the guards originally stationed at the police station had completely vanished, the number of surrounding zombies had surged and many evolved beings were mixed among them. The situation inside the buildings was even more severe, but fortunately it was still within the estimated range and not unmanageable. Within the cabin, the breaths of the three women had taken on a notably different quality. The changes brought about by the serum were silently flowing in their blood, a powerful force quietly condensing in the silence. Yi Xilan's grip on her gun was particularly steady. She could distinctly feel a strange warmth slowly spreading from deep within her bones. Ahead, the blurred outline of the police station gradually emerged in the night. The windows were pitch black, the door wide open, and within shadows could be seen swaying, clearly indicating it had already been occupied by zombies. Further away, the horde of zombies roaming the street, attracted by the sounds of vehicles, slowly turned around, moving in the direction of the armored vehicle. The armored vehicle slightly adjusted its course, aiming for the path leading to the police station's entrance, the engine emitting a low growl like a beast poised to strike at any moment. In the center of Shihui City, outside the police station on Kechuang 3rd Road, 3 junior neural reaction enhancers have been injected by Jiang Ming, Lu Yuqing, and Li Shuiru. The potency of the drugs rapidly penetrated to the nerve endings, pushing the trio's 5 senses and physical reactions to a whole new limit. Now facing evolved zombies, they could respond with composure, and the ordinary hordes of zombies no longer posed any threat. As long as they weren't isolated and surrounded, there was almost no danger. The data detected by the system still floated in Jiang Ming's mind. The three gripped their gun handles tightly, their eyes showing no fear but rather a surging battle intent, eager to prove themselves. The 2 giant lights on the armored vehicle tore through the heavy darkness, illuminating the outline of the police station ahead. This was their target, the police armory. With a rustling sound, the shadows stirred and the zombie horde surged forth from the street corners, behind windows and from doorways, rushing towards the light source and the steel vehicle. This time Jiang Ming did not choose to evade but confronted them head-on. System activate the dual-linked turret to clear the path ahead. Command confirmed, executing. The turrets on both sides of the battle vehicle suddenly rotated and the 23mm cannons immediately unleashed a dazzling blaze of fire, bullets pouring out like a storm. Shell casings fell to the ground like raindrops, a continuous dull thud echoing. The shells easily penetrated the decayed bodies of the zombies, tearing them apart. Under the suppression of heavy firepower, the zombie horde fell one after another like straw, unable to approach the armored vehicle at all. The armored vehicle rolled over the remains of the zombies and came to a steady stop in front of the police station's main entrance. System switched the turret to suppression mode to conserve ammunition. Understood. Action. With Jiang Ming's command, the vehicle door slid open immediately. He was the first to leap out, followed closely by the 3 women, their movements clean and swift. The scent of fresh blood and flesh instantly provoked a more violent response from the horde. They immediately turned towards the direction of the 4, their decaying mouths oozing with slime. The 4 quickly formed a tight combat formation. Jiang Ming charged at the front, Lu Yuqing took control of the left wing, Li Shuiru secured the right wing, and Yi Jilin held the rear. The light of blades and the sound of gunfire wove together into an impenetrable web. Slashes, precise shots, sidesteps and filling positions. Each action was perfectly coordinated, and the approaching zombies fell one after another with not a single one able to breach that synchronized defense. The four advanced steadily into the police station, their steps firm. Jiang guarded the rear, the muzzle of her gun steady as a rock. With the enhancement from the drugs, her dynamic vision and neural reflexes had far exceeded that of ordinary people, and each shot precisely penetrated the zombies' eye sockets or temples, killing them instantly. Occasionally, if a zombie suddenly lunged from the side, she would respond with a swift strike, cleaving its skull in half, dropping it on the spot. Liu Yuqing and Li Shuirou's combat styles were equally fierce. Especially Li Shuirou, having a background in special police, her foundation was exceptionally solid, and now with her reflexes elevated to a new level, her movements were crisp and quick as lightning. She even felt that if she returned to the shooting range now, breaking the record would be an effortless task. Just as the four were about to step into the police station, Yiziling's voice came from behind, tinged with caution. Jiang Ming, at 2 o'clock and 10 o'clock there are two evolved entities approaching rapidly. Jiang Ming did not turn back. His blade accurately pierced the throat of a zombie as he spoke in a deep voice. Shuirou Yuqing, handle those two evolved entities. Received. Just what I wanted. The two women's eyes flashed with sharp light as they simultaneously broke formation and charged towards the two swiftly approaching shadows. Facing this mutated evolved zombie, it might merely be a trial in Li Shuirou's eyes, but in Liu Yuqing's perspective it held a completely different significance. She wanted to prove to herself that she was now worthy to stand beside Jiang Ming, fighting alongside him, no longer the burden that needed protection. In this battle she also aimed to sever the thorn deep in her heart. She wanted to truly contribute her strength to this team. Perhaps Jiang Ming never cared about her strength or weakness, but she couldn't get over that mental hurdle. Thus this powerful monster before her must be ended by her own hands. Ha! With a clear shout, Liu Yuqing faced the fierce evolved entity Hedon. In a flash her eyes suddenly sharpened, her waist lightly turned, skillfully evading the zombie's powerful lunge, flipping her wrist to send a cold gleam slicing upwards. With a splatter of black blood the evolved zombie's head rolled to the ground, completely silenced. How could it be so easy? As she sheathed her blade, Liu Yuqing subconsciously deflected the ordinary zombies surging around her, yet her heart was tumultuous. In that moment the zombie's rapid movement seemed painfully slow in her eyes, while her every reaction flowed more smoothly than she could have imagined. The arc of her blade slicing through the air, the rhythm of her steps, everything felt as if it had been rehearsed in her mind 1,000 times, seamlessly perfect. On the other side Li Shuirou also glanced at the black blood on her blade, equally astonished. It was too easy to the point of unease. If this evolved entity was far easier to deal with than she had imagined. They did not yet understand the underlying truth, but Jiang Ming clearly knew what it was. If the bota's strength could be likened to a shell, then neural reactions were the soul that governed this shell. Only when the soul perfectly aligns with the shell can it truly reveal its innate brilliance. Now the missing piece of their puzzle had fallen into place, and their strength and responses had finally reached perfect harmony. He offered no further explanation, simply stating in a deep voice, regroup. Yes. The two women, awakened from the lingering momentum of their blades, swiftly returned to formation, and the four regrouped to continue advancing into the police station. As they passed through the corridor thick with the stench of blood, a certain invisible shackle seemed to shatter quietly in their hearts. Liu Yuqing's grip on her blade became steadier, and each step Li Shuirou took appeared even more resolute. The past naivety and inexperience were completely shed, transforming into an increasingly dense and sharp rhythm of slaughter. In just a short while the four successfully broke through the last iron door, revealing the full view of the armory in the dim light. So many weapons. Liu Yuqing stood stunned at the doorway, her eyes filled with shock. Inside the 5-meter square space, dark green weapon boxes were stacked into walls as high as their chests. Ammunition boxes filled every corner. Bulletproof vests hung neatly along the walls, and on the gun racks against the wall, various firearms stood silently in line, their cold metallic sheen flowing in the dim light like a silver river. This is the substation in the city center, so the weapon reserves are naturally particularly abundant. Li Shuirou gently touched a nearby weapon box, dust cascading down. If the other two armories yield such rewards, then we can truly establish a foothold in this apocalypse. Jiang Ming's gaze swept over the room filled with armaments, nodding slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Yijiling emerged from the depths of the storeroom, her fingertips still smeared with the grease from counting weapons. She reported, I've roughly calculated that there are about 30,000 rounds of various ammunition, 3 boxes of fragmentation grenades, over 100 pieces. There are 2 boxes each of high explosive and stun grenades, 50 RPG rocket rounds, 20 bulletproof vests, and several walkie-talkies and medical kits. There are about 30 standard firearms. Move everything onto the vehicle, not leaving a single item behind. Jiang Ming turned to prepare for action, but his ears perked slightly, catching a hint of unusual sounds. Lu Yuqing, guarding the doorway, suddenly called out in a low voice, alerting it's coming. It's the largest evolved entity in the police station. Be cautious, do not underestimate it. Jiang Ming responded in a deep voice. Understood. The flames of battle ignited in Lu Yuqing's eyes. The previous skirmish had ended too quickly, and instead of fatigue it fostered a stronger thirst for combat. She drew the long blade from her back, stepping forward resolutely against the heavy footsteps approaching from the darkness, the blade slightly raised, reflecting a pair of eyes that were finally no longer evasive but filled with determination. Jiang Ming along with Li Shuiro and Yi Zhiling began loading various supplies into the reinforced armored vehicle. After the previous fierce battle, the zombies inside the police station had been completely eliminated. The horde that had originally blocked the entrance of the police station and surrounded the armored vehicle gradually turned away as the three temporarily left, no longer having a target to attack, and were led elsewhere by the system-controlled infantry vehicle, leaving the surroundings eerily quiet. This saved them a considerable amount of effort, and the process of transporting the supplies became smooth and swift. Occasionally a few stray zombies lunging from the shadows were swiftly cut down or shot with a nail gun before they could get close, resulting in instant death, causing no hindrance whatsoever. The distance from the armory to the parking area was merely 50 meters. The four busied themselves back and forth, their movements agile, and within 10 minutes the entire armory was completely emptied, not leaving a single bullet behind. As Jiang Ming pushed the last box of weapons onto the second tier of the armored vehicle, he looked at the pile of supplies taking up almost half the space in the vehicle, and a genuine smile finally appeared on his face. Next armory, let's move. Understood. The three women who had been resting and drinking water nearby immediately stood up, ready to depart. Yet the atmosphere around them grew tense once more. The low growls of approaching zombies and the chilling sounds of bones scraping together began to echo. The gathering zombies were increasing in number. Although they had not yet formed a large horde, the 2,000 to 3,000 zombies from nearby streets had been drawn towards the police station by the commotion. Inside the armored vehicle, Jiang Ming took the driver's seat and casually started the engine, the tracks grinding against the road producing a dull scraping sound. He pressed down on the accelerator and the armored vehicle surged forward, directly crashing into and crushing over 100 zombies rushing from the front, continuing on towards their next destination. Your command has been executed, sir, the system's voice rang out at the right moment. Behind them, the infantry vehicle controlled by the system swiftly adjusted its direction, and the two turrets on top automatically aimed at the approaching horde. Boom! Boom! Two cannon blasts echoed through the entire street, the 23mm shells tearing through the air, piercing through several zombie bodies and accurately hitting two abandoned cars deep within the horde. Bang! Bang! Flames erupted violently, and the shockwave of the explosions engulfed over 200 zombies in fire, causing the pursuing horde to fall into chaos, unable to mount an effective pursuit. The infantry vehicle seized the opportunity to accelerate, racing to catch up with the armored vehicle Jiang Ming was in. Seeing the infantry vehicle successfully keep pace, Jiang Ming immediately ordered system locate the specific position of the next armory. Location confirmed. As soon as the electronic voice finished, a detailed route map appeared on the central control screen. Jiang Ming glanced at the screen and said lightly, "It's only a kilometer away, not far." Lu Yuqing, sitting in the front passenger seat, stared at the side screen, frowning slightly with concern. Jiang Ming, this warehouse is only about 3 kilometers from the city center. Could it be too dangerous? The zombies are mainly concentrated in the eastern part of the city. Our target is on the south side, so there are no major issues, Jiang Ming replied in a deep voice, then instructed the system immediately investigate the real-time situation of this armory and its surroundings. Sir, the target armory is located on Guangyuan Road, hidden within an unfinished street-side restaurant. According to the detailed information transmitted by the system, the four finally learned that this armory had originally been set up by the military the previous night to support the people and resist the horde. The choice of this restaurant, still under renovation, was due to its partially constructed stairway, which only had a temporary staircase for construction workers, making this two-story building easy to defend yet hard to attack, especially suitable for storing weapons and supplies on the second floor. As for the threats around, the system's detection data indicated that there were over 1,000 ordinary zombies outside the restaurant, 7 mutated evolved beings, and several zombified animals. Among them, the greatest caution should be exercised around the 2 zombie gorillas wandering near the restaurant. Their massive size and formidable attack power made them particularly dangerous. Jiang Ming's gaze swept across the fluctuating data on the display screen, quickly analyzing the situation in his mind. On the first floor there were over 300 swaying figures of zombies along with more than 10 zombie dogs with arched backs and high aggression and 2 particularly tall silhouettes. Those were the powerful evolved beings. The light spots on the second floor were sparser and posed little threat, hence they were not a cause for concern. The number is slightly higher than that at the police station, he said calmly without a hint of fear in his tone. Li Shui Rao's gaze fixed on the 2 red dots marked as gorilla forms on the screen, her brow slightly furrowing as she said, "These 2 guys are too big. If we confront them hidden it will definitely waste time. Let me take them out with the sniper rifle first to avoid complications." "Agreed. Stay hidden and do not expose your position." Jiang Ming nodded in agreement. "Understood." Li Shui Rao swiftly turned, climbing up to the second level of the vehicle, retrieving the long 85 type sniper rifle, quickly attaching the suppressor and then pushing open the top hatch to prepare for shooting. The stock firmly pressed against her shoulder, her eyes glued to the scope, she sharply locked onto the direction ahead. The armored vehicle had only circled 2 streets before the target building appeared at the end of her view. The low roar of the engine and the blinding headlights stirred the quiet of the street like a stone thrown into a stagnant pond. A horde of dark zombies surged out from the shadows and ruins, producing a cacophony of haggard breaths and low growls, merging into a turbulent tide rushing toward the armored vehicle. The 2 towering zombie gorillas standing over 3 meters tall were particularly conspicuous. They pounded their chests while letting out deafening roars, leading the zombie tide with overwhelming momentum. Li Shui Rao held her breath, her fingertips steadily and gently pulling the trigger twice in succession. Puff, puff, 2 muffled sounds suppressed by the silencer rang out in quick succession. 12. The 7mm bullets tore through the air with a piercing sound, and the next moment the heads of the 2 gorilla zombies exploded like ripe watermelons, with black blood and brain matter splattering everywhere, their heavy bodies crashing to the ground dead on the spot. The thought crossed her mind, the reaction speed has indeed improved significantly. The effect of the neural reaction enhancer she had injected earlier was now clearly validated by the precision of her shooting. At the same time, the level 3 armored vehicle had already crashed into the front line of the zombie tide with its heavy alloy front bumper, the sound of splintering bones echoing continuously as the vehicle rolled forward without obstruction, causing zombies to fall one after another. After 120 seconds the armored vehicle came to a steady stop right in front of the restaurant. Jiang Ming grabbed his weapon filled with ammunition and calmly laid out the battle plan, quick and decisive, rapidly clear the scene. Ai Shui Rao and Yu Qing will disembark and clear the zombies in 3 directions. Ji Ling, you'll take the top cabin and provide fire coverage and perimeter vigilance. Any problems? Here they were close to the heart of the city. Using the vehicle's automated weapons system would definitely create a huge commotion, attracting more zombies, which was not a wise move. Relying on manpower for the cleanup was the best choice for now. Fortunately Lu Yuqing and Li Shui Rao had been tempered through numerous battles and could handle themselves, coupled with Yi Jiling providing support from above they were sufficient to deal with the current situation. Received. 3 female voices echoed simultaneously, firm and strong. Action. Jiang Ming pushed the door and leaped down from the vehicle, followed closely by 2 agile figures rushing out together. Yi Jiling slung her assault rifle over her shoulder, nimbly climbing to the top of the armored vehicle, taking the high ground while vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The scent of living humans immediately attracted all the zombies gathered around the vehicle. They stretched out their decaying arms and opened their jaws, dripping with viscous slime, all turning to charge at Jiang Ming and the others. Scatter. Jiang Ming shouted lowly, his figure shooting out like an arrow released from a bow, moving at incredible speed. A cold glimmer flashed and the first zombie to pounce was accurately pierced through the skull by the blade in his hand, collapsing on the spot. How about we have a competition to see who can clear more zombies faster? Lu Yuqing deftly dodged a zombie's powerful lunge, her short blade driving into its eye socket with a single strike, killing it instantly. Then she turned to Li Shui Rao nearby and said, her tone filled with a hint of battle spirit. I'm happy to join. What's the wager? Li Shui Rao asked while eliminating a nearby zombie. The loser prepares breakfast for tomorrow, Lu Yuqing said with a smile. Deal. As the words fell, the 2 had already darted off like diverging streams, each launching their cleanup operation, swinging their weapons as zombies fell one after another. Jiang Ming paid no heed to the ordinary zombies rushing towards him, if these miscellaneous soldiers posed no threat to him. His gaze sharp as a hawk's locked onto the 7 unusually large shadows. Those were the 7 strength-type evolved zombies, the main targets of this cleanup. Roar. The 7 evolved zombies quickly noticed Jiang Ming, a formidable target, emitting deafening roars as they lumbered forward like 7 uncontrollable heavy trucks crashing toward him, causing the ground beneath them to tremble slightly with a suffocating sense of pressure. Jiang Ming did not wish to be entangled here for too long, wasting time. He took a deep breath, and a certain invisible boundary within him seemed to be silently broken. 8 gates of Doomsday. First gate, open the door. Open. A low battle roar erupted from his chest, resonating throughout the surroundings. Jiang Ming's blood surged like molten lava. An invisible powerful airflow suddenly exploded with him at the center, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. On the system panel, the values representing strength, speed and neural reflexes were soaring wildly, as if about to break through some invisible limit. Boom! The cement ground beneath his feet shattered, cracking into fierce fissures. He charged forward toward the 7 twisted towering shadows like a beast that had broken free from its cage. At the entrance of the restaurant, the 7 evolved zombies had already closed in. Roar! Seeing their prey daring to charge at them, the 7 mutated evolved zombies let out a mixed roar of excitement and hunger, their voices deafening. They stomped forward, arrogantly smashing through ordinary zombies in their path, forming a siege around Jiang Ming from different directions. Their towering bodies, over 3 meters tall, created a tightly packed encirclement, exuding a suffocating sense of pressure as they closed in on Jiang Ming. If an ordinary person were to face this scene, they would likely be terrified to the point of mental collapse, losing the courage to fight. Unfortunately, what they faced was Jiang Ming, who had already opened the first gate of the 8 gates of Doomsday. 3 chilling flashes of cold light cut through the night almost simultaneously, and the foremost mutated zombie had its arms severed at the roots, its head split in half from the center, black-red viscous blood spraying everywhere like a fountain. In just one exchange, this zombie was instantly dealt with. Jiang Ming slightly tilted his body to evade another zombie's claw, and his left hand holding the short blade gently lifted, making a swift sound as the large head of the zombie to his left rolled up into the air. The third zombie barreled through over 10 ordinary zombies, charging straight up to Jiang Ming. He suddenly lowered his body, narrowly dodging the creature's thick arms wrapping around him, and his right leg swept out like a steel whip, making a loud bang as the zombie crashed heavily to the ground, immediately followed by a Nepalese curved knife precisely stabbing into its eye socket. The remaining 4 mutated zombies simultaneously let out frenzied roars, charging toward Jiang Ming from all directions. In that moment of turbulent energy, Jiang Ming suddenly exerted force, with his feet cracking the hard pavement beneath him. Using this momentum, he leaped into the air, avoiding the 4 deadly pounces, while his weapons carved intersecting cold lights in midair. The sounds of flesh being torn echoed continuously as the upper skulls of the 4 zombies, along with the viscous fluids inside, were all sliced off, their massive bodies momentarily stiffening before crashing heavily to the ground. The entire sequence of actions flowed smoothly, as rapid as thunder, cracking from the exchange to the end. In just a brief 10 breaths, all 7 mutated zombies were eliminated. Not far away, Lu Yuqing and Li Shuai-Ro, who were entangled with ordinary zombies along with Yi Zhiling on the vehicle's roof providing cover, witnessed this scene in its entirety. All 3 women felt a shock in their hearts. If they had originally thought that after the enhancement the gap in strength between them and Jiang Ming would narrow significantly, only to realize that the disparity was like an unfathomable abyss, impossible to bridge. Having cancelled the secret gate status, Jiang Ming sighed lightly. Throughout the entire process, the first gate had only been open for over 30 seconds, and the energy consumption was still within his manageable range. He urged, "Don't waste time, clear out the remaining zombies." Lu Yuqing and Li Shuai-Ro immediately responded, and Yi Zhiling also shouted that she received the message. The greatest threat was gone, and the hundreds of ordinary zombies lingering around the restaurant no longer posed a fatal danger. In less than 10 minutes, the roars of the remaining zombies around completely vanished. As for the scattered zombies attracted by the noise from further away, they had long been led away by the infantry combat vehicles controlled by the system. After eliminating the last zombie at his feet, Jiang Ming signaled to Yi Zhiling on the roof, "Zhiling, come over to regroup, follow the formation we set earlier and prepare to enter the restaurant." Yi Zhiling immediately responded, leaping down from the roof and landing lightly on the ground, while Li Shuai-Ro and Lu Yuqing also converged and gathered by Jiang Ming's side. Deep within the restaurant, indistinct sounds of scraping and low panting could be heard, as if something was lurking in the darkness waiting for the right moment to strike. The fighting outside the restaurant gradually ceased, and the lingering stench of decay hung in the air. The earlier commotion had driven away many of the zombies wandering in the hall, but hidden in the dark corners were still some that had escaped detection. Li Shuai-Ro lowered her voice to a near whisper, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly. "Jiang Ming, at 2 o'clock there are 2 mutated beings accompanied by a dozen zombie dogs." Jiang Ming quickly scanned the area. The bone scythe of the scythe variant glimmered pale in the dim light, while the other one's tendrils were thrashing mindlessly against the ground, and the zombie dogs were crouching low, rolling guttural growls in their throats. "Quickly deal with them, don't drag it out." As soon as Jiang Ming's words fell, the 4 of them shot out like arrows released from a bow. These enemies, which could have been handled individually, stood no chance against the four-person encirclement, unable even to catch a breath. Before the bone scythe variant could even lift its weapon, the cold gleam had already reached it. At the moment Jiang Ming's blade severed the bone scythe, Lu Yuqing's weapon precisely pierced into its hindbrain. On the other side, Li Shuai-Ro and Yi Zhiling teamed up to cut off the tendrils of the tendril mutant, and two short blades swiftly stabbed into its twisted head. The zombie dogs didn't even get a chance to leap and bite before they were shredded into mangled pieces by the kicks and slashes of the four, all done in just 3 breaths. Jiang Ming shook off the blood from his blade and surveyed the chaotic front hall. Look for the stairs, let's head upstairs. Employee passages are usually quite concealed. The three of them split up to search and finally found the stairs leading to the second floor behind a worn-out iron door. The stairs were so narrow that only one person could walk sideways, extending almost vertically upwards for a length of 4 to 5 meters. 3 women frowned as they gazed up the steep passageway, finally grasping why this place was so impregnable. Its very architecture rendered the transport of heavy cargo utterly impossible. Jiang Ming suddenly spoke, use an armored vehicle. Its height is nearly 4 meters, park it flush beneath the second-floor windows, then pass supplies directly through the roof hatch. Their eyes lit up. Yi Zhiling quickly added, exactly, no need to haul anything up the stairs. We can deliver straight into the second-floor warehouse through the window. Let's see what treasures we'll uncover this time. Jiang Ming seized the rusted handrail and began climbing. The others followed closely behind, their boots scraping sharply against the iron steps, a sound unnervingly distinct in the narrow confined space. The moment they stepped onto the second floor landing, a dozen black figures lunged from the depths of the corridor, zombies clad in uniforms yet moving with uncanny swiftness far beyond that of ordinary undead. Jiang Ming did not falter. His blade flashed like a silver thread, felling them one after another in swift silent succession. This floor bore no resemblance to the open spacious ground level. Narrow corridors branched left and right into small rooms. At the far end stood the double wooden doors of a banquet hall. The armory lay hidden deep within a secluded alcove, the door plaque long since vanished. The instant the door swung open, evenly Shuru, the calmest among them, stared in stunned silence. The entire chamber was crammed to capacity, leaving scarcely a breath of empty space. Along the walls olive-green ammunition crates formed low waist-high barriers. On long metal tables firearms of every kind were laid out in dense meticulous rows, their polished components gleaming coldly under the dim diffused light. Lu Yuqing murmured softly, this stockpile dwarfs even the police stations, by more than 3-fold. Her fingertip brushed lightly over the barrel of a heavy machine gun. Yi Zhiling strode deeper into the warehouse and let out a low gasp, look over there, rotary cannon. The preliminary inventory left them breathless, nearly 40,000 rounds of standard ammunition alone, and when accounting for sniper rounds, heavy-caliber machine gun belts, rockets and other specialized ordnance, the total surged past 70,000. Explosives were stacked with military precision inside blast-resistant cabinets, no fewer than 2,000 units by rough count. The variety of firearms was dizzying: 7 distinct models of assault rifles, over 20 pieces each, 4 types of handguns, more than a dozen per model, 7 sniper rifles, 8 heavy machine guns, 5 grenade launchers, 2 6-barrel rotary cannons, and leaning silently in a corner 2 mortars. Every piece of equipment remained sealed beneath pristine unbroken oil-proof paper, the serial numbers clearly legible beneath the factory seals. Jiang Ming surveyed the arsenal-filled space, and at last the faintest trace of a smile flickered across his lips. This truly was a bountiful harvest. His gaze drifted from the meticulously arranged firearms. The sheer volume of these modified weapons was staggering. Even a fully powered infantry fighting vehicle firing continuously for an hour would barely deplete this reserve. Begin loading. Jiang Ming's voice was calm yet decisive. His 3 companions exchanged glances brimming with exhilaration and responded in unison before springing into action. Meanwhile, the heavy armored vehicle, guided by its autonomous system, quietly halted beneath the second-floor windows. Yi Zhiling and Li Shuru remained inside the vehicle to receive and organize supplies. Jiang Ming handled transport between the warehouse and the window. Lu Yuqing stationed herself atop the vehicle to relay items through the roof hatch to her comrades below. Though this armory lay closer than the previous police station, its reserves vastly exceeded that earlier haul, so much so that even with all 4 working in tandem it took nearly 20 minutes to completely empty the warehouse. By then the vehicle's upper compartment overflowed with weaponry. We've loaded almost everything. Lu Yuqing stood atop the vehicle, passing the final ammunition crate through the hatch before wiping a thin sheen of sweat from her brow. The instant her words faded, a sharp alert chimed in the earpiece communicator. "Sir, a survivor team has emerged from the building across the street. They are armed with heavy weaponry." Survivors. Armed with heavy weapons. The color drained instantly from Lu Yuqing's and her companions' faces. Jiang Ming's expression hardened into icy stillness. Into the communicator he commanded, "Yuqing, retreat into the vehicle immediately." Without hesitation Lu Yuqing vanished through the hatch in a single fluid motion. Almost the moment her feet touched the floor, a shell screamed through the air and slammed into the roof, sparking a blinding shower of white-hot embers. "They're shelling us!" Li Shuru cried urgently from behind the armored side wall already shielding Lu Yuqing alongside Yi Zhiling. "I see them." Pressed against the hotel's second-floor window frame, Jiang Ming's gaze swept like a razor's edge across the shadow-draped facade opposite, yet the attackers remained elusive, swallowed by layers of darkness and concealment. He murmured into the communicator, "Are you injured?" "I'm unharmed," Lu Yuqing replied, her voice still taut. "But their gunner is likely reacquiring aim, be careful." Suppressing the cold fury rising within him, Jiang Ming issued a terse order, "System, identify the target's identity and pinpoint their exact location." Executing command. The system's chime had barely faded when Li Shuru's voice cut in, "I've located one." A peerless marksman, she deduced the probable position of the artilleryman solely from ballistic trajectory and surrounding topography, her instincts honed by years of experience and now amplified by superhuman neural reflexes. Before the echo of her words had died, she'd slipped into the firing port, raised her sniper rifle and aligned its muzzle precisely on the 25th floor of the distant high-rise, 300 meters away. No fine-tuning of the scope. No deliberate breath control. She simply squeezed the trigger. A thunderous crack shattered the stillness, the bullet's shriek tearing through the air, followed instantly by the brittle shatter of glass and the dull heavy thud of a collapsing body. 300 meters away, the man who had been peering through his scope, his lips curled in smug triumph, was already dead, pierced clean through the lens by a 12.7 round. His lifeless gaze remained frozen in the cold fractured optic, where blood mingled with gray matter erupted violently, blooming like a grotesque macabre firework. Li Shuru's taut features softened slightly. Pressing her earpiece, she reported calmly to Jiang Ming and the others, "The artilleryman is neutralized, position confirmed, 25th floor of the high-rise northeast of our location. However, accomplices remain active. The threat persists, maintain full vigilance." "Understood." Jiang Ming acknowledged tersely, then signaled Lu Yuqing and Yi Zhiling to relocate to the opposite flank of the armored vehicle to continue clearing the ever-advancing tide of zombies. Li Shuru held her post, her rifle and gaze fixed like those of a hawk locking onto prey, scanning the distant buildings with unwavering intensity. They now faced enemies on all sides, unseen snipers in the shadows, while below the guttural moans of the undead coalesced once more into a chilling surging tide. The area they just cleared now teemed with a seething mass of over 600 or 700 zombies, and the number continued to swell. If they failed to break free swiftly, the formation of a full-scale zombie horde would render escape nearly impossible, making the elimination of the concealed assailants imperative. "Sir, reconnaissance is complete." The system's voice sounded promptly in their ears. Lu Yuqing, Li Shuru and Yi Zhiling instantly stilled, listening intently. Analysis of surviving surveillance footage revealed a 7-member survivor team that had been circling this district for days. Their objective was clearly this armory, but repeatedly thwarted by hordes of zombies, they had taken refuge in the high-rise northeast of their position, using it as a temporary base. With internal power severed, most surveillance systems were either destroyed or offline. Real-time tracking proved impossible, only a fleeting glimpse had been captured when one member passed briefly before a functioning camera. Now dispersed and concealed, their positions were again unknown. They carried no electronic devices capable of signal-based tracking. Yet identification posed no difficulty. Cross-referencing facial data against National Registry databases yielded immediate verification of their identities. An underground bare-knuckle fighter, a mercenary, a mixed martial arts champion, and wanted fugitives. Not without skill. A glint of frost flared in Jiang Ming's eyes, his tone edged with lethal irony. Pity they chose the wrong person to provoke. He no longer cared whether noise might attract further intruders. Anyone who dared point a weapon at him would meet only one fate: absolute annihilation. System, assume full operational control of the infantry fighting vehicle. Authorize maximum firepower. Reduce that building to rubble. Command confirmed, sir. Almost simultaneously with the system's response, the infantry fighting vehicle, previously drifting slowly to draw zombie attention, shuddered with deep resonant vibrations and the whine of heavy machinery engaging. 3 rotating gun turrets tore through their camouflaged armor panels along the vehicle's flanks and rear, revealing sleek matte black barrels. Its roof armor split apart, raising 2 identical elevated turrets. More chilling still, twin 7-tube rocket launchers rose vertically from the hull's midsection, their launch tubes gleaming with cold metallic menace under the dim light. Finally emerging was the chain-driven rapid-fire cannon, concealed within the main turret, its massive silent bore aimed unflinchingly at the distant skyscraper like the unblinking gaze of death itself. What is that thing? Such weaponry shouldn't even exist. Inside the high-rise, the remaining attackers glimpsed the scene through narrow window slits, their faces instantly bleaching of all color. Their cries of disbelief were instantly drowned beneath the sudden deafening roar of engines and weapons priming. Run. If you value your lives, run now, run. Where? Boom. Whoosh, CHT. The vehicle opened fire. 5 autocannons roared in unison, spitting torrents of 23mm armor-piercing rounds, metallic tempests shrieking toward the building's reinforced concrete facade. Rockets leapt from their launchers, trailing incandescent plumes as they struck critical load-bearing structures at the base of the tower. Deafening detonations shook the night, showering brick, concrete and glass in a violent billowing storm of debris. The 30-story edifice, once a monument to human ambition, began to buckle and tilt like a child's sandcastle under relentless bombardment, groaning under unbearable strain. Before such absolute overwhelming force, this towering symbol of civilization revealed its terrifying fragility, its scale rendered insignificant, its grandeur reduced to dust. The autocannon's thunder ripped through the night's silence. Concrete shards rained down like hail. Walls buckled and collapsed under sustained barrages, transforming the structure into a pockmarked hive, violent tremors echoing like thunderclaps across the darkness. Guttural roars erupted from every direction. Crimson eyes ignited one by one in alleyways and streets, nearly 10,000 zombies roused, converging in a filthy frenzied torrent toward the source of gunfire. The building's skeletal frame twisted and snapped under artillery fire, then true destruction followed. The rapid-fire cannon's deep lethal hum vibrated the air as 76mm shells tore through the sky, slamming into the tower's core and detonating in blossoms of scorching lethal flame. Load-bearing columns disintegrated in bursts of fire and smoke. Dust plumed skyward as the entire structure listed violently, groaning its final tortured lament. Within half a minute the colossal tower crumbled floor by floor, collapsing sideways with a cataclysmic crash. Trapped within, the survivors had nowhere to flee, doomed to watch in abject horror as steel, concrete and their own bodies were pulverized into indistinguishable crimson pulp. The building's collapse sent shockwaves through the horde, its frenzied shrieks intensifying, the black tide surging ever closer. The zombie horde is drawing nearer. Liu Yuqing withdrew from the second-floor firing port, slotted in a fresh magazine, her fingertips still warm from sustained recoil. The building fell precisely as calculated, sealing the eastern breach, but the sheer number of zombies remains overwhelming. Yi Zhiling adjusted her scope in silence, then fired, obliterating a particularly swift zombie surging through the front ranks. The IFV's firepower is sufficient for breakout, but we must move now. We cannot wait any longer. Li Shuru's voice crackled over the calm urgent, each controlled burst dropping a mutated specimen with surgical precision. Time is the decisive factor. Jiang Ming leapt from the temporary vantage point on the second floor back into the driver's cabin, the heavy metal hatch sealing shut behind him with a resonant clang. System, clear the path ahead with maximum suppressive fire. Command confirmed. The mechanical whir of turret rotation echoed as the muzzles pivoted from the ruins, locking onto the dense writhing mass of zombies clogging the street. 2 deep concussive booms later, a wide gore-splattered clearing opened in the center of the road, limbs and rubble hurled skyward in a grisly arc. The engine roared with violent fury as the leading infantry vehicle charged forward, its cannons and heavy machine guns weaving a searing barrage, turning everything along the way into fragments in a metallic storm. Stay close. Jiang Ming floored the accelerator, the heavy armored vehicle lunging forward like a colossal beast, closely trailing the dust cloud kicked up by the vehicle in front. Amidst the deafening roar, the sound of gunfire from the direction of the city center suddenly intensified, the dazzling flames painting the distant sky a dark crimson. 5 minutes later, as they finally escaped the most densely packed area of the corpse tide, the outline of the central city twisted and morphed in the firelight. Jiang Ming asked the system, "What's the situation with the city walls?" A large number of evolved beings have breached the outer wall defenses, and the casualty rate of the defending troops is rising sharply. According to the model, the defensive system will completely collapse in 9 minutes and 40 seconds. What are the coordinates of the last supply depot? They have already been projected onto the navigation interface. Only 1 kilometer from the eastern city wall. Lu Yuqing in the passenger seat tightened her grip on the water bottle, her gaze fixed intently on the screen. That's almost right under the corpse tide's nose. Jiang Ming and the other two simultaneously looked at the map, the atmosphere in the cabin instantly becoming tense. The supply depot was right against the impending breach of the defense line, and the commotion they had just caused by destroying the building would surely have drawn the attention of the military's remaining forces. If the city walls completely fell at such close distance, they would instantly become the next targets to be devoured by the corpse tide. The sounds of cannon fire outside grew more intense, the flames reflecting off the car window flickering like a heartbeat. Though the armored vehicle and infantry vehicle had been fortified to the utmost, breaking out from the corpse tide was not entirely impossible, but the price would surely be devastating. The loss of fuel, ammunition and vehicles was secondary. What was most concerning were the unknown variables. Once the scale of the corpse tide surpassed 100,000, the probability of encountering wolf-level evolved zombies would surge dramatically. If they were to face such monsters, it would likely not be a breakout but a self-surrender. If the central city can hold on for a little longer, it might be worth a try. But only 10 minutes is simply too short. Jiang Ming's fingers unconsciously tapped on the control panel. Before his words had even settled, the system's warning tone suddenly sounded. Life energy deep within the corpse tide is rapidly coalescing. A wolf-level zombie is about to be born. Wolf-level. Lu Yuqing and her two companions gasped in shock almost simultaneously, their eyes wide with horror. Stream the real-time footage over. Jiang Ming's voice grew grave. The scenario he had dreaded most had finally arrived. At the same time, in the underground command center of the central city, General Li and over 20 high-ranking military and political officials stared intently at the main screen, which displayed the scene of the city wall defenses falling one after another. A civil official rushed over with documents in hand, but before he could speak he was sharply interrupted by General Li. There's no need to report on the collapse of the southern district building, we can only focus on the eastern wall. The official's shoulders trembled and he lowered his head, retreating into the shadows. Just then another person rushed into the command room, sweat rolling down his forehead. General, there's an emergency. I told you, unless it concerns survival, don't report it. General Li abruptly turned around, bloodshot eyes filled with fury. It's a wolf-level zombie, the newcomer nearly yelled. A high-energy evolutionary reaction has been detected behind the corpse tide. The probability of it being wolf-level is 98%. The air in the command center instantly froze, every pair of eyes fixated on the newcomer's face, while several older officials began to bead with sweat. Get the footage on screen now. General Li shoved aside the person next to him, issuing the order in a hoarse voice. The screen flickered for a few seconds before switching to the view from a monitoring probe high on the city wall. Behind the corpse tide, a gigantic zombie over 5 meters tall was violently tearing apart its kind, stuffing the severed limbs into its mouth to chew. With each consumption, thick blood plasma oozed from its surface, slowly enveloping its body into a pulsating scarlet blood cocoon. This scene was transmitted to Jiang Ming's screen, vividly reflected in the pupils of everyone in the underground command center. It's over. Someone murmured in the crowd. All our forces are concentrated at the front. How can we spare anyone to deal with the wolf-level zombie? Let's retreat, General. We can't hold Shihui City any longer. Amidst the murmurs, General Li's gaze was fixed on the ever-bloating blood cocoon, his knuckles widening as he clenched his fists. Under the blood-red setting sun, General Li's eyes were crimson, his tightly clenched fists knotted with tension. He took a deep breath of the air tinged with gunpowder and rust, swallowed hard, and finally squeezed out an order through gritted teeth. Relay my command to all personnel, immediate evacuation. Understood. However, not long after this order was given, a soldier stumbled into the command room, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. General. Last night too many outsiders were accommodated, and the current helicopters are not enough to carry everyone. Not enough. General Li's brow furrowed sharply. The central city shouldn't be lacking in aerial vehicles. Since neighboring areas have fallen one after another, all the wealthy businessmen and small military outposts with helicopters in Shihui City, even dignitaries flown in from Bin City, have gathered here. The refugee waves that poured in this morning brought numerous private helicopters, totaling 3 to 4 times more than usual. How could there not be enough? Moreover, the underground rail system could alleviate some of the transportation pressure. General, some helicopters crashed and were damaged while resisting the corpse tide. As for those dispatched from Bin City. The soldier's voice turned hoarse. The person in charge of Bin City saw the situation was dire and left without notifying anyone. Those treacherous bastards. General Li slammed his fist on the table, splintering wood everywhere, yet cursing was futile. The planes that had already flown away would not return. What about the helicopters brought by the refugees? Most of the fuel has been used up and the remaining ones are mostly damaged and cannot take off. A civil officer added softly. Additionally, civilians from the reception area are rushing to the temporary airport fighting for seats if the scene is about to spiral out of control. The more than 20 high-ranking officials gathered around changed their expressions at this. Brotherly decisive action must be taken, and we should retreat first. There are too many civilians, it's impossible to secure them. If we delay any longer we may face total annihilation. We must prioritize the greater good, General. The flood of conflicting advice surged like a tide. General Lee stood in silence, the urgent reports from his subordinates and the anxious faces of his colleagues flashing through his mind. A fierce anger surged in his chest but was quickly drowned by a heavier sense of helplessness. He wearily raised a hand, pressing against the void. Enough. Instantly everyone fell silent, their eyes focused on him, breath held, waiting for his final decision. General Lee closed his eyes, and when he opened them again only cold hard resolve remained. Relay the order: full evacuation, immediate execution. Quick. Notify all units to retreat in order. The high-ranking officials exchanged glances, relief washing over their faces, and several hastily waved their hands to signal their aides to disseminate the order swiftly. Yes. The civil official stood to attention and swiftly left. About 4 to 5 kilometers outside the central city on an abandoned street, a heavy armored vehicle and an infantry vehicle lay dormant like slumbering beasts, lights extinguished, quietly parked in the dusk. The wandering zombies around emitted hissing sounds, disregarding the 2 lifeless steel shells. Inside the armored vehicle's cockpit, the 2 screens glowed faintly, displaying 2 different images. The main screen locked onto a devastated neighborhood previously marked as a gathering place for wolf-level evolved zombies. At this moment, the gigantic zombie, having devoured 20 to 30 ordinary evolved beings and fully soaked up the nutrients, was oozing thick blood plasma from its entire body, quickly enveloping itself in a massive blood cocoon that sent chills down the spine. In the cabin, Jiang Ming and the other 3 stared at the screen, their pupils simultaneously contracting. Under the dim sky, the silhouette of that enormous figure in the distance was quietly twisting and swelling like a mountain of flesh about to awaken. What would happen if it crossed that threshold of evolution? Lu Yuqing exchanged glances with her 2 companions, but no one could provide an answer. Earlier, Jiang Ming had warned them to keep an eye on the system's logs. At this moment, the calm electronic voice began to resonate, offering a database prediction. Based on previous observational parameters of Psi-type wolf-level individuals, the current target's threat assessment will double after completing evolution. Double. The breaths of the 3 women momentarily stilled. They had witnessed the horror of that Psi-type wolf-level zombie with their own eyes, and the one before them was actually even more dangerous. If it completely transformed, how great a disaster would it bring? Even Jiang Ming, who had remained silent, felt his gaze darken upon hearing the system's assessment. Can the specific values for attack and defense be measured? Can you analyze its weaknesses? Lu Yuqing pressed on. We will need to wait until the evolution process is fully completed for an in-depth scan. The system replied. The 3 fell silent, their gazes shifting to the auxiliary screen in front of the passenger seat, showcasing real-time footage from the underground command of the central city. Jiang Ming also wanted to see what choices the high-ranking individuals in the Shihui army would make in the face of this impending wolf-level catastrophe. However, when General Li's ultimate evacuation order came through the speakers, the air within the cabin dropped to freezing point. Hey, it's not really unexpected. Jiang Ming's lips curled into a cold arc. Since that's the case, I don't mind letting this fire burn a little brighter. The 3 women, previously chilled by this decision, turned to him at his words. What do you plan to do? You'll find out soon enough, Jiang Ming said without explanation, directly ordering the system, connect to the city-wide broadcast of the central city and loop the audio of that earlier conversation at maximum volume. Command received, execution initiated. The 3 instantly understood his intentions, glancing in unison at the main screen where General Li and his colleagues were still hastily discussing matters in the underground base, a cold mockery gradually surfacing on their faces. Thinking to abandon everyone and escape on their own now, they shouldn't expect to get away. Several kilometers away in the central city, a sharp electric noise suddenly erupted from the loudspeakers suspended by the streets, the sound so loud it instantly tore through the chaotic noise. The fleeing civilian soldiers battling zombies atop the high walls and the roaring corpse tied outside the city wall, all sound seemed to be paused at this moment. In the command post, General Li was the first to react, shouting sternly, "What's going on? Who activated the broadcast?" The operator's face went pale, fingers flying across the console, trembling as he reported, "General, the broadcast system was forcibly activated from the outside." As soon as the words left his mouth, a clear voice came through the loudspeakers, the very argument between General Li and over 20 high-ranking officials in the secret room along with the final evacuation decision. Did I just hear that correctly? That was General Li's voice. It's him. They plan to abandon us here. They never cared about our lives as they fled for their own. Damn it. Since we can't survive, neither should you. The dialogue from the broadcast was like a spark falling into boiling oil, instantly igniting the long-suppressed despair and anger of the survivors. The crowd began to surge madly toward the temporary airport, breaking through the hastily assembled defenses of the soldiers. Some seized weapons from the guards. Sporadic gunfire erupted, quickly escalating into a chaotic explosion, and any figures attempting to block their path fell under the frantic gunfire. The soldiers inevitably felt disheartened by their superiors' decision, but military orders were unyielding, yet they still fought to stop the crowd surging toward the helicopters. Yet the sheer number of people was beyond what this small force could withstand. Moreover, this was a frenzy of people willing to risk their lives. Since death was inevitable, they might as well fight for a chance at survival. Sitting and waiting to die would only mean becoming food for zombies, a desperate logic born from despair. In the underground command center, witnessing all this, General Li erupted in anger. What are you all waiting for? Cut off the broadcast immediately. A stunned technician scrambled to shut down the equipment, but it was already too late. Both what ought to remain secret and what ought never to be heard had already wormed its way into everyone's ears over the airwaves. We cannot delay any longer, oldly. We must evacuate at once, he was told, and the uncontrolled images on the screen sent more than 20 senior officials into a state of panic. General Li gave the order to move without a shred of hesitation. The situation had become irretrievable. As they ran toward the evacuation point, one question churned relentlessly in his mind: why had the broadcast activated on its own? How could that confidential conversation suddenly be made public? This is absolutely not a systems malfunction, he thought. Despite his misgivings, he could not pin down the hand behind it. A shadow flickered through his memory, the mysterious squad that had once slain a wolf-level mutant, but he quickly dismissed the notion, for the satellite operator's report an hour earlier had shown those people never left the gas station after entering it. Could it be an internal uprising? If so, what would the perpetrators gain, he wondered as chaotic thoughts knotted in his head. At that moment a volley of gunfire cracked ahead. The column had emerged from the underground passage and returned to the surface, and soldiers shouted to shield the general. Several troops who had been trying to quell the unrest charged forward to cover them as they pushed through the turbulent crowd. A roar as though it could tear the very clouds asunder erupted beyond the eastern city wall and swept across the central city. Everyone who heard it turned deathly pale. Panic spread as people cried that the giant undead had completed its evolution and urged immediate retreat. Warnings that the walls could not hold mixed with shouts for everyone to run. Calls to stand and fight were drowned in a chaos of gunfire, bestial howls and desperate cries, engine sobs and the undead's roars fused into a single manic cacophony, and the city tipped into a frenzy. Silhouettes scattered in every direction, stampedes churned the streets, some launched desperate reckless counterattacks while others uttered dying laments, all weaving into a bleak apocalyptic tableau. Ordinary civilians who had somehow climbed into helicopters fumbled the controls with no piloting skill at all, and the consequences were predictably catastrophic. Guards bellowed hoarsely to the general to hurry this way, shepherding General Li and the senior officials toward the reserved helipad. The helipad was not far. At a full sprint they could reach it within 2 minutes. Yet before they could board, a sudden detonation shattered the moment. A cataclysmic crash rolled in from the direction of the east wall, the ground trembling beneath their feet and every step froze in place. General Li's face went hard as he demanded to know what had happened. A trembling soldier reported that the giant undead had finished evolving, had surpassed 10 meters in height and was now smashing through the wall. The soldier pointed at the rising plumes of dust and could not keep his voice steady, asking in disbelief how things could have turned so suddenly and violently wrong. Questions of alarm echoed through the crowd, faces written with terror. Meanwhile, inside a Tier 3 armored vehicle, others watched the unfolding disaster. When that vast silhouette broke free of everything that bounded and barreled through the choking dust, Jiang Ming's pupils contracted, shock filled his eyes. It was unmistakable, he thought, a Haigu Jushen of sorts. Its 10-meter-plus torso was sheathed in pallid hardened bone plating, and the image oddly resembled a figure Jiang Ming had once seen in a phantom epic. Observers marveled at the creature's might. A single footfall had carved a deep crater into the wall, and its momentum suggested that a couple more blows might utterly topple the bastion. That embankment was 3 meters of defensive works, yet it was being crushed to near ruin in only a few strikes. The sight was terrifying. The 3 women watching the central monitors from inside the vehicle were rendered speechless by the sheer destructive force and turned pale. As their shock still lingered, the giant's second blow thundered down. Stones rained like a tempest, the wall's fissures spread and deepened, and its endurance was on the verge of collapse. Jiang Ming's expression hardened as he assessed the impact. The power of that strike was comparable to a heavy rocket warhead. No sooner had he spoken than a third blow followed. This time the wall could not withstand the assault. In barely 30 seconds from the first hit, that 5-meter-thick alloy-reinforced wall had been rent open by the newly transformed wolf-level colossus, leaving a breach more than 2 meters tall. At the instant the rampart crumbled, the ordinary shamblers clustered around the colossus erupted like an angry black tide and surged frantically through the breach. People screamed for others to fall back, pleaded for mercy, and cried out that they were being abandoned as panic and accusation filled the air. Voices accused Li Zhengguo of breaking his oath to protect them. Gunfire ratcheted and explosions punctuated the chaos. As the undead flood broke through the defenses into the core district, fleeing civilians uttered heartrending cries, while the soldiers who stayed behind clung to their triggers and made a last grim stand. Armored units already on watch responded with indiscriminate artillery fire to cover the advancing horde. Yet the undead tide, numbering some 100,000, seemed endless. No matter how the guns poured fire on it, the damaged breach gaped like an abyssal maw swallowing darkness as the horde streamed in without end. Inside the Tier 3 vehicle, Jiang Ming and his 3 companions took in the devastation at the east wall while the system fed them an analysis of the wolf-level colossus. The system reported the target as 15 meters tall with roughly 80% of its surface covered in bone armor capable of withstanding rocket impacts, and classified its strength tier as extremely high. Its weaknesses, the system continued, were relative sluggishness and exposed critical areas where bone plating was absent. Could it really shrug off rockets? The women asked incredulously. Lu Yuqing and the other 2 women had just witnessed the creature's destructive power. Upon hearing of its defensive capabilities, a cold dread crept up their spines. Fortunately, the beast was not without flaws. Though the bone plating covered a wide area, its gargantuan frame left obvious unprotected zones that could be exploited. It was not beyond countermeasures. Jiang Ming showed no excessive worry, his voice remained steady. What weighed on him more was the undead tide gathering ever denser within the core district. More than 20,000 undead had flowed into the city and were clustering ever tighter. If they were allowed to consolidate further, the consequences would be dire. A bold idea flashed through Jiang Ming's mind, and he ordered the system to scan the core district for remaining explosives and to locate all munitions depots. Lu Yuqing and the others, still in shock, fell silent at his words, wondering what he had in mind. Soon they began to suspect his intent. The system returned a preliminary tally: 1352 rockets, 854 high-explosive shells, 513 packs of C4, 28439 fragmentation grenades, 32000 submachine gun rounds, and 15068 pistol cartridges. Hearing the numbers, the 3 women were utterly stunned and could not immediately find words. None of them had imagined the core city's stockpiles to be so vast, far exceeding what they had known. If such material fell into their hands, those precious munitions could be squandered as casually as snacks. As befits the heart of the city, Jiang Ming observed quietly. Its depths proved unfathomable, a sharp glint crossing his eyes. But precisely for that reason their original plan could be executed far more thoroughly. Although the city heaped supplies in overwhelming variety, in the current turmoil they were effectively out of reach for direct seizure. If they could not obtain them, there was no point in leaving them intact. Better to use the opportunity to wring a final purpose from those stores. Deciding this, Jiang Ming fixed his gaze on the depot location the system had just flagged. Yet to actually make use of the stockpiles would require some preparatory arrangements. You 3 take the second level and prepare to hold position and cover my movement, he instructed. I will go over to the infantry fighting vehicle beside us. With that he rose from the driver's seat and headed toward the second level. Understood, they replied. The 3 women exchanged a glance, still curious but saying nothing, and immediately set about executing his orders. On the armored vehicle's second level, as the skylight and 3 gun ports were opened, the shamblers' snarls sharpened into clear, terrifying cries. Dark shapes gathered outside and surged at the hull. To those ordinary undead, the formidable high vehicle side was a sheer cliff, without direction from a higher wolf-level corpse. The horde had no way to pile up and climb, and could only batter and claw at the cold, unyielding armor in vain. Such attacks directed against armor designed to withstand anti-material rounds could not even leave a scratch. When Jiang Ming's silhouette appeared on the roof, the horde's attention snapped to him, and they abandoned the immobile steel fortress to surge toward the new target who had leapt down. Before they could close in, gunfire from Lu Yuqing and the others fell like a sudden storm. Skulls ruptured and the shamblers collapsed lifeless to the ground in an instant. Among the horde, some evolved specimens tried to exploit the chaos, but Li Shiro's lightning reflexes locked them down first. 1 precise headshot each, no chance to get close. The infantry fighting vehicle sat only 3 or 4 meters away from the armored car. With his present physical condition, Jiang Ming bounded and landed firmly on its roof. He pushed up the observation hatch and slid inside. Over the comm he ordered cessation of fire, closed the ports and returned to the cockpit to stand by. Roger, they responded, and the 3 women closed the ports and returned to the cockpit, eyes fixed on the screens tracking the central city's movements as they waited for Jiang Ming's next directive. With little else to occupy them, the 3 whispered conjectures about his plan, asking whether Jiang Ming intended to detonate the entire central city. Most likely, one answered. With so much ordnance that they could not seize, they could not allow it to fall into others' hands. Better to blow it cleanly than let the undead or rival survivors benefit. Inside the infantry vehicle's combat cabin, Jiang Ming sat and ordered the system to raise the displays and bring up the live feed of the central city. "Ready, sir," the system replied, its mechanical chimes sounding through the cabin. With a soft hiss, steel panels on the desktop slid aside and 2 27-inch retractable LCDs rose slowly, their screens flicking to life. Those screens had been intended to control the vehicle's communications and weapons systems. For the moment, Jiang Ming repurposed them as surveillance terminals. On the monitors, the wolf-level giant bearing the number 213 had already scaled the wall and poured into the central district, rampaging through the streets and leaving ruin wherever it went. The ordinary zombies continued to surge into the city like a tide, with their numbers constantly increasing. "Commander, the total number of ordinary infected has surpassed 43,000 and the number of mutated entities has been recorded at 320. A glint of sharp light flashed in Jiang Ming's eyes as his fingertips swiftly glided across the system interface, opening the weapon synthesis and modification page. "The rapid-fire cannon is currently loaded with high-explosive grenades. I need to reconfigure a few specially made rounds that can penetrate armor. Otherwise it won't even break through the shell of the armory, rendering all our arrangements futile." He murmured softly to himself, dragging the stockpiled grenades and autocannon shells into the synthesis bar, initiating the modification process. This operation flow was etched in his mind, executed with fluid precision. In just a moment, 30 76mm armor-piercing rounds were neatly stacked at his feet, along with another 30 high-explosive grenades of the same caliber. The armor-piercing rounds were specifically designed to tear through the sturdy barriers of the armory and the shells of armored personnel carriers. The grenades, on the other hand, were intended to detonate the rows of helicopters on the helipad and the stored reserve rockets at the temporary airfield. That should be enough. Jiang Ming exhaled softly, a faint smile playing on his lips as his gaze returned to the monitoring screen. At this moment, the number of infected figures thronging the core urban area had already surpassed 50,000. The hoarse throats and the agonized wails of humanity intermingled in the cool night breeze, sending shivers down one's spine. "Pull me up. Please help me, don't leave me behind. Let me get on the helicopter. If you don't take me with you, I'll fight you." The count of 50,000 sounded like a cold number, but witnessing the scene was enough to send chills down anyone's spine, their hearts trembling. The figures of zombies with decaying skin and twisted limbs nearly overwhelmed the entire urban area. Wherever one looked was a writhing tide of gray-black stretching endlessly. The soldiers still resisting and the survivors who couldn't evacuate in time appeared as small as grains of sand in this decaying ocean, quickly swallowed by the tide of corpses, leaving no sound behind. The screams and gunfire gradually dwindled. The remaining life signals within the city were extinguishing at an alarming rate. Of course, there were also quite a few helicopters taking off at this moment. General Lee and more than 20 officials from the command level boarded 6 armed helicopters, desperately escorted by guards, joining the ranks of the helicopters breaking through. They formed a neat wedge formation, slowly ascending into the sky, attempting to escape this hell on Earth. At this moment, the giant wolf-level mutated entity, which had trampled on armored vehicles and was rampaging through the crowd, suddenly raised its head to look at the swirling black shadows in the sky, its crimson eyes filled with ferocity. It abandoned the fleeing humans around it and turned to pounce towards the helicopter group, primarily targeting the civilian-modified helicopters at the temporary landing zone. Bang! Bang! It swung its thick bone-covered arms like swatting flies, effortlessly knocking helicopters from the air, their fuselages crashing to the ground, bursting apart in a flash of flames and thick smoke. What? What is that monster? It's covered in bone plates and it's over 10 meters tall. It's a fully evolved giant wolf-level mutated entity. Oh no! It's charging towards us. In midair, the soldiers observing the situation from the side of the cabin door and General Lee's faces changed simultaneously, exclamations ringing out. Increase altitude. The entire team needs to climb urgently. Hurry. Don't hesitate. Ascend quickly. Seeing the massive creature barreling through obstacles at high speed, an officer shouted hoarsely. Team C turned to intercept. General Lee gritted his teeth and issued the order in a deep voice. The two armed helicopters originally guarding the rear of the formation immediately broke away from formation, changing direction and charging towards the mutated entity. In the next moment, the rotating turret at the front and the rocket pods on both sides of the fuselage simultaneously unleashed fire, launching a fierce attack. Pew pew pew, the autocannon bullets streaked through the night, pouring down like a torrential rain, striking at the giant wolf-level mutated entity. The rockets trailed red-hot tails like falling meteors, directly smashing into the torso of the giant wolf-level mutated entity. However, the outcome that followed left all witnesses speechless in shock. The rain of autocannon bullets struck the giant wolf's corpse, only sparking a flurry of tiny sparks, with bullets ricocheting off, unable to penetrate its layer of bone armor. The rockets repeatedly struck its bone-white heavy armor, the blazing flames erupting, only leaving charred marks on the surface of the armor, not even a crack formed. How could this be? In midair, General Lee and others who were urgently climbing to avoid the tide of corpses were all dumbfounded, frozen in place. The remaining crew members of the other armed helicopters on the airfield also witnessed this heart-stopping scene, filled with despair. Not even the rockets can break through its defenses. This is several times more terrifying than the previous wolf-level scythe corpse's hard shell. At this moment they suddenly understood why the research report listed the scythe corpse's defense as a weakness. Compared to this giant creature, the scythe corpse's shell was as thin as a sheet of paper, utterly fragile. Roar! The attacked giant corpse seemed thoroughly enraged, letting out a deafening roar, its blood-red eyes locking onto the first two helicopters that had opened fire, ignoring all surrounding targets, striding heavily towards them. The two helicopters of Team C did not retreat, still resisting tenaciously. Two weapon operators almost simultaneously pressed the launch button, and the remaining hanging rockets were unleashed in a few seconds, transforming into a whistling meteor shower, aiming straight for the giant corpse. Pew pew pew, but the giant corpse seemed oblivious, continuing to charge forward against the dense barrage without a moment's pause. 30 or 40 rockets hit the target in succession, the exploding flames and dense black smoke immediately engulfing its towering figure, obscuring it completely. General Lee and others who had climbed to a height of 40 to 50 meters held their breath, their gazes fixed on the dense smoke, still harboring a glimmer of hope. This time it should be able to hurt it right. Before the sentence finished, a roar that tore through the night sky erupted from the smoke. The night wind swept away the haze, revealing the massive figure standing tall, though there were a few minute cracks in its bone armor and some dark blood seeping through, it still stood there unscathed. In the next moment the ground suddenly exploded with two deep pits, the giant corpse leaping up violently to more than 20 meters in the air, its enormous hands falling like two mountain peaks, slamming down towards the two helicopters that had just attacked it. Boom! Boom! Two loud sounds rang out in succession. The two helicopters didn't even have time to let out a cry before being struck by the giant hands, crashing down to the ground, exploding into fragments in the soaring flames. The giant corpse slowly turned, its blood-red eyes already locked onto the helicopter group where General Lee was, filled with murderous intent. Full speed retreat. Fly far away. General Lee felt a chill run down his spine, not bothering to continue climbing in altitude, hurriedly ordering the pilot to speed away. After flying several dozen meters, someone bravely turned back to look puzzled. It didn't chase us. The giant corpse remained standing still, as if waiting for something, its aura increasingly vicious. Just as the doubts rose in everyone's hearts, two black shadows suddenly rushed up from below, their wings resembling those of bats. Two evolved zombies were rapidly approaching the ground, soon reaching beneath the helicopter. Quickly intercept. Don't let them get close to the fuselage. But the order came too late. Screech, screech, the harsh sound of metal scraping came from the outside of the fuselage. The two flying corpses had firmly landed on the helicopter's exterior, their sharp claws scraping across the alloy surface, leaving behind twisted, menacing scratches. The helicopter began to violently shake in the night sky, losing balance, struggling like a flying insect caught by an invisible giant hand, ultimately plunging towards the earth. A roar once again tore through the air. Not far away, the wolf-level giant corpse that had been lying still like a rock suddenly moved its feet, exerting force, causing the ground to crack. Spiderweb-like fissures rapidly spreading outward, a visible wave of air erupted from its body, sending dust swirling like waves. In the next second, the shadow towering over 10 meters leaped into the air, its enormous palms accompanied by a howling gale slammed down towards the rapidly descending helicopter. Boom, boom, the two explosive sounds nearly overlapped. The blinding fire blossomed in the air, resembling a flower of death. All remnants of Team C and the last hope in everyone's hearts were consumed in the flames. Thus, among the 20 or so military and political leaders, only a few remained in the cabin where General Lee was, along with another helicopter on the flank carrying 5 or 6 colleagues barely holding on, making a desperate escape. How could it come to this? General Li's throat felt dry, his lips trembled. The scene before him had long surpassed his worst predictions, filling his heart with despair. Wait, what are those bright lines down there? The pilot's urgent shout broke the cabin's silence, and everyone's gaze turned to the ground below. They saw several crimson trajectories slowly rising from the distant ground, slicing through the pitch-black night, speeding towards the core urban area. It's artillery fire. The trajectory of shells. Who is firing? Why were there no warning signals? Panic and fear surged in everyone's hearts like a tidal wave. No one could answer these questions, and the cabin fell silent once more, with only the roar of the engine echoing in their ears. In the core urban area, the trajectories of fire lit up like spears thrown by the Grim Reaper, swiftly penetrating the city and accurately hitting their targets. Following that, boom, boom, boom. The explosion sounds echoed relentlessly, merging into a heavy thunder, ringing deafeningly in the streets filled with nearly 80,000 zombies. In the sky, new fire lines continued to emerge, each barrage so precise it was terrifying. Armored vehicles, rocket launchers, helicopters parked at the airfield, temporary ammunition boxes, all targets capable of triggering chain explosions were ignited in succession, flames soaring into the sky. The armory outside the city was directly detonated in the second round of bombardment, the expanding fireball instantly engulfing the entire street. Thousands of zombies that couldn't escape were turned to ash in the high temperature, leaving no trace behind. And this was merely the prelude. Jiang Ming's true target was the main armory hidden within the urban area. The fifth round of bombardment arrived as scheduled, accurately landing on the main armory's location. The sturdy defensive fortifications were effortlessly torn apart like sheets of paper. Then for a brief moment the world fell silent, even the sound of explosions vanished. Buzz, a deep tremor resonated from deep within the earth, as if a slumbering giant beast was about to awaken, causing the entire city to tremble slightly. Under the horrified gazes of General Li and others, a mushroom cloud engulfed in roaring flames and thick black smoke slowly rose from the center of the city, illuminating the pitch-black night sky as if it were daylight. Boom! The earth-shattering blast tore open once more, its fierce shockwaves radiating from the munitions depot and sweeping across the city. Buildings collapsed like stacked blocks, and countless zombies were ripped apart by the violent concussion, dissolving into a haze of blood with not a single bone left intact. Even the towering zombie, armored in thick bony plates, was shredded at the very epicenter. Its fragments rained from the sky and were utterly annihilated. The helicopter high above fought desperately to flee, but the aftershocks tossed it wildly. The pilot gritted his teeth to steady the controls. Everyone in the cabin was drained of color, fear written all over their faces. Is that the force of an intercontinental missile detonation? No, this power is terrifying, but it isn't quite like an ICBM explosion. Whispered voices trembled, saturated with panic. General Li watched the city below smothered in flame, and between his clenched teeth made a heavy judgment. It was the munitions depot. The central city's main armory was deliberately detonated. Unlike the others, General Li, having witnessed that astonishing scene, saw through the matter at a single glance. As the highest commander of the central city, he knew the status of the stockpiles intimately. Only an explosion of the main armory could produce such horrific force. What followed was a deeper cloud of doubt and perplexity. Was this a coincidence or a premeditated act? How did whoever did this know the precise location of that warehouse and that it contained such vast quantities of munitions? The thought flashed through his mind, and for an instant images of those furtive survivors, Jiang Ming and his party, briefly crossed his thoughts. He shook his head, dismissing the fleeting association. It seems earlier we were indeed rattled by that group and foolishly linked everything to them. General Li steadied himself and without further deliberation spoke into his comms. Proceed to Dongshan City. He withdrew his gaze from the still smoking ruins of the central city. His expression was unbearably complex. In any case, the city was utterly ruined and could not be lingered in. Even though the central district lay in ruins, it no longer pertained to his immediate mission. Understood, the pilot replied, steering the helicopter toward Dongshan City. Inside the infantry fighting vehicle. Worth it, this was so worth it. The steady chimes of point notifications in Jiang Ming's mind made him nearly burst with elation. The smile at the corner of his mouth would not be concealed. A rough estimate told him the blast had earned him at least 30,000 points, and the number kept climbing relentlessly. But the operation was over. If this place was no longer safe to remain in. That earth-rending detonation would alert every undead within miles. If they did not leave quickly, they would be overwhelmed by an incalculable tide of corpses, and escape would become nearly impossible. Even now the number of zombies gathering around the armored vehicle was visibly swelling. They were being drawn by the distant commotion, surging toward the central city and growing by the minute. Jiang Ming did not wait for the system chimes to cease. Through his earpiece he ordered his 3 companions, Yuching take the others up to the 2nd level and lay down cover fire, him heading back to the armored vehicle. Right. Coming. On our way. The 3 women who had been staring at the screen in stunned silence snapped back to attention, answered in unison, gathered their composure, climbed to the armored compartment 2nd level and prepared for combat. With the 3 firing ports opening one after another, the zombies that had been fixated on the city turned their attention to the steel fortress, exuding the scent of the living, howling as they lunged to breach its defenses. In reply, only a dense, precisely aimed hail of bullets tore through the night. Head after head exploded on impact, black blood spraying the ground. They fell beside the armored vehicle and became obstacles, yet could not inflict so much as a scratch on the hull. Seizing the cover of overwhelming fire, Jiang Ming vaulted out of the infantry vehicle's observation hatch and in a single leap landed squarely on the roof of the 3rd-generation armored vehicle, nearly a meter above the IFV. Cease fire, no need to continue. We can withdraw. Jiang Ming returned through the hatch to the 2nd level, lightly patted a few shoulders, his tone relaxed. Jiang Ming, that move of yours, it was practically a miracle. Incredible. Yeah, who would have expected you to detonate the entire armory? To think of using that method to exterminate the huddled zombies in the city, brilliant. This way we needn't worry about an overconcentration of corpses spawning stronger tiger-level mutations. Watching his companion still caught between shock and exhilaration, Jiang Ming smiled faintly. Basic tactics, don't get too excited. He raised a hand to point outside, reminding them to stay aware of their surroundings. We need to move, we can't stay here. Only then did the 3 notice that within the few words exchanged the number of zombies around the armored vehicle had more than doubled from the previous 700 or 800, and was still swelling, closing in from all directions and about to form a ring. They dared not delay. They hurried back to the driver's cabin with Jiang Ming and readied themselves to depart. Buckle in, moving out. Jiang Ming clicked his seatbelt and warned, then fired up the armored vehicle's engine and issued commands to the auxiliary system. Activate the infantry fighting vehicle twin-linked gun turret, take point, heading Dongshan City. Acknowledged, sir. The system chimed and the lead IFV roared to life. Twin brilliant beams sliced the darkness, carving a path ahead as they drove toward the 303 Guadao. The 3 women tightened their belts and fell serious once more. Everyone understood that the road out of the urban area that night would not be calm. Its danger might rival or even exceed the peril of their breakout from Wuhan district. Bang, bang. The lead IFV's turret began to rotate, the machine gun snarled, and it opened a furious barrage against the zombies along the route to clear their way. A low beastly roar from the armored vehicle's engine made Jiang Ming's gaze harden. Power surged through the machine. He followed close behind, driving the fully reinforced armored vehicle, crushing scattered corpses beneath its treads and rapidly closing on the lead IFV. The 2 vehicles ran parallel outward toward the city's edge. But the instant they turned a corner and fell in beside the IFV, the sight before them stole everyone's breath and sank their hearts to the floor. Under the searing beams of the 2 vehicles' powerful lights, the once wide 6-lane avenue had been wholly blanketed by a black, endless sea of zombies without so much as a single gap. Those creatures which had been inching toward the city center were now drawn by the lights and the engines, and all at once turned in unison to face these intruding iron beasts. Countless hollow, murky or crazed eyes reflected pale pinpricks of light fixed on Jiang Ming's group with ravenous hunger. The next moment the entire horde surged like water struck by a boulder, suddenly boiling. Their howls coalesced into a hair-raising roar as they lunged en masse at the IFV and the armored vehicle, intent on tearing these anomalies apart. Night restricted visibility. Even with intersection surveillance, the system's detection range was limited. No one had imagined such a massive congregation of the undead here. Jiang Ming wasted no time. He ordered the system without hesitation. System execute an immediate U-turn. Change route. Outskirts of the city center. Under the system's precise control, the lead IFV blazed a path ahead. Jiang Ming and the armored vehicle followed in single file, racing toward the city outskirts. The dense fusillade of gunfire cracked like popping kernels and echoed relentlessly within the cabin, scarcely giving them a moment's respite. The sustained high-intensity firing pushed the 3 women's weapons to their limits. Guns used in rotation overheated and failed, dozens jammed or were rendered unusable, their barrels scorching hot. Ammunition was consumed at an astonishing rate, far beyond conventional resupply. Casings spilled from the ejection ports and piled into heaps. Even the IFV's machine gun ammunition had been replenished personally by Jiang Ming twice, such was the incomprehensible rate of expenditure. Fortunately, their prior raids on 2 armories had yielded abundant reserves. Otherwise, trapped in that seemingly endless tide of corpses, they would have faced certain death when their ammunition ran out. 1 hour later. As the IFV's side guns neared depletion, their overwhelming firepower finally tore open the ring of undead drawn by the commotion, and they burst onto the 303 Guadao, temporarily breaking free of the frontal siege. But the crisis was far from over. Danger still lurked all around. The total collapse of the city coupled with Jiang Ming's detonation of the armory had effects that stretched far beyond expectations. Not only were nearby zombies roused, even mutated beasts tens of kilometers away seemed to answer some mysterious summons and were converging on the city center, swelling the numbers along the route. Driving at night on the Guadao offered little surveillance, uncertain road conditions, abandoned vehicles and debris everywhere, and severely limited visibility. No one could predict whether in the next moment a wolf-class mutated zombie, renowned for speed and agility, would spring from the shadowed roadside and launch a deadly ambush. Moreover, the darkness had stripped away the sun's suppressive influence, yet the undead senses and abilities were markedly enhanced at night, making them far craftier and more dangerous than by day. Therefore they could not afford the slightest lapse. They had to remain on the highest alert. What they most urgently needed was to find a relatively secluded, defensible place to stop briefly, somewhere to rest, recover their strength and repair their equipment. Huff. Whoa. Inside the armored vehicle, Yi Zhiling glanced at the rear through the night vision panoramic system and said gravely, "Jiang Ming, the horde chasing us is approaching 5,000 and still growing." System. Jiang Ming said little and immediately summoned the system to issue commands. The lead IFV responded at once. Its side gun turrets adjusted their angles and the vehicle veered slightly to the right, offsetting its axis from the armored vehicle to present a lateral angle of fire aimed at the pursuing horde. Then 10 short powerful cannon shots detonated in quick succession. 10 shells leapt forth like the scythe of death, instantly piercing the bodies of dozens of zombies in the front ranks and slamming into the wreckage of abandoned vehicles deep within the horde. A thunderous explosion roared up, and blazing flames and choking black smoke instantly engulfed a wide area, the blast lifting surrounding zombies and hurling them heavily onto the ground. The 5,000-strong horde plunged into sudden chaotic disarray, its momentum faltered and the once uniform mass fell into scattered fragments. Zombies in close proximity were torn to pieces by the blast, their remains flung in every direction, a grisly sight. The formation of the horde collapsed abruptly. Jiang Ming and his companions seized this rare opportunity, stepping on the gas pedal with force. The armored vehicle and infantry fighting vehicle accelerated simultaneously, quickly leaving behind the swaying and sluggish zombie figures, creating distance. Half an hour later, bang bang bang, crash crash crash, the infantry fighting vehicle, which had returned to clear the way after scattering the zombie tide, was now using its sturdy body to ram and crush abandoned vehicles scattered along the national highway, clearing a smooth path. Occasionally zombies would lunge at the vehicle, but before they could touch the cold armor they would be swept under the chassis of the fighting vehicle, instantly crushed into a blur of flesh and blood, leaving not even a sound behind. During this half-hour other survivor vehicles fleeing in the night sporadically appeared on the road heading in the same direction. Jiang Ming speculated that they also realized that the center of Shihui's city had been completely lost and had no choice but to take the risk of fleeing overnight in search of a new path to survival. Those who managed to survive and break out of the siege of the central city were to some extent fortunate. After all, not everyone has access to armored vehicles that are sturdy and powerful, let alone with an infantry fighting vehicle clearing the way ahead, removing obstacles and zombies along the journey. The setup of Jiang Ming and his companions was indeed top tier in this apocalypse. Not long after, some of the fleeing survivors were caught up by the reaggregated zombie tide, completely engulfed, never to see the dawn again. There were also a few who, seeing how well-equipped Jiang Ming and the others were, secretly plotted to rob them, intending to claim the gear for themselves, yet their fate need not be elaborated. Attempting to stand against a vehicle was to overestimate one's ability. In the end they would only meet their demise, becoming a meal for the zombies. Throughout the journey the total number of survivors remained around 2,000, scattered into hundreds of small teams, each fighting for their lives with no trust between them. Amid such a vast number, a few teams eventually managed to break free from the encirclement of death, following closely behind Jiang Ming and his group heading towards Dongshan City. Having witnessed the formidable methods of Jiang Ming and his companions, these survivors deliberately maintained a safe distance, not daring to approach. Some even proactively changed their routes, fearing trouble. Jiang Ming and his 3 companions treated this as normal, neither extending a helping hand to assist them nor intentionally causing them trouble, coexisting peacefully. They were all individuals struggling to survive in the apocalypse, and no one had it easy. As long as they did not provoke each other, each person's life and death were left to fate unrelated to one another. Another hour passed. Since breaking out from the city center, a full 2.5 hours had gone by, and the group remained in a heightened state of tension, physically and mentally exhausted. Look, the abandoned vehicles and zombies in this vicinity seem to have decreased and the road conditions have improved, said Lu Yuqing sitting in the passenger seat glancing ahead with a hint of relief in her tone. Yes, there are also more survivors encountered. It seems we are getting further away from the city center. But there are almost no signs of people in the buildings along the roadside. When we came there were still some waving for help from the windows. Either they fled early or have met with misfortune and are no longer in this world, Jiang Ming responded. They might also be asleep. After all, it's almost 2 in the morning and under normal circumstances it would be time to rest. Let me check the time, Jiang Ming said, glancing at the clock inside the vehicle. It was indeed late at night and they were getting closer to Dongshan City. He quietly asked, "System, how far are we from the city center now?" "Sir, you are currently 52 kilometers away from the city center," the system replied. Jiang Ming let out a soft breath and the nerves that had been taut began to relax slightly and his heart eased a bit. This distance is temporarily safe if there won't be a large-scale zombie tide chasing after us for a while. The surrounding situation is also gradually improving, so you can relax a bit. Those who need to wash up can do so, and those who want to eat can prepare something. Remember to set aside a portion for me as well. Then everyone should go to bed and rest for a while to regain their spirits. With the infantry fighting vehicle clearing the path ahead and having already distanced themselves from the core area of the city center, as long as they did not encounter high-tier, wolf-level, or even tiger-level zombies, there would not be any significant danger. As for the sporadically appearing low-tier evolved zombies or the few oblivious survivors, the machine gun turret on the infantry fighting vehicle was more than sufficient to handle them, and there was no need for the 4 to act personally. It was time to take a breather and regroup. Really? That's great. Finally we can rest a bit. The 3 women who had been forcing themselves to hold on immediately relaxed upon hearing this, their expressions brightening as a hint of vitality returned to their eyes and smiles appeared on their faces. Jiang Ming nodded, gently smiling as he said, "Don't worry, we are temporarily safe." "Good then, well, go tidy up. You also take care to rest and don't tire yourself out too much." The 3 women did not linger too long, simply reminding Jiang Ming to take care before turning to leave the driver's cabin and heading downstairs to the living area on the first floor, each of them busying themselves. "Yuqing, you go freshen up first and ease your fatigue. I'll prepare some food. After battling all night everyone must be starving. I'll also go organize the weapons and check the remaining ammunition. I'll be back to help soon." Li Shui, a relatively clean and not too dirty, voluntarily took on the task of preparing food. The group divided their tasks, clearly beginning to enjoy this rare moment of peace. When they took down the 2 armories earlier, the group had not gotten much blood on their hands. Yi Zhiling actively took on the cooking duties. Seeing this, she took the opportunity to turn and head upstairs, intending to organize the weapons and equipment that had just been brought back. The various weapons urgently transported back from the armories were still in a messy pile on the 2nd floor. At that time the situation was critical and everyone was focused on evacuating as quickly as possible, with no time to classify and properly arrange these weapons. Just ensuring the safety during transport and handling them gently to avoid damage had already consumed a lot of time, let alone carefully organizing and neatly placing them. Now that they had a rare moment of free time, it was only natural to properly sort out this equipment for future use. At 2:30 in the morning the round moon hung high in the night sky, its cold light pouring down like water, casting a hazy silver veil over the city that lay dormant in darkness, lending a tragic beauty to the desolate streets. Vroom, the low rumble of the engine echoed for a long time on the wide National Highway 303. An infantry fighting vehicle led the way, with several armored vehicles following closely behind, all racing forward at high speed. The abandoned vehicles blocking the way were brutally rammed aside by the fighting vehicles scattering to the roadside. Those dark waves of zombies rushing towards them did not even have a chance to approach the convoy before being turned into scattered flesh and blood by the fiery tongue spewing from the machine gun turrets. The convoy charged ahead unstoppable. At this moment, however, the atmosphere inside one of the armored vehicles was in stark contrast to the dangers outside. With a soft clatter, Li Shuier turned to organize military supplies, while Lu Yuqing and Yi Zhiling, 2 girls of similar age, took clean clothes and entered the vehicle's bathroom together. Before long the sound of flowing water emerged from inside the bathroom, occasionally interspersed with the soft laughter of the girls, breaking the silence of the vehicle. Jiang Ming, listening to the faint sounds of water and laughter, couldn't help but mutter softly, "They can't even close the door when taking a shower. It's not like there's no air conditioning in the vehicle. Aren't they afraid of catching a chill?" Although there was a barely perceptible stir in his heart, he knew that this was not the time to be distracted. The world outside was fraught with danger, allowing no room for complacency. I should first check the gains from this operation. Jiang Ming steadied his mind, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Although he had roughly estimated the benefits of this operation beforehand, he had yet to examine the specific gains in detail. System, take control of the driving permissions for this armored vehicle, Jiang Ming ordered in his mind. Understood, sir. The system responded promptly, instantly gaining control of the armored vehicle, smoothly continuing its forward motion. With his hands freed, Jiang Ming leaned back against the soft seat, took out a cigarette, lit it and took a few deep puffs, allowing the nicotine to soothe his taut nerves. Once the agitation in his heart began to dissipate, he called up the system's interface to check the reward records from this operation. In an instant, numerous notifications swiftly scrolled across the screen and a quick glance revealed nearly 8,000 entries. There are actually this many records. Jiang Ming's eyes brightened a bit as he focused intently and began to browse quickly. The clearance of the two armories yielded over 4,000 points, which is quite good. Under that collapsed high-rise, over 2,000 zombies were crushed, earning an unexpected 2,000 points. And for the ammunition depot in the city center, it ended up annihilating over 50,000 ordinary zombies and more than 200 evolved zombies. Upon reading this entry, Jiang Ming couldn't help but narrow his eyes, filled with astonishment. He distinctly remembered that when the ammunition depot was detonated, that area had gathered around 80,000 ordinary zombies and about 300 evolved zombies. The explosion had unexpectedly wiped out more than half of them, far exceeding expectations. And that wolf-level giant zombie actually rewarded me with 10,000 points. That's a full double compared to the previous wolf-level scythe zombie I killed. This 10,000 points is equivalent to the number accumulated from killing 10,000 ordinary zombies or 100 evolved zombies. Jiang Ming continued to scroll through the records related to the city center, finally uncovering the details. It turns out that among those 50,000 ordinary zombies, only over 20,000 were directly killed by the explosion. The rest mostly died from the powerful shockwaves generated by the explosion and the intense heat that rose instantly, which could be considered indirect gains. Standing in the camp's open space, the cool night breeze brushed against his jacket, which was stained with gunpowder and dust, bringing a slight chill. The system panel shimmered faintly at the edge of his vision, the numbers quietly fluctuating, 98,721. This nearly 100,000 points number made Jiang Ming's fingertips feel slightly warm, and he couldn't hide his excitement. Some matters are truly difficult to define simply as fortunate or unfortunate. For instance, those zombies wandering on the outskirts of the city, who had originally curled up in the shadows, narrowly escaping the fiercest slaughter, were ironically led by fate to crash into the still burning area during their escape. The flames crawled up their tattered clothes, ultimately reducing their bodies and the remnants of their consciousness to charred remains. As for himself, he had fought his way out from the city center, the crisp sounds of metal clashing against bone still faintly echoing in his ears with each step taken on the edge of life and death. The tally list gradually rolled across the interface, recording ammunition consumption where on the armored vehicle and the massive points just credited, close to 100,000, making him feel as if he were in a different world. Once he had to calculate every few points with his fingers, carefully planning their use. Now a flood of resources surged in like a tide, almost giving him a sense of unreal dizziness. And the surprises were not over. 2 new system notifications suddenly cut into his view. Cumulative kills of zombies surpassed 50,000, reaching the milestone of Eradicator Beginner Reward Transformation Permit X3. First-time points reserve exceeded 100,000, reaching the milestone of Resource Control Beginner Reward Basic Physical Energy Catalyst X5. Jiang Ming immediately clicked on the explanation for the first reward. The text was concise and cold, yet contained immense value. It could reconstruct any armored vehicle into a specified combat model within 5 minutes. If the target vehicle already had a modified configuration, it would directly overwrite the original configuration. Specified combat model. Jiang Ming repeated these words softly, already formulating his plans in his heart. The system immediately responded, presenting a list of selectable combat models: infantry fighting vehicle, troop transport, armor, reconnaissance vehicle, command platform. All sorts of combat vehicles were available. A full 3 transformation permits mean that as long as he can find 3 basic vehicles, he can immediately form a mobile squad composed entirely of infantry fighting vehicles. The image of that infantry fighting vehicle tearing through the fire net among the ruins suddenly flashed in Jiang Ming's mind. If 4 such iron beasts advanced side by side, even when facing the giant mutated creature known as a wolf class, the concentrated firepower would be enough for absolute suppression, eliminating the dangers he had previously faced. He suppressed the surging excitement in his chest and shifted his gaze to the second reward. The pale blue potion icon slowly rotated on the system interface with the explanatory text clearly marked below. After consumption it can permanently enhance basic physical parameters. The effects will gradually diminish with repeated use. Jiang Ming still remembered the sensation of taking a similar physical enhancement potion for the first time. The searing pain radiated from deep within his bones, yet once the pain subsided a sense of unprecedented lightness flowed through his blood, resulting in a qualitative leap in his physical abilities. His current physical ability was already about 4 times that of an ordinary person. If he were to absorb 2 more basic physical enhancement potions he might directly approach the threshold of 6 times. The 8-gate escape technique he mastered consumed the most stamina, thus the enhancement in physical ability would undoubtedly allow him to maintain this state for a longer duration and unleash even greater combat power. Without a moment's hesitation Jiang Ming directly extracted 2 catalysts from the system interface, twisted off the sealed cap and drank the cold liquid in one go. The familiar searing sensation surged up from his limbs again, but compared to the first time he took it, it was much milder, as if countless tiny currents were darting between his muscle fibers, reweaving some deeper layer of his body structure, transforming his physical abilities. Sweat continuously dripped from his forehead, carrying a faint gray hue, a sign of the impurities quickly metabolized by his body. Once the searing sensation completely faded, the exhaustion accumulated from days of battle vanished and his limbs were filled with a powerful energy, making him feel unusually light. But what is that smell? It's strange. A gentle female voice came from the side, laced with curiosity. Jiang Ming turned to look and saw Lu Yuqing with half-dry long hair, dressed in a clean white shirt, looking much fresher. As she took a few steps closer, her beautiful brows furrowed, instinctively covering her nose, clearly disturbed by a certain odor. Jiang Ming lifted his arm to smell, and a faint odor of decay mixed with sweat assailed his senses, prompting a wry smile. When physical abilities are intensely reshaped, the metabolic waste expelled by the body surely doesn't smell pleasant. He turned and took out the remaining 3 basic physical enhancement potions from a nearby storage box, handing them to Lu Yuqing. Here, you 3 can split these, they are beneficial for your bodies. Jiang Ming gently tossed the remaining 3 light purple potions to Lu Yuqing. What are these? Lu Yuqing caught them, looking down at the slightly glowing liquid in the glass tube, her tone filled with hesitation and curiosity. You'll know once you drink it, it won't harm you. Jiang Ming didn't elaborate further, merely stating that discussing such physical enhancements was unnecessary, personal experience was the most authentic. Lu Yuqing, being perceptive, nodded in understanding, carefully stowed away the 3 potions and softly said, "We've all taken showers, you should wash up too, you're covered in dust." "All right." Jiang Ming agreed, instructed the system to be aware of the surroundings, and then followed Lu Yuqing downstairs towards the living area of the vehicle. If it weren't for the unbearable smell after the potion's effect, he wouldn't have taken the time to clean up during such a rushed moment. However, just as he stepped into the hallway of the living area, the sight at the end of the big bed directly entered Jiang Ming's view. Yi Zhiling and Li Shuru were already wrapped in thin blankets, sound asleep, their breathing steady and deep, clearly exhausted from days of travel. A light cough from behind pulled Jiang Ming from his daze. He quickly redirected his gaze and walked towards the bathroom, softly saying to Lu Yuqing as he passed by, "You should rest early too, you've worked hard." "MHM." Lu Yuqing softly replied, and then kindly reminded, "Sister Yi left a bowl of noodles for you on the conference table, still warm, remember to eat it." Jiang Ming turned to look at the conference room at the other end of the hallway and indeed saw a bowl of steaming noodles on the table with a tantalizing aroma wafting towards him. "All right, thank you all." Jiang Ming felt warmth in his heart as he softly expressed his gratitude. "The noodles were cooked by Sister Yi, I didn't contribute much." Lu Yuqing smiled and shook her head, lying gently down at the edge of the bed, turning back to smile at Jiang Ming, then closed her eyes to prepare for rest. Soon the 2 steady breathing sounds turned into 3 as all 3 girls sank into slumber. They really must be exhausted. Watching the 3 who quickly fell asleep, Jiang Ming murmured to himself, after all, they were originally just ordinary girls, their physical capabilities cannot compare to ours. Once the potion takes effect, their stamina should improve and they will suffer less. The sound of rushing water soon came from the bathroom, but merely 5 minutes later the sound abruptly stopped. At this moment, still on the road with danger lurking all around, there was simply no time for a leisurely bath. A quick rinse to remove the unpleasant odors and dust was sufficient. However, as soon as Jiang Ming stepped out of the bathroom, the picturesque scene once again entered his view. Yi Ziling's sleeping posture was devoid of her usual calm and capable demeanor, the thin blanket having slipped slightly, outlining her graceful curves appearing faintly. Li Shuru was curled up on her side, her fitted clothes accentuating her exquisite figure, while Lu Yuqing's loose pajamas had loosened at the neckline as she turned, revealing a small patch of fair skin. Now is not the time to be distracted. Jiang Ming steadied his mind, suppressing the thoughts rising within him, and walked over, gently pulling up the slipped blanket and covering the three of them again, his movements tender, fearing to disturb their sleep. The bed was far too spacious. Even with the three girls lying side by side, it still seemed quite empty, especially with another bed of the same size next to it. Certain suggestive images flashed uncontrollably through his mind. Jiang Ming's lips curled into a slight smile as he turned and quietly closed the door behind him, slipping out unnoticed. The bowl of noodles on the conference table was still warm. Jiang Ming lifted the lid and a rich aroma wafted towards him, revealing a golden fried egg resting atop several thick slices of beef beneath a generous serving. They even specially added extra ingredients. Jiang Ming smiled, picked up the chopsticks and began to eat heartily, the delicious flavor filling his mouth as if the fatigue accumulated over the days had been eased by this bowl of hot noodles. Yet his gaze frequently drifted towards the surveillance screen on the wall. System, pull up the external surveillance footage of the vehicle and display it on the conference screen. Jiang Ming ordered the system while eating. External surveillance has been activated, sir. The three conference screens lit up in response, showing the night road images captured by the cameras surrounding the armored vehicle. At the dark road, the occasional passing shadows of trees and the vague shapes of figures in the distance were all clearly visible. Leaning back against the soft sofa, Jiang Ming slowly consumed his soup noodles while his eyes scanned the surroundings through the extensive surveillance footage inside the vehicle, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. The nighttime road was eerily quiet, with only two groups of reckless raiders attempting to approach the convoy to seize supplies, only to be reduced to fragments by the vehicle's automatic machine gun. Otherwise there had been no further abnormalities along the way. The clock's hands silently slid past an hour and the night deepened. The sound of the machine gun had long since ceased and the zombies' howls had become sparse. Only the occasional dull sound of the armored vehicle crashing through abandoned cars intermittently tore through the silence of the night, echoing along the empty road. In the driver's seat, Jiang Ming stretched his stiff shoulders, the discomfort from sitting for too long flooded back. The time displayed on the screen showed 3:30 in the morning, with some time still left before dawn. Outside the window, the once numerous zombies had long since disappeared, with only a few stray figures stumbling by the roadside. Before they could get close, they were crushed into dust by the heavy treads of the armored vehicle. The wreckage of vehicles along the way had also gradually become sparse, clearly indicating that they had driven out of the densely populated zombie area. It seems like we haven't seen any signs of living people for quite a while. Jiang Ming pondered for a moment and then addressed the system. System, report our current location. Sir, we are currently in the suburban area on the outskirts of Shihui City, 42 kilometers away from the junction between Shihui City and Dongshan City. How far have we traveled since departing from Shihui City? Jiang Ming asked again. Since leaving Shihui City, the convoy has traveled a total of 238 kilometers. Jiang Ming nodded, raising his eyes to look towards the end of the national road. In the depths of the night, the blurry outline of a county town gradually emerged, like a massive beast lying in wait, quietly crouching on the horizon, exuding an air of mystery and danger. That was Donghai County, a border town that thrived on the sea and prospered through fishing. Once they crossed this county town, they would officially enter the territory of Dongshan City, bringing them one step closer to safety. Earlier, while eating the noodles, Jiang Ming had instructed the system to search for suitable resting spots along the way, and the system ultimately pinpointed this Donghai County as the target. However, he understood that recklessly entering an unknown county town in the dead of night was tantamount to seeking death. No one knew how many zombies were lurking within the county town or how many ill-intentioned survivors were present. It was better to be cautious. His choice was the grove by the sea outside Donghai County, which was both concealed and provided a temporary resting point. Let's go there, Jiang Ming decided. The armored vehicle continued along National Route 303 for a few more minutes, and a dense patch of trees came into view, the thick shade appearing particularly deep in the night. On the other side of the forest, the humid sea breeze could be faintly sensed, carrying a subtle salty odor. Jiang Ming decisively ordered the convoy to veer off the main road, tread over the overgrown path and quietly slip into the forest, finding a flat clearing to stop. This grove was only about 3 to 4 kilometers from Donghai County, yet the number of zombies was unexpectedly sparse. Even in the darkness, only a few scattered zombies wandered within, posing little threat. Moreover, its remote location made it difficult for passing survivors or hordes of zombies to detect, making it an excellent temporary resting point. Jiang Ming had great confidence in the camouflage coating of the armored vehicle. Even in daylight it would be hard to spot. Still, he remained cautious, setting up a ring of simple sensing cameras around the vehicle to form a concealed alert net. The system would immediately sound an alarm if anything approached. But that was not enough. Caution is the key to a long-lasting journey. Jiang Ming personally carried the equipment back to the junction of the national road and the forest path, and in a concealed spot by the roadside he added 2 remote monitoring cameras, leaving the system to monitor the road conditions around the clock in case of a sudden large-scale zombie attack catching them off guard. Now I can finally rest easy and catch some sleep. Jiang Ming brushed off the dirt on his hand side in relief and turned towards the armored vehicle deep in the shade of the trees, ready to go back and rest. The lights inside the vehicle were dim and soft. Lu Yuqing and the other 2 girls had already woken up, quietly waiting for him inside the vehicle, evidently disturbed by the motion of the vehicle coming to a halt. Everything is arranged. I've set up monitoring around any situation will immediately trigger an alarm. Jiang Ming closed the door and said in a deep voice, everyone can rest assured and take a break. We'll continue our journey at dawn. Lu Yuqing's cheeks flushed slightly, her voice as soft as a feather tinged with a hint of shyness. Then, where are we sleeping tonight? The first ray of light in the morning broke through the dense tree canopy, casting mottled patches of gold on the muddy ground, soft and warm. If this were 7 days ago, such a peaceful morning would have been a time to linger in bed, reluctant to rise. Unfortunately, this was the apocalypse, and tranquility was forever a luxury. The hoarse and muffled roars of zombies echoed from every corner of the forest, unyielding and incessant, constantly reminding everyone that danger was never far away. The roar of engines grew louder as it approached, shattering the tranquility of the woods. A convoy of modified vehicles consisting of over 10 units rolled over broken branches and drove into this clearing, evidently drawn here by the concealed environment, seeking a place to rest. Inside the armored vehicle, Jiang Ming slowly opened his eyes. A brief night of rest had significantly refreshed his spirit. A faint sound of turning over came from the upper bunk. He could tell that Yi Zhiling and Li Shuai-Ro were already awake, yet neither of them moved, plunging the vehicle into a moment of silence. The memories of last night still carried a faint warmth. When Lu Yuqing had crawled into the lower bunk with a flushed face, the thin door hadn't completely isolated all sounds. Some ambiguous noises added an unusual flavor to the atmosphere inside the vehicle. Jiang Ming sat up, stretching his shoulders and neck as his joints emitted soft cracks. Beside him, Lu Yuqing lay on her side, her long eyelashes gently fluttering. She was evidently awake too, but shyly pretended to still be asleep. Jiang Ming chose not to wake her. He opened the vehicle door and jumped out, inhaling the fresh morning air of the forest. Despite the faint stench of decay mixed in, it was nonetheless refreshing. The hot wind was laden with the scent of grass and trees, mingled with the foul odor of zombies. Jiang Ming squinted, looking toward the direction from which the convoy had come. His fingers unconsciously tapped the hilt of the knife at his waist, ready for battle at any moment. At this moment the upper bunk's door was gently pushed open. Yi Zhiling peeked out, her long hair a bit disheveled, indicating she had not slept well. When her gaze met Jiang Ming, she instinctively looked away for a moment, her cheeks flushing slightly. Li Shuai-Ro followed her out, her cheeks still holding a faint blush, her eyes darting around, not daring to meet Jiang Ming's gaze. The 3 of them descended from the vehicle in turn, none of them mentioning the events of the previous night, as if it had merely been a hazy dream. Silence hung like a transparent veil, enveloping the lingering awkwardness among the few, yet intertwined with an unspoken understanding that quietly flowed through the air. "I'll go prepare breakfast, everyone must be hungry." Li Shuai-Ro finally broke the silence, speaking softly as she turned towards the cooking equipment in the vehicle, wanting to disguise her shyness with busyness. Yi Zhiling hesitated for a moment but quickly followed suit to assist. Their movements were a bit rushed. Jiang Ming approached the armored vehicle, inspecting the external weaponry to ensure everything was in order and ready for combat. As his fingers brushed over the cold metal surface, he heard faint footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Lu Yuqing finally coming down. She kept her head down, quickly walking to help Li Shuai-Ro, her ears still tinged with a light pink, clearly still shaken from the ambiguities of the previous night. The sun grew increasingly fierce, filtering through the gaps in the treetops and casting light on the ground, causing the temperature in the forest to gradually rise. The distant roars of zombies mixed with the sound of the convoy's engines gradually drawing closer, indicating that the other party had discovered their presence. A new day in this apocalyptic wilderness quietly began, once again accompanied by danger and the unknown. 3 kilometers outside Donghai County, the piercing gunfire shattered the morning's tranquility, breaking the original peace. The 2 groups combined totaled around 60 to 70 people, now scattered on either side of the damaged road, each occupying advantageous positions. They used the overturned abandoned vehicles and sparse trees along the roadside as cover, their firearms continuously spewing flames as bullets crisscrossed in the morning light, yet most fell futilely into the air or embedded in the soil, their hit rate pitifully low. If such cacophony continued, it wouldn't be long before it became a beacon attracting the wandering zombies from miles around, drawing them in and putting everyone in grave danger. "Sir, retrieving data on the target group. Please wait a moment," a cold synthesized voice from the system echoed inside the armored vehicle. After a brief silence, the system's voice returned, "Target identity confirmed. This group consists of the remaining members of the Wealth Alliance from the former Shihui city." Wealth Alliance? Lu Yuqin remarked, exchanging puzzled glances with Yi Zhiling and Li Shuai-ro, clearly unfamiliar with the name. "Are they survivors who escaped from the city due to the fall of Shihui city?" Jiang Ming's gaze remained fixed on the fuzzy images transmitted back from the monitor, quietly inquiring, his fingers lightly tapping the table as he quickly analyzed the situation. "Confirmed, sir," the system continued to report truthfully. As the information unfolded, the few people inside the vehicle quickly understood the origins of this ambush. This so-called Wealth Alliance was initially formed by 3 wealthy merchants from Shihui city, gathering over 1,000 survivors, establishing a base in the city and barely surviving in the apocalypse with the resources of the merchants. However, last night the defense line in the center of Shihui city completely collapsed and a surging tide of corpses inundated their base, forcing the survivors to flee in panic, suffering heavy losses along the way. The slaughter before them was merely the culmination of internal grievances and resource disputes during their escape. Amidst the various vehicles used as cover, 3 roughly modified armored vehicles stood out, their outlines eliciting a glint of sharpness in Jiang Ming's eyes as he already began to formulate a plan. Last night Shihui city had long since turned into a perilous land. The wave stirred up by Jiang Ming's group within the city had yet to settle, while the wandering corpses spread like a tide, representing a nightmare that every survivor could not wake from. The once 1,000-strong refugee group had now dwindled to only 60 or 70 people. The heavy losses along the way had worn down everyone's patience and hope like a dull knife slicing through flesh. Among the 3 leading merchants, one had already perished during the escape. The shadow of continuous attrition loomed over everyone, fraying their already taut nerves. Originally the 3 forces could maintain a semblance of peace, relying on discussions and votes to make decisions. Now, with 1 dead and 2 remaining, the previous balance was abruptly shattered. With 1 mountain unable to accommodate 2 tigers, the loss of checks and balances quickly escalated suspicions and antagonisms among them, eventually evolving into the current violent clash. If they could not sit down and negotiate, they might as well eliminate the other side completely. Not only could they claim the opposing forces for themselves, but their accumulated resources would also fall into their hands, allowing the remaining people to survive a bit longer. "I never expected that the once glorious star entrepreneurs would end up in such a state of mutual slaughter." The detailed information from the system allowed Yi Zhiling and the others to recognize the identities of those merchants. Before the apocalypse, they were all prominent figures in Shihui city's business sector, their fame rivaling that of screen stars, thriving amidst the adoration of the masses, seemingly forever standing atop the tide of the times. But the arrival of the apocalypse crushed all their glory. Money turned into worthless scraps of paper and power became an illusion. Faced with the threat of zombies, everyone was merely an ordinary person struggling for survival. This world has always been like this. When disaster strikes, wealth loses its original charm. Stripped of its glamorous exterior, everyone is just flesh and blood, equal in the face of life and death. Jiang Ming's tone was calm, having grown accustomed to the harsh realities of the apocalypse. Indeed, stripped of their golden robes, they are just ordinary people like us, wanting to survive. Yi Zhiling and the others softly agreed, feeling a mix of emotions. In the apocalypse, no matter how noble one's status, it cannot compare to a meal or a path to survival. The fierce gunfire ultimately attracted the nearby zombies. The hoarse cries of the undead grew closer, becoming clearer as a dark horde rapidly approached the road, seemingly ready to encircle the 2 clashing groups. "Stop. Don't shoot. We need to clear the zombies first, or when the horde comes, no one will survive." One leader from one side, witnessing the unfavorable situation, hurriedly shouted for a temporary ceasefire. "Fine. Then consider yourself lucky for now. Once we deal with these damn things, it'll come for your life." The other side, aware of the urgent situation, spat out a harsh reply before temporarily putting away their hostility and turning their weapons toward the approaching horde. Jiang Ming watched this scene unfold on the screen, a faint smile curving his lips, his eyes filled with indifference. Though these people were equipped decently and had a variety of firearms, their shooting skills were utterly lacking. A barrage of bullets was unleashed, but very few zombies fell, each shot akin to a stone thrown into water, creating only insignificant ripples, utterly failing to halt the horde's advance. They cowered behind their cover, always unwilling to confront the horde heathen. Their shooting postures were awkward and panicked, relying entirely on instinct, lacking any semblance of strategy. Even Lu Yuqing and the others found it tedious to watch. Such a battle was too clumsy, hardly worth their attention. They did not know that this was the most authentic survival scenario in the apocalypse. No sharpshooter skills, no extraordinary reactions or professional training, only ordinary people gripping weapons braving the battle. Hitting a few zombies was already a stroke of luck for them. Those beside Jiang Ming, having experienced numerous life-and-death battles and witnessed countless shocking scenes, had also enhanced their physical abilities and reflexes significantly after taking the physical enhancement agent Jiang Ming provided. Their shooting skills and combat techniques had greatly improved through continuous real-world training. Now, viewing the struggles of these ordinary survivors, they naturally found them inexperienced and fragile, a far cry from sufficient. After observing for a moment, seeing those individuals being pushed back by the horde, flustered and disorganized, Lu Yuqing and the others lost their patience, turning to Jiang Ming, waiting for him to make a decision. Should we wait for them to finish and leave before continuing on our way? Lu Yuqing asked softly, breaking the silence in the vehicle. Jiang Ming's smile remained unchanged as his gaze fell upon the screen, focusing on those armored vehicles and the scattered off-road vehicles behind the crowd, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. When a gift is presented before you, how can one refuse it? Lu Yuqing and the others followed his gaze and understood immediately, their eyes lighting up. Those 3 armored vehicles were rare treasures. If they could seize them, it would undoubtedly bolster their team. If we can capture those 3 armored vehicles, the safety of our team's journey would greatly increase and we could carry more supplies. Li Shuai-Ro spoke softly, her tone filled with anticipation. Jiang Ming's eyes flashed with deeper intentions. What he sought had never been merely those cold iron shells. At this moment he held nearly 100,000 points, resembling a wealthy country gentleman having accumulated such a vast fortune in points. If he didn't convert them all into tangible combat power, wouldn't that be an immense waste? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ming immediately explained his plan to his 3 companions, a bold yet meticulous strategy taking shape in his mind. The plan was actually quite straightforward. He, along with Lu Yuqing and Yi Xiling, would drive the infantry fighting vehicle directly into the enemy ranks, engaging in combat with both groups while drawing all their firepower, forcing those individuals to leave their cover and expose themselves to Li Shuai-Ro's sniping range. Then Li Shuai-Ro would carry out precise long-range sniping from the rear, systematically eliminating the opposing forces, ultimately reaping the benefits and seizing all the vehicles and supplies. Alright, let's do it. No problem. The 3 readily agreed to Jiang Ming's plan without any objections, trusting his leadership completely. Moreover, such a plan was not particularly difficult for them. About 3 minutes passed and everything was ready. On both sides of the highway, the 2 groups initially busy clearing the approaching zombie tide suddenly heard a growl of engines, like a fierce beast growing louder from the direction of the forest. Suddenly they spotted a massive armored vehicle charging out from the trees, directly heading toward their position, a vehicle cloaked in a gray-black camouflage that was nearly indistinguishable in the morning light, its silhouette towering above regular armored vehicles, exuding an overwhelming pressure that made it hard to breathe. What is that thing? Where did it come from? How could there be an armored vehicle here? Could it be military personnel? What do they want? We are not zombies. No, wait. That armored vehicle is coming for us. Get ready. Initially uncertain, the 2 groups awoke to the realization when they saw several dark gun barrels protruding from the shooting holes on the side of the battle vehicle, the ominous muzzles aimed directly at them, and a wave of intense fear surged within. Everyone screamed and turned their weapons towards the steel beast, frantically unleashing bullets in an attempt to halt its advance while instinctively rushing towards their own vehicles, hoping to start them and flee from this perilous place. Clang, clang. However, the rain of bullets striking the armored vehicle's shell only sparked a few stray sparks, leaving not even a shallow mark, unable to inflict any damage on the steel giant. A group of people beside the vehicle watched this scene, their faces filled with despair. Rat-a-tat-tat. At the same time, the gun barrels extending from the battle vehicle's shooting holes had already unleashed tongues of flame, a torrential downpour of bullets engulfing the crowd, claiming lives. Pft, pft. Blood bloomed among the crowd. One figure after another fell to the ground amidst the hail of bullets, never to rise again, the sounds of screams and wails echoing along the highway. Bang! Of course, there were a few lucky individuals who, taking advantage of their companions attracting the battle vehicle's fire, quietly clambered onto the vehicle, attempting to start it and escape, hoping to save their lives. But before he could even turn the key, several sniper bullets whistling through the air from afar accurately struck his head, killing him instantly. Without a doubt, this sudden confrontation was destined to be one-sided from the start. The disparity in strength between the 2 sides was just too great, existing on completely different levels. Even just a single infantry fighting vehicle rendered these panicked survivors powerless to make any impact. Bullets only sparked a few trivial flashes of light upon impact, doing nothing more. Jiang Ming and his companions did not even need to aim deliberately if they only had to let the battle vehicle roll over, and its heavy body would be enough to crush these survivors into a pulp. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The dozens of survivors scattered along the sides of the highway, including the 2 leading businessmen and their 10 or so bodyguards, all perished in desperate wails, collapsing in pools of blood, unable to stir any further ripples. Guh. Awo. Having just dealt with these 2 groups of self-infighting survivors, the wandering horde of corpses in Donghai County was also drawn by the intense gunfire gradually converging toward the highway, a dark mass pressing toward Jiang Ming and his group. However, the number of zombies in this county was limited. Even if they all surged forth, there would be only over 1,000, which posed no significant threat to Jiang Ming's group and could instead serve as prey to earn them points. Buzz. The infantry fighting vehicle maintained its speed as Jiang Ming and his companions fired relentlessly from within the system, simultaneously activating the vehicle's turret, transforming the entire vehicle into a mobile steel artillery platform with flames shooting forth and bullets raining down upon the horde. In just a few minutes the approaching horde was completely cleared away, earning Jiang Ming over 1,000 points, and the point count rose slightly once more. 3 minutes later, seeing that the situation on the battlefield had stabilized with no living beings left among the zombies, Li Shuai-ro emerged from the woods with her sniper rifle, joining Lu Yuqing and Yi Zhiling to begin clearing the battlefield and collecting the supplies and weapons left behind. The haul is impressive. These 2 vans are packed with vacuum-sealed food and drinking water, enough for us for a long time. Lu Yuqing exclaimed excitedly as she opened the back door of one van, revealing a mountain of supplies inside. These people truly know how to enjoy themselves. Even in the apocalypse, they've turned the entire back of a vehicle into a mobile freezer, and there's a good amount of fresh meat and fruits inside. Yi Zhiling said, opening another modified vehicle and marveling at the freezer inside, her eyes filled with surprise. The group's meat supplies were about to run out, and this unexpected bounty came just in time, alleviating their urgent needs. The convoy of these businessmen consisted of 18 various vehicles ranging from sleek luxury sports cars to high-end vans favored by celebrities, from small recreational vehicles to off-road models, all present. Amidst the chaotic assortment of vehicles there was an atmosphere of pre-apocalyptic extravagance that seemed out of place in the current apocalyptic landscape. 3 dark green armored vehicles stood silently among the convoy like armored leaders among a herd of beasts, particularly eye-catching. These were also Jiang Ming's group's biggest targets this time. The 3 women were methodically counting the spoils, picking up various weapons scattered on the ground and inspecting each vehicle. Occasionally they would let out suppressed gasps of joy upon discovering precious supplies, their faces shining with the delight of their harvest. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, entered one of the armored vehicles alone, beginning to inspect its condition. System: implant the control program into the vehicle and take over this armored vehicle. Command confirmed. Implanting control program. Please wait a moment. An invisible stream of data surged into the vehicle's electronic core, spreading and permeating through the vehicle's control system like nerve endings, gradually taking control of all operational permissions. 30 seconds later the system's voice sounded on cue: control program implantation complete, vehicle control transferred. Jiang Ming then proceeded to do the same with the other 2 armored vehicles, bringing them under his control. From then on these 3 armored vehicles became his possessions. Jiang Ming. Come look quickly. There are nearly 50,000 rounds of ammunition in this van, along with a large amount of reserve supplies. I also found 5 heavy weapons inside, all brand new. Li Shuai-ro's voice came from the other side of the highway, filled with barely concealed excitement. A few crisp gunshots rang out from nearby. A few stray wandering zombies fell to the ground in response, as Yi Zhiling had spotted them and decisively fired. Jiang Ming quickly walked towards Li Shuai-ro, a sharp glint in his eyes and his heart filled with anticipation. Lu Yuqing and Yi Zhiling had also gathered by the side of the van, and the 4 of them looked toward the supplies inside, their faces reflecting similar excitement and surprise. This is truly an unexpected gift. These supplies will last us for a long time. Jiang Ming murmured, gazing at the mountain of ammunition and resources in the van. The number of bullets was almost comparable to that of the weapons cache they had discovered on the 2nd floor of that restaurant on the edge of the city center. During that time they had traversed through a dense horde of zombies and engaged in a bloody battle on the outskirts of the city, clearing out over 1,000 zombies and more than 10 mutated ones before they managed to secure the cache at a great cost. Now, however, these precious resources seemed to appear out of thin air before them like a gamble thrown down by fate, allowing them to reap great rewards without expending any effort. These people have become generous benefactors, sending us so many good things before their deaths, Yi Zhiling said with a smile, her tone filled with joy. Jiang Ming muttered softly to himself, then started the van loaded with ammunition, signaling Li Shuai to drive it back to the camp near the woods to meet up with the main armored vehicle for subsequent unified transportation and proper arrangement of these supplies. Be cautious on the road and keep an eye on your surroundings, Li Shuai briefly instructed Jiang Ming and the others before driving the van towards the woods. Soon after, the battlefield cleanup on Lu Yuqing and Yi Shiling's side was also nearing its end, with most of the supplies already accounted for. Our cleanup here is basically complete and there's nothing overlooked, Lu Yuqing said, looking at Jiang Ming seriously. Yi Jia and I will take the vehicles with food and fresh water back first. You stay here and keep safe. Okay, be careful on the road, Jiang Ming nodded in agreement, watching as the two departed. Stay vigilant and contact me promptly if anything happens. The two women reminded him once more before driving away in their vehicles laden with supplies, leaving Jiang Ming alone with these steel behemoths. Now the entire highway was empty except for Jiang Ming and these vehicles, making it feel particularly desolate. He walked slowly to the side, examining the three armored vehicles before shifting his gaze to the two black off-road vehicles and a large tan off-road vehicle within the convoy, a bold modification plan gradually taking shape in his mind. System: how many points are required to modify ordinary civilian vehicles into infantry fighting vehicles? Jiang Ming asked the system in a low voice, already planning to assemble a convoy. System prompt: to modify ordinary civilian vehicles into infantry fighting vehicles 100,000 points are required. 10,000. Jiang Ming frowned, slightly surprised. Didn't it say before that modifying infantry fighting vehicles only required 8,000 points? Why did it suddenly increase? System explanation: modifying from an existing armored vehicle platform to an infantry fighting vehicle requires 8,000 points. If modifying from ordinary civilian vehicles, it requires comprehensive reinforcement of the vehicle's basic structure and integration of various weapon systems, significantly increasing the difficulty of modification, thus requiring 100,000 points. The system explained patiently. Then how many points are needed to modify ordinary civilian vehicles into armored personnel carriers? Jiang Ming asked again, calculating the costs of the modifications. System prompt: to modify ordinary civilian vehicles into armored personnel carriers 8,000 points are required. The cost of modifications remains excessively high. Jiang Ming sighed lightly, feeling somewhat helpless. He had originally planned to take advantage of the current ample points reserved to form a mobile force consisting of multiple infantry fighting vehicles, but he did not expect the cost of modifications to far exceed his estimates, with even the armored personnel carrier modification costs remaining at a high level of 8,000 points. Forget it, hoarding points is meaningless. You can't take them with you when you die. They should be used only by converting them into real combat power. Can they help us survive better in this apocalypse? Having quickly come to this conclusion, Jiang Ming decided not to hesitate any longer and directly utilized 3 transformation permits stored in the system to activate the familiar modification process for the 3 vehicles that originally belonged to the armored category, targeting infantry fighting vehicles. The cold electronic voice tapped 3 times in Jiang Ming's consciousness, signaling the official start of the modification program. Jiang Ming shifted his gaze away from the system panel and walked towards the black off-road vehicle quietly lying on the ground, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he confirmed the modification option in his mind, also transforming this off-road vehicle into an infantry fighting vehicle. The subtle sensation of points being deducted had not yet faded from his mind when the solid and heavy off-road vehicle before him began to undergo astonishing changes, as if it had been given life. The metal shell began to flow, extend and reshape silently. The original vehicle body was continuously reinforced, the chassis slowly extending, the number of axles doubling, a more powerful combat silhouette breaking out from the original form, transforming into the shape of an infantry fighting vehicle. He turned around and repeated the same modification command to another black off-road vehicle as the second mass of metal began its silent metamorphosis, slowly reshaping itself in the morning light. We still need a logistics vehicle that can carry things specifically for transporting supplies, Jiang Ming murmured to himself, as if speaking to himself or to the dead silence of the air. He walked slowly to the last large yellow off-road vehicle, choosing not to transform it into a combat vehicle but rather opting for a slightly different modification scheme, an armored personnel carrier, while also enhancing the vehicle's storage capacity to make it a logistics vehicle that combines defense and transport. As points were deducted again, the deformation trend of this large off-road vehicle immediately distinguished it from its companions as its body continuously expanded, evolving into a more massive structure focused on internal storage space. Its defensive capabilities, while not as strong as those of combat-focused infantry vehicles, were sufficient to handle ordinary zombies and threats. 5 minutes later, the transformation program was fully completed. At the edge of Donghai County, a desolate forest bordered an abandoned national highway, and everything here was quietly changing. The hoarse roars of zombies and sporadic gunfire were the only background sounds in this land narrating the cruelty of the apocalypse. Jiang Ming sat atop one of the infantry fighting vehicles which had already been transformed beyond recognition, gripping a cold sniper rifle, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. He occasionally raised his arm and squeezed the trigger, executing precise shots that took down the staggering zombies, drawn by the sounds or sense, each bullet striking true without a hint of deviation. Beneath the combat vehicle, 5 steel behemoths had completely shed their civilian vehicle's gentle facade, revealing their angular combat stance, emanating a chilling metallic aura that instilled fear. With a unified 6-wheel drive structure, the vehicle bodies were covered in a special camouflage coating that absorbed light, allowing them to hide their tracks even during the day. While the weapon stations on the rooftops had not yet risen, they still exuded an unmistakable sense of oppression, as if they were lurking beasts ready to strike at any moment. Their appearance allowed Jiang Ming's small team to experience a sudden leap in firepower levels. From now on, when facing hordes of zombies and mutated beings, they would possess a stronger capacity to respond, significantly increasing their chances of survival. Correspondingly, the resource consumption for the future team would dramatically surge. Bullets and fuel would become substantial consumables, which was also a hidden worry Jiang Ming had to confront. His gaze slowly swept over the 5 cold killing machines, ultimately landing on the only different one among them. It was a larger wheeled armored vehicle with a length and height approaching that of higher-level heavy equipment, transformed from that large off-road vehicle into an armored personnel carrier. Its contours resembled an extremely fortified and sealed cargo truck, with the cockpit seamlessly integrated into the spacious cargo area in the rear. The internal storage space was vast enough to accommodate a large amount of supplies and equipment. Though its defense was not as strong as that of combat-focused infantry vehicles, it was still sufficient to handle ordinary zombies and small-scale survivor attacks. The roof and the sides of the vehicle concealed automatic weapons for self-defense, capable of launching counterattacks in critical moments to protect the supplies and personnel inside. Its fuel tank capacity and range had been optimized by the system, reflecting relatively economical considerations, making it suitable for long-distance travel and transporting supplies. Jiang Ming jumped down from the combat vehicle, opened the door, and stepped into the cockpit of the armored personnel carrier. Inside, he found a familiar control interface and communication terminal consistent with other combat vehicles, making operation effortless. He walked through the passage behind the cockpit to the rear cargo hold, pushed open the hatch, and was greeted by a spacious yet sturdy area with thickened and reinforced walls and floors that adequately protected the supplies inside. This space would accommodate everything they needed to continue moving forward in this broken world: food, water, ammunition, equipment, and all their hopes, bearing their aspirations to traverse the apocalypse and step into the future. This became the confidence for everyone to continue on their journey. The interior of the armored transport vehicle was neatly divided into 3 major areas: one for weapons storage, one for ammunition reserves, and one for food supplies. Each area was spacious and the layout was orderly, with no hint of chaos. Jiang Ming carefully inspected the vehicle compartment and nodded gently, showing a look of approval on his face. With this arrangement, the 3 types of armored vehicles will be able to free up more space, and the equipment that cannot fit can be divided into several infantry fighting vehicles' weapon boxes. Next, it's time to deal with the weapons. He stepped down from the armored transport vehicle, turning his gaze toward the infantry fighting vehicle he had driven here, where the 8 heavy machine guns he had collected the previous night were neatly stored in the weapon box inside. Without any hesitation, Jiang Ming opened the door and walked inside. "System, how many points will it cost to install these heavy machine guns on each vehicle?" "Sir, each heavy machine gun installation requires 200 points. 200. That's significantly lower than I expected." Even though he had previously spent 28,000 points to modify 2 infantry fighting vehicles and 1 armored transport vehicle, he still had nearly 80,000 points left, making this expenditure inconsequential, which did not cause him any hesitation. However, when he began to install the 8 heavy machine guns onto each vehicle and started modifying various types of ammunition, his heart gradually tightened. The number of ammunition that needed modification far exceeded his expectations. He needed to consolidate and modify the bulk ammunition so that they could be compatible with the 23mm autocannons and 76mm rapid-fire cannons on the infantry fighting vehicles. This modification would easily require thousands of rounds of ammunition. After all, a single autocannon turret could carry over 1,000 rounds, and the reserve for the rapid-fire cannon reached 500 rounds. Their team had a total of 6 infantry fighting vehicles, each equipped with 5 autocannon turrets, 1 rapid-fire cannon, and 2 7-tube rocket launchers. Without sufficient ammunition reserves, it would be impossible to sustain continuous combat. In the end, Jiang Ming invested over 20,000 points, 80,000 rounds of assorted basic ammunition and more than 300 special projectile types, modifying each infantry fighting vehicle to have 10,000 rounds of reserve autocannon shells, 1,000 rounds of rapid-fire cannon shells and 28 rockets. This round of modifications nearly depleted half of his ammunition stock. Although he felt a pang of regret, he deemed the investment worthwhile, considering the 6 infantry fighting vehicles would now possess considerable sustained firepower. Next, he made comprehensive adjustments to firearms, rockets and related accessories, unifying all non-standard caliber ammunition into 2 specifications: 7.62mm and 12.7mm. The caliber of ordinary firearms was uniformly set to 7.62mm, while heavy machine guns used 12.7mm ammunition. Additionally, all magazines were modified for increased capacity, effectively doubling the loading amount. As for various explosives, Jiang Ming did not change their types, but through synthesis and modification he enhanced the average power of each explosive to more than double its original strength, which included C4 plastic explosives, mortar shells, rockets, fragmentation grenades and explosive packs. Once all the modification work was completed, Jiang Ming checked the system to view his points balance, discovering that the original 11,000 points had dwindled to less than 30,000. However, correspondingly, he now truly possessed a fully armed armored team, 2 modified infantry fighting vehicles, 1 fully loaded armored transport vehicle along with 60,000 autocannon shells, 6,000 rapid-fire cannon shells, 168 vehicle-mounted rockets, 50,000 rounds of 7.62mm functional ammunition, 5,000 rounds of 12.7mm heavy machine gun ammunition and over 2,000 various explosives. The scale of these supplies was nearly comparable to the strategic reserve depot in the central city. Jiang Ming, come over for breakfast. The voice of Lu Yuqing came through the Bluetooth headset. It turned out that during his focused vehicle and ammunition modifications, his 3 companions had quietly prepared breakfast. He glanced at the time displayed on the screen, which read 9:53. Wow, I spent nearly an hour. Jiang Ming felt slightly surprised but did not stop his actions, immediately giving the system the command: system, instruct all armored vehicles to return to the temporary camp. Understood, sir. The system responded in a steady tone. The roar of the armored vehicle's engines suddenly erupted like a slumbering beast awakening as 6 steel bodies lined up in formation at the edge of the forest, kicking up clouds of dry dust as they rolled over the bumpy dirt road. Jiang Ming sat cross-legged atop the leading combat vehicle, the cool wind brushing past his hair tips. He imagined the expressions on his companions' faces when these steel giants appeared before them, a smile unconsciously curving at the corner of his mouth. At the camp, the 3 women had just finished tidying up the morning chores, and the aroma of the steaming food on the table had not yet dissipated when they saw the distant horizon split open by the moving metallic silhouettes. Is that a whole convoy of armored vehicles? Are all of these ours? So many, and all usable by us. If we have these guys, even if we get trapped by a zombie tide again, we won't have to fear at all. The iron convoy came to a halt before them, the roar of the engines gradually fading. Jiang Ming lightly jumped down from the roof of the vehicle and waved at them. I'll go take a shower first, you can check out these vehicles. The women immediately surrounded the armored transport vehicle, their fingertips lightly grazing the cold hard armor surface, lingering the longest by the thick door, their eyes filled with awe. When Jiang Ming returned, still steaming from the shower, the table was already set with bowls and chopsticks and the dishes were served. Today's menu looks quite sumptuous. He pulled out a chair to sit down, his gaze falling on a plate of glossy braised pork. This was specially prepared for you by Yuqing, a companion beside him said with a smile. Upon hearing her name, Lu Yuqing's ears instantly turned red and she quickly changed the topic. Now that we have these supplies, our trip to Dongshan City should be much smoother, right? Jiang Ming picked up a piece of braised pork and chewed for a moment before thoughtfully responding that may not be the case. Every city has its own unique chess game with its variables. The terrain of Shihui City is open, allowing zombies to easily disperse, however Dongshan City has more mountains and forests, making it easier for the zombie horde to gather and better at lurking in the shadows. The size of the city, the population, the differences in terrain. These are all unknown variables, too many to count. He paused, his tone becoming more neutral. Of course, with these steel beasts around, our safety factor can indeed be significantly improved. But this also means that subsequent resource consumption will increase exponentially. Without a continuous supply of ammunition, these armored vehicles will inevitably turn into a pile of useless scrap metal. Such simple words caused the atmosphere at the dining table to suddenly fall silent, the earlier excitement gradually dissipating as the pressure of reality weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Lu Yuqing spoke softly as for the supply issue. Sister, ye should be able to come up with a solution, right? She is a professional in this area. Jiang Ming raised his eyes to look at Yi Zhiling, who had been quietly sitting across from him. Zhiling, do you know about the preparation methods for ammunition or explosives? Yi Zhiling lifted her face, meeting his gaze. She first nodded slightly as if organizing her thoughts in her mind, then earnestly nodded again, indicating that she had some understanding of the subject. The afternoon stillness was suddenly torn apart by the roar of the engine, the sound resembling the low growl of a beast awakening, shaking the surrounding air. Jiang Ming tightly gripped the steering wheel, his gaze rapidly scanning the fluctuating data on the dashboard as the metal cabin produced a dull rumbling sound over the bumpy road. In the passenger seat, Yi Zhiling's fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on her knee, her gaze directed outside the window at the rapidly retreating broken street scenes and the zombie silhouettes concealed in the shadows, all ebbing away like the tide. As long as I have the right equipment and venue, she suddenly spoke, her voice remaining unusually clear amidst the noisy engine. With the design drawings and raw materials ready, I can set up the corresponding production line. She did not turn her head, her tone flat as if stating a fact that had already been verified. I am well versed in the construction principles of rocket propulsors, and I possess a solid theoretical foundation in synthesizing various explosives. What I lack now is merely an environment in which to put it into practice. A light cheerful laugh rose from the rear seat. Jiang Ming's mouth curved, as well a fervent spark flashing in his eyes. Environment. Materials. Those have never been the problem. He yanked the wheel hard. The armored vehicle crushed, a zombie carcass sprawled across the road. For the brief tilt of the chassis, he steadied the steering with practiced calm, his tone as composed as if discussing what to eat tonight. If something does not exist, we will take it. If we cannot take it, we will make it ourselves. The one thing this world is not short of now is unclaimed supplies and facilities. Yi Zhiling finally turned her face to study his rugged profile. She was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Then I will need a sealed space with a fully functional ventilation system and an uninterrupted power supply. Precision lathe stamping presses, a dispensing bench for chemical reagents. She listed the required equipment item by item in an even cadence, as if reciting a checklist etched into her mind. All of that can be provided, Jiang Ming interrupted, his voice carrying an unquestionable certainty. A complete munitions factory, or at least a place that retains the core skeleton of one, we will find it. He glanced at the rearview mirror. 3 other infantry vehicles trailed like loyal guardians, dust thrown by their wheels churning beneath the blazing sun. We will first clear a space large enough, and then, whatever equipment you need, we will haul it in. Outside the window, a few zombies, stirred by the engine's roar, staggered from shadowed corners and lunged, but before they could reach the convoy, the rotating tracks swallowed them, reducing them to blurred smears. Jiang Ming did not even slow. The armored vehicle sped along the national highway, leaving the deathly streets of Donghai County far behind. Knowledge can indeed be transformed into power, he said, suddenly eyes fixed on the winding road ahead, but it is the hands that can turn that knowledge into tangible things that hold the true key to everything. A momentary silence settled in the cabin, broken only by the engine's steady roar and the faint rasp of metal on metal. The other 3 exchanged glances. An ineffable exhilaration quietly spread through the air. By the time the convoy passed beyond Donghai County's border, the sun was tilting westward and the golden light lengthened the steel silhouettes. Jiang Ming adjusted the radio frequency and sent a concise order into every cockpit: hold formation. Turn north at the next intersection. We must reach the first staging point before nightfall. He offered no explanation of what the staging point entailed, but everyone sensed the edge beneath his calm, that it would not be a cozy refuge but a stronghold to be seized, remodeled and endowed with a new purpose. Yi Zhiling lowered her head and opened the notebook she had been clutching. It was densely filled with formulas and design sketches. Her fingertips brushed over those lines, her gaze sharpened and became intent and bright. Outside the window, barren fields and crumbling farmhouses blurred past, yet in her mind she was already planning the unbuilt munitions factory, deciding precisely where the first machine tool should stand. At dawn, wrapped in a thin mist, the convoy still raced. Steel hulks rolled over the desolate highway with heavy, dull clanks. Zombies stumbling toward the convoy were torn apart by accurate fire before they could encircle them. Scattered stragglers that lunged at the armored cars were instantly ground into filthy pulp by tracks and heavy wheels. In less than 30 minutes, Donghai County's boundary marker lay far behind. 6 armored vehicles like moving steel bastions flanked the specially modified command vehicle at the center as they drove south along National Highway 303. Inside the command vehicle, Jiang Ming and his 3 companions listened intently to the system-synthesized briefing which detailed the aftermath left in Shihui City after a night of maddening chaos. The entire city, fewer than 10,000 survivors. One woman repeated the number softly, her fingers clenching, unconsciously, shock welling within her. Only days before Shihue City had been a brightly lit, bustling metropolis, its fall had been alarmingly swift. Compile the number of survivors who fled Shihue City last night. Jiang Ming's command was succinct and cold. The system fell into a brief silence as innumerable data streams raced through invisible networks. A minute later the electronic voice returned. Approximately 300,000 attempted to flee Shihue City last night, only about 30,000 ultimately escaped and can be confirmed alive. 300,000 rushing into the Black Night, 90% of them remain forever on the road. Another woman lowered her eyes, whether out of pity or the numbness born of witnessing too much death. She said, ordinary people armed with kitchen knives against those man-eating monsters embark on nothing but a journey to die. A hush settled over the cabin and no one spoke, the engine's roar the only continuing sound. The third woman finally broke the silence. At least 30,000 survived. In this apocalypse, to seize even a sliver of hope, no matter how terrible the cost, is worth it. Jiang Ming did not press the heavy subject further. Instead he ordered the system pull up zombie situation reports for global key regions. Processing the relevant data, the system responded almost instantaneously. This wait took a little longer. After more than 3 minutes the synthesized voice in a near-solemn matter-of-fact tone began to report the global zombie calamity is deteriorating faster than initial projection models. Tianzhu country's condition is the most dire. Over 1/3 of its cities have been confirmed completely lost. Because of its vast population base, the generation of evolved, wolf-tier, zombies is surging. Current estimates have surpassed 10,000 units and the growth curve shows no sign of leveling. 10,000 wolf-tier zombies. Someone inhaled sharply, horror etched on their face. They had experienced the terror of wolf-tier zombies firsthand. Even two could crush a small armed squad, let alone 10,000. The system added additionally surveillance in multiple Tianzhu cities has detected energy signatures resembling tiger-tier individuals, but these signals persist for only a very short time, preventing capture of detailed data. Tiger-tier. Lu Yuqing murmured the words, her pupils contracting slightly. They had never directly faced such legendary entities. A wolf-tier was already so dreadful, what catastrophic horror would tiger-tier be? What did those two words truly signify? More chilling was that even a tiger-tier more terrifying than wolf-tier had already manifested. How are other countries faring? Jiang Ming lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply, steadying himself as he pressed the system for more intelligence. Other countries fare somewhat better, though many cities have fallen. The evolutionary level of zombies in those nations is generally lower than in Tianzhu. Second only to Tianzhu is Migwa. By incomplete counts, over 5,000 wolf-tier evolved zombies have appeared within its borders. However, Migwa's formidable military has at grievous cost largely eradicated those wolf-tier creatures, averting an even greater disaster. Can they detect anything about tiger-tier zombies over there? Sir, remnants within Migwa's military networks indicate that tiger-tier related materials briefly appeared a day ago but were rapidly and thoroughly purged, leaving no trace. Continue to closely monitor global tiger-tier intelligence. If any tiger-tier related information surfaces again, intercept it for me at once. Understood, sir. Having roughly ascertained the overseas zombie dynamics, Jiang Ming exhaled a ring of smoke and stubbed out the cigarette. Now report domestically. Sir, the domestic situation is considerably more optimistic than Migwa's. Across the nation approximately 1,500 wolf-tier zombies have been discovered, with the highest single city count just over 100. As for tiger-tier, there is currently only one confirmed record, the specimen for which the military holds the data. Domestically there are already more than 1,500 wolf-tier zombies. The city with the most even exceeds 100. Although that number is restrained compared to other countries, the three women still felt a chill rise in their chests. It was by no means trivial. Each wolf-tier posed an enormous threat. So by that reckoning we are fortunate. Despite so many wolf-tier zombies, we've only encountered two ourselves. Longguo's territory is immense. Scattering some 1,500 wolf-tier across that land is like casting needles into the sea. They are ordinarily hard to detect. Yet we encountered two in such a short span that scarcely seems like luck. True, let's hope Dongshan City, where we're headed, is in better shape. Listening to their exchange, Jiang Ming offered only a faint smile and remained silent. 1,500 wolf-tier zombies, as they had said, were dispersed over vast territory and not conspicuous. But one must consider the population base and density of the regions involved. The emergence pattern of wolf-tier zombies correlates closely with the size and concentration of the human population. Recall the two wolf-tier encounters they endured, were they not both in major metropolises? Were they not both accompanied by massive hordes numbering in the tens of thousands? Thus there is little else to debate. We have most of the necessary information. Finally, let's speak of our next destination, Dongshan City. Jiang Ming cut off their chatter and issued a new command to the system: survey Dongshan City's current condition comprehensively, be as detailed as possible. Affirmative, sir. Dongshan City comprises 17 municipal districts, and in addition there are several small counties scattered within its jurisdiction. Those counties, however, had almost all fallen on the very first day the zombie crisis swept Dongshan. Survivors in the city who could flee did so. Those who could not were mostly devoured by zombies. No one dared stay behind to hold ground. In such a desperate situation, remaining was tantamount to a death sentence. Yet the escape directions chosen by those county survivors differed markedly from those elsewhere, perhaps due to Dongshan's distinctive topography, craggy ranges and endless forests with deep mountain woodlands everywhere. Consequently, most people chose to flee into the high mountains or dense woods. Sparsely frequented places often meant fewer zombies and relatively safer pockets to survive. As for Dongshan City's area, Jiang Ming and his 3 companions already knew it was 5 times the size of Shihui City. What they had not known was that nearly half of Dongshan's land was covered by towering mountains and primeval forests, only the other half was suitable for human habitation, towns and villages. Within that habitable half, the 17 municipal districts occupied the majority of the area, scattered wherever a settlement could be built among the mountains, so entire ridges often lay between districts. That did not mean Dongshan was backward. On the contrary, its road network was extremely well developed, a crisscross of highways with at least 3 roads connecting each district. Only the distances between districts were typically vast. Even the 2 nearest districts were some 60 to 70 kilometers apart. It is precisely because of this geographical separation that when the disaster suddenly struck, the military and civil departments of Dongshan City were afforded a brief respite, allowing them to organize their forces in time to respond to the zombie crisis. However, with the military and civil departments located in different districts, fundamental disagreements arose in their overall strategy against the zombies, resulting in a lack of cooperation, and instead they became adversaries, each establishing their own bases and acting independently. In the mountainous district among the 17 districts, the industry was particularly developed, with various industrial parks flourishing. Yet before the apocalypse arrived, few knew that deep within this area lay a hidden military base. The military department of Dongshan City was stationed in this concealed facility. As for the area controlled by the civil department, it was called Shuiyang District, located in the heart of Dongshan City, thriving with commerce and bustling with daily pedestrian traffic. When the disaster first began, the civil department responded swiftly. They immediately dispatched personnel to block all transportation routes in Shuiyang District and mobilized local armed forces to clear out infected individuals, significantly delaying the spread of zombies in the area. In addition to the 2 major forces, there existed a third power in Dongshan City, a survivor group spontaneously formed by civilians who occupied an area called New District. Perhaps due to the favor of fate, New District was nestled against the mountains and bordered by water, with a nearly 12-kilometer-wide river slicing through the center, connected only by 3 long bridges. When the zombie outbreak occurred, the disaster only engulfed half of New District. The survivors on the opposite bank decisively blocked the 3 bridges, and relying on this natural river barrier, even with scarce weapons, they managed to defend the bridges against the zombies' incursions. The remaining 14 districts were not so fortunate, as they fell one after another, turning into graveyards overrun by zombies. Survivors trapped in these districts pondered day and night on how to combat the horde and escape, yet the main roads to the outside world had mostly been blocked by zombies or abandoned vehicles, leaving the zombies trapped within the city and completely cutting off the survivors' escape routes. People could only struggle to survive in the city, gasping for breath amidst endless despair. Moreover, according to the system's detection data, the spread of zombies in these 14 districts was alarmingly rapid due to the lack of organized forces to suppress them, with the fall ratio in 2 of the districts already exceeding 70%. This was undoubtedly a shocking figure within the confines of Dongshan City. A fall ratio exceeding 70% meant that among the originally millions of citizens, already 70 to 100,000 had turned into mindless corpses. And due to the blocked roads, all these zombies were gathered within the districts with nowhere to go. But what conditions lead to the birth of a tiger-class zombie? It was the scale of the zombie tide surpassing 1 million. Are you saying that within these 2 districts tiger-class zombies may have already been nurtured, lurking inside? Upon hearing this report from the system, Lu Yuqing and the 2 other women couldn't help but have their pupils shrink, their faces filled with disbelief. The scale of the zombie horde in these 2 districts has reached the threshold for the generation of tiger-class evolved zombies, so this possibility cannot be ruled out. The system's electronic voice remained steady, yet it cast a heavier atmosphere in the cabin. System maintain focused monitoring on these two districts. Report to me immediately if any abnormal situations arise. This matter cannot be taken lightly. Tiger-class zombies differ from wolf-class. With their current combat strength they can still manage against wolf-class zombies, but facing tiger-class zombies the outcome is unpredictable, especially given that we know nothing about their abilities, making the potential danger multiply. Understood, sir, the system replied. Jiang Ming nodded and continued, all right, continue reporting on the other situations in Dongshan City. Let's see if there's relevant information we need. Dongshan City is essentially a highly developed heavy industrial city with industries covering steel, metallurgy, machinery, energy, chemicals and material industries among many others. The various factories Jiang Ming required were abundant in Dongshan City, whether it was weapon manufacturing, machinery processing, electronic device production or oil refining and raw material processing. Corresponding facilities and factories could be found here. The city also possessed 2 large aviation hubs and 3 military fortresses, but now these places had also been occupied by mutated beings. Seizing these strongholds would not be an easy task, but Jiang Ming had long made up his mind. As long as the necessary equipment and supplies existed here, he must find a way to obtain them, no matter how difficult the process. Before dawn the roar of helicopter rotors had already shattered the night sky. General Li and his party were aboard 2 armed helicopters traveling through the night and had now arrived at the military command center in the mountainous district of Dongshan City. They waited quietly in the conference room, preparing to meet with the local highest commander. However, more than 3 hours passed and not only did they not meet, but not even a glass of water was offered, let alone any food. The long wait gradually revealed impatience and dissatisfaction on the faces of the accompanying personnel. The military base in the mountainous district had remained in a highly concealed state before the disaster occurred, with the entire command system deeply hidden within the mountain, surrounded by heavily guarded arms factories, making it impossible for ordinary people to approach. There were over 15,000 soldiers stationed here, and new combat personnel were continuously joining each day, the scale of the force ongoingly expanding. The equipment in the base was extremely advanced, with a substantial reserve of heavy weapons, even including strategic-grade weaponry. Compared to the military forces of Shihui City, the strength of Dongshan City's military was like heaven and earth. If the defenses of Shihui City were akin to hastily assembled militia, then the military base in the mountainous district was a regular army with comprehensive equipment and a solid system. The base itself, covering all areas inside and outside the mountain, had a diameter exceeding 10 kilometers, and the surrounding residential area was vast. Moreover, with a military factory capable of autonomously producing weapons and ammunition, the entire mountainous district had become a self-sufficient stronghold, something Shihui City could hardly aspire to. Bang! A muffled sound shattered the silence of the conference room. A senior staff member from the administrative background could no longer contain his impatience and slammed the table, exclaiming, "This Li Hang is too dismissive of us. Making us wait here for so long without even a glass of water, what does that mean?" His words ignited a fuse, and the other accompanying personnel also began to show displeasure and murmured complaints. Exactly. It's been a full 3 hours, what do they take us for? In the past his attitude would have long been reported to the superiors for handling. We are all serving the country, why should he treat us like this? General Li slightly raised his hand, suppressing the rising clamor. Calm down, although we are in the apocalypse now, I still wish to believe that General Li Hang is one of us. He may have been delayed by urgent matters, which is why he hasn't been able to come in time. Old Li, you are being too accommodating to him. The administrative senior who spoke earlier wanted to say something more, but at that moment the door of the conference room was pushed open. A middle-aged man with the rank of Major General and an upright posture entered with 2 civil officials wearing a smile and a loud voice. Apologies for keeping you all waiting. A trace of barely perceptible coldness flashed in General Li's eyes as he stood up to meet him, shaking the man's hand and smiling. So it's General Wu. He recognized this person, Wu Guiyou, who was General Li Hang's right-hand man in Dongshan City and held significant power. After shaking hands with General Li, Wu Guiyou still wore a smile of apology. I sincerely apologize, we did not consider thoroughly neglecting to prepare even a cup of tea for everyone. The current situation at the base is special, allow me to explain it to you all later. In the current apocalypse, which city is not in disarray? Dongshan is no exception, we can understand your difficulties. General Li responded calmly, his tone revealing little emotion. Wu Guiyou laughed heartily, it's great that you can understand. Please follow me, General Li's meeting is about to conclude and he has been eager to meet you. That is exactly my intention. General Li nodded in agreement. Seeing General Li agree, Wu Guiyu also nodded, his gaze shifting past him to the civil senior officials who had narrowly escaped from Shihui City. You all accommodations have been arranged for you. I'm sure the journey has been exhausting, why not rest for a moment first? The expressions of those civil officials were already quite unpleasant, and since Wu Guiyu appeared he had treated them with indifference. The underlying meaning of his words was even more evident. Dongshan City's military department was not welcoming to these civil officials. General Li was not oblivious to the situation but was also not in a position to say much. He merely gave a glance signaling everyone to endure for now. He was very clear that the waters in Dongshan are deeper than imagined. He was ultimately an outsider seeking refuge, and many matters were inappropriate for him to interfere in. Receiving General Li's glance, the civil officials sighed inwardly, suppressing their dissatisfaction and leaving the hall behind the clerks following Wu Guiyu. However, they never anticipated that the so-called accommodations were no different from a prison cell, just a narrow single bed, a shabby wooden cabinet and some rough food and water, nothing more. In this chaotic world we are merely guests under someone else's roof. At this moment they fully understood that General Li Hang had no intention of accepting them, the officials of the civil system. Remaining here might preserve their lives, but it also meant losing all power and becoming no different from ordinary survivors. This was quite reasonable in an apocalypse who would willingly share their power with outsiders. Furthermore, they had already severed ties with the local civil department of Dongshan City, and being able to find a place to stay was already a challenge. In the first layer of the military base inside the mountain, General Li and 4 surviving high-ranking officials from the Shihui military followed Wu Guiyu deep into the base. Not far in an open space suddenly appeared before their eyes. Dozens of grain storage warehouses, each the size of a football field, stood majestically in rows. This shocking sight made everyone hold their breath. How many people could such a scale of food reserves sustain? They could hardly imagine. With such a massive stockpile, the military base in the mountainous district had established an unshakable foundation for survival in this crumbling world. Even before civilization collapsed, such a scene would have been breathtaking, let alone now in this resource-scarce apocalypse. General Li and several colleagues guided by Wu Guiyu not only witnessed the towering grain reserves but also saw countless brand new equipment behind the storage units. Various heavy weapons were prominently displayed, hundreds of armored vehicles stood neatly lined up, and nearly 100 heavy machine guns were ominously arrayed on the weapon racks. Among them the most striking was a truck loaded with special warheads, a 12-tube short-range missile launcher. Such terrifying firepower, if fully commanded by General Li, he was confident he could retake Shihui City within a month. Even if he wanted to destroy that fallen city, this single missile truck would suffice. Such formidable military strength would make anyone tremble at the sight. The group continued deeper into the base, where an open training ground was filled with thousands of soldiers rigorously conducting daily drills, the sounds of their shouts echoing thunderously. Having passed through the first level of the base, they took an elevator down to the second level. The moment the elevator doors opened, several individuals froze in place, their eyes wide with shock. What appeared before them was an airport hidden deep within the mountain, with a dozen fighter jets and nearly 1,000 helicopters of various uses like silent giant birds quietly parked along an endless runway. You really have surprises hidden everywhere in this mountain. General Li raised his eyebrows, quietly marveling. The general is joking. Wu Guiyu, walking ahead, did not pause, his tone calm. This is not even the entirety of the base. Not the whole force. General Li and several senior officers of the Shihui command went rigid, disbelief written plainly across their faces. What they had just seen already constituted a chillingly formidable armed presence. If that was not the full extent, then the base's complete strength would be an even more terrifying sight. The depth of Dongshan's Bingbu was candidly startling. Of course, this all presupposed that Wu Guiyu's words were sincere and not mere bravado. No one questioned him further. They followed Wu Guiyu in silence through the airport and climbed the stairs to the base's third level. The level rose some 30 meters high, its length and width each approaching a kilometer. Though slightly tighter than the lower floors, it remained astonishingly spacious. The space was fashioned in a modern style, partitioned by transparent glass curtain walls into distinct functional zones. The walls even imitated scenic window views, and hundreds of bright lights overhead turned the whole floor into a place perpetually bathed in daylight. There were no weapons in sight, no soldiers or aircraft, only some 500 civilian staff bent over desks handling an endless stream of communications and directives. Nearly 1,000 other personnel monitored more than 3,000 screens, each screen displaying 9 live feeds simultaneously. The comprehensive conference hall ahead is our destination, Wu Guiyu indicated toward the corridor's end. General Li, however, found his gaze drawn to the dense array of surveillance monitors. He made a quick calculation. Nearly 30,000 surveillance feeds were presented at once, which meant they were tracking an equal number of locations in real time. It seems you have divined the key, General. Wu Guoyu noticed the astonishment on his face and allowed a faint unapologetic smile to curl his lips. Those 30,000 points are either directly covered by cameras we installed or have been integrated into a public surveillance network under our control. At present all 5 urban districts of Dongshan City have been folded into our watchful range. Any abnormal zombie movement or the faintest trace of survivors we will detect first. More importantly, once a wolf-level or tiger-level zombie appears and becomes a threat, this surveillance system can immediately lock onto the target's position and swiftly bring overwhelming fire to bear to eliminate it entirely. Impressive, your preparations are extraordinarily thorough. Upon hearing Wu Kuyu's words, General Li and the senior Shihui officers behind him widened their eyes if they were silently shaken. Such meticulous deployment was beyond what Zihui's remaining forces could have achieved, let alone preparing in advance for wolf or tiger-level zombies. Thinking this, General Li could not help but ask, what of the Wenbu? Do they have a similar surveillance setup? Before the central city fell, he had used special channels to keep in touch with surviving Bingbu and Wenbu units elsewhere and had heard something of Dongshan's situation, that both Bingbu and Wenbu had each established their own bases within separate city districts. Wu Kuyu's smug expression froze for a moment. He waved a hand and answered with feigned nonchalance. When the outbreak first occurred, Wenbu reacted the quickest and gathered a number of technical talents early on, so they secured monitoring rights for 8 districts. But in terms of actual combat capability, they pale in comparison to us. Even if they spot wolf or tiger-level zombies on their screens, they can only stare helplessly. In the end, they either wait to be overrun or flee in panic. They simply lack the means to cope. General Li inwardly bristled. If one is weaker, one is weaker. What was the point of all these words? Outwardly he betrayed nothing. Seasoned in the ways of human dealings, General Li saw at once that Wu Guoyu was trying to save face. He did not puncture the thin veneer but instead cast a meaningfully subtle glance to his companions behind him. The men behind him immediately caught the cue and smoothed the mood with flattery, chuckling as they spoke. So that's how it is. Must admit our Bingbu is indeed more capable, ha ha ha. Those agreeable words improved Wu Kuyu's expression noticeably. Just as General Li's party prepared to offer a few more polite compliments, a clear voice drifted down the corridor. As they walked toward the meeting room at the corridor's end, the voice grew louder with each step. Everyone hear me clearly, I will not repeat myself. Team 1's captain will assume overall command for this operation. With personnel from Teams 2 and 3 immediately launched 3 Wuji 10 helicopters to Fenglin district for a 7-day reconnaissance mission. Should you discover any sign of the target, report back to command at once. Hearing the voice, Wu Guoyu turned and introduced the man issuing orders inside. The one giving commands and there is General Li Hang. From the sound of it, the meeting inside must be concluding. No sooner had he spoken than a unified reply came from within the room. Understood. All right, move out now. Yes. After the crisp responses, a clatter of footsteps followed and the meeting room door was pushed open from within. The first man to emerge stood nearly 1.8 meters tall, broad-shouldered, with a dark weathered face. He saw General Li's party at once and strode forward to greet them, his hearty laughter echoing down the corridor. Ha ha ha, Comrade Li Zhenghua, at last you've come. When the group filed out of the conference room, Li Hang's smile had not yet entirely faded. Over 30 important Bingbu figures passed beside them. Their gazes lingered briefly on Wu Guoyu with a slight nod, but they ignored General Li's party as though they were invisible and walked on. The 5 men following General Li flushed crimson, breaths growing heavy. General Li himself remained composed, though his hand at his side had quietly curled into a fist. He knew in his heart this was another's domain and that decisions here were not theirs to make. Please have a seat, Li Hang said, seemingly oblivious to the delicate atmosphere as he ushered them into the meeting room. The long conference table was polished to a shine, clearly reflecting the taut faces around it. Once everyone had taken their seats, Li Hang stopped beating about the bush and rapped his knuckles lightly on the table. I have heard about what happened in Shihui City. The upheaval came so suddenly that it is truly a pity. I understand the desire among you to stay and cooperate here. Only. He paused on purpose, a trace of awkwardness threading his smile. My place is small, I fear it cannot accommodate men of your stature. The air in the room froze instantly. General Li's pupils narrowed and a tempest of feeling churned within him. They had lowered themselves and practically begged for cooperation, only to be met with such blunt deflection. His chest heaved when he spoke again. The words seemed forced from between his teeth. State your conditions plainly. What must we do for you to agree? Li Hang did not seem embarrassed by having his true intentions exposed. Instead he laughed aloud. General Li, you are indeed a forthright man. Since we are brothers who have bled in the same trench, I will not hide it. Here in Dongshan there is indeed a thorny problem. If the gentleman of Shihui could lend us your strength it would make things considerably easier. Speak, General Li said tersely a single word. His companions watched Li Hang with growing impatience. Li Hang leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice. Apart from the security zone guarded by our military and government forces to the east, toward your Shihui direction, there is a new district where civilians have set up a makeshift stronghold. Within that new district lies a half-abandoned military base. Though deserted for some time, reliable reports indicate that the remaining weapons and supplies inside are still considerable. So you want us to retrieve those supplies? General Li asked, brow tightening. No, Li Hang shook his head, his smile growing broader. Not for me, it's for you. Those supplies will be your token of allegiance. Just the few of us, scoffed an officer from Shihui, his tone full of doubt. Of course not. Li Hang leaned back against his chair, relaxed. I will dispatch 100 elite soldiers to your command. These men are top tier in equipment and battlefield experience. I will also provide 2 infantry fighting vehicles, 3 armored personnel carriers, 3 heavy transport trucks and 5 Wuji 10 helicopters to support from the air. Is that sufficient? General Li fell silent for a moment, his fingers tracing the table absently. When he looked up his gaze was as sharp as a blade. Add 1 main battle tank to lead the way. Li Hang's smile faltered for an instant, then deepened into something more measured. He studied General Li for several seconds before slowly nodding. Done. Agreed. It's settled. They'll also allocate an additional armored transport to you. Li Hang made the decision without hesitation. With his agreement secured, General Li Zhengguo exchanged a swift glance with his 4 companions and then inclined his head to Li Hang. Understood. We accept the mission. Excellent. Li Hang sprang to his feet, applauding with excitement. I'll be here waiting for your triumphant report. What? Li Zhengguo and his party froze, uncertain of the meaning behind those words. What are we waiting for? Leave now, Li Hang said with a smile, as if issuing the most ordinary of instructions. They thought they must have misheard. From the moment Shihui fell the night before, they had not even caught their breath, no time to eat, to rest. And now they were to set out immediately, wade through the sea of the undead and haul away supplies. Comrade Zhengguo, time does not wait, Li Hang said slowly. That half-abandoned depot is not close to the civilian encampment. If the civilians find it first, our chance is gone. According to current intelligence, that civilian camp has already pinpointed the depot's approximate location and dispatched 2 reconnaissance teams. Staring at Li Hang's overly eager and utterly false smile, Li Zhengguo and the others' brows knitted tight and a surge of anger roiled in their chests. How had they not realized this man's hypocrisy before? He cared nothing for their lives, his eyes were fixed only on the military supplies in that warehouse. What chilled them further was the sense that Li Hang was testing them on 2 counts, both their combat capability and their loyalty. If they failed either, that abandoned depot would become their permanent grave. Understood. We will depart immediately. Li Zhengguo ground out through clenched teeth. Very good, Li Hang nodded in satisfaction, then turned to the silent figure at the other end of the table, Wu Guoyu, and issued an order. Old Wu, notify the 2nd Combat Battalion at once. Within 30 minutes select 100 elite soldiers to accompany General Li and his men to the new district. Yes, sir. Wu Guoyu sprang to his feet, saluted and left to carry out the order. As Wu Guoyu departed the meeting room, Li Hang returned his gaze to General Li Zhengguo and his 5 companions, his smile still radiant. Prepare yourselves. The convoy will depart on schedule in 30 minutes. Half an hour later the convoy set out as promised. I take my leave. Li Zhengguo rose with the 4 others and turned to leave the conference room. We await your triumphant return. Li Hang's voice came from behind. The sun hung high and merciless, scorching the earth. At 2:17 in the afternoon the light was at its most vicious, pouring heat like a furnace. But for Jiang Ming and his 3 companions seated inside the heavy armored vehicle, basking in the cool air conditioning, that inferno felt like a world away. The convoy, flanked by 6 infantry fighting vehicles, pressed steadily along National Highway 303. The engines rumbled as the sunlight beat down, and yet zombies still wandered the roadside, never entirely gone. Those zombies were mostly the pitiful souls infected during the initial flight. When roads were jammed with abandoned cars and crowds had nowhere to run, many succumbed and became aimless corpses shuffling across the asphalt. Years of merciless sun had cracked their skin yellow and parched, their bodily moisture had almost evaporated, leaving them gaunt and stiff, their movements slow and labored. Compared to their kin who lurked in the shadows of the city and emerged by night, these exposed wasteland zombies were like defective specimens, permanently shackled by a kind of frailty. Such creatures posed no threat at all to the system-controlled infantry fighting vehicles. Besides their standard armaments, each vehicle had been retrofitted with 2 rotating heavy machine guns. Confronted by scattered packs of corpses, there was no need to bring the main cannon to bear. 2 sweeps from the heavy machine guns would dispatch them cleanly and efficiently. The gunfire was no longer the ear-splitting blast of cannon, smaller, more controlled. It also spared them the trouble of attracting swarms of undead from afar. Jiang Ming, there's a small town ahead, Yi Zhiling said, pointing forward. I see, Jiang Ming replied coolly. Groans rose from the town. This was the 4th small town they had passed. As the system had detected, there was not a hint of living humanity, only listless wandering zombies. Jiang Ming and his 3 companions watched the silhouettes emerging from the shadows with unruffled faces. Clearly they had grown used to scenes like this. System, activate the cannon turret and clear the road ahead, Jiang Ming ordered. Boom after boom, thousands of zombies converging from every corner of the county were torn apart and scattered by the machine guns on the 6 fighting vehicles before they could close in. The handful that managed to slip through the fire were felled instantly by the added heavy machine guns. In roughly 10 minutes the convoy had passed through the town and returned to National Highway 303. But this time an unexpected obstacle awaited. The road ahead was blocked. They had encountered roadblocks before, but this was the most troublesome. There were no alternate shortcuts nearby. The convoy had already traveled more than 200 kilometers if the nearest target city lay only about 10 kilometers away. Any detour here would add over 200 kilometers at minimum. 200 kilometers is 200 kilometers, Jiang Ming and the others conceded after consulting the system. System, replan our route. Understood, sir. The engines thundered once more as the 6 armored vehicles turned about. The vanguard shifted to the rear while those who had been covering the rear moved forward. Jiang Ming's heavy armored vehicle swapped positions with the transport behind it. 10 minutes later the convoy set off on the system's newly planned route, National Highway 107. Although the reroute lengthened their journey, the road conditions were far better than anticipated. Perhaps because the route was more remote, abandoned vehicles were sparse and wandering zombies few, saving them a surprising amount of travel time. According to the system's report, this route would lead into Dongshan City and arrive at the new city sector, the very area where survivor forces had entrenched themselves. It was 8:12 p.m. Summer's sun had fully sunk below the horizon and a pale moon rose, spilling a cool silver light over the quiet land. Inside the heavy armored vehicle, Jiang Ming glanced at the time on his wrist and asked, System, how far to Dongshan City proper? 17 kilometers, sir. That's close, but it's not suitable to travel in the dark. System, locate the nearest gas station. The 3 female companions who had taken the basic stamina tonic still looked bright and alert. At Jiang Ming's remark they exchanged puzzled looks. Do we need to refuel? They asked. After all, the convoy had filled up only yesterday. Yes. Once we enter the city things may become complicated and refueling opportunities scarce. It's safer to top up now, Jiang Ming explained. Besides, the armored vehicle drinks fuel like a thirsty beast. We won't enter the city tonight. Well, rest at the gas station and depart at first light tomorrow. Indeed, even with the detour they had already covered 700 to 800 kilometers since yesterday's departure. System shows the nearest gas station is on a small road to the right 3 kilometers ahead, Lu Yuqing said, watching the display. Understood. 5 minutes later a modest facility far smaller than the gas stations in Shihui City appeared on the road ahead. The station occupied only some 20 or 30 meters, its perimeter littered with at least 40 or 50 abandoned vehicles. Judging by the wreckage, most of these cars had been abandoned by panicked survivors at the moment the disaster erupted. Some likely fled from the direction of Shihui City. Groans and rasping noises filled the air. Of course, many zombies still prowled here. The convoy's heavy engines shattered the stillness. The wandering figures inside and outside the station were immediately drawn to the sound, emitting hoarse cries as they shuffled toward its source. Before they could close in, a concentrated volley of gunfire erupted. The heavy machine guns on the 6 infantry fighting vehicles spat fire and in moments swept the 300 to 400 gathered zombies clean. Shui Ro Yuqing, go refill the armored vehicles. Zhiling, prepare something to eat. I'll set up the perimeter, Jiang Ming said as he opened the door and handed out tasks. Acknowledged, the 3 answered in unison. The door opened and the 4 stepped out to their work. With a nail gun in hand, Jiang Ming dispatched the few lunging zombies with crisp efficiency, then fixed the last simple camera at the junction of National Highway 107 leading to the gas station. As when they had set up a temporary camp in the woods outside Donghai County, he placed cameras around the station and at the main entrances, 28 in all. System, run a check. Are all devices functioning? Jiang Ming asked after finishing. All normal, sir, the system replied. Jiang Ming nodded and returned to the station. The small gas station was now sealed on 6 sides by an infantry fighting vehicle at each point, forming a tight ring of defense. Any zombie attempting to approach would be cut down instantly by the system-controlled heavy machine guns. Should an evolved mutant appear, the rooftop cannon turret would be brought to bear and obliterate it. Combined with a concealed electronic alarm perimeter, the station's security had been elevated to the highest level. Inside the station, Yi Zhiling had already prepared the ingredients and busied herself in the armored vehicle's kitchen. The enticing aroma of food drifted out at intervals. Lu Yuqing and Li Shuru stood by the pump island refueling the convoy's armored vehicles one by one. Of course, the 6 infantry fighting vehicles took turns refueling, less efficient perhaps, but it ensured the perimeter watch never lapsed. Since he was present on site, Jiang Ming instructed the system to bring another fighting vehicle to refuel concurrently, raising the rate to 3 vehicles refueling in parallel. With him on the scene, even the appearance of wolf-grade zombies would not pose undue danger, let alone ordinary shamblers. The brief departures of vehicles from their posts carried only controllable risk. 10 minutes later, every vehicle's tanks were full. Jiang Ming, Yuqing Shui Ro, dinner's ready, come eat. Yi Ziling's call reached them. On the long table in the armored vehicle's meeting room lay 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetables and a soup. The 3 who came aboard brightened at the sight. Not bad, an extra meal tonight. Sweet and sour ribs, rare these days to have such a dish. And boiled sliced pork. It smells heavenly. Yi Zhiling carried the last soup to the table. The ingredients those people brought this morning really satisfied our craving, she said, wiping her hands with a light smile. Lu Yuqing nearly clapped her hands. We should get this more often. They gathered around the makeshift table. Yi Zhiling ladled rice for each of them and sat down on the sofa's edge. Someone exclaimed softly, sweet and sour ribs, and eagerly picked up their chopsticks. The boiled pork is flavorful, perfect with rice. The soup tastes fresh, someone said. The greens are cooked just right, crisp and tender, Li Shuru added, unusually talkative for her. Yi Zhiling lowered her gaze, her ears flushing slightly. Lu Yuqing's flattering tongue and even Li Shuru's rare compliment left her a little embarrassed and unable to deflect the praise. Jiang Ming, Yi Zhiling looked up at him, the new city lies just ahead of the highway, what do you have planned? Jiang Ming lounged on the sofa, a cigarette between his fingers and a half bottle of beer in hand. He barely paused before answering, we go and take a look. If there's material you need, take it. He hesitated a beat, his voice steady but edged with a hard certainty. As for the survivors there, if they don't come looking for trouble, let them be. If they force a confrontation, we needn't hold back. This world has become what it is, resources are scarce and better that others fall than that we suffer. Li Shuru nodded and said in a low voice, I agree. In days past she might not have stated such things so bluntly. But the recent trials of life and death had already scrubbed away some of her innocent notions. The world had changed and people had to change with it to survive in this end times. Mouthful of boiled pork, Lu Yuqing mumbled, the system reported those survivors struggle just to deal with zombies, wouldn't they have time to bother us? You can't read a man's heart by his face, Jiang Ming set the beer can down gently. Seeing our convoy and equipment, who knows if someone won't get greedy. The survivors may lack the means, but the military certainly does, Yi Zhiling added quietly, striking at the crux of the matter. None of them objected. Along the way they had already used the system to probe the makeup of several nearby forces. The most worrisome was indeed the military force, well equipped, numbering over 10,000 and controlling multiple production facilities that could supply weapons, ammunition and fuel. More troubling still, they held at least 2 fully outfitted bases. As for the so-called Wenbu, their stronghold lay deep within the city center, separated from the new city by dozens of mountain ridges. Without aircraft it would be difficult for them to pose an immediate threat. The last group of surviving commoners barely managed to hold on, one only needed to pay attention to their movements without worrying too much. I ate too much. Lu Yuqing slumped on the sofa, belching without any decorum, her face filled with satisfaction. Li Shuiro silently tidied up the bowls and chopsticks on the table while Yi Zhiling walked to a corner of the kitchen to wash the dishes. The sound of rushing water suddenly came from the direction of the bathroom, accompanied by Jiang Ming's activity. Do you not close the door when you take a shower? Li Shuiro's voice was the first to ring out. Both Li Shuiro and Yi Zhiling turned to look, and upon seeing it for just a moment they froze in place, their cheeks burning like they were on fire. However, the two women quickly regained their composure, and in the fleeting moment before their gaze truly met they swiftly turned their faces away. Yet deep down a tempest had already risen. What they had inadvertently glimpsed was simply unbelievable. Jiang Ming, oblivious to any impropriety, had his back to them, the soap in his hand gliding over his skin. "It's just a man's body, what's the big deal about looking?" He spoke casually, suddenly turning half his face, a hint of playfulness flashing in his eyes. "If you really want to see, why not come in and wash together?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lu Yuqing retorted softly. "Shameless," Li Shuiro added, blushing. Their two almost simultaneous retorts echoed together. "Then so be it." Jiang Ming did not linger on the topic, chuckling casually as he continued washing. At that moment a system notification suddenly sounded from the armored vehicle. "Sir, a small team from the military has entered the new district and is heading towards a semi-abandoned military base." A semi-abandoned base. Jiang Ming's expression instantly turned serious as he quickly dried himself, donned a bathrobe and hurried towards the conference room. Lu Yuqing and the other two women's attention was immediately drawn to this news, following Jiang Ming into the conference room. What important supplies could possibly remain in such a semi-abandoned place? Lu Yuqing asked with a puzzled expression. Since the military specifically dispatched a team, there must be quite a few good things hidden inside. Semi-abandoned. Does that mean they didn't completely evacuate at the time? Yi Zhiling raised her own question. Jiang Ming did not engage in their speculation and directly ordered the system immediately scan the current status of the base. "Sorry sir, all internal surveillance equipment at the base has failed and real-time footage cannot be obtained." Unable to detect. Jiang Ming's brows furrowed slightly before he changed his tone. Then immediately analyze the personnel configuration and weaponry of this military team and retrieve all historical intelligence related to the base. "Processing, please wait." After a brief silence the system's voice rang out again. "Sir, this military team consists of 100 soldiers, 5 colonels and 1 general. The equipment configuration is complete and highly advanced, including 1 main battle tank, 2 infantry fighting vehicles, 3 armored personnel carriers, 3 heavy supply trucks and 5 WZ-10 attack helicopters. According to intercepted communication, they are making a rapid night advance to prevent the survivor organization from reaching the base first. 100 fully armed soldiers along with an armored convoy and helicopter squadron." The 3 women quickly exchanged glances and they all saw the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. Such a massive operation could not possibly be a routine action. However, Jiang Ming did not seem too concerned. In his view, the Eastern Mountain military's material reserves were already substantial and this type of team was perhaps just the tip of the iceberg. Moreover, those military armored vehicles, when compared to their heavily modified rides, lacked protection capability and firepower configuration on entirely different levels. He estimated that the outer armor of their opponent's vehicles would struggle to withstand an attack from a large-caliber armor-piercing round. As for the 5 helicopters, if a confrontation truly occurred, simply activating the vehicle's cannon array for a single volley would suffice to eliminate them all. What concerned him more was another matter, and he asked, "They dispatched 3 heavy supply trucks. The material reserves in that base must be quite considerable." At the same time another piece of information caught his attention. "System, did the survivor forces also discover this base?" "Yes sir." "What is the situation of their personnel? Where are they located now?" "The survivors dispatched 2 teams of 10 which have already arrived at the nearby university town to rest and plan to launch operations early tomorrow morning." "So calm. They probably have no idea that the military is closing in overnight," Jiang Ming murmured. As the system finished speaking, Lu Yuqing and the other 2 turned their gazes towards Jiang Ming in unison, quietly awaiting his decision. The night was thick and beside the abandoned gas station only the howling wind could be heard. 3 military trucks sped past in the darkness, the dust they kicked up still hanging in the air as the taillights turned into distant red dots disappearing from view. Yi Zhiling lowered her night vision binoculars, lightly tapping her finger on the oil-stained map, her voice low. "It's the military supply transport team. They are moving out before dawn. If the things hidden in that old base are probably more than we can imagine," Li Shuiro said. Jiang Ming leaned against the door, the metallic cigarette case in his palm opening and closing with a faint clicking sound. The lingering hum of the truck engines still vibrated in the air. "Pack up our things." He straightened up the hem of his coat, sweeping across the ground, his tone resolute. "Tonight we're going to take that warehouse." Without any further response the 3 figures swiftly dispersed and began to act. They disarmed the security devices, recovered various equipment and reorganized the scattered supplies back into the vehicle. Each person's movements were clean and efficient as if they had undergone countless rehearsals. Within 5 minutes the sound of the last toolbox snapping shut marked the end of this silent hustle. The roar of engines sounded in succession, abruptly waking the sleeping gas station with 6 thunderous roars. The shifting shadows of zombies lurking in the dark gathered in response, but as they approached the convoy they were crushed into the dust by the steel tracks turning into mush. The convoy cut through the thick night like a blade. 2 armored personnel carriers shielded in the center while the remaining vehicles fanned out in a formation that was both offensive and defensive as they entered the national road. The 17-kilometer journey quickly shortened under the full-speed advance of the convoy. As the overgrown grass along the way gradually gave way to toppled billboards and the sparse tree shadows morphed into dense silhouettes of buildings, the outline of the new district finally began to emerge ahead. The roars of zombies surged like a tide from all directions. Initially just scattered whimpers, they quickly coalesced into a thick wave of sound echoing in the night. At the corners illuminated by the headlights within the shattered storefronts, countless twisted zombie figures began to wriggle and gather, surging towards the direction of the convoy. Behind the convoy the grey tide of corpses grew thicker, the dragging footsteps of the zombies gradually overpowering the roar of the engines. The cannon once again spat fire, dazzling flames momentarily tearing through the darkness, shattering limbs and debris went flying, but the gaps created by the firepower were quickly filled by more swaying zombie bodies. Occasionally faint flashlight beams flickered from the buildings on both sides of the road. Those were the survivors hiding inside, desperately waving signals pleading for rescue, but the convoy showed no signs of stopping and pressed on. How far is it? Jiang Ming stared at the increasingly congested wreckage ahead, his brows tightly knitted. The cold electronic voice in the cabin sounded, 7 kilometers remaining. Too slow. At this speed, by the time they reached the military base they might not even touch the iron gate of the warehouse. Jiang Ming released his grip on the map, the paper surface already crumpled with deep creases. Split into 2 vehicles. Make some noise and draw the zombie horde away. Activate all electronic devices that can connect to the network, speakers, alarms, broadcasts. Let this street be a complete uproar. Command confirmed, executing immediately. 2 infantry fighting vehicles suddenly veered off the line, sharply turning towards a side road. The turrets quickly pivoted, bombarding the distant open square with continuous fire producing deafening sounds. Almost simultaneously the storefronts along the way that had not lost power lit up with glaring light. The abandoned advertising screens flickered and suddenly a sharp air raid alarm blared from some horn. The surge of zombies momentarily stalled and fell into chaos, with many zombies drawn towards the side road by the sudden noise and light. Meanwhile the main convoy took the opportunity to crash through the last few rusted cars in front, flooring the gas pedal, speeding into the deeper darkness of the northern area of the new city. On the other side the military's armored convoy tore through the night, the sound of tracks rolling over gravel booming like thunder, particularly clear in the darkness. 5 helicopters followed closely, their rotors churning the air and casting flickering spots of light on the rooftops. At the end of the convoy the hatches of 2 infantry fighting vehicles opened. 3 soldiers half emerged, controlling mounted machine guns, pouring a rain of bullets onto the surrounding shadows of zombies. Sparks flew from the gun barrels, forming trembling streaks of light, but the bullet trajectories continually shifted with the vehicle's bumps, the bullets oscillating between tearing through rotten flesh and hitting empty air. Human control ultimately couldn't match the cold precision of machinery. Inside one of the armored vehicles the air was thick, almost suffocating with the scent of rust. General Li Zhengguo was squeezed in a folding chair against the wall, with 4 of his former subordinates facing the commander of this 100-man unit, Wei Dong. This man, broad-shouldered and thick-set, was in his 30s yet possessed the calm demeanor of a veteran. A shallow scar, a mark of shrapnel, added a touch of fierceness to his dark face. Over 10 soldiers sat scattered on either side of the cabin, their gazes flickering under the dim light, the atmosphere pressing down to an extreme. The risks of marching at night are simply too high. A colonel slammed the operations tablet down on his knee, the metallic clash echoing sharply in the cramped space. The zombies' hearing is greatly enhanced in the dark. If the sound of the convoy's engine is no different than tolling a death knell for the entire wilderness. Wei Dong did not look up, slowly rubbing his fingers over the marks on the gunstock, and said lightly, "General Li Hang's order is to reach the military base in the new district at full speed regardless of day or night." He paused, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You all have been stationed in Shihui City for so many years and should understand better than anyone, military orders are absolute." "You..." The colonel suddenly stood up, the chair legs scraping against the steel plate producing a sharp piercing sound. "Mind your place. Our ranks are higher than yours." "Ranks?" Wei Dong finally lifted his eyelids, his pupils glinting with a cold light in the shadows. Is that the only standard left to judge a person now? Then I'd like to ask, did your ranks come from holding the line and fighting bravely or from preserving your lives after abandoning the line? The cabin suddenly fell into silence, even the sound of breathing became faint. The drone of the diesel engine seeped up from the floor, mingling with the distant sporadic gunfire sounding particularly jarring. The neck veins of several officers beside Li Zhengguo bulged, their knuckles whitened from gripping tightly, yet it seemed as if their throats were frozen, unable to utter a word. The collapse of the Shihui defense line was a thorn they could not remove from their hearts, an indelible disgrace. Every time it was mentioned it felt like an inch of ice was driven deeper into their marrow. Li Zhengguo slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, raising his hand to press down on his subordinate's tensed shoulder, signaling him to calm down. He turned to Wei Dong, his voice very calm but carrying an undeniable authority. Before departure, General Li Hang clearly instructed that this operation is under my full command. Your current actions constitute disobedience. Disobedience. Wei Dong laughed as he stood up, his tall figure almost brushing against the overhead light in the cabin. The light slashed down from his forehead, dividing his face into light and shadow, enhancing the gloom. Comrade Li Zhengguo, the times have changed. You are a general, but the troops you command are not mine. He stepped forward half a pace, the mud clinging to the soles of his combat boots dropping onto the floor. My direct superior is only General Li Hang. His orders were clear and written in black and white: at all costs reach the designated coordinates within 24 hours. What I am doing now is strictly executing this command. The soldiers behind him erupted into low mocking laughter saturated with derision. Some ground their boots against the floor, producing faint noises, while others deliberately disassembled their weapons, creating clattering sounds that shamelessly expressed their contempt. A voice of suppressed discussion drifted over, clearly reaching everyone's ears: a bunch of defeated dogs still dare to act proud here. If it were me, I would have lost all face to continue living. Li Zhengguo's cheek muscles twitched slightly as if ice shards were crawling down his spine, intertwining anger and humiliation deep within him. He saw the undisguised disdain in Wei Dong's eyes, not contempt for him personally but an instinctive rejection of the symbol of a defeated general. In this jolting steel carriage heading into the dark depths, the old military rank insignia was losing its original weight. The only heavy truth was the fact of the fall of Shihui and the disastrous defeat. Outside the vehicle, the roar of heavy machine guns suddenly rose an octave, mixed with the dull sound of some shell explosion. The ceiling transmitted the sharp wail of helicopter rotors, and the spotlight's beam cut through the narrow window, instantly illuminating half of Wei Dong's frozen cold smile as well as the deep shadow in Li Zhengguo's eyes. Those faces are really tough, no wonder they can become generals, he. Indeed, having lost the city, they still have the face to act here. The rising tide of ridicule pierced through his ears, and although Li Zhengguo was over 60, the suppressed anger in his chest surged up fiercely, causing his vision to darken and his body to sway, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, an officer with a colonel's rank beside him reached out just in time to support him. You. Don't go too far. The officer held Li's trembling arm, his eyes bulging red, his teeth grinding noisily, and he shouted angrily. Another colonel from Shihui was even more infuriated, his hand already resting on the holster at his waist, his fingertips just touching the cold hard metal gun body. Smack. A loud slap struck his face without warning, causing a ringing in his ears and leaving him dazed. Immediately after, his temple met the cold circular hole of a gun muzzle. Humph, still want to make a move? Wei Dong's gaze was devoid of warmth. Before his words fell, he swiftly delivered 2 crisp slaps to the colonel's face, saying, "It is already a great favor for old Li to nod and take you on this journey. Don't be ungrateful. Do you really think you're still the high and mighty colonel from before? What role do you play? Now you have 2 paths to choose from. Either from this moment on everyone obeys my orders and follows my arrangements, or I will immediately order the convoy to stop and ask you to get off. After we clear the supplies from the base, if there is still strength left, perhaps we will return to pick you up. No force is required. Now get off the vehicle." Surrounded by vast wilderness with zombies roaming everywhere, there were no vehicles, no support. What difference was there from a direct death sentence? Li Zhengguo and his 4 subordinates instantly drained of color, their facial muscles twitching slightly from the effort to suppress their feelings. The apocalypse had eroded too much, including the dignity between people and the little bit of compassion left. They exchanged heavy glances, forcefully suppressing the surging anger and humiliation deep within, ultimately bowing their heads to reality. "All right." Li Zhengguo gritted his teeth and spoke slowly, "Since we stay, all future actions must absolutely obey my command. If anyone acts on their own and dares to defy orders..." Wei Dong's gaze swept across everyone, icy and piercing. The threat in his words was self-evident. His gaze swept over each tense face coldly stating, "If anyone dares to oppose, don't blame me for not considering past relationships." Saying this, he neatly holstered his gun and returned to his position, the pressure around him frighteningly low. Time slipped by in this oppressive silence second by second, and in the blink of an eye 2 hours had passed. Outside the window the night was thick as unbreakable ink, unable to see the 5 fingers extended before one. With the faint light from the convoy's headlights, countless twisted figures of zombies could be seen stumbling along the road, densely packed together, seemingly having no end in sight. At the same time, the sound of crashing waves continuously came from afar, crashing against the riverbank, clear to the ear. Wei Dong's spirits suddenly lifted, his heart certain, his position was correct. According to the intelligence in hand, that semi-abandoned military base was built along the riverbank adjacent to a university campus and accompanying university town, surrounded by 3 residential areas. Even further away, a vague outline of a commercial street could be seen. The convoy had just passed the edge of that district and vaguely glimpsed the shadows of the residential area and campus. Now the sound of water was the final confirmation signal. "Commander. Commander. A large number of evolved zombies have been detected ahead. Requesting you to issue the next command. Repeat report. Large numbers of evolved zombies have been detected gathering ahead in extremely high numbers. Requesting clear instructions. At the edge of the new district, the perimeter of that semi-abandoned military base." The low rumble of the engine vibrated the surrounding air, particularly piercing in the silent night. On the wide abandoned highway, a broken obstacle-clearing vehicle led the way, followed by more than 10 armored vehicles maintaining a neat formation as they steadily advanced. High in the night sky, 5 armed helicopters hovered like hawks, lying in the shadows, silently following the convoy at a distance. To avoid attracting unnecessary trouble with the loud noise of the rotor blades, they maintained a high-altitude flight. "Commander, this is the No. 1 aerial reconnaissance team. Approximately 3 kilometers ahead, a large number of evolved zombies have been observed gathering, the scale larger than previously estimated, requesting instructions." A large gathering of evolved bodies. In the infantry fighting vehicle, Wei Dong and the old General Li beside him all had their faces darken, a hint of seriousness flashing in their eyes. "If they haven't detected us yet, do not initiate an attack for now. Immediately increase flying altitude, do not enter their sensory range." Wei Dong pondered for a moment, then immediately picked up the communicator to issue orders. "Understood." The aerial team's response was crisp and decisive. The 5 helicopters immediately ascended, their bodies gradually blending into the heavy night, nearly invisible. Wei Dong then switched to the all-units communication channel, his voice crackling through the current, clearly reaching every member of the convoy. "All units pay attention, immediately reduce speed, proceed with minimal noise. All personnel enter combat readiness, prepared to engage at any moment." As he continued to issue orders one after another, Li Zhenghua and the others, who had quietly observed, remained silent, exchanging glances. Deep within their eyes a trace of cold, barely perceptible mockery flashed by. They chose to ignore the approaching threat without clearing it in advance, nor did they try to find a way to divert those evolved zombies, instead attempting to slip by unnoticed, allowing those extremely dangerous evolved bodies to linger in place. This was simply seeking death. They had long lost the interest to remind their lives were already as light as a feather, and even if they spoke, the others would not listen to a single word. After all, in Wei Dong's eyes, they were merely defeated dogs, and defeated dogs were hardly entitled to a voice. Ha! Thud! The outside was filled with the hoarse roars of zombies, along with the dull sounds of their crashing against the armored steel plates, each strike weighing on the heart. Old General Li and the others silently listened, each calculating in their hearts how to regain importance and reclaim that little bit of meager speaking rights. A few minutes later, according to Wei Dong's instructions, the convoy slowly maneuvered, skirting around the area where the evolved zombies were gathering. "Commander, we have arrived at the military base." The report came urgently from Wei Dong's subordinate through the communicator. "Good." A flash of brilliance sparked in Wei Dong's eyes as he immediately grabbed the communicator for the command channel, sternly ordering, "Immediately send someone to crack the base's gate password. All other units form a circular defensive formation using armored vehicles to establish temporary cover and repel approaching zombies." The engine emitted a low rumble as 2 infantry fighting vehicles, 3 armored personnel carriers, 3 heavy supply trucks, and the lead vehicle rapidly dispersed, forming a semi-arc defensive formation in front of the towering metal gate of the base. The base gate stood over 10 meters high, wide enough for several vehicles to pass side by side. Although the area was not small, they had sufficient manpower, and the armored vehicles were very sturdy, complemented by 5 helicopters laying down fire coverage, seemingly foolproof. However, when soldiers peered out of the observation windows and on the roof looking towards the dark shadows rushing towards the base, everyone instantly froze, their faces drained of all color. The night was torn open by the helicopter's searchlight, the pale light illuminating the surging tide of zombies in the distance. It was a dense mass of corpses, almost endless, with at least 6,000 to 7,000 zombies frantically rushing towards the base from all directions. Among the tide, the outlines of evolved zombies were clearly visible, and there were not few in number. Yet Wei Dong remained unfazed. Years of battlefield experience had forged his strong psychological resilience. He quickly grabbed the microphone, his voice resolute. Without any hesitation, helicopter teams No. 4 and No. 5 activate the machine gun turrets, fire rocket shells and fully attract the attention of the zombie horde. Team 4 received. Team 5 received. Boom, zzzzz. In the air, the two hovering helicopters suddenly spat fire, the cannon bullets raining down like a violent storm and the continuous rocket shells trailing dazzling tails slammed into the center of the zombie tide. Thud. Thud. Where the shells landed, the bodies of zombies shattered on impact, rotten flesh and black blood splattering everywhere, instantly filling the air with a heavy, nauseating stench. Boom. 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 The rockets exploded consecutively, massive fireballs rolling and expanding, consuming everything around. The wreckage of abandoned vehicles and the severed limbs of zombies were thrown into the air by the flames. Each explosion was capable of clearing a large area, taking away nearly 200 to 300 howling corpses. But for the vast horde of over 6,000 zombies, this loss was merely a drop in the bucket, having no substantial effect. Death not only failed to deter these zombies but instead ignited their deeper rage. The hoarse roars layered upon each other, growing louder and louder. Countless pairs of blood-red eyes glowed terrifyingly in the dark. The speed of the zombie surge increased even more. A woo, roar. Ha. Ha. Looking at the increasingly agitated horde, Wei Dong felt no worry. Instead, a faint sense of relaxation crossed his lips. This was precisely the effect he wanted: attraction, restraint. As long as the horde had a clear target to attack, the situation became controllable and those threats could be directed elsewhere. In the air, the two helicopters maintained low-altitude flight, continuously unleashing firepower while slowly moving away from the military base. Like a magnet attracting iron filings, the zombie tide below suddenly changed direction, following the trajectory of the helicopters. In the dark wave, nearly half of the zombies, about 2,000 to 3,000, turned to pursue the direction in which the helicopters were retreating. The defensive pressure in front of the base suddenly lightened. The explosive flames tore a brief light in the night sky but were destined to be fleeting. The booming sounds of artillery outside the military base were like a boulder thrown into stagnant water, drawing the waves of zombies from even further away. There were far more wandering shadows of zombies in the university town and residential areas than in this desolate region. We must end the battle in the shortest possible time. Wei Dong's command fell like a blade without any hesitation. He and the soldiers around him simultaneously raised their assault rifles, weaving a net of fire that poured forth towards the approaching zombies, forming a scorching line of defense before the tide of corpses. Gunfire continued relentlessly like a torrential downpour. The 100-man team unleashed astonishing firepower in suppression. Two groups of team members took turns to unleash bullets, successfully holding back the 3,000 to 4,000 swaying zombies outside the defensive line. Whenever the defense line showed signs of wavering, 10 soldiers would quickly switch to shoulder-mounted rocket launchers, spewing forth fierce flames as 10 rockets howled down into the horde, the explosive shockwaves and shrapnel temporarily disrupting the zombies' numb march. Even the armored vehicle intermittently roared low as shells exploded in the densely packed zombie crowd, creating chaos and buying precious seconds for the entire defense line. Report to the commander. The entrance to the base has been breached. The announcement from the headset cut through the rhythm of the fifth ammunition change. Wei Dong turned to look. The heavy iron gate of the military base was slowly opening to both sides in the night. The entire process of unlocking and opening the gate took only 60 seconds, an efficiency that was cold and precise. The first group continues to maintain cover fire. The second group immediately follows the armored vehicle, target the interior of the base. 6 kilometers west of the military base lies the area of the aviation university town. Deep within building No. 6, a group of 40 survivors was taking a brief rest in the darkness. Boom, rumble, the slumber was abruptly torn apart by the muffled explosion from the east, waking everyone from their drowsiness, and they exchanged glances in the dim light. Someone still heavy with sleep muttered, "Who the hell is firing off fireworks at this hour? Let us live." Fireworks? You must still be half asleep. In this world, where would fireworks come from? Another person rebutted in a hushed tone. Listen to that sound. It's the sound of explosives. Someone is using firearms at night. Explosives. Who would dare to move outside at a time like this? Wait, listen to the direction. Someone suddenly lunged toward the window, peering through the broken glass to the glowing horizon in the east. After a moment of silence, a hushed exclamation erupted in the crowd. It's in the direction of that old military base. Someone is targeting it. None of the 40 individuals were weaklings. They were all strong young men, part of one of the 3 major survivor groups in Dongshan City, dispatched here to scout this semi-abandoned military base. Within the organization, they were considered the elite of the elite. Before the apocalypse, each had a distinctly different identity: a Sanda coach, a boxer, a retired soldier. Their individual combat capabilities far exceeded those of ordinary survivors. Gathered here, the 40 men resembled a blood-soaked dagger, sharp and deadly. Shut up. A deep reprimand came from the doorway inside. A burly middle-aged man stepped out, his piercing gaze sweeping through the crowd in the dim light, exuding an undeniable authority. The noisy voices instantly hushed and everyone fell silent. This man was named Chen Tai, a Zhuang ethnic individual. Although over 40, his physique remained as solid as a tower, brimming with strength. His palms were covered in thick calluses, marks left by years of training. Before the apocalypse, he was merely a taciturn factory worker at a winery, yet he had practiced ancient Zhuang boxing since childhood. This boxing style was fierce and violent, with every strike deadly, making it a living fossil of close combat. However, Chen Tai never sought trouble, even appearing overly honest and straightforward. But those who underestimated him would pay a painful price. He had long since rewritten his own survival rules with his fists in this shattered world. At this moment he gazed at the night sky, slightly tinged red by gunfire in the east, his brow slowly furrowing. Before the apocalypse, the various rules could still confine people's behavior, but once order completely collapsed, the jungle law of the survival of the fittest became the only truth. And the ruthless nature inherent in Chen Tai was gradually surfacing in such an environment. On the very day the disaster broke out, in order to carve out a path from the abyss, he personally shattered the leg bones of over 10 companions in the winery, tossing them to the horde of zombies chasing behind as bait for his own escape. Later he sought refuge in a survivor stronghold. When a small group of over 10 people inadvertently provoked him, he wasted no time in single-handedly eliminating them. All included 2 children, a pregnant woman, and several elderly individuals. This fierce tenacity and terrifying combat ability quickly made him stand out in the stronghold, and within a few days he was promoted to squad leader. At this moment Chen Tai stood by the window, gazing at the distant military base where flames occasionally rose, his voice low and cold. No matter who has their eyes on this military base, they cannot be left alive. Immediately relay the message back to the stronghold. Just send the message. Captain, aren't we requesting support from the stronghold? A subordinate nearby cautiously asked, his tone laced with hesitation. The message will go back, and naturally someone will be unable to sit still. Chen Tai glanced at him, his eyes cold. No need for you to worry. Yes, I will do it right away. The subordinate did not dare to say another word, hurriedly turning to leave. Chen Tai scanned the room, his voice deep as he asked, "Where's Wei Jun?" Team leader Weiss squad is already organizing their gear and preparing to depart. Someone immediately responded. Old Wei understands my thoughts. Chen Tai smiled slightly, though the smile lacked warmth, then turned to the others. You all hurry up and pack your things, come with me to check the situation. But the commotion over there is so great, it's likely that thousands of zombies have already gathered. It's too dangerous for us to go over right now. Someone muttered quietly, the reluctance in his words unmistakable. Chen Tai's brow suddenly furrowed, his right hand shot to his waist, and a pistol was instantly pressed against the forehead of the speaker, the cold metal touch causing that person to stiffen immediately. If you're afraid of dying, I can help you find eternal relief right now, and you won't have to fear those zombies anymore. Several other team members, similarly showing signs of fear, turned pale and lowered their heads, not daring to meet Chen Tai's gaze. No. Captain Chen, I didn't mean it like that. I'll go pack my things right away. The person with the gun at his forehead trembled, waving his hands repeatedly, his tone filled with pleading. Then hurry the hell up and go pack. Chen Tai shouted angrily, glaring at the others. What are you all just standing there for? Waiting to die? Yes. Well, pack up right away. The team already had a few of his trusted subordinates who quickly finished preparing and waited aside. The others also dared not delay in the slightest, and in less than a minute they had all packed their gear. 2 minutes later the group filed down the stairs, and Wei Jun, the retired soldier and captain of the second team waiting behind the iron gate, nodded slightly to Chen Tai. Captain Chen. Let's go, old Wei. Chen Tai nodded in response. As the iron gate opened, the zombies wandering in the corridor immediately roared and lunged. Wei Jun and Chen Tai had an excellent tacit understanding, almost simultaneously launching their attacks wielding machetes to swiftly dispatch the approaching dozen zombies, their movements crisp and efficient without any hesitation. The group quickly cleared a path, rushing to the first floor and boarding the 4 modified armored vehicles allocated for their mission. These vehicles had been extensively modified. Extra thick steel plates were welded onto the body and sharp blades about 20 centimeters long were affixed. The front end was reshaped into a sharp cone that could both carve a path through the zombie horde and prevent the vehicle from getting stuck. 20 minutes later, the 4 armored vehicles arrived at a telecommunications tower about 500 meters from the semi-abandoned military base. Chen Tai, Wei Jun and several trusted subordinates quickly climbed to the top of the 45-meter-high tower, bringing binoculars, handguns and assault rifles. Standing at the top of the tower, Chen Tai and the others peered through binoculars towards the distant military base, their hearts tightening and disbelief etched on their faces. Is that military personnel? They originally thought the first to reach this old base would be some scattered survivors, but never expected to encounter a well-equipped regular army with standard weaponry. Through the binoculars, the various defensive facilities marked on the map were long gone. The empty base was teeming with nearly 1,000 zombies, while around 100 fully armed soldiers were systematically clearing the zombies within the base using practiced tactical formations. How could they arrive so quickly? The group exchanged astonished glances. To their knowledge, the nearest military station was 200 to 300 kilometers away. After the apocalypse, the roads were destroyed and filled with obstacles, making it difficult for vehicles to progress. But when those armored vehicles came into view and the sound of helicopter rotors filled the air, they instantly understood they had greatly underestimated the other side's mobility amidst such chaos. Immediately send a message back detailing the situation here. Chen Tai suppressed his shock and quickly issued the command. At the same time, he signaled his 2 proficient marksmen to set up their sniper rifles, quietly aiming in the direction of the military base, their fingers gently resting on the triggers, ready to act at any moment. 30 kilometers away, the night was still as thick as ink. Huh! Groan. The hoarse howls of zombies echoed in the darkness, only to be entirely crushed by the roar of steel colliding. With 6 infantry fighting vehicles leading the way, Jiang Ming and the others in the heavy armored vehicle charged ahead unstoppable. Abandoned vehicles along the way were blown apart by artillery fire, and the oncoming horde of zombies was shredded by the vehicle-mounted machine guns as the convoy forcibly carved a path through the chaotic streets. As dawn approached, the entire world sank into the deepest darkness. Compared to daytime, the number of zombies continuously pouring out from every corner of the city was simply incalculable. This was precisely where the greatest danger of nighttime operations lay. The darkness not only concealed the survivors' movements but also birthed countless bloodthirsty shadows of zombies. Fortunately, the firepower of Jiang Ming's convoy was fierce enough, with shells and bullets weaving a moving net of fire constantly clearing the road ahead. However, the following zombies were gathering in increasing numbers, gradually forming a dense tide, and relying solely on the machine guns and rockets on the vehicle was no longer sufficient to disperse them completely. These zombies clung closely, trailing behind the convoy, treading over the rubble and ruins, dragging along the survivors who had hidden in the buildings along the way into despair. Piercing screams occasionally echoed from deep within the streets, often brief before swiftly returning to silence. The 4 within the vehicle clearly heard these sounds, yet none spoke. In this apocalypse, excessive pity would only become a burden that drags one down. Survival itself was a brutal game of chance where everyone could only hold tightly to their own chips and fight with all their might for their own path to survival. Sir, the military team dispatched to the old military base has successfully entered the base interior. A steady and clear report came from the armored vehicle sound system. So soon? The 3 women in the back seat exchanged looks of surprise, clearly not expecting the military's actions to be so swift. Their equipment is no worse than ours, and they traveled overnight just like us. It's only natural they managed to reach the base first, Jiang Ming replied calmly, his expression unchanged. Furthermore, the survivor faction's reconnaissance squad has already detected the military's movements and relayed the intelligence back to their base. Oh. Jiang Ming raised his eyes slightly, a flicker of interest shining through. What is their response over there? The core members of that base have convened an emergency meeting and decided to dispatch a vanguard force of 200 men currently rushing at full speed towards that military stronghold. According to intercepted communications by the system, this vanguard hails from a survivor enclave controlled jointly by over a dozen wealthy merchants. These individuals are keenly aware that in a world where order has collapsed, wealth without formidable military power is nothing more than worthless paper. Only by commanding superior armed forces can one firmly establish a foothold upon this wasteland and perpetuate their dominion. Jiang Ming gazed out the window. On the distant horizon the blurred silhouette of the old military base emerged faintly in the night while deeper shadows silently converged from all directions. They must race against time to arm themselves even if it means clashing head-on with the military. Fortunately, among the dozen or so founders of this survivor base, several had operated within the gray areas of the law before the catastrophe. Relying on years of sharpened instincts and ruthless methods, they decisively mobilized every resource at any cost upon witnessing the disaster footage circulated by Jiang Ming that very night, frantically scavenging weapons and gear hidden in the city's shadows. It was this merciless, cost-ignoring plundering that enabled them to withstand the initial and fiercest waves of the undead, ultimately forming a formidable armed force not to be underestimated today. Compared to the group in Shihui City, the tycoons in Dongshan are truly far more shrewd and capable. The three women gradually grasped the situation as the system continued reporting, sharing their joint sentiment. Moreover, they enjoy significant geographical advantages. Jiang Ming offered a different perspective, speaking slowly. As long as they hold the three bridges connecting the urban area, their entire defensive line becomes impregnable. Shihui City is besieged on all sides, with zombies roaming freely between districts and converging in tides. The pressures faced by the two sides are not remotely comparable. The three women nodded in agreement after a moment's thought, validating Jiang Ming's assessment. Sir, the 200-strong survivor vanguard has undergone background checks. The system's voice sounded again. Please proceed. Jiang Ming gestured calmly, prompting the system to continue. It then smoothly relayed the investigation's findings one by one. This unit is a carefully selected core combat force not to be underestimated. Among them 30 are personal bodyguards hired at great expense by the wealthy merchants, excelling in both firearms handling and close-quarters combat. Over 20 members have military backgrounds, possessing exceptional individual combat skills. The remaining more than 150 were meticulously chosen from civilian survivors, either agile fighters skilled in melee combat or marksmen with firearm proficiency far surpassing ordinary people. Their weaponry is equally impressive, mostly standard-issue firearms forcibly seized from various police stations in the new city, boasting formidable firepower. Additionally, this force is equipped with over 30 vehicles of various types and 6 helicopters. These vehicles have undergone brutal yet practical modifications: thick steel plates welded onto the bodies, menacing blades arrayed around their frames, transforming them into armored beasts capable of rampaging through hordes of the undead. Among the 6 helicopters, 2 are genuine armed models outfitted with rocket pods and rotating cannon turrets, delivering terrifying firepower. The other 4, modified under the guidance of some civilian mechanical experts, have light machine guns installed on both sides of their doors, becoming low-flying reapers harvesting the lives of zombies. Such a formidable armed force emerging from civilian survivors alone left the three women inwardly awestruck. Indeed, this configuration rivals that of regular military units. Jiang Ming nodded slightly, though his brows furrowed as he pondered their subsequent plans. Suddenly he raised a critical question to the system. System, how far are they from that military base? Approximately 50 kilometers, sir. 50 kilometers. This distance is not close, even farther than their current location. Judging by nighttime driving speeds, they might well arrive at the military base earlier than the survivor vanguard. Yet whoever arrives first is likely to find nothing. Time may already be insufficient. No one knows how long the military team that breached the base ahead will take to scavenge and transport supplies. If their progress is slow, there might still be room for maneuver, but if they act swiftly and decisively, the original plan will undoubtedly require adjustment. Since we cannot arrive first, we must find a way to delay the military. A bold idea silently emerged and gradually took shape in Jiang Ming's mind. What is it? Has the situation changed? The three women exchanged glances and softly inquired as Jiang Ming fell into a thoughtful silence after the system's report. Jiang Ming's gaze swept across the three faces inside the vehicle, each with a different expression. Without beating around the bush, he said, "The military has already beaten us to entering the base. At our current speed we'll fall behind by at least 20 kilometers and can't catch up. Then what do we do?" The three women nearly held their breath simultaneously, anxiety etched across their faces. If they arrive to find nothing, the arduous journey will have been utterly in vain. There are only a handful of usable military strongholds in the city, and missing this one would indefinitely postpone their plan to establish an arms factory. Not to mention the ceaseless consumption of ammunition and fuel by the convoy. If this expedition yields no gains, the cost would be unbearably high. There is a solution. Jiang Ming's lips curved into a faint playful smile. We stir up some trouble for them, delay their pace, and time will naturally be on our side. Stir up trouble. Lu Yuqing, who had been with Jiang Ming the longest and knew his style well, quickly grasped the idea and tentatively asked, "You mean have the system hack into their communication channels, emit harsh noise to attract more zombies, and block the base's gates?" Li Shiro immediately caught on, her eyes lighting up as she added, "It's not just about blocking the gates. We can also interfere with communications between their armored vehicles, filling their radios with static. Once their command system is thrown into chaos, their formation will naturally collapse." "That's not all." Yi Ziling's voice carried a trace of excitement as she too grasped the key point. "We can also gradually gather all the zombies surrounding the base, forcing them to exhaust themselves, dealing with tidal waves of the undead, leaving no time to transport supplies." "Exactly, we must make sure they never find peace and are overwhelmed." Jiang Ming's smile deepened as he issued instructions to the system along the lines they proposed, arranging everything meticulously. He added, "System, simultaneously scan the area surrounding the military base and mark all coordinates where zombies are most densely gathered, ready to mobilize at any time. Also mark the location with the largest zombie concentration near our current position immediately." "Executing order, sir." "If we're going to play, it cannot be on a small scale. We must mobilize not only the zombies near the base but also those around ourselves." Li Shiro widened her eyes slightly, looking at Jiang Ming with a hint of astonishment. "Jiang Ming, are you intending to pit tiger against wolf?" Lu Yuqing, not fully processing it yet, instinctively asked, "Pit tiger against wolf? What does that mean?" Yi Zhiling, however, fully understood Jiang Ming's scheme and explained slowly to Lu Yuqing, "First, use the zombie tide near the base to entangle the military, buying time for us and that 200-strong survivor vanguard. If that team arrives promptly, the situation will be more favorable for us." "Indeed, well said." Li Shiro nodded in agreement and looked at Jiang Ming, adding, "Moreover, this also grants us a window to hasten our journey. If we can reach the base before this chaos ends, we might reap the benefits effortlessly." Hearing this and recalling Jiang Ming's earlier order to mark nearby zombie clusters, Lu Yuqing suddenly realized the gravity of the plan. Gasping and wearing a look of disbelief, "Jiang Ming, isn't this step too audacious? It's incredibly risky." Not only her but Li Shiro and Yi Zhiling also looked at Jiang Ming with concern in their eyes. The plan is indeed ingenious, allowing them to trap the military inside the base using zombies without direct confrontation. Given their convoy's composition and mobility, they are indeed capable of retreating intact after triggering a massive zombie tide. However, this all hinges on each step executing with clockwork precision. Even the slightest misstep could lead to a drastically different outcome, potentially dooming them to an irredeemable abyss. To say nothing of the zombie gathering grounds near the military base and their current location, each likely harboring tens of thousands of zombies. This doesn't even include the zombies trailing and converging as the convoy clears its path. Gathering all these clusters together could produce a zombie tide exceeding 80,000. 80,000 undead. Even an ironclad convoy of infantry fighting vehicles would avoid confronting such a force hidden. "Is that large?" Jiang Ming asked calmly, his gaze still fixed on the desolate cityscape passing by, eyes gleaming with quiet confidence. A faint subtle smile played at his lips as he glanced at his three companions and spoke slowly, "If every step of the plan is meticulously calculated and simulated, mistakes become impossible. As for the risks inherent in seizing that base, they are unavoidable elements accounted for within the plan." Some words he chose not to fully disclose. His true objective extended far beyond merely dealing with the 100 soldiers dispatched by the military and the 200 survivors. He intended to cleanse those aimlessly wandering zombie hordes in the city attracted by the commotion. Each of those represented mobile merit points. How could he let them slip away? As for weapon supplies, the equipment brought by these two forces was no small amount, sufficient to replenish their strength. Moreover, the nearly half-abandoned military base itself promised vast raw materials. With its facilities, the issues of arms and ammunition would be effortlessly resolved. "Sir." At this moment the system completed its comprehensive scan and analysis, reporting again. First, the distribution of zombies around the military base. About 8 kilometers west of the base lies an abandoned commercial park harboring over 4,000 zombies. 6 kilometers southwest is the university and surrounding campus area containing an astonishing 9,400 zombies. 11 kilometers northwest, 3 densely populated residential complexes are packed with over 12,000 zombies. The commercial park's zombie count is unsurprising given its heavy foot traffic at the outbreak and subsequent steady influx of scattered zombies. The university city, however, is more like a colossal natural trap for zombies. the tall walls and intricate terrain form a labyrinth where zombies enter but rarely find an exit. This causes the zombie population inside to increase relentlessly unless they form a unified tidal surge capable of bulldozing all obstacles by brute force they cannot escape. Conditions in residential districts were broadly similar. A rough tally revealed that approximately 25,000 zombies, drawn by instinct and converging organically, had amassed within the vicinity of the base. Ideal. Jiang Ming scrutinized the 3 clusters of luminous points projected onto the screen by the system, nodding faintly as a glimmer of quiet satisfaction flickered in his eyes. These 3 zombie swarms had already grown restless due to earlier military gunfire and artillery detonations, and were slowly migrating toward the base. Now we need only provide them with one final unmistakable cue noise, to lure them directly where we intend. The 3 women standing beside him also observed the system's data, each reacting with subtle shifts in expression and silent contemplation. Is this number excessive? Lu Yuqing voiced her concern first. Might the military personnel be utterly overwhelmed by the tide? They're sheltered behind the fortified defenses of the military base. Holding out for a while should pose no insurmountable challenge. Li Shuru responded thoughtfully. A swarm exceeding 20,000, could such chaos birth a wolf-tier mutated zombie? Yi Zhiling's focus rested on a far graver possibility, her voice edged with quiet apprehension. Such an outcome cannot be ruled out, Jiang Ming replied candidly, offering no evasion. Listening to their exchange, Jiang Ming gave a soft tranquil laugh, one imbued with an uncanny grounding calm. Wolf-tier zombies warrant no undue anxiety. With our current combat capability, dispatching 1 or 2 poses no difficulty whatsoever, so long as we remain vigilant against ambushes. As for the higher-tier tiger-tier variants, this region lacks the environmental conditions necessary to spawn such abominations. There is no cause for further speculation. He naturally withheld the truth. Even if they truly encountered a tiger-tier zombie, he possessed a concealed trump card, sufficient to maneuver, evade and endure. Though victory was not guaranteed, escape, intact and unscathed, was assured for himself and his team. Yet to fully dispel their doubts, he issued a new command to the system: access all functional surveillance networks across the new district. Retrieve and analyze video logs from the past several days, prioritizing detection of any wolf-tier zombie activity. Along desolate crumbling urban thoroughfares the black tide of the undead oozed forward like viscous turbid sludge, wending its slow inexorable path beneath the night sky, leaving ruin in its wake. Vroom! The thunderous roar of heavy armored vehicle engines shattered the nocturnal stillness, reverberating sharply through the hollow expanse of the street. GHRR. Ugga! With grinding heaviness the tank treads crushed fractured asphalt, accompanied by wet sickening crunches of splintering bone, a sound that set teeth on edge. Jiang Ming and his 3 companions rode within a heavily reinforced armored vehicle, preceded by 6 infantry fighting vehicles arranged in a wedge formation, advancing like a steel leviathan, unstoppable and unyielding. Abandoned vehicles blocking the way were rammed aside and flattened without mercy. Scattered zombie clusters offered no resistance, crushed instantly beneath treads or obliterated by the vehicle's sheer momentum, dissolving into dark formless stains upon the pavement. This brutal cacophonous advance carried far into the hush of midnight, not only rousing dormant zombie hordes from distant city sectors but also jolting survivors hiding in nearby buildings, those clinging desperately to life amid the ruins. They awoke from nightmares, scrambling to windows, frantically waving arms toward the convoy, their hoarse cries echoing raw despair. Yet the iron torrent did not falter, not once. Cold relentless it surged onward down the endless avenue, leaving behind those fragile fading cries of hope unheeded and unmourned. The armored column advanced without hesitation, the metallic clatter of treads grinding over shattered asphalt persisting deep and resonant, piercingly clear in the night air. Ugga! Roar! From the depths of surrounding structures guttural zombie responses rose in staggered succession, growing louder, more numerous. More shambling figures emerged from shadowed recesses, joining the swelling throng trailing behind the convoy, its ranks swelling steadily. Within moments the pursuing horde had already surpassed 20,000. Occasional survivors who glimpsed this advancing black deluge turned deathly pale, retreating hastily into their hiding places, breath held tight in terror. It was already too late. The convoy's deafening clamor, and the layered ravenous shrieks rising from the swarm behind, had already rent the street's silence asunder. Where the sonic wave struck, windows trembled violently, emaciated zombie arms smashed through glass, tore down iron shutters, and poured forth, drawn irresistibly by the scent of living flesh, merging seamlessly into the surging tide. Jiang Ming did not look back. His gaze remained fixed ahead, upon the road itself. In this apocalypse its own immutable laws reigned. Survival alone conferred legitimacy, death merely the most ordinary conclusion in a world unmoored from order. No soul here deserved a second glance. Since the day civilization collapsed entirely, Jiang Ming and the 3 women aboard the vehicle had etched that truth deep into their bones. Every ounce of their attention was locked, unwaveringly, upon the floating electronic display before them, not a fragment diverted. 1 minute and 37 seconds later the system's synthesized voice chimed within the armored cabin, no activity traces detected. Full archival review completed, 120 hours of footage across the entire new district analyzed. Geographical constraints appear to have capped zombie aggregation, insufficient to trigger the relevant evolutionary threshold, Jiang Ming murmured, giving a slight thoughtful nod. The shoulders of the 3 women beside him finally relaxed, just slightly, as the weight of tension eased from their brows and eyes. Pinpoint the nearest high-density zombie cluster. Jiang Ming issued the next command. Target acquisition complete. The map on the display zoomed rapidly inward, a vivid red marker flared to life southeast of an intersection. Simultaneously the system announced, designated zone food plaza. Straight-line distance from current position 3 kilometers. Preliminary scan indicates approximately 13,000 zombies concentrated within a 1-kilometer radius. Alter course, head there. As Jiang Ming spoke the women exchanged a fleeting glance. One murmured softly, perhaps we'll even find frozen provisions there, replenish our supplies. Meanwhile deep within the skeletal remains of a half-abandoned military base over 1,000 zombies wandered aimlessly across the vast training grounds, trapped inside by sealed alloy gates. Wei Dong's squad had breached the base's access controls and now used their armored vehicles as mobile fortresses, systematically eliminating zombies drawn by the engine's roar. BRRRT, from firing ports along the armored hull controlled bursts of flame erupted intermittently, soldiers delivering precise headshots to gaunt advancing corpses. Leveraging the open terrain the convoy maintained constant evasive maneuvers, keeping a safe calculated distance from the horde. The operation had proceeded smoothly, until now. Just as the cleanup reached the halfway mark disaster struck, without warning. Several kilometers away, in the university district and the adjacent commercial college city, blaring electronic music suddenly erupted, pounding basslines fused with shrill synth wails cutting through the air across multiple kilometers, slamming violently into the base's perimeter walls. The campus PA system, it's been activated. A soldier cried out in shock. Why now? Wei Dong's sharp rebuke was instantly drowned beneath a sudden deafening surge of zombie shrieks. That abrupt sonic assault was like awakening a slumbering abyss. The previously listless zombies turned frenzied, low mournful moans fading into the wind replaced by a rising chorus of savage overlapping roars. While those inside the base strained to formulate a response, the massive horde gathered beyond the main gate fell eerily silent, then began retreating slowly as though pulled by some invisible force. This area had always teemed with zombies. Though helicopters had lured away a portion earlier, the remainder had merely been contained, not eradicated. Logically, the persistent gunfire within the base should have drawn ever more zombies outward. Their original plan had been to clear internal threats first, then confront the external horde at the gate. None anticipated these lingering corpses would voluntarily reverse direction. To those inside the base it was an unexpected boon, many soldiers' tense faces softened, lips almost curving into relieved smiles. But Wei Dong's brow furrowed deeper. The timing felt unnervingly contrived, as if an unseen hand manipulated every thread. A profound unease coiled cold and sharp in his gut. Let's set this aside, for now. Wei Dong shook his head firmly. Since the horde isn't surging inward, probing further serves no purpose. With external pressure dramatically reduced, this was the perfect window. Eliminate remaining internal threats, secure vital supplies, and withdraw swiftly. He raised his hand decisively, issuing a low commanding order to his troops: accelerate clearance, conclude this engagement without delay. Almost simultaneously atop the towering communications tower ringing the base, Chen Tai and Wei Jun's team lowered their gazes from the distant university city, each man slick with cold sweat. Moments ago had been perilously close. Had they not relocated early to this elevated vantage, they'd now be submerged in a sea of corpses, life hanging by a thread. Captain! Look over at the base. A team member whispered urgently, pointing toward the military compound, voice trembling with alarm. At his cry everyone whirled around, eyes locking onto the base. Then, without warning, a chaotic jarring symphony of mobile phone ringtones exploded from every direction surrounding the base. Boundless horizons are my love, you are my little apple, two tigers running fast, a dissonant grating barrage of melodies flooding the dead silence of the wasteland. The tones emanated from countless pockets of the undead, remotely triggered en masse by unknown hands now ringing in unison. The zombie horde, already dispersing toward the university city, froze mid-stride at the sudden chime. Even the contingent previously lured away by helicopters, and now circling back nearby, halted, pivoted, and began sluggishly reorienting toward the military base. Under the moonlight, black shapes converged into a churning, heaving tide, easily numbering over 10,000. What in the world is happening? Chen Tai and Wei Jun locked eyes, finding only shared bewilderment and dawning dread reflected back. They had never witnessed anything so unnatural. The zombies moved as if choreographed by some invisible rhythm, every gesture uncanny alien. What followed chilled them further. Minutes later, the university's broadcast cut off abruptly, silence reclaiming every speaker. Yet the ringtone barrage around the base intensified, louder, denser, more relentless than before. Gh. Gh. A low, agitated murmur rose from below. The zombies who'd begun moving toward the university now halted, paused in brief disarray, then as one turned their hollow gazes toward the base, drawn forward with sudden eerie purpose as if magnetized. On the communications tower, every witness stood paralyzed, icy dread surging up their spines, freezing them in place. Inside the base, reports flooded in, leaving commanders stunned into silence. Upon hearing his subordinate's rapid-fire briefing, Wei Dong's expression darkened completely, his fists clenched tightly at his sides, knuckles bleaching white with strain. Who orchestrated this? No answer emerged. His face hardened into grim resolve as he seized the comms unit, swiftly establishing a secure channel to headquarters. Reporting to General Lee, the derelict facility designated half-scrap has manifested anomalous phenomena. All electronic devices in the vicinity have spontaneously activated, emitting high-intensity noise, drawing massive zombie concentrations toward our position. Request immediate operational directives. Deep within the rolling folds of Lingshan, the soft patter of water echoed through the valley. Atop the base, in a solitary villa built against the slope, the steady murmur of flowing water spilled from the bathroom, shattering the night's stillness. General, are you not ready yet? I have been waiting for so long. In the master bedroom, a young woman in a silk robe lounged against the broad bed, her gaze fixed toward the bathroom as she drew out the note, urging him in a soft, coaxing voice. From the bathroom came Li Hang's amused reply, coming, don't be impatient. A relaxed smile softened his sun-darkened face. Had this been before the cataclysm, he would never have indulged so brazenly, but times had changed. Wielding the authority of life and death over the entire safe zone of the base, what now restrained his whims? He had not yet stepped out when the bedroom door was flung open by a subordinate who burst in. You damned, Li Hang snapped, furious, reaching instinctively for the pistol at his waist. General. Captain Wei Dong has urgent information to report. The subordinate blurted, his voice thick with haste. What? News from Wei Dong. Li Hang swallowed his anger in an instant. Forsaking the attempt to dry the beads of water on his skin, he tore a towel around himself and strode to the elevator, descending swiftly to the military command center beneath the villa. As the elevator descended, he asked coldly, impatience cutting his tone, you said Wei Dong encountered an emergency. That it has drawn a massive horde. The subordinate trembled all over, he had never imagined he'd barge in at such an awkward moment. Fear gnawed at him, yet fear aside, he could not omit a single word. From what he knew of Li Hang, any hesitation now could result in much worse consequences, even a dragged-out execution. He straightened his spine and, adopting a solemn mien, answered, yes, General. Captain Wei Dong reported that the old base experienced sudden anomalies. Peripheral electronic devices activated for no reason and emitted high-decibel noise, causing vast undead hordes to converge rapidly on their position. Have you tasked nearby surveillance to help trace the cause? Li Hang's brow tightened, his face growing even sterner. Report, General. Most perimeter cameras cannot function at night. Even the few with night vision recorded nothing abnormal. Ding! The elevator arrived at the command center with a crisp chime. Li Hang did not ask further, he strode out and made straight for the sector responsible for tens of thousands of surveillance feeds. Though it was deep into the night, more than 500 staff remained on duty, the room a hive of activity. With a crash, Li Hang shoved the glass door and entered the monitoring area, snatching up the communicator. He ordered the night shift immediately retrieve every surveillance feed across Xinjiang. Yes. Over 500 civilian staff heard the command in their earpieces. Seeing Li Hang present in person, none dared slacken, they bent over their consoles and worked with fevered haste. Fortunately, Xinjiang still lay within their control. In under 2 minutes through coordinated effort the thousands of cameras scattered across Xinjiang lit up on their respective screens. Most of the images were shrouded in absolute black, only about 1,000 night vision-equipped lenses rendered anything visible. The pictures were grainy but sufficient for an initial inspection. Immediately scan the past several hours of all surveillance for any anomalies. Li Hang commanded again. To synchronously review thousands of feeds and rewind hours of footage was an arduous task for the 500-plus personnel on duty. Yes. Over 600 staff held their breath, fingertips dancing across the control panels. They did not follow Li Hang's somewhat amateur directive to simply pull recent footage. Instead, in accordance with tactical analysis protocol, they first accessed the global dynamic monitoring system. 3 seconds later a shrill alarm split the command center's silence. General. The chief analyst sprang to his feet, voice urgent. On the main highway 52 kilometers from the abandoned base we've detected an armed convoy. Project it to the main screen. Li Hang's voice was cold as steel, utterly devoid of warmth. A holographic image coalesced above the command console. In it over 30 heavily modified vehicles tore through the morning mist, speeding along the road. The lead armored vehicle wore a welded 20-centimeter thick wedge ram. Its rooftop turret spat tongues of fire as it fired, devastating in its force. More unsettling were the shooters half out of the vehicle hatches. Their firing cadence bore the rhythm of special forces. Their combat uniforms, though stained with blood, retained a disciplined cut, visible proof of professional training. An organized armed formation. Li Hang tapped his knuckles against the command desk with a dull sound. Inform Wei Dong the wolf approaches. A second alarm sounded almost immediately without pause. General, 30 kilometers out we've spotted 6 infantry fighting vehicles escorting 2 special-purpose vehicles. The deputy reported, a note of hesitation in his voice. From their trajectory they are curving toward Meishercheng. A fresh feed appeared. The iron convoy crushed the wreckage of abandoned cars beneath its treads, while the 25mm chain guns on board shredded the zombie masses into fragments. The 2 box vehicles sheltered at the convoy center, however, exuded an oddness. Their armor exceeded typical troop carriers, and subtle ringed antenna arrays could be discerned atop their roofs. It's a feint. Li Hang sneered, his gaze sharp. Which survivor group would bring electronic warfare vehicles to pillage canned food? He fixed his eyes on the convoy's strange course and ordered, maintain surveillance, but do not alarm Wei Dong yet. Let him focus on the wolves at the forefront. Through the crackle of the communications channel an encrypted directive soon came through. East Sector, attention, an armed unit of approximately 200 personnel is expected to contact your line in 47 minutes. Characterized by specialized modified vehicles and coordinated tactics. Recommend immediate activation of Response Plan 3. Along the flank of the console rose red lights bloomed in a line. On the holographic map of the Horde monitoring system tens of thousands of biological signals traced an uncanny spiral, swirling like a dark red tide stirred by an invisible hand as it converged upon the military base. A naturally forming horde would never trace a Fibonacci spiral, the data analyst said, voice trembling. General, the zombies around the base are being deliberately lured. Li Hang stared at those unervingly precise paths. A cold gleam like the reflection of a match's lights flickered in his pupils. Fragments of intelligence flashed through his mind. A neurobiologist who vanished 3 months ago, subsonic devices trafficking on the black market, and the encrypted transmissions intercepted last week that repeatedly used the mysterious codename Mu Shiren. Find out which rat is pulling the strings and manipulating the horde. Li Hang unbuttoned the first button of his collar, a small gesture that usually signaled his orders would shift to unrestrained killing permission. When we unmask the mastermind, I will use his spinal fluid to lubricate the joints of the mechs. In the monitoring room every civilian staffer held their breath, eyes locked to the screens, unwilling to slacken for a single moment. Report, General, the preliminary calculation of the horde scale is complete. A dozen analysts responsible for surrounding sectors reported in unison, booming voices. 3 waves of hordes are moving toward the base, west at 7 kilometers, roughly 4,000, southwest at 6 kilometers, nearly 10,000, northwest at 11 kilometers, estimated 12,200. Li Hang's face went leaden. He hammered the command table, producing a heavy thud. Synchronize this data with Captain Wei Dong. Issue orders, prioritize fortifying the base gate and accelerate the transfer of supplies. If the defense line ultimately collapses. His voice cut off. A look of grim resolve passed his eyes. He enunciated each word. Initiate the self-destruct protocol immediately. Obliterate this base utterly, leave no resources that could be exploited. Yes. The radio operator answered solemnly, gripping the handset and relaying the command with grim speed. On the base plaza the zombies' rasping hisses intertwined with the staccato of machine gun fire and the thunder of shells creating a deafening roar. The entire area was suffused with acrid smoke and the metallic tang of blood. Captain Wei Dong's 100-man elite squad anchored by armored vehicles into a solid formation methodically wiped out the remaining 500 or so zombies within the compound. Thanks to hardened combat experience and heavy equipment the squad kept casualties in the single digits if the clearing operation proceeded relatively smoothly. Inside an infantry fighting vehicle Wei Dong's grip tightened on the communicator, knuckles widening. He asked into the handset with a low voice, "Destroy the base. Is that command from headquarters?" The confirming tone in the earpiece forced him to draw a long breath and swallow his regret. As lamentable as it was, better to reduce the base to ashes than let its material fall into the hands of scavenging survivor bands. He glanced at the radar traces of the approaching militia. A sardonic curl touched his mouth. 200 or so, mere rabble hardly comparable to a force tempered in life-and-death crucibles like theirs. Besides the horde moving toward the university district there are two more closing in. Wei Dong scanned the real-time battle map, then barked into the all-channel radio group to detach 30 men to assist with organizing and transporting supplies. The remainder accelerate the clearance of the residual zombies and hold the main gate. Group 1 acknowledged. Group 2 execute orders. After issuing the commands Wei Dong turned to Li Zhenghua and the others huddled in the corner of the vehicle, his tone as cold as a blade. "You lot, don't think you can hide in the rear and idle away. Take up your rifles and fight at the front." The earlier transmissions had already reached Li Zhenghua and his companions. With the situation collapsing they understood that seizing their weapons and fighting with every ounce of strength was their only sliver of hope. But when the uncompromising order fell upon them, what rose was not anger but a fear that seeped into their bones. To face ravening zombies with lives on the line, how could mortal men not be terrified? Had they truly been fearless they would not have abandoned civilians back in Shihui City and fled in panic. Now there was no retreat. Refused to fight, and before the horde arrived Wei Dong's gun would already be leveled at their brows. Li Zhenghua and his companions exchanged a brief look, then rose slowly to their feet. In a hushed voice he said, "We will fight. At least some of you still have a soldier's backbone." Wei Dong scoffed, waving for the nearby troopers to hand them each an assault rifle. Just as they finished gearing up and were about to surge from the vehicle, a soldier suddenly cocked his head. His ear twitched, he frowned and said, "Captain, do you hear that? Isn't it strangely quiet outside the base?" As his words fell an odd hush descended over the surroundings. Wei Dong strained to listen. Indeed, the constant clamor within the base had abruptly ceased. Not only inside, even the rasping cries of the zombies beyond the perimeter had ebbed as if the tide were quietly receding. "The noise has stopped," he murmured. His perpetually taut shoulders loosened a fraction. "Those hordes drawn by sound should no longer be converging on us." "Let's hope that's the case," a nearby soldier replied softly, his voice threaded with a fragile hope. Wei Dong reached for the radio, prepared to order all units to lure the nearby zombies away from the main gate and then eliminate them one by one. A sudden sizzling burst. An unbearably piercing shriek erupted without warning from every communication device. At the same time the helicopters circling overhead unleashed deafening loudspeaker noise that clawed at eardrums. Huff, croak, a howl. Outside the wall the corpse tide that had been subsiding boiled over again in an instant. Boom. Boom. Thud. The base's iron gate was battered by frenzied strikes. The hinges emitted a mournful groan as if they might snap at any second. Farther away the black mass of zombies rolling out from the direction of Dakshuang finally surged forward. Sluggish from the surrounding silence moments before, they were now reawakened by the cacophony, their eyes flushing crimson as they howled and lunged toward the military base, joining the nearly 10,000 outside the gate into a single terrifying tide. Wei Dong and the surrounding soldiers went deathly pale, their faces drained of color. What is happening? The roar of tens of thousands of zombies outside coalesced into a constant rumble that made eardrums ache. A few young soldiers' hands trembled on their rifles, their knuckles whitening from the grip. Wei Dong spun around and slapped several nearby soldiers across the faces, barking, "Wake up. Go deliver the order, everyone shut down all communications, do it now." The howling and the pounding on the iron gate continued like a tsunami, reverberating in their ears. The soldiers fanned out along the high wall, each spaced several meters apart, forming a discontinuous net of fire as they continued to clear the remaining zombies inside the enclosure. But the ever-intensifying banging from outside struck like a heavy hammer on everyone's chest, pressing the air from their lungs. "Turn off the communicators. Turn them all off. Roused by Wei Dong, a soldier leaned out of a firing slit and shouted with all his strength. His voice was nearly swallowed by gunfire explosions and the undead's howls, yet the order still cascaded outward in waves. Inside the vehicle, soldiers fumbled to cut power to the communication equipment. The grating noise gradually sputtered out, and just as the last electrical crackle died, the iron bolt on the base gate suddenly shattered. The thick door bowed inward as dust cascaded down and a gap was forced open. Squad 1. Block the gate with armored vehicles. Establish a defensive line behind the gate quickly. Wei Dong's roar rose above the chaos, echoing across the plaza. By then the zombies inside the base had been largely cleared. Engines roaring, several armored vehicles slammed into position head to tail, forming a crossbar before the newly opened gap. Their steel hulls glinted hard and cold in the dust and dim light. Behind the iron tide of armored vehicles, the soldiers moved like precise machines, emplacing 10 light machine guns, 5 heavy machine guns and 3 mortars. The black mouths of barrels and tubes wove into a net of death, locking onto the trembling gate. Wei Dong climbed down from an armored vehicle, his face ashen, his gaze fixed beyond the wall. Beyond his sight the corpse tide advanced in layered waves. To meet them head-on would be little short of suicide. Even if they managed to hold the gate, the price would be catastrophic. When the 200-strong survivor group pressed in, those defenders would have no strength left to struggle. He instinctively looked up at the 5 armed helicopters wobbling overhead like drunkards barely maintaining their hover. The original plan had been to lift those helicopters and draw the horde away. Now, with all communications severed by an invisible interference, they could not even contact the choppers, let alone issue orders. They could expect no help. They had no choice but to fight to the end. The tightly shut metal doors creaked under the zombies' continuous blows, groaning as a widening fissure slowly opened inward. The next moment the shadows of mutated zombies surged through that gap. The brutes had rock-hard muscles capable of punching deep craters. Agile variants moved with inverted limbs like phantoms and could close distance in an instant. Tentacled creatures whipped out slimy appendages to entangle prey. 5 to 6 meter giants cast monstrous shadows and shook the ground with each step. Spider-like zombies with serrated jointed limbs crawled like nightmares, leaving long gashes in their wake. Crawlers slithered close to the ground in twisted postures with terrifying speed. Dozens upon dozens of mutated creatures poured in at once, no fewer than 70 or 80 in a single burst. Wei Dong's pupils constricted sharply. He even recognized several familiar faces among them, ones they had earlier skirted around, and blood surged hot to his head. Open fire. Everybody open fire. The instant the order detonated, the roar of guns tore through the stagnant air. Light and heavy machine guns spat burning tongues of lead, and mortar rounds described deadly arcs as they cascaded onto the evolving horde pouring through the gate. Flesh and dark blood burst like broken fireworks. Rotting meat and fragmented limbs flew under the impact of fire. The acrid metallic stench quickly filled the plaza. Yet that odor seemed only to stoke the horde's frenzy, their roars stacking into a hellish boiling symphony. But the barrier fashioned from steel and artillery was no mere showpiece. The ammunition carried by 100 elite soldiers was enough to sustain suppressing fire, and the narrow gate entrance had become a natural slaughter pen. So long as the fire net held, the undead could not breach it by sheer numbers. The evolutionary zombies continued their hoarse cries while the ordinary hordes like tidal waves smashed through the trembling doors and poured into the courtyard. A fetid, rotting wave of corpses saw the living soldiers and, instantly frothing with bloodlust, lunged at the line's claws and teeth, seeking to tear people apart. Rocket salvo. Mortars prepare. Wei Dong's shout cut clean through the thunder of artillery and hung clearly over the battlefield. They had to first rain a dense round of ordnance to shred and scatter the most concentrated vanguard, relieving pressure on the line. Artillery tore the night apart. The iron roar of ordnance became the battlefield's dominant motif. 10 streaks of fire leapt from the rocket tubes, trailing molten tails like falling meteors as they plunged into the surging black wave. Explosions followed in ear-splitting succession. Orange fireballs bloomed and swallowed the densest clusters of zombies at the front. Scorching blasts rolled outward with fragmented limbs as if a burning wound had torn open at the head of the tide. Almost at the same moment heavier thunder rose from the rear as mortar shells arced steeply over the field and landed deep within the horde. Consecutive detonations wrought new chaos and flame there, forcibly severing the momentum of the following ranks and creating a brief rupture in the onrush. Machine guns joined the iron and flesh symphony just in time. Using solid fortifications, the soldiers poured a torrential curtain of bullets onto the staggered silhouettes in the flames, seizing the hard-won breathing space to desperately consolidate the precarious line. Hot casings clinked and rolled across the ground, scattering far. Smoke and the tang of scorched flesh saturated every breath, enough to make one dizzy. Wei Dong loosened his clenched fist ever so slightly, at least for now they had weathered the first surge. Yet the gravity in his eyes did not abate. He understood this was merely a brief lull before a far fiercer onslaught. In the shadow of an abandoned building farther off, Chen Tai's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. His expression was full of dread. What played out before him was a conflagration of blood and steel beyond his imagination, tens of thousands of zombies roaring and charging the human stronghold, and the fortress answering with an even more violent metallic storm. Even having heard myriad end times rumors, seeing such scale with his own eyes delivered a visual and spiritual shock that chilled his spine and made his heart quake. The men behind him were worse off, pallid bloodless faces, cold sweat soaking their clothes, bodies trembling. "Captain, their firepower is overwhelming. Should we strike now?" a subordinate whispered, making a covert grab gesture, greed flickering in his eyes. Chen Tai kept his gaze fixed on the battlefield and slowly shook his head. His voice was dry as he said, "Now is not the time. Our objective is not to relieve them or to help the zombies break their formation. We only need to watch the team hauling supplies inside the base and make sure they do not slip away." Wei Jun beside him nodded in agreement, his eyes equally cold and almost cruel. "The zombies are helping us drain their ammo and strength. They are helping clear the undead. We just wait here. When our people arrive, when both sides have worn each other down, we go out and clean up the aftermath. That will be the most profitable outcome." Two clever captains. The men immediately understood and murmured their flattery, their greed more obvious than ever. On the other side of the city in Dongqing, the once bustling Huaxi Meisher Cheng had long since been taken by stillness. Broken signs hung at crooked angles, overturned tables and chairs were strewn about, and rusted vehicles clogged the center of the street, composing the scene of decay. Residual zombies wandered the streets with low guttural howls. Occasionally a survivor's terrified eyes peered from the narrow gaps of darkened windows. At night they breathed as quietly as possible, fearing to draw the undead. That deathly silence was ripped apart by a low, heavy mechanical rumble that grew from distance to near, brutally shattering the night's calm. 6 rugged infantry fighting vehicles flanked an especially bulky armored command vehicle and a transport. Like iron beasts they rammed through abandoned cars and scattered zombies, crushing the littered street as they pushed into the depths of the food city. But what sent the hidden survivors blood cold was what trailed the convoy, a rolling, surging mass of black shadows that seemed to stretch to the horizon. The zombies' roaring merged into a scalp-tingling tidal sound that clung to the steel convoy's heels and could not be shaken. 30 to 40,000. Perhaps even more. Everyone hiding in the dark clamped their mouths shut, shrinking deeper into shadow, wishing their hearts would stop beating. The ghastly sight of the iron flood racing the tide of death became the deepest nightmare etched into that night. Inside the armored command vehicle the ride was steady, but the atmosphere in the cabin was taut as a drawn bow. Jiang Ming leaned against the seat and closed his eyes while the system's comm report sounded in his ear. Perimeter of the military base has engaged the first wave of the horde. Defenders are organizing a defense. The advance is faster than anticipated. Jiang Ming slowly opened his eyes and asked, "Is there live battlefield footage?" "Already projected to the vehicle screen." Lu Yuqing and 2 companions immediately leaned toward the electronic monitor, their gazes locked on the images. On the screen figures darted and fire wove a net. Shouts and roars seemed to bleed through the display. The scene was savage and merciless. "The commander organizing the defense is not slow to react," a short-haired woman said softly as she watched. "If they had hesitated a moment longer their line would have collapsed. They even pulled out heavy machine guns and mortars. Their supplies are substantial." Another girl with a high ponytail clicked her tongue, a trace of relish in her voice. Jiang Ming gazed at the screen for a moment, gently nodding. With this level of firepower density, a horde of 20 to 30,000 zombies cannot breach their defenses in a short time. The military headquarters has detected the signal from our convoy, but since we are not approaching the military base, we are currently not prioritized as a target. The system reported again. Perfect. The corners of Jiang Ming's mouth slightly lifted, forming a cold arc. Maintain the false surveillance footage around, making them believe we are still at the food city without moving. Wonderful. The 3 women in the vehicle spoke almost simultaneously, excitement flashing in their eyes. When we bring the zombie tide and suddenly appear at the flank of the military base, the expressions on their faces at that moment will surely be quite amusing. A low chuckle spread through the car, quickly subsiding as everyone's gaze returned to the screen, their expressions growing serious once more. Jiang Ming turned to the system, issuing a new command: search for available loudspeakers nearby and pinpoint their locations. Location confirmed, coordinates synchronized. As the coordinates arrived, all camera feeds taken over by the military were quietly replaced and the screen continued to show 6 infantry fighting vehicles parked in the dilapidated square of the food area as if this convoy had never left. Turn right at the upcoming intersection. There's an electronics store where we should be able to find suitable loudspeakers, Liu Yuqing said softly, staring at the navigation screen. A few minutes later the convoy arrived at the electronics store. The soldiers quickly disembarked and brought out multiple large speakers from the store. Each fighting vehicle had a large speaker fixed on its roof connected to a vehicle-mounted power supply, and everything was ready. Then, "The vast horizon is my love, you are my little apple, two tigers love to dance," a cacophony of melodies exploded at an astonishing volume, the sound waves rolling through the streets, crashing into the ruined ruins, sweeping across the entire food city area and continuously spreading further. Hoo! Roar! Ow! The howls of the zombies echoed from all directions. Thousands of zombies which had previously been huddled in the shadows of buildings or lurking in alleyways were completely stirred by this piercing sound, surging out from everywhere like a tidal wave, staggering towards the source of the sound, growing in number. Are these people insane? Making such a commotion at night? Do they want to attract all the zombies? Don't drag others down with you when you die. We worked hard to find a safe hiding place. It's over. All the zombies will be drawn over. We are doomed this time. Damn it, can't you play something more listenable? These songs make me want to vomit. It's simply mental torture. In various hiding places the survivors' muffled cries, angry curses and trembling whispers filled the air. Some tightened their grips on rusty knives, their eyes filled with despair yet also hiding a glimmer of ferocity, pushed to the edge. Jiang Ming slowly looked out the window, the dark silhouettes of zombies gradually emerging at the end of the street like a slowly moving dark tide surging towards the convoy. He reached out and turned off the loudspeaker, and the interior of the vehicle suddenly fell silent, the outside noise vanishing in an instant. It's time to move. Jiang Ming's voice was calm but carried an undeniable strength. When the hidden survivors saw that terrifying tide of living dead gathering behind them, all the prying eyes instantly retreated. Everyone curled up in their hiding places, suppressing every tremor, no longer daring to make a sound, not even daring to breathe. Inside the fortified command vehicle, Jiang Ming and his 3 companions watched the scene outside. The sound systems mounted on the 6 infantry fighting vehicles once again unleashed a massive roar that tore through the night sky. A horde of zombies several times more dense than before was surging out from deep within the streets and alleys, closely following the convoy. The corners of the 4 mouths simultaneously lifted into knowing arcs. The allure of the loudspeakers exceeded expectations. Jiang Ming tapped lightly on the electronic map, his gaze sharp. "Give me a cup of forgetfulness water, charge." The horn of advancement has sounded. Youth flows like a rushing river. One song after another with different styles echoed, the sound waves shaking the heavens. After leaving the dining street, Jiang Ming activated the system, increasing the cruising speed of the entire convoy to 100 km/h, racing towards the military base. Encountering scattered groups of zombies along the way, the convoy simply ran over them without slowing down. When faced with abandoned vehicles blocking the road, Jiang Ming immediately ordered the fighting vehicles to clear the obstacles with firepower. Before the explosions' light had faded, the steel bodies had forcefully rammed through the wreckage and continued forward. The heavily modified infantry fighting vehicles were not afraid of these collisions, as if entering a no man's land. The high-powered speakers captured from the mall continued to roar, the shock waves firmly drawing a large number of zombies from the dining area. Each street they passed attracted new living dead joining the chase. These moving sound sources seemed like magnetically enchanted stones, the flood of death gathering behind them growing larger and larger, reaching endlessly. These lunatics. Making such noise in the middle of the night, it's simply seeking death. The armored vehicles parading with loudspeakers are ringing the death knell for everyone. Please, can you see me? Save me, I'm right here in this building, take me with you. Don't go. Take me with you. I will do anything, just let me go, bastards. Heartless beasts. You will face retribution. From the buildings on both sides of the street, the survivors, awakened by the sound waves, clung to the window frames, shouting angrily at the speeding convoy. Their curses, cries and pleas formed a chaotic symphony. On the 5th night of the apocalypse, the persistent hunger, fear and mental torment had pushed many people to the brink of collapse. But when someone caught sight of the endless rolling black tide behind the convoy, all sounds suddenly died down. Windows were shut quickly, one after another, as if they had never been opened. The entire block fell silent once more, leaving only the roar of the convoy and the howls of the zombies echoing in the night sky. The 4 people in the armored command room naturally could not hear the survivors' cries, and even if they did, it would not change the predetermined course of action. At this moment Lu Yuqing and Yi Zhiling were half leaning out of the shooting hatch on the roof holding modified high-precision firearms aiming at the unusually swift figures of mutated zombies in the horde behind. Bang! Bang! Each time the muzzle jumped a mutated zombie's head exploded with a sound blood splattering. That's the seventh one. Yi Zhiling released the trigger, stretched her slightly sore wrist and glanced at Lu Yuqing beside her softly saying, Yuqing's progress is truly impressive. It's all thanks to sister. Yes, good teaching, I picked it up especially quickly. Lu Yuqing unloaded the magazine from the firearm, carefully checking the remaining ammunition under the weak light seeping from inside the armored vehicle. Besides, these modified ones have manageable recoil, making practice a breeze. As for bows and arrows, they still have quite a few limitations. Yi Zhiling looked toward the dark shadows swaying in the distance, her tone carrying some concern. The most troublesome is the supply of arrows. Once they're used up, they are hard to come by. Once we take down the military base in the east suburbs, Jiang Ming will surely figure this out. Lu Yuqing swiftly changed to a new magazine, the crisp sound of loading echoing clearly in the night wind. He has never failed to keep his promises. Suddenly the vehicle jolted violently and the two hurriedly grabbed the nearby rail to steady themselves. A harsh metallic tearing sound came from ahead. Without even looking, they knew it was another section of road blocked by vehicles forcefully rammed open by the fighting vehicles. It's probably been nearly 2 hours since we left the dining area. Lu Yuqing glanced at the glowing numbers on the dashboard. It's now 2:21 in the morning, we should start pulling back the team, Yi Zhiling said, lowering her protective goggles. In the lower driving compartment of the armored vehicle, the electronic screen in front of Jiang Ming and Li Shui'er displayed a constant stream of data flowing like a waterfall. Just as Lu Yuqing set down her firearm and followed Yi Zhiling into the driving compartment, hearing the conversation among a few people and seeing the numbers on the screen, her eyes widened in disbelief. Is this real? Did we really gather this many? Yi Zhiling could not help but gasp, pointing at the screen and saying, 3 zombie hordes are each following a vehicle with 20 to 30,000 zombies clinging to each vehicle plus these following us, Li Shui'er gently added, her tone also tinged with surprise, adding up to over 110,000. This number is probably even greater than the zombie tide we encountered in the center of Shihui City back then. In just one day, the few who had previously fled at the sight of a horde can now actively attract such a massive black tide. Thinking of this, Lu Yuqing, Li Shui'er and Yi Zhiling all felt an indescribable thrill rising in their hearts. They had never faced so many living dead at such close range, let alone this overwhelming tide of corpses which they had drawn over bit by bit themselves. Jiang Ming looked at the glimmer in their eyes and couldn't help but chuckle. Just over 100,000 and you're this excited. What will you do when you encounter hordes of millions or tens of millions? Millions. Tens of millions. The three had initially brushed off his teasing, but upon hearing the latter half they all froze instantly. They couldn't even dare to imagine such a scale of zombie tide, let alone face it directly. Thinking that within such a horde there might even be monsters more powerful than the tiger-level mutations, their expressions turned slightly dazed, pondering what a scene of earth-shattering, world-changing magnitude that would be. Jiang Ming shook his head, saying no more, and turned to the system asking, how far is it to the military base in the east suburbs? In response to your inquiry, Mr. There are still 13 kilometers to go, the system's mechanical voice immediately replied. What's the situation at the base now? Jiang Ming asked again. At this moment the three girls also returned to their senses, all turning their gazes towards the direction of the system's voice, filled with curiosity and concern. The system paused briefly before responding, Mr. The 3 zombie hordes you instructed to guide have now reached the outskirts of the base, gathering together with approximately 40,000 surrounding the base. However, the defenses at this base are quite solid, with 50-meter-high walls sufficient to withstand the impact of ordinary zombies, and the zombie tide can only surge in through the main entrance. The soldiers inside the base have been holding the defense line well, taking advantage of the terrain and firepower for the past 2 hours. 40,000 zombies, and they actually held them off. Li Shui'er could not help but take a deep breath filled with confusion. How did they manage to do that? Jiang Ming also felt a twinge of interest, ordering the system, show me the live footage from the base. Received. Boom. The moment the electronic screen lit up, the deafening sound of an explosion seemed to penetrate the armored vehicle's cabin, ringing directly in their ears. As the rolling flames gradually receded from the screen, it revealed a scene resembling a hellish battlefield. 10 meters inside the military base gate, the temporary positions constructed by the defending soldiers had long since been blown to bits. Charred earth covered the ground, scattered with severed limbs and arms mixed with countless bullet casings, and flames still smoldered in some areas, emitting a hissing sound. Black-red blood soaked into the soil beneath their feet, merging into foul-smelling streams that meandered across the ground. Most of the soldiers inside the base still stood, but everyone's faces were covered in smoke and dust, their expressions utterly exhausted, with even their eyes betraying an undeniable weariness. The overall commander Wei Dong was also among the crowd, his military uniform torn in several places, stained with dirt and blood. Li Zhenghua and the others were covered in filthy blood, with two of them missing arms, seemingly injured in the explosion. Yet even so they gritted their teeth and held on, not a single person collapsing. Shell casings at their feet had piled into small mounds, while beyond the base gate the undead surged like a tide, roaring and lunging at a defense line that looked ready to crumble yet refused to break. Gunfire rang out again and explosions boomed in succession. The brutal battle showed no sign of pausing. Gunshots and blasts braided together and detonated in the night. 5 armed helicopters circled above the base, rockets trailed fire into the sky from behind the defenses, and the garrison fought with everything they had to stem the oncoming black tide. Weariness had long since soaked into everyone's bones, yet they ground their teeth and held fast. Not one among them would yield. No one wished to die here. They fought as if with their last breath, until even the strength to pull a trigger was completely spent. No wonder they are the military's elite. The quality of each soldier is truly remarkable. With that kind of firepower configuration, they can actually hold back such a large-scale undead onslaught. Yi Zhiling watched the images on the screen and could not help but murmur, zombies at night are indeed far more troublesome than by day. Not only do their numbers swell, their movements become markedly quicker. Li Shuru frowned slightly, watching the swift undead. Come to think of it, the base walls are absurdly sturdy. Lu Yuqing pointed at the ramparts on the screen, astonishment plain on her face. Indeed, rockets and shells explode along the wall and all they do is blacken it. There's almost no structural damage visible. Yi Zhiling nodded in agreement. After viewing the footage the system transmitted, the 3 girls could not hide their surprise. The scene of the undead clashing with the defenders was harrowing, and the military base's formidable defenses left them inwardly shaken. With such solid bulwarks to rely on, setting up a temporary weapons workshop inside should be secure. Jiang Ming withdrew his gaze, nodded lightly, and felt a decision settle in his chest. He turned to the system and asked, "How many undead remain around the base now?" "About 10,000. A 100-man unit actually dealt with nearly 30,000 undead." Surprise flickered across Jiang Ming's face. This is the advantage of modern heavy firepower. With overwhelming suppression, 100 people can reverse a battle. Lu Yuqing sighed softly, newly mindful of the importance of heavy weapons. The end of the world is a jungle of the strong eating the weak. Ultimately only force is the hard truth. Li Shuru's delicate face, rarely so, was touched by a solemn gravity. From fighting desperately out of Bin City through the fall of Shihui City to maneuvering in Shihai City to the behind the scenes plotting and bargaining with the military and other survivor forces to seize this military base, even to the point of now drawing hordes of tens of thousands, every step they had taken relied on a steadily growing stockpile of weapons. The 100 defenders holding off 40,000 undead did so by virtue of powerful equipment and ample ammunition. Having sufficient ammunition in hand really lets you command the situation. Yi Zhiling said, pressing a hand lightly to her chest with solemn promise, "Once we take this base I will spare no effort to manufacture the equipment and weapons everyone needs." The movement caused a faint rise at her chest. Jiang Ming instinctively shifted his gaze and let his eyes linger for a moment. Noticing the sudden silence from the 2 beside him, he snapped back to himself and smiling corrected, "Zhiling, not everyone, us." "Right, us," Lu Yuqing and Li Shuru echoed in unison, their eyes full of agreement. "Fine. To survive better from now on I will build weapons that belong to us." Yi Zhiling's cheeks tinted slightly red. She rose and spoke with earnest determination. The vehicle gave a slight jolt. Jiang Ming raised a hand to signal, "Sit down for now. We all believe in you, you can do it." He offered an encouraging look, then turned to the central screen and asked the system, "Where has the other surviving team reached now?" "Sir, that team has arrived 3 kilometers from the base perimeter and has engaged the vanguard of the undead. They moved this fast." Jiang Ming was surprised. Their equipment is excellent. They steamrolled scattered undead along the way, so in only 2 hours they closed on the base. The system answered plainly. The 3 girls' brows tightened simultaneously. Lu Yuqing said gravely, "At that speed they will soon collide head-on with the military inside the base. Then we should hasten our pace a little," Jiang Ming said slowly, a meaningful smile playing at his lips. He then issued a decisive order, "System, set all vehicles to maximum firepower, no reservations, full speed advance. Draw the undead behind us and lure them all to the military base." "Understood." Executing immediately. Yi Zhiling, hearing his instructions, suddenly remembered something and knitted her brows tighter. What about the supplies inside the base? Surely the military hasn't stripped them all away, have they? If the supplies inside the base had indeed been removed, their effort to lure the horde and detour here would have been for nothing. Lu Yuqing and Li Shuru were both taken aback at the thought, their hearts clenching instantly. Indeed, with hundreds of trained soldiers inside and the horde held outside, those troops would have time to ferry supplies by helicopter in batches, even move warehouse gear behind the defenses and pour relentless fire at the undead regardless of ammunition depletion. Li Shuru had once been a SWAT officer. Though she had not been to this eastern suburban base, she had a fair sense of the typical material reserves of such military installations. Fuel, firearms, ammunition. The base would certainly hold stocks of these, and in quantities that would not be small. Even if this base were semi-abandoned, its hoarded supplies would dwarf an ordinary armory by an order of magnitude, otherwise the Dong City military would not have sent an elite 100-man detachment to garrison it. But from the surveillance the system had pulled earlier, the soldiers did not appear to be tapping the warehouse reserves, which was puzzling. Jiang Ming did not dwell. He asked the system straight away, "Can you detect the current supply situation inside the base?" "Sir, the garrison was moving supplies, but 2 scout teams from other survivor camps have been interfering with their transport operations." "What exactly is happening?" Jiang Ming's interest was piqued and he pressed for details. "Sir, those 2 survivor squads." As the system recounted events, Jiang Ming and the 3 girls gradually understood what had unfolded inside the base over the past 2 hours. After receiving orders, Wei Dong immediately organized men to move supplies from the warehouses while instructing other soldiers to fortify defenses and buy time for the evacuation. But just as the transport team was about to use rescue boats by the base dock to send supplies downriver, they were suddenly cut off by sniper fire from an unknown source and the operation stalled. Thereafter, whether the soldiers used helicopters or armored vehicles, every crucial attempt to move supplies met precise shots, as if more than one sniper lurked in the shadows watching their every move. The supplies were thus firmly blocked and could not be moved out. The garrison tried to counterattack to flush out the hidden shooters, but the adversaries were too cunning. After each cold shot they melted away and refused to engage in direct firefights. Indeed, a few soldiers had died to those sniper shots during the counterattacks. Wei Dong, furious when he learned, was utterly helpless. Had there been no signal interference around the base and had the armed helicopters been fully functional, those harassments would have been trivial. Instead, strong interference crippled most helicopter instruments, leaving them barely hovering and unable to navigate or fight properly. Otherwise they would have used helicopters to draw the horde away long ago and would not be trapped inside fighting the undead to this point. In the end, Wei Dong could only grit his teeth and order his men to temporarily ignore the sharpshooters and hold their positions using carried weapons and ammunition to keep the undead at bay. So where are those 2 harassing survivor squads hiding now? Jiang Ming's gaze shifted. He had already formed a plan. Those scouts could not remain and must be eradicated. He despised those who shot from the dark, though he exempted himself. He relied on boldness and meticulous strategy, not base unworthy tactics. "Sir, the positions of the 2 squads have been marked on the electronic map." Jiang Ming scanned the map and a chill touched his lips. A signal tower. A perfect place for an ambush. The base and its surroundings were already a scene of rampant warfare, shouts, explosions, and the undead's howls braided together into chaos. "Captain, that survivor organization outside has arrived. They're only 1 kilometer away." Behind the entrance defenses, a soldier peering through night vision binoculars saw several helicopters circling in the night and hurriedly reported to Wei Dong. After 2 hours of continuous combat with the horde, Wei Dong's face was gaunt and bruised, yet his eyes burned with a hard, merciless light. Upon hearing the soldier's report, he barely hesitated and hoarse shouted, "Use the mortars, obliterate them." In his eyes those hurriedly assembled survivor bands were a ragged crowd unworthy of concern. "Captain, we don't have many mortar rounds left," a nearby soldier said with a troubled expression. Wei Dong was startled. His heart dropped. Could the hundreds of shells they brought really have been spent so quickly? "No mortar shells." "Then switch to heavy machine guns. Spray them until they drop." Wei Dong ground his teeth and ordered again. "Captain, the heavy machine gun ammunition is nearly exhausted as well." The soldier's voice fell even lower. Wei Dong glared at his subordinate and, suppressing his fury, barked, "Signal the helicopters overhead. Tell them to take action." "Yes." The soldier seized the redand white signal flags and waved them hard and steadily toward the hovering helicopters. The 5 armed helicopters, hampered by signal interference and only able to hover, understood the ground signal at once. Almost at the same moment, all 5 helicopters turned their noses aimed at the survivor helicopters a kilometer away and pressed their launchers. 15 air-to-air rockets, each trailing a blazing red tail, ripped the night apart and screamed toward their targets. A kilometer away, the survivor convoy pushed forward with difficulty. Over 200 people cleared scattered undead drawn by engine noise while racing toward the base gate. Someone standing atop an armored vehicle, seeing the bursts of gunfire and flame before the base gate, laughed out loud. "I didn't expect the military to be tied down by the undead. By the time we clear these monsters and charge, and they'll probably be too rattled to steady their weapons." The laughter had barely died when someone beside him suddenly screamed, "Boss! Bad news. The military helicopters are firing rockets at us." The survivor team leader, known as the Black Lion, was originally a well-paid bodyguard for a wealthy individual possessing considerable skill and courage. Hearing the shouts, he barked sternly, "What are you panicking for? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and fight back." As soon as he finished speaking, 15 rocket shells whistled through the air, rushing towards them. Several helicopters above the survivor team scrambled to evade, but the pilots, being ordinary civilians, lacked professional training. Faced with such a dense barrage of rockets, they were utterly powerless. Boom! 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 15 consecutive violent explosions shook the entire wilderness, and the few helicopters of the survivor team that hadn't yet had the chance to be effective instantly turned into burning wreckage in the night sky, trailing black smoke as they fell. On the ground, nearly 200 survivors looked up at the fleeting flames in the sky, all standing dazed in place, momentarily forgetting to react. Most of them were ordinary citizens who had never witnessed such a brutal battlefield scene. This unbelievable sight left everyone breathless, not daring to even exhale. "That helicopter just got shot down like that," someone murmured with a trembling voice. "The military is so ruthless and formidable. Can we really compete with them?" The civilian survivors gazed at the remaining smoke and falling wreckage in the sky, their voices trembling, and the little confidence they had vanished in an instant. On the other side, the veins on the Black Lion's forehead bulged, his fists clenched so tightly they made cracking sounds, and the ferocity in his eyes was like a blade itching to charge at the military. "What are we waiting for? Bring down all those helicopters in the sky," he roared at his subordinates. His subordinates felt a chill run down their spines under his glare and hurriedly grabbed the radio to convey the orders, but soon their faces turned rigid as they looked up at the Black Lion and said, "Boss, our rocket launchers don't have enough range." "How far can they reach at most?" The Black Lion gritted his teeth and asked. "At most 400 meters. The corner of the Black Lion's mouth twitched fiercely as he shouted again, "Everyone advance at full speed. Get within 400 meters and then open fire." With the command given, nearly 200 survivors immediately launched their offensive, the dense gunfire and cannon sounds tearing through the air once more. A convoy of armored vehicles rolled over the debris on the ground, rapidly approaching the military base. Finally, at the moment they charged into range, 15 rocket launchers were simultaneously raised, their barrels aimed at the 5 military helicopters in the sky. They didn't expect this round of fire to hit all targets. After all, the helicopter pilots from the military were no amateurs and would surely do their utmost to dodge. However, in the next second, 5 blinding fireballs erupted in the sky as the 5 military helicopters were suddenly hit. Not a single rocket missed its mark. In the command room deep within the military base, the air seemed to freeze, stifling and suffocating. Wei Dong slammed his fist down on the control panel, his knuckles turning white, teeth grinding audibly. Outside the window, the 5 burning helicopter wrecks trailing thick black smoke were continuously falling. "Captain, those survivors have charged into the 400-meter range," a soldier hurriedly reported. Wei Dong suddenly turned around, looking towards the outer wall of the base. The tide of corpses outside the base had become significantly sparser under the dual assault of the military and the survivor team, while the line of survivors formed by armored vehicles and numerous gun muzzles was steadily closing in on the base. "Leave 20 people to clean up the remaining zombies around the base. The rest follow me and prepare for a full-on assault." Wei Dong's voice was as hard as iron, leaving no room for discussion. The tall walls and sturdy fortifications of the base were their greatest shield, making it difficult for the enemy's rockets to take effect. Meanwhile, the survivors outside had to simultaneously face the remaining zombies' attacks and the gunfire from within the walls. The advantages and disadvantages of both sides were glaringly obvious. Even though his soldiers were already exhausted, Wei Dong firmly believed that this motley crew of civilians was destined to perish here, becoming fodder for the zombies. Well done. That was exhilarating. Watching the fireballs burst in the sky, the Black Lion laughed heartily, the pent-up frustration in his heart dissipating, and the surrounding survivor team members also perked up, shouting loudly. However, before the cheers could die down, the sharp sound of bullets whistling suddenly tore through the noise. Countless bullets poured in like a torrential rain, piercing through the scattered corpses and clanging against the armored vehicles, sparking brilliant flashes. The survivors' faces changed dramatically as they hastily shrank back into the armored vehicles, not daring to show their heads. The Black Lion quickly retreated into the vehicle, slamming the door shut with a heavy thud. His chest heaved with rage as he growled fiercely at his subordinates, "What the hell? We've cleared out so many corpses, how come their ammunition keeps pouring in like a never-ending stream?" According to the intelligence from Chintai earlier, this military unit had been engaged in combat for over 2 hours with an astonishing number of zombies exterminated. In such high-intensity firefights, not only would the manpower be exhausted, but their ammunition reserves should have been depleted long ago. When they arrived, they saw the pile of corpses at the base entrance with black-red blood flowing like a stream. They secretly rejoiced, thinking the enemy was at their wits' end and would be easy to defeat. But the harsh reality before him gave him a solid blow. Could it be that they utilized the resource reserves in the base? This thought flashed through the Black Lion's mind, and he immediately shouted to his subordinates, "Quickly connect with Chintai's communications. Ask him what's going on." A moment later, a subordinate reported gravely, Captain Chintai confirmed that he has been monitoring the movements within the base. The military has been suppressing the tide of zombies and us with firepower, and there has been no chance to enter the base and obtain the supplies from the warehouse. So that means all the ammunition they're firing now is from their own supply. The Black Lion nearly cursed aloud, filled with disbelief. Logically speaking, the military supplies should indeed be ample, but that was before the apocalypse. Now, with the world in chaos, zombies everywhere, and everyone struggling to survive, who could still maintain such abundant armed reserves? Yet this military unit in Dongshan City was not only well-equipped but seemed to have bet their entire fortune to defend this base. A mere 100-man team probably carried enough ammunition to equip an entire regiment. Were those transport vehicles filled with firearms and shells? He was not mistaken. In fact, Wei Dong's soldiers had only consumed half of their ammunition stockpile by this point. Even if they faced another wave of zombies of similar scale, they were fully capable of withstanding it. "All vehicles, listen up," the Black Lion yelled hoarsely. "Immediately form a circular defense. The front of one vehicle should touch the back of another, creating an iron barrel formation. Since we can't break through, we'll have to hold our ground and compete with the military in attrition in resources. I don't believe that a remnant army that has been battling the zombie tide for so long will have more ammunition than our fresh troops." The engines roared violently, and on the wide road outside the base, 8 armored vehicles, 10 bomb-proof vehicles and 14 off-road vehicles began to move rapidly. The vehicles quickly formed a sturdy steel ring. The bodies of each vehicle were reinforced with heavy steel plates capable of withstanding ordinary bullets and even blocking the frenzied attacks and bites of zombies. This makeshift mobile barrier instantly isolated the survivors within the inner circle from the zombies outside. Immediately after, nearly 200 survivors pushed open the vehicle doors and leaped down, using the vehicles as cover, raising their guns to retaliate towards the base. About 50 people were responsible for clearing the continuously surging zombies, while over 150 guns were pointed towards the military base, unleashing a torrent of fire. Gurgle. The roars of zombies echoed continuously as the gunfire became dense like popping beans. The zombies were blocked outside by the steel defense, falling one after another under the hail of bullets, unable to approach. On the side facing the military, even though the survivors' shooting was uneven and less accurate, their absolute advantage in numbers and firepower still unleashed an exceptionally fierce barrage towards the base. The soldiers inside the base, also well-trained elites, calmly took aim behind their armored cover, their gunfire flickering in the twilight, and with each shot they could almost take down a survivor. The sounds of ricochets mixed with the dull thuds of bullets hitting flesh became the only melody on the battlefield. Within just 3 minutes of the exchange of fire, casualties had already occurred with bloodshed. 10 minutes later the situation became even more brutal. The military side had lost 12 men, while the survivors had already seen 27 bodies fall, a staggering disparity in casualties. "Captain, we can't keep dragging this out. If we continue, we'll lose all our people. The casualty ratio is too uneven," the deputy beside him whispered urgently, glancing at the casualty figures from the battlefield. The Black Lion scanned the battlefield and saw that his side had lost several more people, totaling 27 dead, and his expression darkened to the point of being able to squeeze out water. "Damn it, this group of civilians is no match for the elite military forces. If they are simply not worth the fight." He spat and immediately waved to summon the messenger. "Quickly send a message to Chintai, tell him to take his people around to the enemy's back and ambush their defenses. He must act fast." "Understood. I guarantee the mission will be completed." The messenger replied immediately. A few kilometers away at the top of the signal tower after his position was exposed it became difficult to lock onto the target of Chen Tai moving supplies in the base. When he received the Black Lion's order he was slightly taken aback. Go around to the military's back. And take out their nest. He understood that executing this order was fraught with danger and any misstep could lead to total annihilation. But the situation on the battlefield changed rapidly, leaving no room for hesitation. He quickly conveyed the combat deployment to Wei Jun, the captain of the second squad, and then led the main forces of both squads to quietly withdraw from the signal tower, leaving only a few to continue using cold guns to pin down the enemy soldiers moving supplies in the base, creating the illusion that they were still in place. Soon after, Chen Tai and his group quietly maneuvered along the river behind the military base, stealthily circling to prepare for an ambush. It went surprisingly smoothly. The military personnel didn't notice at all. Chen Tai wrung out the soaked hem of his clothes, his gaze sharp like a hawk fixated on the direction of the base's main gate, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. What's going on with Chen Tai over there? It's been a while with no news. Is something wrong? The Black Lion stared at the 21 new corpses beside him, unable to contain his anger as he glared furiously at the messenger. Our report, Captain. The communication with Captain Chen Tai has been lost. We can't contact him, the messenger stammered in response. Could it really be an accident? The Black Lion's heart sank suddenly, feeling heavy. However, immediately after 3 deafening explosions erupted in the direction of the military base, instantly dispelling his doubts. Boom! 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 3 loud bangs erupted almost simultaneously, and the defensive line constructed by Wei Dong and the soldiers at the military base collapsed, creating a huge breach. In just a few seconds, over half of the soldiers in the defensive line had been casualties, and from the original 100-man team only about 40 were still struggling to resist. The scene was horrifying. The zombies outside the base surged in like a flood, pouring through the breach, roaring as they pounced on the remaining soldiers, instantly launching a frenzied attack. Damn it! I actually got ambushed by this ragtag bunch, caught in a scheme. Wei Dong pushed himself up from the bloody ground, his cheeks flushed red, clearly injured internally by the shockwave of the explosion, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. The undamaged soldiers instinctively began to fight back, with some continuing to intercept the oncoming tide of corpses, others quickly turning their guns towards the ambushers behind them, while the rest struggled to drag their injured comrades back to safety. At this moment, General Li and his men, originally stationed at the front line set up by Wei Dong, had already suffered heavy losses, with only General Li and 1 aide still alive, both gravely injured. General Li had lost an arm and a leg in the explosion, lying helplessly on the ground, while his aide had a massive wound from shrapnel that split open his chest to abdomen, blood and flesh mingling, continuously spewing blood. It was clear he wouldn't survive. With such severe injuries, the two were no different from the dead, and amidst the chaos of the battlefield no one cared about their survival. At this moment a long-repressed roar and cheer erupted from the survivors' position, everyone filled with excitement. Awesome! You did great! Truly worthy of being my brothers! The Black Lion laughed loudly, his eyes filled with fierce light as he shouted at his men, everyone get in the vehicles. It's time to charge, follow me into battle and take this base. Charge! Slay them all. Eliminate the military personnel completely. Ha ha ha. We are finally going to win. After 20 minutes of brutal fighting, the survivors' team had been reduced from 200 to just over 120, suffering nearly half their numbers. The gloom of a prolonged battle that had cast a shadow over everyone's hearts suddenly dissipated with Chen Tai's successful ambush. Amidst the excited shouts, the roar of vehicle engines suddenly erupted, and the survivors' convoy surged forward like a pack of bloodthirsty wolves rushing towards the wide-open gates of the base. The tires crushed the bones and remnants on the ground, producing a deafening sound, while the roar of the engines tore through the thick night, echoing across the wilderness. More than 30 modified vehicles like beasts sensing blood closely followed the lead armored vehicle, abruptly changing direction and flooring the gas pedal, charging towards the military base. The sharp blades outside the windows cut through the air. Those corpses lunging at them were shattered before they could touch the steel of the vehicle, becoming ghosts under the wheels. The scattered roars of the zombies were completely drowned out by the vehicle's thunderous roar, becoming indistinguishable. Inside the base, Wei Dong beside the command vehicle angrily tore off his oil-stained and blood-marked military cap and slammed it to the ground. The cold shots from the ambushers behind and the blinding headlights from the front trapped him in a glaring white light, making it hard for him to move forward or retreat. He licked his cracked and bleeding lips, not a trace of panic in his eyes, only madness and fierce determination after being completely enraged. Since the day the apocalypse descended, he had led this small team crawling out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, fighting all the way to now, when had he ever allowed anyone to bully him like this? Team 1, follow me. His voice was hoarse but carried the chilling edge of a blade scraping against iron. Eliminate all those bastards firing from the rear, leave no one alive. Everyone else come with me, let's bury these dying things here, let them come and go without return. He jumped onto the roof of an armored vehicle shouldering a paint-chipped rocket launcher, his gaze fixed determinedly on the approaching survivors' convoy. Through the sights he saw the enemy's convoy rolling over the burning remains of their comrades, recklessly closing in. Now's the time. Wei Dong decisively pulled the trigger. A crimson line of fire instantly tore through the air, trailing a long tail of death, and shot straight into the survivors' convoy. Black Lion reacted swiftly, sharply turning the steering wheel, and the heavily armored vehicle emitted a metal screech under the strain, narrowly skirting the edge of the rocket, just barely avoiding disaster. The scorching wave of heat almost licked the glass of the windows, bringing with it a searing temperature. But the vehicles behind him were not so lucky. Boom! The orange fireball suddenly expanded, instantly engulfing 2 SUVs and an armored vehicle. Shattered metal fragments and even more broken human remains were hurled into the air by the massive shockwave of the explosion, falling back down like cold rain. Nearby vehicles were directly flipped and rolled by the shockwave of the explosion, their wheels spinning in the air, kicking up clouds of dust. In the lingering smoke, some lucky survivors who had been affected by the explosion shakily rose from their vehicles, but their bodies were burned black, losing all semblance of humanity, their throats emitting greedy hissing sounds as they lunged at those trapped in the mangled vehicles still struggling to survive. The piercing screams, the chewing sounds of zombies, the shattering of glass. A cacophony of sounds intertwined, briefly drowning out the lament of the vehicle engines. With rage, blood vessels erupted at the corners of Black Lion's eyes as he kicked open the car door, dragging out a similarly rough rocket launcher from the passenger seat, the cold metal shell resting against his shoulder, his gaze fixated on the base's main gate. Try this. I'll let you taste the flavor of a rocket. Another fire arrow shot from the launcher straight towards the already teetering steel gate of the base. The deafening explosion erupted again, the steel gate, already barely holding, completely disintegrated in the dazzling firelight, twisted metal fragments shooting inward, revealing the open courtyard of the base beyond, shadowed by deeper structures. The portal of the military base was completely wide open. Charge in! The surviving drivers, filled with a mix of fear and fury, shouted as they drove the remaining functional vehicles over the littered ground and staggering zombies rushing towards the suddenly exposed weak point. Wei Dong and the remaining soldiers barely avoided the aftershock of the rocket, only to see the desperate men in modified vehicles charging in fiercely, their eyes igniting with anger as everyone gripped their weapons, preparing to resist with their lives. Just then gunfire erupted from the rear. Chen Tai's ambush team had formed a pincer with the front survivors group, trapping Wei Dong and the remaining military soldiers tightly in the middle, unable to escape. 35 people. So it was you all along, obstructing our material transport from the shadows. Wei Dong's eyes were bloodshot as he fixed his gaze on Chen Tai and the others, his teeth grinding. Now let you taste this too. Without finishing his sentence, he had already darted out from behind the vehicle, shouldering the rocket launcher and firing fiercely. The entire movement was clean and swift, without any hesitation. Swoosh! The rocket shot out with a flaming tail, extremely fast, yet still not faster than Chen Tai, Wei Jun and a few alert team members' reactions. The few of them almost simultaneously dove to the side, narrowly dodging the rocket's trajectory. Boom! The rocket exploded in the midst of the crowd, flames engulfing and powerful shockwaves instantly sweeping the surroundings. Puff puff! Nearly 30 survivors were instantly swallowed by the scorching tongues of fire, not even having time to scream. Those at the epicenter of the explosion were torn apart, their remains completely obliterated. Those slightly further away were also severely injured by the shockwave, spewing blood and being thrown back, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. Those fortunate enough to survive the initial blast were left with broken limbs, their bodies torn and bloodied, lying on the ground in agony, suffering worse than death. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the military base, a series of heavy impacts echoed. The survivors' convoy had forcibly breached the base's interior. The blocking military armored vehicle was brutally rammed aside by the survivors' vehicles. The first to bear the brunt were those military personnel on the ground, unable to move, who were successively crushed under the wheels, turning into a mass of bloody remains without a single scream. Among them was the former highest commander of Shihui City, General Li, along with his aide. Who would have expected that this once powerful military leader would meet such a tragic end, buried under the wheels? The defense line has completely collapsed. Fall back. Retreat immediately. Wei Dong shouted hoarsely, his voice finally showing signs of panic. The situation on the battlefield was utterly out of control. the enemy was fully mobile, moving at incredible speed while his side was plunged into complete chaos due to severed communications, unable to organize any effective resistance. Taking advantage of the survivors' convoy being slowed down by temporary roadblocks inside the base, he led the remaining 10 or so soldiers beside him deeper into the base, seeking a way to escape. "Captain will stay behind to cover you. You go quickly. Take the rest and hurry up," several soldiers shouted at Wei Dong with bloodshot eyes. "You all." Wei Dong looked at the soldiers in front of him, his lips trembling, wanting to say something but swallowing it back. "Hurry up. Don't waste time. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late." The soldiers pushed Wei Dong, turning to charge towards the approaching tide of corpses and survivors, sacrificing their lives to buy him time to escape. Watching the soldiers turn towards death, Wei Dong's eyes turned red, tears mixed with blood and dust sliding down his face. He gritted his teeth, steeling himself, and with the last 3 companions burst through the encirclement, desperately running towards the riverbank at the back of the base. There lay several assault boats, their last hope. However, "Captain Wei Dong, we have been waiting for you for a long time." As Wei Dong and the others just rounded a corner, 5 dark figures suddenly emerged from the bushes by the roadside, blocking their path, clearly having anticipated their escape route and lying in wait. Without wasting words, upon seeing Wei Dong and the others, they immediately raised their guns and fired without mercy. Bang! Bang! Puff! After 2 gunshots, 2 military soldiers fell dead on the spot. Wei Dong reacted extremely quickly, almost instantly rolling to the ground at the sound of gunfire, dodging the first round of shooting while raising his gun to return fire at the dark figures. Click click. With a few crisp sounds, Wei Dong's magazine was emptied and his gun was out of bullets. The gunfire abruptly ceased, leaving only 2 people standing, Wei Dong and Chen Tai. Chen Tai slowly dropped his empty gun, flexed his wrist and charged straight at Wei Dong, intent on taking him down with his bare hands. Wei Dong let out a low growl, a fierce light flashing in his eyes as he lunged at Chen Tai, ready for a deadly struggle. A cold smile crossed Chen Tai's lips as he stomped down with his left foot, suddenly spinning his right leg, sweeping like a steel whip, fiercely striking at Wei Dong's waist. Bang! Wei Dong saw Chen Tai's figure suddenly leap up, his heart tightening, and he crossed his arms tightly in front of him, attempting to block the blow. With a crisp crack, the force of Chen Tai's kick exceeded Wei Dong's expectations, shattering his right arm, which was protecting him, with a bone-crushing pain that instantly enveloped his entire body. After the apocalypse, there are not many who can face me, heathen, and still stand their ground. Chen Tai glanced at Wei Dong's limp arm, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. "How about this? If you can withstand 3 of my moves, I'll let you go and grant you a path to survival." "You bastard! You must be dreaming." Wei Dong's rage surged, nearly spitting out blood. He was after all an elite of the military with solid combat skills and proficient tactical techniques. How could he possibly lose to some unknown rogue? Gritting his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain of his broken bones, he lunged at Chen Tai again, determined to use the last of his strength to strike back. Little did he know he was facing a true expert in martial arts whose skills were far beyond his own. Chen Tai's moves appeared simple, repeating just basic elbow strikes and a few techniques resembling Tai whip kicks, the routine not being overly complex. Yet each strike was swift and heavy, packed with force, accompanied by the sharp sound of wind being cut, each one deadly. Bang! 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 3 heavy thuds echoed in succession as Wei Dong was continuously hit by Chen Tai, his body retreating repeatedly until a powerful elbow strike crashed into his chest, sending him flying to the ground, where he spat blood and could no longer rise. Looking at his wrists and knees, they were both broken by Chen Tai, hanging at a twisted angle, rendering him completely immobile. Chen Tai's actions were ruthlessly decisive, showing no mercy whatsoever. "Trash, utterly boring. You can't even withstand 3 moves and dare to boast in front of me." Chen Tai spat disdainfully, disappointment evident on his face, losing interest in continuing the fight. He strode over to Wei Dong's side, picked up a scattered handgun from the ground, aimed it at the barely breathing Wei Dong, and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. The gun fired. A blood hole instantly blossomed on Wei Dong's forehead, blood and brain matter mixing and spilling onto the ground. His body twitched a few times and finally lay still, with eyes wide open, staring fixedly at the sky, clearly unable to close them in death. As the dust settled from the battle on Chen Tai's side, on the other side of the base, the survivor team led by Black Lion was also nearing the end of their fight. Under the overwhelming numerical superiority, the contest for the military base was won by the survivor team without question. All the soldiers in the base were wiped out without a single survivor. Quick action lion, Chen Tai strolled back to the base entrance noticing the civilian survivors cleaning the battlefield and confiscating military equipment and walked towards Black Lion. Had it not been for the apocalypse he would hardly have associated with someone like Black Lion. This Black Lion was once a top hand in the mercenary world, ruthless and decisive, and it was only due to a certain wealthy individual saving his life in the past that he reluctantly took the role of a bodyguard. Black Lion turned upon hearing the voice, took out a crumpled cigarette pack from his pocket, flicked one out and tossed it to Chen Tai, saying, "Most of the credit for this victory goes to you. Had it not been for your flanking maneuver that breached the military's defenses, we wouldn't have found it so easy to enter and take this base. Is everything resolved on your end?" Black Lion caught the cigarette, placed it in his mouth and asked. "It's taken care of. That guy Wei Dong has been dealt with. Unfortunately Wei Jun and the others perished in the explosion earlier, unable to survive." Chen Tai took the lighter Black Lion offered, lit the cigarette, took a deep drag, squinting his eyes in enjoyment of the nicotine rush. This item had become a rare commodity after the apocalypse. Even though it had only just begun, tobacco everywhere had been scavenged clean and his own stock was dwindling. "Wei Jun is dead." Black Lion's expression darkened suddenly, a flicker of sorrow flashing in his eyes, soon replaced by intense rage. "Damn it, this debt will be settled sooner or later. We will eventually take down the military's stronghold and avenge our brothers." Chen Tai gently shook his head, reminding those around him, "Now we should inventory the various supplies in the base." "Right, I almost forgot about that." Black Lion's eyes lit up instantly as he turned to his 70 or so subordinates and shouted, "20 of you come with me to transport supplies, the rest stay put to build defensive structures, continue clearing the area of zombies and clean up this battlefield." "Understood, boss. I'm strong and powerful, leave the moving to me." Everyone responded loudly, quickly splitting into two teams. 20 sturdy men stepped forward to follow Black Lion while the others drove over 20 various vehicles to a spot 10 meters behind the base entrance, arranging them in a half circle to set up a temporary defensive position. The convoy gradually came to a halt, fanning out into a combat formation in the open space. Black Lion jumped down from the armored vehicles, who gestured to the more than 20 brothers behind him, and they immediately followed closely towards the base's supply warehouse. But after walking just a few steps, a strange wave of sound floated in from the distance, steadily approaching this way. At first only a faint intermittent rhythm could be heard, but in the blink of an eye it transformed into a deafening sound wave. Various melodies clashed together, echoing around the open perimeter of the base. Black Lion and Chen Tai exchanged glances, both halting in their tracks. Survivors at the defensive position also turned their heads to look towards the direction of the sound. The next moment terrified screams shattered the surrounding silence. "The horde is coming. This is it. It's all over." As Black Lion and Chen Tai rushed back to the base entrance, the horizon at their viewpoint was surging with a dark mass. It was an endless shadow, a surging tide of countless rotting bodies. At the front of this horde, 4 modified infantry fighting vehicles were charging forward at full speed, dragging massive speakers that blasted chaotic music like an invisible rope, pulling thousands of swaying zombie figures behind, relentlessly pushing forward. Black Lion clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white as he shouted hoarsely, "Blow those vehicles to pieces." A few quick-reacting veterans immediately raised their weapons to aim, but more ordinary survivors were already paralyzed with fear, sitting on the ground with pale faces devoid of color. Chen Tai swiftly drew his sidearm. 3 crisp gunshots instantly froze the air around them, and the 3 figures paralyzed on the ground could no longer stand up. "Either pick up your weapons and fight the zombies," his voice was as cold as ice, "or die here right now." The survivors trembled as they scrambled to their feet, hastily grabbing anything around them that could be used as a weapon. At that moment the first batch of rockets with orange tails shot out from the launchers, roaring towards the 4 vehicles that had brought disaster. Flames tore through the dark night. 8 crimson projectiles precisely locked onto the 4 steel beasts, and the exploding fireballs instantly engulfed the entire vehicles. Before the smoke could dissipate, Black Lion's taut shoulders relaxed slightly, only to immediately roar, "Quick, take positions. All guns aimed at the horde." Chen Tai's whispered words pierced the ears of the crowd like ice picks. Black Lion abruptly turned his head. The 4 armored vehicles had actually torn through the thick smoke, charging out with brute force. Only the roof-mounted speakers were missing, the vehicles glinting with a hard matte finish under the cold moonlight, showing no signs of damage. "Keep bombing them. We must stop them at all costs." Black Lion's roar fragmented amidst the intense gunfire. Another round of rockets was fired in quick succession, flames engulfing the vehicles time and again, but ultimately only producing a series of futile metallic echoes. "Virum, The engines of the vehicles roared like a beast's heavy breathing, their tracks grinding over the rubble on the ground as they charged straight towards the base entrance. Chen Tai pulled the trigger. The bullet only grazed the tire, sparking a dim light before being deflected. Sweat formed in his palm as that steel torrent was already upon him. The originally constructed defensive position was torn apart and shredded like paper fragments violently thrown into the air. Dense gunfire and blazing flames chased after the armored vehicles, leaving only shallow scorch marks on their bodies. Someone brought out a flamethrower, the fire dragon licking at the cold steel plate, yet even the speed of the vehicles was not slowed in the slightest. Ha! Ugh! The nauseating stench of decay from the horde wafted in with the wind, the dark outlines of zombies undulating continuously on the horizon. Black Lion's eyes twitched fiercely. Split 20 men to keep a close watch on the vehicle's doors. The rest, come with me to block the horde. His shouts were instantly drowned out by the massive clattering of metal and the roar of engines. A kilometer away in the abandoned factory, a few rays of pale moonlight leaked through the broken roof. 2 infantry fighting vehicles stood like silent sentinels, guarding one armored vehicle and one transport vehicle in between. Jiang Ming lowered his binoculars, the lenses still reflecting the distant bursts of flame. It collapsed even faster than I expected, Lu Yuqing pouted, adjusting the focus of her binoculars. Just one charge and the defense line fell apart. A group of ordinary people standing against such a steel torrent managing to hold their ground is already quite remarkable. Only Li Shui Rao's sniper scope remained firmly locked on the chaotic base square, her rifle steady as a mountain, not shaking in the slightest. They are still reorganizing their formation. Look to the east, someone is directing the diversion of the horde. The cool night breeze carried the distant roars and sounds of collision like the interlude music of a cruel drama. Ultimately the base's defense line completely collapsed, with scattered vehicles becoming the last makeshift barrier. The machine guns and heavy weaponry left behind on the position had now become silent iron blocks with no one able to approach and operate them. All of this had only passed in 10 minutes. Gunfire once again tore through the air, mingled with the survivors' desperate screams. "Don't come any closer, ah! Captain! Captain Black Lion! Save me! I'm going to fight these monsters!" The tide of over 100,000 corpses completely submerged the outer area of the base, the mournful cries rising and falling like bubbles in the tide, appearing and disappearing quickly. Black Lion and Chen Tai exchanged glances, both knowing the situation was dire and any further words were unnecessary. "I'll stay here to hold them off." Black Lion pressed his communication mic to his ear, his voice hoarse but exceptionally steady. "You go, you must relay the news back from here." "Understood." Chen Tai immediately turned and rushed towards the supply warehouse, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Since it was all going to end, no one should think they could take anything from here. Signal tower team, contact headquarters immediately. In the abandoned factory, 3 women were still whispering about the movements of the survivor base in the distance, but Jiang Ming's gaze remained firmly locked on the military base. In fact, there was no need to take such a long detour if the long-range firepower equipped on those infantry fighting vehicles was enough to annihilate the opposing force. There were many ways to approach this. But he could not do so. This military base must remain intact, not only for the vast amount of supplies stored inside but also because it was about to become their first true foothold. If the base were blown up, all plans would fall apart. Furthermore, they could not push the enemy into a corner. A cornered dog would jump over the wall, let alone a group of desperate people. Thus he chose this method, which was troublesome but sufficiently secure. And now the scenario he anticipated was indeed unfolding. Knowing the defeat was certain, someone indeed rushed towards the supply warehouse, attempting to perish together. That was a no-go. Shui Ro, take action. Li Shui Ro, who had been lying on the roof of the armored vehicle monitoring the battlefield through her sniper scope, immediately pulled the trigger upon hearing the command. Bang! The 12.7mm sniper round tore through the night sky, and in less than a second the figure of Chen Tai, who had just run a short distance, exploded like a ripe watermelon. He didn't even have time to assume the starting stance of the ancient strong fist, nor did he know from which direction the bullet had come before collapsing to the ground. Jiang Ming looked at the fallen figure in the distance, giving a gentle nod. Very good, those people on the signal tower, clear them out as well. Bang bang bang. Gunshots erupted in rapid succession, as dense and unrelenting as rain. Atop the signal tower 600 meters away, several snipers attempting to provide covering fire collapsed one after another, without even a cry of alarm escaping their lips. Only those at the main gate remain. Jiang Ming's lips curved into a faint knowing smile as his fingertip lightly tapped his earpiece. System initiate suppressive fire clearance. Confirmed, sir. Outside the military base's front gates, the guttural shrieks of zombies filled the air without cease. Ugh, Gurk. Black Lion along with the 20-odd survivors who had avoided earlier combat continued firing frantically. At that moment the 4 infantry fighting vehicles, long silent, suddenly roared to life in unison. VVVVRRR, the armored hatches atop each vehicle slid open smoothly. Then black-barreled rotary machine guns slowly ascended, locking with chilling precision onto the crowd ahead, reflected in the onlookers' sharply constricted pupils. Then, BRRRT. BRRRT. Thwip. Thwip. The shrill tearing sound of bullets cleaving the night air rang out with brutal clarity. Take cover, now. Black Lion's pupils contracted violently as he bellowed, then rolled hard behind a derelict sedan. Yet 12 others failed to react in time. Their bodies convulsed violently under the hail of gunfire before collapsing lifelessly, blood welling thickly from their wounds soaking the earth beneath them. Ugh. Before the remaining 8 could recover from their shock, several decaying zombie figures lunged from the shadows, cold jagged teeth sinking instantly into their throats. A piercing scream tore once more through the surrounding silence. Who is striking from the shadows? Black Lion threw back his head and roared, eyes blazing crimson, veins bulging at his temples, blood even seeping from the corners of his eyes. He had not yet fallen, but his body began to writhe uncontrollably, his skin darkening to ashen black, his fingernails elongating grotesquely. In the very instant he drew his final breath he mutated, transforming into a hulking feral abomination, eyes burning with savage hunger. Look over there, Lu Yuqing lowered her binoculars from the roof of armored vehicle 3, voice edged with astonishment. That leader, he just evolved into a mutant upon death. Yi Zhiling leaned close to the observation port, arching a brow. Indeed he did. Could it be that the stronger one's physique, the more formidable the resulting zombie becomes upon reanimation? Formidable or not, he is still dead. Jiang Ming spoke with unruffled calm, brushing dust from his palms. Mission concluded. Proceed to Phase 2. Lu Yuqing and Yi Zhiling exchanged a glance, and a quiet knowing smile, before sliding deftly back into the vehicle. Bang! Li Shura shouldered her sniper rifle and fired again. The newly risen mutant's skull exploded in a spray of gore. Only then did she lower her weapon and rise, following Jiang Ming into the armored vehicle. Its engine rumbled low and deep, while simultaneously the loudspeakers atop 2 infantry fighting vehicles blared anew with grating dissonant noise. Inside the command module, Jiang Ming issued his order: System, monitor the zombie horde's movements continuously. Upon any breach beyond 300 meters from the base perimeter, unleash full artillery saturation. Command acknowledged. Surveillance initiated. GHK, GHRRR. Whoa. As if guided by an invisible hand, the horde pivoted en masse toward the source of the sound, surging forward in frenzied overlapping waves converging upon the armored vehicles. The 300-meter threshold shattered, the turrets of all 4 vehicles rotated in unison, a concealed firing port snapped open along their hulls, autocannons, rocket pods and heavy machine guns rose in grim succession, forging a cold metallic forest beneath the night sky. Open fire. BRRRT. BRRRT. Boom. 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 A torrent of fire poured down like monsoon rain. 23mm autocannon rounds shredded the front ranks of zombies. Rockets detonated deep within the horde's rear, igniting roaring fireballs. Heavy machine gun tracers swept across like scythes, limbs and black ichor sprayed in every direction. In the first synchronized barrage alone, the horde's vanguard was scythed down, nearly 3,000 to 4,000 rotting corpses littering the ground as if plowed under by some colossal blade. Fire rained relentlessly onward, the count of eradicated zombies flickering upward with dizzying speed. Yet the horde remained overwhelming, a suffocating tide of darkness. Through gaps in the fusillade, stragglers inevitably slipped free, surging toward the abandoned factory. 1 kilometer away, Jiang Ming stood before the rust-eaten gates of the factory, gazing calmly at the approaching black wave. System, silence all audio emitters. The rooftop loudspeakers cut off instantly. He pressed his comm earpiece. It's your turn now. Acknowledged. On the second level of the armored vehicle, shooting port swung open in unison. Lu Yuqing, Yi Zhiling and Li Shura took their positions, gazes ice-cold rifle barrels steady, aimed unwaveringly into the churning darkness beyond. Around the perimeter of the abandoned factory, zombie clusters, drawn by the deafening clamor, surged like tidal currents, ceaselessly ebbing and flowing. Jiang Ming's plan was deceptively simple: let the system remotely pilot 4 armored vehicles to generate diversionary chaos on the opposite side of the base, alternately luring and redirecting these mindless undead. Controlling such creatures, bereft of reason driven only by primal instinct, was no more complex than guiding sheep with a shepherd's whistle. Of course, daring such a maneuver demanded absolute confidence in one's resources. The deafening noise attracted far more than just the dozen-odd thousand zombies immediately present, it also stirred dormant hordes wandering the city's alleys and ruins. Without meticulous preparation, the outcome would be total annihilation, vehicle and crew alike torn apart limb from limb. 10 minutes of coordinated suppression reduced the base's original 12,000-strong horde by nearly half, yet the swarm's overall numbers held steady at roughly 80,000. New wails echoed from deeper within the city's streets, more zombies converging relentlessly. Meanwhile, ammunition aboard the infantry fighting vehicles neared critical depletion. System: leave 2 vehicles to maintain diversionary pressure. The rest return immediately for resupply. Command confirmed. Dispatch executed. 10 minutes later, fully replenished vehicles returned to position, their thunderous barrage once again rending the night. Jiang Ming, a mutant is devouring its own kind rapidly. Li Shuru's urgent voice crackled over the comms. Lu Yuqing and Yi Zhiling, listening on the same channel, inhaled sharply. They both knew this was the unmistakable prelude to the birth of a wolf-class zombie. Jiang Ming showed no flicker of emotion. His voice remained icy precise: system, launch 5 rockets. Concentrate all fire on that location. Executing command. A shrieking whine pierced the air as 5 fiery trails launched from the rooftops of the 4 vehicles, striking the feeding mutant with surgical accuracy. A cataclysmic detonation engulfed the area within dozens of meters. The nascent mutant, still mid-mutation, along with over 20 other mutants and hundreds of standard zombies vaporized instantly into a crimson mist. A dangerous spark had flared, and been extinguished before it could ignite. Under ordinary circumstances, Jiang Ming might have allowed the transformation to complete. A single wolf-class zombie yielded 5,000 points. But not now. Against a horde numbering in the tens of thousands, even the smallest anomaly risked catastrophic collapse of the entire operation. Inside the mountain military base's command center, tension hung thick and suffocating. Useless. All of you, utterly useless. Li Hang's roar nearly shattered the office windows. An entire armored convoy infiltrated the base, and none of you detected a thing. What good are you to me then? Every frame of surveillance footage revealed the truth: the assault had been carried out entirely by the very armored column he dispatched earlier to the Food City district. Li Hang felt his chest swell with incandescent fury, so fierce he longed to cast his negligent subordinate straight into the zombie maw. General, their team must include an elite hacker, someone who forged the surveillance feed bypassing the base's security systems. A trembling officer offered weakly, shrinking into himself. A hacker. An intrusion. Li Hang laughed, a sharp bitter sound dripping with scorn. So a single hacker can casually rewrite military-grade protocols. Next, when someone tries to launch an ICBM in secret, will you also stand blindfolded? Sir, please calm yourself. Deputy Officer Wu Guiyu stepped forward swiftly to mediate. Our priority now is retaking the base. Dong Wei's team has failed. Retake it. Li Hang sneered, glancing out the window at the sky lightening with dawn. How? With what? By the time our forces arrive, daylight will already flood the horizon. At 4:00 a.m. A pale ashen glow crept along the eastern horizon. Summer nights were fleeting, soon the first delicate light would stain the clouds with silver. Outside the military base, the zombie shrieks and the thunder of artillery never ceased. The 4 armored vehicles stood like steel titans, ceaselessly vomiting fire, their spent casings piling high on scorched earth, gleaming like miniature mountains. Smoke and the stench of decay mingled in the cool pre-dawn wind, clinging stubbornly in the air. After nearly 2 hours of relentless combat, Jiang Ming's team had burned through nearly all their ammunition reserves. This marked their 3rd resupply run. The auxiliary ammo crates, originally sufficient to fully reload 6 armored vehicles twice, now lay completely empty. Raise armor integrity to maximum defensive configuration. Jiang Ming gripped a modified grenade launcher, firing intermittently, each round arcing fiercely through the air. He coordinated seamlessly with Lu Yuqing and the 2 other women, methodically clearing waves of zombies closing in from all sides. System, report current zombie count. Sir, estimated surviving individuals approximately 50,000. Still that many? Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. Ammunition had been resupplied twice. By his rough estimate they'd already eliminated well over 10,000 zombies. Sir, prolonged engagement at this location has generated sustained acoustic signatures, continuously attracting scattered distant hordes toward this epicenter. Actual numbers therefore exceed initial projections. Prolonged engagement. Jiang Ming glanced at his wrist chronometer. 407 a.m. They'd been fighting here for nearly 2 hours. Yet time had felt strangely suspended. Perhaps the intensity of combat had dissolved all sense of its passage. Regardless, ammunition was nearly exhausted. Immediate withdrawal was imperative. To linger further would mean becoming mere sustenance for the undead. System, redirect the remaining horde away from this zone. Defer full clearance until later. Turning to Lu Yuqing and the others, Jiang Ming shouted, "Cease fire, everyone back to the driver's compartment." Cease fire. Though puzzled, the three women asked no questions, swiftly holstered their weapons, sealed the firing ports and followed him without hesitation into the armored vehicle's interior. The engine growled deeply as Jiang Ming issued his next orders. System, halt all fire from the 4 infantry fighting vehicles. Order them to converge on our position. Additionally, deploy 2 vehicles equipped with high-decibel sonic emitters, one to lead the advance, one to cover our rear. Destination University District. University District. Confusion flickered across their faces, then quickly gave way to understanding. The University District was ringed by towering walls, its internal roads twisted and labyrinthine. Once lured inside, zombies would struggle to wander back out on their own. Unless deliberately provoked anew, these creatures lacked the cohesion, or intelligence, to amass into a horde powerful enough to breach those fortifications. Trapped within, they posed no immediate threat, and could be methodically eradicated at leisure. Yet Jiang Ming's strategy ran far deeper than their perception. To him, these tens of thousands of zombies represented untapped point reserves, never to be scattered carelessly across the city. Reassembling a horde of this magnitude required not only immense time but also perfect alignment of opportunity. Miss this chance and such convergence might never recur. Understood, sir. At the system's acknowledgement, every remotely piloted armored vehicle surged into motion, executing commands with flawless synchronicity. Within and around the abandoned factory, multiple armored vehicles roared to life in unison, their engines echoing like slumbering leviathans suddenly awakened. The leading infantry fighting vehicle charged ahead, directly crashing into the zombies and abandoned vehicles blocking the road. The sound of bones shattering and metal twisting echoed continuously. Whether ordinary zombies or mutated ones, all were violently thrown aside and crushed into meat paste under the heavy armored vehicle, while abandoned cars were ruthlessly shoved aside. When encountering densely packed hordes of zombies, the machine guns and cannon turret on the battle vehicle would suddenly open fire, unleashing a barrage that sliced through and dispersed the dark tide. 2 minutes later, the convoy left the factory area and entered the main road of the city. The loudspeakers on the roofs of the 2 infantry fighting vehicles erupted with deafening sounds, various catchy songs mixed with electrical noise echoing continuously in the empty streets. The tide of zombies originally surging toward the military base suddenly halted, then swiftly turned toward the direction of the sound like a swarm of ants sensing blood roaring as they chased after the convoy. Jiang Ming said in a deep voice, "Follow the original plan. Yuqing, keep an eye on the road conditions ahead. Jilin, use the vehicle's panoramic cameras to monitor the surroundings." Understood, Li Shuai-Ro responded while maintaining a mental connection with the system, closely monitoring the movements of the other 4 infantry fighting vehicles. The engine continued to emit a low rumbling sound. The distance between the university town and the military base was merely a few kilometers. As the black tide formed by 50,000 zombies nearly engulfed the rear of the convoy, Jiang Ming decisively ordered to accelerate, racing toward the university town. 20 minutes later, they successfully broke into the area of the university town. To be precise, it wasn't Jiang Ming and his group who directly stormed in, but the 2 infantry fighting vehicles equipped with giant speakers leading the surging horde of zombies into the urban area. Meanwhile, they quietly hid in a nearby concealed area under the tight protection of the other 4 infantry fighting vehicles, patiently waiting for the right moment to respond. Hiding a few hundred meters away, Jiang Ming and 3 companions held their breath, intently observing the movements ahead. Before them was a torrent of zombies flowing into the intersecting streets of the university town, following the roar of the battle vehicles and the chaotic sounds of the speakers. A mix of tension and excitement silently spread among the 4. The 3 female companions could hardly believe that this seemingly crazy plan was being executed so smoothly, with every step precisely hitting the intended points. Not only had they successfully instigated a conflict between the military and the survivor camp, but they had also used the surging horde of zombies to completely wipe out the latter's influence while suffering no losses themselves. Most importantly, that semi-abandoned military base had now completely fallen into their hands. Great! This base finally belongs to us. Lu Yuqing's eyes sparkled with excitement, her voice barely containing her exhilaration. From now on we won't have to worry about supplies anymore. Ling smiled and nodded, adding, it's not just about supplies, there might still be production lines for weapons and ammunition in that base. If we could bring those facilities online, then my marksmanship will definitely improve significantly. Lu Yuqing immediately chimed in, her voice filled with anticipation. Unlike their optimistic outlook, Li Shuai-Ro appeared more composed and rational. She reminded them, don't celebrate too early, our maneuver will surely draw the attention of both sides and trouble may come knocking at our door. Hearing this, Lu Yuqing and Yi Ling's smiles faltered slightly, but then they waved their hands dismissively, saying, the military is far from here, even if they send someone it won't be for a long while. As for those survivors, they likely don't have the energy to cause trouble right now. Listening to their conversation, Jiang Ming couldn't help but smile slightly, his gaze drifting over the bustling horde of zombies as if he could already see the outline of the military base. This would be their first true stronghold, a starting point to establish their roots in this apocalyptic world. Within the university town, the two infantry fighting vehicles skillfully maneuvered through the crisscrossing paths. Behind the vehicles, the black tide formed by over 50,000 zombies relentlessly pursued them, with some evolved zombies suddenly breaking out of the horde, lunging at the battle vehicles only to be blasted into pieces by the precise firepower from the vehicles. The battle vehicles maintained a remarkably consistent speed, ensuring that the horde behind them couldn't catch up, nor could they stray from the allure of the speakers. The speakers on top of the vehicles continued to emit piercing sounds, acting like an invisible rope that firmly guided the direction of the horde's movement. The engine's roar and the zombies' howling merged into the most jarring symphony in this apocalypse. A few hundred meters outside the university town, Jiang Ming sat in the command vehicle, his gaze locked on the real-time footage returned by the system. It's about time. Shut off the vehicle's speakers, connect to the original broadcasting system of the university town and use their noise to divert the horde. Understood, the system responded succinctly and calmly. In the next second, the loud noise from the battle vehicles abruptly ceased, and at the same time several undamaged loudspeakers within the university town suddenly blared to life, the melody of pop songs oddly echoing among the ruins. The two battle vehicles took the opportunity to turn into the shadows beside a teaching building, shutting down and falling silent, all noise fading into calm. The horde, having lost a clear target, abruptly stopped in place, then slowly turned and diverted toward the broadcasting sound, spreading away like a retreating tide. In just a few minutes, the once dense horde scattered, flooding into the surrounding buildings, and the empty streets returned to silence. Wrap it up, Jiang Ming leaned back against the chair, finally breaking into a relaxed smile. Let's head back to the base and tally our spoils. After planning for so long, the moment of harvest had finally arrived. Lu Yuqing and the other two companions couldn't hide their excitement. They were eager to know just how many precious resources were stored in the military warehouse that had become the focus of contention between the military of Dongshan City and the survivor base. The humming of the engine roared back to life, and after the 50,000 zombies completely dispersed, the two infantry fighting vehicles reactivated, slowly driving out of the university town area with minimal noise, merging with the convoy led by Jiang Ming, all heading toward the military base. Inside the mountainous military base, Li Hang and Wu Guiyou, who had been suppressing their anger, stared intently at the surveillance screen, completely stunned. They never expected that the other side, relying solely on 6 infantry fighting vehicles, could drive tens of thousands of zombies in circles like herding sheep, while also eliminating over 100,000 zombies in the process. What an astonishing amount of ammunition would be required for that. They had been in combat for a full 2 hours, annihilating 100,000 zombies, yet showed no signs of firepower depletion. Looking at the defensive capabilities of those battle vehicles, how incredibly sturdy they were. Facing the frenzied attacks of numerous mutated zombies, they even withstood multiple direct hits from rockets, yet the vehicles remained intact. However, these were not the most concerning matters for them. The most eye-catching aspect was the weapon systems mounted on those 6 infantry fighting vehicles. They had never seen any infantry fighting vehicle capable of integrating such a multitude of firepower units, most of which were powerful cannon turrets and large-caliber machine guns, even including 2 7-tube rocket launchers. And this was not the whole picture. What astonished them the most was that all these weapons were designed to be concealed, either capable of rotating and retracting into the vehicle's body or hidden beneath thick armor through lifting mechanisms. Even the 2 heavy machine guns were installed in a concealed rotating manner. What did this mean? It meant that if one did not observe closely it would be impossible to discern that these vehicles were armed, let alone such a dense configuration of firepower. Can you imagine such a scene? Initially believing that the opponent was a weakling with no resistance, only to suddenly realize in the moment of confrontation that they were actually fully armed elite combatants. How on earth did they do this? Wu Guiyu felt a strong sense of doubt rising in his heart. At this moment they finally understood that the demise of Wei Dong and others was not at all unjust. This group of survivors was far from ordinary scattered soldiers. In addition to possessing top-notch hacking skills, their team must also include experts proficient in armored vehicle modifications. Even so, Li Heng did not intend to let Wei Dong and others die in vain. This military base certainly could not be handed over easily. Bang! Li Heng slammed his palm heavily on the table, his expression dark enough to drip water, and sternly issued the order, conduct a thorough investigation. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, find out where these people came from. Furthermore, recall all the teams sent to the East District 4 for exploration tasks immediately. I want to deal with this group personally. Yes, General. Wu Guiyu immediately accepted the orders, turning and quickly leaving to begin urgently deploying follow-up actions. The new urban area was divided into upper and lower sections by a wide river. The military base was located in the lower city, which had a lower elevation, while the survivor base was built against the mountain situated in the upper city with terraced distribution. In this area conventional navigation methods had nearly completely failed. Because while you might think you are driving on the ground, you could actually be traversing the rooftops of dozens of stories of residential or office buildings. You might think you have reached the rooftop, but the destination could be on a higher level or a sunken lower terrace. This is the unique topography of the upper city, constructed against the mountain and layered in a staggered manner. At this moment, within an office building located in the mid-level area of the upper city, a chaotic scene unfolded in an office equipped with dozens of computers and communication devices. Dozens of staff had beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads, constantly adjusting various instruments in an attempt to restore contact with the outside world, the hiss of electrical noise persistently filling the room. They repeatedly pressed the call button, continuously shouting into the microphone, and this endeavor had been ongoing for nearly 2 hours. No good, still no contact. I'm having the same issue, not a trace of signal. I have no response here either. How could this happen? Captain Chen Tai's team had always been invincible, never suffering a defeat. Could it be that Captain Black Lion's strength was so weak? Yet now they had been out of contact for a full 2 hours with not a single message coming back. Could it be that both teams encountered trouble? Captain Chen Tai and Captain Wei Jun each took 20 elite members with them. Captain Black Lion had even more personnel. That was a well-equipped vast team of 200 people. Not only that, but they also had 30 heavily armed vehicles, 2 attack helicopters and 4 support helicopters equipped with heavy machine guns. With such a powerful lineup, how could they possibly be completely wiped out? Stop speculating randomly. Immediately organize all the information before they went missing and compile it to report to the chairpersons. Wait. There's an encrypted message that came through 2 hours ago. A communications officer suddenly exclaimed. Play it immediately. The gazes of over a dozen people in the command room focused intently on the screen. A crackle. We fell into an ambush. Pfft. The recording was incredibly brief, only allowing them to hear a few scattered words, but the final dull explosion made everyone's faces instantly change. That was the sound of a skull being shattered, piercing and terrifying. At this moment they had to face the cruel reality that 200-person team likely had no survivors, and even the 2 elite teams led by Captain Chen Tai had not escaped unscathed. As the on-site commander Lu Jun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said tightly, "Quick. Submit this recording along with all related materials to the chairpersons immediately." The loss of 200 people was no small matter. He, as a mere on-site commander, had no authority to make that decision. Especially when he thought about how those dozen behind the scenes controllers would react upon receiving the news. Lu Jun felt a chill run down his back. Those individuals before the catastrophe struck were ruthless characters who would consume others without leaving a bone behind. After the apocalypse, forming this survivor camp was merely a means to attract more capable individuals to serve their interests. They even named the camp the Doomsday Relief Society, deliberately creating the illusion of a sanctuary while concealing their true identities and referring to themselves as chairmen. In recent days, survivors have been arriving after hearing the broadcast, enduring numerous hardships to join. It can be said that their plans have been progressing smoothly, disregarding both the existing military structure and other civilian organizations. In the apocalypse, the law has collapsed, and as long as one wields power and armed forces, they can do as they please. But now an unexpected setback has occurred. What will the consequences be? Lu Jun dared not think deeply. The dozen communication personnel present understood the stakes and no one dared to delay immediately responding and taking action. From afar the heavy roar of armored vehicles approached. 6 infantry fighting vehicles stained with blood closely guarded a high-security armored command vehicle and a heavy transport vehicle racing towards the base's gates. Bang, crash, all the abandoned vehicles in their path and the stumbling infected were crushed and hurled away by this steel torrent. As dawn broke, the clock pointed to 5:37 in the morning. The night gradually faded and the light grew brighter. Those zombies, fearing the sunlight, began to retreat slowly into the shadows cast by the buildings. In the passenger seat of the command vehicle, Lu Yuqing looked out at the gradually brightening sky and gently reminded Jiang Ming it's almost 5:30. There are significantly fewer zombies on the streets now, Yi Zhiling replied while focusing on the panoramic surveillance screen. At that moment Li Shuai suddenly sensed something, her tone carrying a hint of surprise. Have you all noticed that after fighting for an entire day and night we aren't as exhausted as we imagined? Upon her remark Lu Yuqing widened her eyes in realization, astonished. It's true. If this were in the past I would have been so tired that I couldn't even move a finger. Memories surged like a tide, especially the time by the Cross River Bridge when she entered that hotel with Li Shuai and Jiang Ming, where she hardly exerted any effort. Just climbing the 17 flights of stairs had left her gasping for breath, unable to say a word. Yi Zhiling shared the same sentiment. During her previous escape she had several close encounters with zombies due to exhaustion, each time barely escaping with all her strength. The feeling of utter fatigue still haunted her. The group had previously been surrounded by a horde of zombies, nearly facing a dire situation. Yet now, after battling for an entire day and night, they felt little fatigue. Instead, their spirits, strained for so long, began to show signs of weariness, with one even unable to suppress a yawn. Li Shuai and Lu Yuqing were in similar states, claiming not to feel tired, yet waves of heavy drowsiness washed over them and both continued to yawn, their eyes heavy with weariness. Seeing the surprised and confused expressions on the three of them, Jiang Ming couldn't help but chuckle softly. You've all forgotten that the enhancers you consumed are no ordinary substances. Those are treasures that are hard to come by, and it's completely normal to have such effects. After all, they had all taken physical enhancement agents, and not feeling fatigued was to be expected. As for mental exhaustion, after such prolonged high concentration anyone would feel burdened. Even Jiang Ming, after experiencing the ups and downs of the night, felt some strain mentally, let alone the three girls. With his reminder, the three of them suddenly came to their senses, their admiration for Jiang Ming increasing, seeing his image, and their hearts grow even taller. The humming engine grew closer. At that moment the convoy slowly entered the military base's perimeter, passing through the open gates and driving deep into the base. Ding, congratulations to the host. Ding, congratulations to the host. Ding, congratulations to the host. Just as the armored vehicle entered the base, a series of system notifications rang in Jiang Ming's mind, causing his eyes to suddenly brighten, though it was clearly not the time to be distracted. The sound of banging and metallic scraping followed as the convoy drove into the base's interior. The 6 infantry fighting vehicles crushed through the debris on the ground, rudely pushing aside the vehicles abandoned by the military and survivors, finally stopping about 30 meters from the base gate. Compared to the area near the gate, this spot appeared somewhat tidier. However, when they opened the doors and stepped out, seeing the stains covering the ground and the corpses of zombies emitting a strong putrid odor, the three girls couldn't help but frown in unison, their stomachs churning, nearly vomiting. Jiang Ming frowned as well, but it was clearly not the time to clean up the scene. He immediately commanded in a low voice system, arrange 4 armored vehicles in a fan shape to set up a defensive line securing the direction of the gate. Understood, sir, the system responded, and the 4 armored vehicles quickly started and drove to their designated positions. Shuai, the 3 of you go tidy up the battlefield and collect all the weapons left behind by the military and survivors. On the way back, Jiang Ming had checked the remaining ammunition in each infantry fighting vehicle. If the results were not optimistic, each cannon turret had only 100 or 200 rounds left. The ammunition for the machine guns was merely a few dozen, and the rockets totaled no more than 10. This level of reserves would be utterly insufficient to ensure everyone's safety should they encounter another zombie tide. Therefore, the most urgent task at hand was to replenish the ammunition. Fortunately, the 3 girls still had ample stamina, and transporting the ammunition boxes was not overly strenuous. However, about half an hour later, a series of clear stomach growls suddenly rang out in succession. The 3 looked at each other, their faces turning red. At this moment they were not only mentally fatigued but also starting to feel hungry. That should be enough, just tidy up the things on the ground. Jiang Ming glanced at the pile of weapons and ammunition beside the vehicle, which resembled a small mountain, and smiled. If you really can't hold out, just eat some bread to tide you over. It's fine. In such moments none of them wanted to be a burden on the team, and it wasn't about putting on a brave front, it was simply unnecessary. Once they finished tidying up the ammunition they could soon take a shower, cook and enjoy a proper warm meal. Thus the three found an off-road vehicle with a spacious trunk and began to clear the scattered ammunition from the ground, tossing them one by one into the vehicle. The cool morning breeze swept by and the air still held a faint scent of blood. After a whole night of exposure, Jiang Ming had long gotten used to this smell. The three infantry fighting vehicles stood neatly in the center of the base, their turrets shining with a cold metallic luster under the morning light. Numerous shell casings lay scattered beside the vehicles, but compared to the chaos outside the base this area was already considered tidy. Most of the zombies attracted last night had turned into charred fragments under gunfire, with only a few remained scattered at a distance. Wei Dong and the others had done a thorough job of cleaning up. The three girls were busy not far away, completely unconcerned about the filth on the ground, swiftly sorting and transporting the scattered ammunition boxes, their movements agile and not at all like novices. Jiang Ming returned his gaze and began his own work, selecting and modifying nearly 50,000 rounds of various ammunition he had scavenged from the barracks and survivor outposts, ensuring they could be compatible with the weapon systems of the infantry fighting vehicles. The synthesis and testing process of the ammunition lasted about half an hour and consumed nearly 10,000 points. Ultimately, each vehicle's cannon turret was replenished with 300 specialized armor-piercing rounds. The energy units of the laser cannons increased by 100 rounds and the reserve rockets totaled 4. As for the 12.7 mm ammunition used by the vehicle-mounted machine guns, the supply was ample and thus not a concern. The low rumble of engines approached and the three girls who had made the last supply run returned to the base, clearly showing signs of fatigue. Once the vehicle stopped they practically leaned against the doors as they got out, all bent over, their chests rising and falling violently with sweat-soaked hair clinging to their cheeks. Jiang Ming's gaze lingered on them for a moment. The soaked clothes outlined their beautiful curves, an appealing sight, but the dark red stains from transporting the ammunition emitted a foul odor, somewhat detracting from the scene. "All right, go wash up," he said. "Phew, finally we can have a good shower. I want to soak in the water and rest, I'm completely exhausted. Let's all wash together, it'll save time." The girls immediately perked up, chatting as they climbed into the armored transport vehicle marked Level 3. Soon the sound of running water emanated from the vehicle, mixed with the laughter of a few girls. Jiang Ming shook his head helplessly and muttered to himself, where did they learn such bad habits? They don't even know to close the door now. He turned and jumped onto the high wall surrounding the military base, finding an open spot to sit. The cool morning breeze swept by, slightly dissipating the odors in the air. Below the wall zombie remains were scattered around, but within sight there were no living creatures. Jiang Ming lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag, letting the nicotine's bitterness swirl in his lungs before slowly exhaling. The sound of water from the armored vehicle continued, occasionally interrupted by the girls' laughter, adding an incongruous vibrancy to the desolate morning. The view from up here really is nice, Jiang Ming thought, wishing there weren't so much debris on the ground. This was his first opportunity to closely examine the internal and external environment of the base under sunlight. At night everything was shrouded in darkness, with not a single light in sight, relying solely on moonlight to see. Now, with the dawn illuminating everything, the surroundings became clearly visible. Outside the base's main gate was a wide intersection extending into 8 lanes. The intersection was quite a distance from the base's gate, separated by a large expanse of open space. Numerous no parking signs stood along the roads, but after the apocalypse no one adhered to such rules anymore, and the entire road was cluttered with crashed or abandoned vehicles. The buildings surrounding the base were quite sparse, with the nearest being a cluster of abandoned factories where they had observed the battle last night, at least a kilometer away from the base. Such terrain has clear advantages and disadvantages. It's hard for enemies to approach quietly, and if a horde of zombies moves they can detect it early, preventing any sudden attacks. If this place is well managed it could truly become a fortress as solid as a steel barrel. The cigarette butt was flicked away and Jiang Ming lit another, turning to gaze toward the interior of the base. Last night he had been too busy fighting to take a close look, but now in the morning light the full picture of the base gradually emerged. The area occupied here far exceeded that of the central urban district of Shihui City. Towering walls surrounded the base, and the layout of the internal buildings was very orderly, featuring warehouses, barracks, command buildings and training grounds. Although some facilities appeared somewhat old, the overall structure remained intact. Such a geographical location is rare, easy to defend and hard to attack, with the logistics of resources being very convenient. Jiang Ming slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Capturing this base was truly a great gain. A large river served as a natural barrier, preventing the horde from attacking from the rear. The constant sound of water meant that as long as there was an efficient water purification device, this military base would never have to worry about drinking water. On the other side of the base, a towering mountain 300 meters high forms a steep natural barrier, firmly keeping external threats at bay. Some have lamented that if one could hollow out the mountain's interior and construct a stronghold within, it would be truly foolproof. But everyone knows that with just a few pairs of hands at their disposal, completing such a colossal project is nothing but a pipe dream. Jiang Ming's gaze traversed the mountain shadows, landing on the L-shaped cluster of buildings deep within the base where the command tower, warehouses and research facilities stood silently in the morning light. In the distance, the outline of a runway comes into view. This place used to be a small airport, but now it lay desolate with no traces of aircraft or helicopters, which is why it is referred to as a semi-abandoned area. The entrance of the base opens up to a spacious square with a mountainside on the left and buildings surrounding it on the right and behind. Neatly marked parking spaces and helipads are laid out on the ground, while grass and trees grow along the pathways, giving off a sense of desolate order. If only we could fill this place with armored vehicles and set up a few Dongfeng missiles. Jiang Ming squinted, his thoughts drifting far away. Or perhaps once the points are sufficient, we could bring in a batch of vertical takeoff and landing aircraft controlled directly by the system. It would be incredibly convenient for both intercepting enemies and delivering supplies. Yet thoughts eventually return to reality. All these ideas hinge on points and the system's rewards. He extinguished the cigarette between his fingers and summoned the system panel, where the log scrolled like a waterfall filled with notifications of points earned, over 170000, which was even more astounding than his last haul in Shihui City. The system's prompt continued to sound. Total zombies eliminated exceeded 100000, achieving the Phase 2 achievement reward Basic Stamina Enhancer 5. Total zombies eliminated exceeded 200000, achieving the Phase 3 achievement reward Basic Endurance Enhancer 5. Total zombies eliminated exceeded 300000, achieving the Phase 4 achievement reward Intermediate Strength Enhancer 5. Intermediate Potion. Jiang Ming's gaze sharpened as he immediately clicked on the potion's description. Intermediate Strength Enhancer permanently increases strength attribute by 40 points within 10 seconds of consumption. Note: repeated use of the same type of potion will gradually diminish its effects. 40 points. He whispered, a glimmer passing through his eyes, equivalent to 4 times the strength of an ordinary person. Jiang Ming stared at the information that popped up before him, momentarily speechless, as if those words carried a certain weight, heavily sinking into his consciousness. After several seconds he finally exhaled slowly, letting out a low sigh in his heart. The effects of this potion were truly remarkable. However, it was not yet time to test the potion. He restrained his excitement and continued to look at the subsequent rewards, only to find even more surprises. Notice the host has accumulated over 200,000 points completing the Wealthy Beyond Compare Phase 2 achievement and received the reward Base Orbital Cannon 5. Notice the host has accumulated over 300,000 points completing the Wealthy Beyond Compare Phase 3 achievement and received the reward Resource Distribution Map Dongshan City 1. Notice the host has successfully taken control of a military base completing the Base Construction Phase 1 achievement and received the rewards Red Queen Core Program 1 Base Basic Construction Materials Package 1. Base Orbital Cannon. Jiang Ming's gaze lingered on these words for a moment, then he clicked on the description, reading carefully line by line. Can be deployed at any location within the base with a 360-degree attack range including aerial targets and an effective range of 10,000 meters. 10,000 meters. He repeated the number in his mind. A distance of 10 kilometers means that the enemy's helicopters might be locked and destroyed before they even enter visual range. With 5 of these artillery pieces, if adjusted properly and connected to the system for unified control, this military base would essentially no longer fear any threats from the air. If they were set up on the high walls, even heavy units on the ground could be destroyed from a distance. The safety coefficient of the base would be qualitatively improved. As for its actual power, Jiang Ming couldn't help but imagine that if they could take out a wolf-class mutated zombie with a single shot, it would be nothing short of perfect. He suppressed the urge to try it immediately and shifted his attention to the next reward. Resource Distribution Map Dongshan City displays the exact locations of all resources in the Dongshan City area in real time. It can dynamically display resource points. Jiang Ming muttered to himself, that sounds quite useful, but I wonder what form it takes. He posed the question to the system, receiving the answer that it can be viewed directly on the system interface or exported to any electronic device, which is quite convenient. Without hesitation, Jiang Ming opened the map directly on the system panel, and the moment the map unfolded his breath caught slightly. It was a flat schematic of Dongshan City with clearly defined areas, and it supported free zooming. This wasn't too surprising as any electronic map could do that. The key was that this map was now filled with countless red markers. After zooming in on the map he could clearly see that next to each marker corresponding resource types were labeled weapons and ammunition, food and water, medical supplies, metal ores. Even subdivided into categories like meat, fruits and vegetables and precious metals. The shades of the markers represented the abundance of resources from light red to dark red and even to near black. The deeper the red, the more abundant the resources. Jiang Ming stabilized his mind and entered weapons and ammunition in the search bar at the top. With a swish the markers on the map instantly decreased, leaving only a few scattered red dots across various districts. Upon further magnification each red dot was clearly marked with the words firearm inventory, and the color differences remained light red, true red, dark red and deep red. Among them the only marker close to black was located in Anyang district on the northern side of Dongshan district. 5 deep red markers were scattered across different areas of the city: New district, Ling Mountain district, Shuiyang district, East 4th district and of course Anyang district. The bright red dots were even scarcer, with only 7 including the military base he was currently in. As for the coordinates that glimmered with light red, there were already too many to count, so Jiang Ming decided not to scrutinize.